Red Leaf once believed she would spend her days peacefully working at the Konoha Hospital, until the awakening of her past life memories and the emergence of a miraculous pair of eyes altered the course of her existence. Wait, it seemed she was a boy in her previous life? Chapter 1. The Girl's Heritage. Endless strands of rain fell, enveloping the vast gray-white sky, which appeared ominously heavy, as if thunder could strike at any moment. In the next instant, boom, with a resounding crack, lightning cleaved the heavens, rousing a slumbering soul from her dreams. Inside a wooden and earthen brick house, a girl lay on a soft bed, issuing a vague murmur. With some effort, she propped herself up, her appearance still bearing the remnants of slumber. The girl raked her fingers through her tousled hair, struggling to open her eyes and gaze out the window, with a persistent drizzle mirrored her own sense of bewilderment. Yet another strange dream. Oh no, I'm late. At Konoha Hospital. Red Leaf. With a thunderous roar, every item in the office trembled slightly. The girl named Red Leaf bowed her head, enduring a reprimand from her superior, Aoki Yuko, who bore an imposing presence reminiscent of a high school homeroom teacher from her past life. Tell me, how many times have you been late this month? Do you even want this job anymore? If you do, then show me a little more dedication. In response, Red Leaf could only nod repeatedly, her voice filled with remorse as she uttered, "I'm very sorry, truly sorry." As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, a sight that would evoke compassion in any ordinary person, dissuading further rebuke. Alas, this is how many times you've apologized to me. Aoki Yuko was unfazed by Red Leaf's tears. The overused tactic had lost its effectiveness. She seized the girl's ear and spoke sharply, always quick to admit fault, yet never amend your ways. Is that it? I truly did not. Red Leaf attempted to defend herself, but Aoki Yuko had no intention of hearing her out. Before she could continue, Yuko interrupted. No more excuses. Hurry and take over your shift. Don't cause further trouble for others. Seeing her superior's unyielding demeanor, Red Leaf felt deeply aggrieved. Being prone to tears, she could no longer contain herself, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she choked out, "I will go right away." Though she felt wronged, Red Leaf understood the truth. In Aoki Yuko's words, she had no choice but to abandon her defense. Any further delay would indeed infringe upon her night shift colleague's rest. Crying, always crying as she watched the girl depart, Aoki Yuko muttered irritably, shaking her head with a sigh. Just like Akiko when she was young. So unreliable. I hope she doesn't end up deceived by some scoundrel from that clan. Yuko, why are you so irate so early in the morning? At that moment, the office door swung open once more, revealing a light yellow figure that caught Aoki Yuko's eye. Rubbing her temples, she felt her headache intensify. It's Tsunade. It's nothing, just reprimanding a little one who's been late again. With long, light yellow hair, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure, Tsunade blinked, seemingly recalling the little one Aoki Yuko mentioned. Are you referring to Akiko's daughter? Upon hearing Aoki Yuko's explanation, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I just saw her running out in tears. What happened? Hasn't she returned to the Uchiha clan? The mention of the Uchiha clan. Aoki Yuko scoffed coldly. She retrieved a file from her drawer and opened it as she spoke. That clan, always so high and mighty, would never accept a child with impure blood or lacking ninja talent. Even the family name of that clan is not permitted to be inherited. Yusuji Red Leaf is Akiko's surname. Tsunade glanced at the information in the file, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as her expression turned grim. If I recall correctly, Akiko and her husband have long since. Has this child been living alone all this time? Though the child appears fragile, she possesses the same tenacity and stubbornness as her mother. Aoki Yuko sighed again, memories flooding her mind. I tried to persuade her to come to my home, but she flatly refused. I even attempted to help her through other means just recently. I ordered some supplies for her, only for her to secretly return that meager salary to my desk. Tsunade chuckled softly at this. What a stubborn little girl, one can certainly see she is Akiko's daughter. In Tsunade's memory, Akiko Yusuji, her cousin, indeed embodied such a spirit. Though she appeared delicate, once she set her mind on something, no amount of persuasion or obstruction would sway her resolve. Just as she had once bravely married that man from the Uchiha clan. Both Aoki Yuko and Akiko Yusuji, as well as Tsunade herself, though they had long abandoned the Senju surname, the blood of the Senju clan coursed through their veins without pretense. This was also the fundamental reason Akiko Yusuji had faced innumerable challenges in her pursuit of love, stemming from the ancient feud between the Senju of the forest and the Uchiha clan, a conflict that could be traced back to the distant Warring States period. Even without mentioning the millennia-old enmity between the two clans, the emphasis on bloodline alone was sufficient to serve as an obstacle between the young lovers. Unlike the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who advocated for interclan marriages, the Uchiha clan held an unwavering regard for the purity of bloodlines, for it pertained not only to the inheritance of the Sharingan, but to all bloodline clans within the ninja world. While the Uchiha clan did not impose strict regulations like the Hyuga clan, mandating intraclan marriages for all members, it specifically targeted those of exceptional talent, capable of awakening the Sharingan. However, it was unfortunate that the Uchiha whom Akiko fell in love with was the clan's most brilliant ninja at the time, a prodigy who also risked everything for love. The two even went so far as to elope from the village just to be together. This was Tsunade's complete impression of her cousin. She had been busy with her teammates, attempting to seize bells, when she first received news of Akiko 4 years ago. Akiko Yusuji's husband had sustained grave injuries while working as a bounty ninja and soon succumbed, his body reclaimed by the Uchiha clan. Overwhelmed with grief, Akiko returned to Konoha and entrusted her 6-year-old daughter to Aoki Yuko before passing away shortly thereafter. In Aoki Yuko's words, whether it was Akiko or that scoundrel from the Uchiha clan, both were unworthy individuals, regardless of their roles. Chapter 2. Who faints at the sight of blood? Though harsh words were exchanged, Aoki Yuko's heart ached for her cousin. Eye in her eyes, it was that scoundrel from the Uchiha clan who had employed sweet words to deceive her sister, leading to this tragic series of events. This was also the reason Aoki Yuko strongly opposed Tsunade's suggestion to return Red Leaf to the Uchiha clan. The so-called High and Mighty clan, impure blood, and lack of ninja talent were merely excuses. Though, in a certain sense, these 3 points were indeed the harsh truth. Is the child's talent really that lacking? The youthful Tsunade, unaware of Aoki Yuko's inner thoughts, crossed her arms and pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Perhaps I should speak with the old man," since being taken as a disciple by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Tsunade had devoted nearly all her energy to enhancing her powers, researching and improving medical ninjutsu, and preparing for the impending war. Consequently, she found herself unable to attend to trivial matters. Now in the 34th year of Konoha, the tension within the ninja world was palpable, with the Second Great Ninja War on the verge of eruption. Tsunade's return to the Konoha Hospital was primarily to conduct a new round of training for the medical staff. Not trouble the Hokage. Even if Koharu returns to her clan, she will face scorn and ridicule. Aoki Yuko initially declined Tsunade's suggestion and then responded to her inquiry. She lacks the talent to become a ninja. Or rather, she lacks the aptitude to become a traditional ninja. What does that mean? Tsunade was momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend Aoki Yuko's words. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a spark of realization flickered in her eyes. Could it be? Just as you imagine, Aoki Yuko said, her right arm crossed over her left, lightly tapping her left arm with her index finger as she began to articulate her thoughts with deliberation. That child possesses a quantity of chakra and a precision in chakra control that far surpasses her peers. No, even many Chunin would be envious. This was, in fact, a rather modest assessment. She raised her gaze to meet Tsunade's delighted expression and continued, moreover, regarding the 6 chakra nature, which you previously mentioned as distinct from the 5 elemental chakra types. She possesses that as well. That it sounds as though she was born to master medical ninjutsu, Tsunade remarked almost instinctively after hearing Aoki Yuko's description of Koharu. Indeed, that was the case. In the current ninja world, there was no detailed classification of the ninja profession. Traditionally, ninjas embodied destruction, assassination, and intelligence gathering. The ninjutsu they wielded possessed destructive capabilities beyond ordinary comprehension, making them synonymous with power. This is the prevailing perception of ninjas among the general populace. Within this mainstream ninjutsu framework, there existed a series of supportive ninjutsu, such as medical ninjutsu, which employs chakra to stimulate cells for healing wounds. Through variations in form and nature, it could also achieve detoxification and offensive effects. In contrast to conventional combat-oriented ninjutsu, the prerequisites for learning medical ninjutsu were considerably more stringent. It required not only a talent for precise chakra control, but also a significant body of medical knowledge for application and practice. This was why Tsunade held such a high opinion of Koharu, recognizing her exceptional chakra control, extensive medical experience from years of work in the hospital, and the unique sixth chakra nature. Yuko, did you specifically summon me to your office for that child? Without needing to ponder, Tsunade deduced her cousin's intention, which Aoki Yuko confirmed with a nod. Just as you surmised, I wish for you to teach Koharu medical ninjutsu, to mold her into the true medical ninja you envision. With that, Aoki Yuko sighed and added, though this contravenes the promise I made to Anko, it is the best path for Koharu. Before her passing, Yusuji Anko had entrusted Aoki Yuko with the request to prevent Koharu from learning ninjutsu and becoming a ninja, wishing only for her to grow up safely and marry. The notion that not becoming a ninja could spare her from a tragic fate was, in Aoki Yuko's view, merely Anko's wishful thinking. Ninjas, despite not holding the noble status of the elite, were not figures that commoners could rival. Even a freshly graduated ninja could extinguish numerous civilian lives with ease. At the very least, Koharu deserved a measure of self-defense and sufficient standing. I must personally assess her, Tsunade declared, her tone imbued with anticipation. Although she trusted Aoki Yuko implicitly, she believed seeing would be believing. To reassure her cousin, she added, rest assured, I will dedicate myself to teaching that child. Then I entrust her to you. Aoki Yuko breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, as Tsunade prepared to turn and depart, a thought struck her, prompting her to halt and ask, what about the child's other talents? Her inquiry was born from pure curiosity. Aoki Yuko's expression grew slightly peculiar as she silently extracted a page from the documents in her hand and handed it to Tsunade, who glanced at it and found her own expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Hand seals. 2 seconds each? Most of them are incorrect. Just a routine practice, and she was easily frightened to tears. Is she really that timid? Tensing at the sight of blood, going limp all over, Tsunade felt her forehead throb, suddenly regretting her inquiry. Gazing at Aoki Yuko, who wore a similarly bewildered expression, she remarked, Hey Yuko, how could the hospital staff have hemophobia? Ahem, it's merely a mild case. Aoki Yuko coughed twice, striving to defend Koharu. That child has been doing her utmost to overcome this issue in order to treat the injured. It's not a grave problem. She added with a slight smirk, perhaps one day, you, Tsunade, might also develop hemophobia, and even in a more severe form out of course. Even Aoki Yuko found this notion amusing. How could the renowned medical sage of Konoha possibly suffer from hemophobia? Don't be ridiculous, Tsunade exclaimed, exasperated, as she set the page down and exited the office. As she walked away, she muttered, a medical ninja with hemophobia? That's utterly laughable. Huh, that child will surprise you. Aoki Yuko chuckled, reminding her, be prepared for it. Chapter 3. Past Lives and Present Realities in the Konoha Hospital. Within the nursing ward, the flustered Akane rushed in wearing a pristine white coat. As she hastily tied her waist-length hair, she expressed her apologies. I'm terribly sorry, Haruko-senpai. I'm late again today. Concerned about disturbing the patients. She lowered her voice to a more comfortable decibel level. It's quite all right. Don't dwell on it, replied the physician Haruko Tokiyama, rubbing her eyes while yawning nonchalantly. I've grown accustomed to it. Indeed, as Haruko noted, Akane had been consistently tardy for the past month, and on the rare occasions she was not late. She would arrive in a rush, hair unkempt and skipping breakfast, her clothes often disheveled. This resulted in the hospital's upper management frequently hearing the director's near-roaring reprimands early each morning. Akane's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quietly defended herself. I've been having strange dreams lately, and it feels like a long time passes in them. All right, I've heard enough, Haruko interrupted, her fatigue evident as she stifled another yawn. I haven't slept all night, and have no time to listen to you repeat yourself. With a sigh, Akane let her head droop slightly. After changing out of her white coat, Haruko, noticing Akane's dejected demeanor, approached her and gently ruffled her hair. Cheer up, silly. You're on the verge of a significant promotion from nurse to physician, and if you succeed, your salary will double. I know. Haruko-senpai, stop. My hair is a mess. No way. This is your punishment. Laughing heartily at Akane's once smooth hair now in disarray, Haruko felt any lingering annoyance dissipate. To be honest, Haruko found it impossible to stay angry with the girl. After all, she had watched her grow up, akin to a younger sister. Haruko-senpai, you're so mean. As Haruko departed, with no time to tidy herself, Akane hastily tucked her unruly hair beneath a surgical cap and began her day's duties, verifying night shift patient records, tallying fluid totals, and making the beds. "Good morning, Akane." A man, bandaged from head to toe with only one eye visible, greeted her from his hospital bed. To which she politely replied, "Good morning, Uncle Gomi. Could you please shift your body a bit?" "Late again, as expected from little Akane," chuckled a young man in the adjacent bed, missing an arm. Akane turned her head away, slightly annoyed. "Uncle Ikeda? Please stop saying that. Also, if you can move. Tidy your sheets for me." "But I'm only 23, protested Ikeda. "In my prime, you should call me Big Brother Ikeda." Despite his words, Ikeda obediently got up to arrange his bed linens, surprisingly pleased that he hadn't succumbed to being bedridden. "Be gentle with the patients, Akane," advised a blonde girl with black-rimmed glasses beside her. "Got it, Nanami-senpai," Akane replied dismissively. Nanami Yano, the responsible physician of Akane's team, was, in a sense, her superior. Although there were no formal hierarchies between doctors and nurses, the reality was quite different. "Make sure to listen," Nanami said, ruffling Akane's hair affectionately, her gaze drifting toward the slightly ajar hospital room door. Time often flew amidst the busyness, and by the time Akane completed her nursing and inventory tasks, it was already noon. "Thank you for your hard work this morning, everyone. Please take a good rest during lunch," Nanami announced. Removing her gloves and wiping the sweat from her forehead, she turned to Akane with a smile. "The cafeteria is serving your favorite fried pork cutlet set today." Having overslept and skipped breakfast, Akane's stomach had protested an hour earlier, and her eyes lit up at Nanami's words. "I'm off to get my meal, senpai. Wait for me. Wait up." Watching Akane's eager departure, Nanami shook her head with a bemused smile. Akane's energy was remarkable, hardly resembling a child of 10. In fact, she was only a few years older than Akane. In the hospital cafeteria, Akane gleefully gazed at the bowl laden with 2 thick layers of fried pork cutlet. She clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Let us eat," before picking up her chopsticks and diving into her meal with gusto. "Akane, don't devour your food," Nanami scolded playfully as she sat down across from her with a plate of stir-fried onions and meat. Watching Akane shovel the cutlet into her mouth, she couldn't help but chuckle. Chewing slowly aids digestion and is more ladylike. I know, Akane mumbled, still stuffing her face with cutlet, her words muffled. "I haven't eaten in a while, so I'm not usually like this." The hospital staff meals, much like those for patients, prioritized nutritional balance, often sacrificing flavor for health, resulting in meals low in oil and salt. This pork cutlet dish was a rarity, available only once a week. "That is true," Nanami replied with a smile, deciding not to lecture further. She picked up a disposable wooden chopstick and casually asked, "Are you still having those strange dreams every night?" In Nanami's recollection, Akane had never been one to arrive late. However, her recent tardiness had grown increasingly frequent. Akane attributed this to her nightly descent into peculiar dreams, claiming that by the time she awoke, it was already too late. As Nanami inquired, Akane's gaze fell, and she whispered, "Yes, they occur every night, each one different. Just last night, I lived in another world as a boy." I had felt as if she had touched upon something profound, and the buried memories surged back like a tidal wave. Akane froze, her chopsticks slipping from her grasp. "I remember Chapter 4, Awakening, yet in a cycle of rebirth, Akane." "What is wrong?" Noticing Akane's unusual demeanor, Nanami asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? Was the morning workload too much?" Just like Haruko, Nanami had watched Akane grow up in the hospital, treating her as if she were her own sister. However, Akane was oblivious to Nanami's concern, her mind consumed by the flood of memories, leaving her in a daze. "I think I'm starting to remember." Akane mechanically turned to face Nanami, her eyes shimmering with disbelief as she murmured, "I think I don't belong to this world." "What are you talking about?" Nanami was puzzled, unable to comprehend Akane's words. Nothing at all." Realizing the gravity of her words, Akane shook her head, quickly donning a sweet smile to change the subject. "Nanami-senpai, my promotion test is soon. It should go smoothly, right? With your medical skills and knowledge, you're practically guaranteed success." Pharmacist Yano Yu remarked. "The premise is that you must not be late any longer." "Yes, I will correct my ways," Akane replied, her smile radiating genuine happiness. She was truly elated because should she ascend from nurse to physician, her salary would more than double. What a shame to toil over such a trivial matter as salary. Yet, The wages of nurses are indeed quite meager. I wish to purchase a beautiful dress. Wait, was I once a boy? What are the other dreams? At this moment, Akane's thoughts wandered, and even the pace at which she brought the pork cutlet to her mouth slowed. Just as the bowl of fried pork cutlet had cooled completely, a graceful figure appeared beside her. Hey, little girl, how long will you dawdle over lunch? A young blonde woman chided, successfully pulling Akane back to reality. As she looked up, her gaze was met with a blindingly bright sight. Lady Tsunade, Yano, exclaimed. Revealing the name of the newcomer, her expression and tone tinged with excitement. It truly was Lady Tsunade. For the women of Konoha, Tsunade was an object of admiration. And as a medical personnel, Yano revered her even more. The advancements in the medical system of Konoha Hospital largely bore her imprint. It is I, Tsunade replied, her demeanor modestly acknowledging Yano's reverence, while a flicker of pride stirred within her. After all, she was still in her 20s. Though approaching 30, she was still, by most standards, quite young. Lady Tsunade. In contrast to Yano's admiration, Akane appeared much more reserved, perhaps intimidated by Tsunade's reprimand, her speech becoming halting. I am sorry. She instinctively apologized, her eyes slightly reddening. Whether in her past life or this one, her timid nature and propensity for tears remained unchanged. Observing Akane's woeful expression, Tsunade felt a pang of headache, pondering if her tone had been overly harsh. Yet, it didn't seem so. Why was this girl on the verge of tears? You were too timid. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade offered a candid assessment, possibly softening her tone. Finish your lunch and rest well. This afternoon, I will teach you medical ninjutsu. Do not let me down. With that, she turned to walk toward the cafeteria window. Even Lady Tsunade must take her lunch. Yano mused aloud, glancing back at Akane, whose delicate face was now filled with anxiety and unease, evoking a sense of pity within her. It's all right. Lady Tsunade wouldn't be angry over something so trivial, but I feel as though I am disliked. Unaware of the underlying details, Akane felt quite disheartened. She looked to Yano. Senior Yano, I once failed the promotion test because of this. Will I? I doubt it. Yano reassured her. Lady Tsunade is a very magnanimous person. Besides, even if you don't pass, it's not a problem. You're still young. And there will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Despite her senior's comforting words, Akane could only respond with a mournful expression, remaining silent. She could hardly confess her true predicament of barely affording meals. The cafeteria's food was indeed dreadful. The prices in Konoha village were exorbitantly high. Reflecting on it, Akane seemed to realize why the cafeteria was serving such delectable food today. After lunch, Akane returned to the lounge and found a recliner to lie down, seizing the moment of solitude to sort out her thoughts. Currently, she was alone in the lounge, which allowed her to relax slightly as she murmured, It seems I must have crossed over, reincarnated into the world of an anime I once watched. However, many details remained unclear. Gazing at her petite hands, she fell into contemplation. In her past life, she had also worked in a hospital, albeit a veterinary one. After all, a veterinarian is still a kind of doctor. In truth, the resurgence of her past memories did not significantly alter Akane's thoughts. Whether in this life or the last, her personality remained remarkably consistent, stubborn, and timid. The most notable change was that in this life, she had been reborn as a girl. Yet, Akane found little resistance to this. It was merely a change of gender, and she had been accustomed to squatting since she could remember. It would feel truly awkward to switch to standing now. However, the dreams she had experienced of late were not solely comprised of memories from her past life. Akane donned an eye mask and, without realizing it, began to feel drowsy. She yawned and mumbled, It can't be something like a previous life, can it? The reason she could confirm her past life was that she had experienced those memories from a first-person perspective, while the other dream scenes were from a divine perspective. Moreover, they were often bizarre. For instance, a humanoid monster with rotting muscle tissue clashed with a girl in uniform. A lightning-producing yellow mouse journeyed with a not-so-bright boy. A towering red giant battled a fearsome beast. Countless such scenarios unfolded. Wait, the memories of her past life surged once more, and her drowsiness vanished in an instant as she sat upright. At that moment, Akane felt a peculiar sensation in her eyes. She removed the eye mask and retrieved a small mirror from her pocket. What greeted her was no longer the familiar dark pupils, but rather a swirling pattern of pale violet waves. Chapter 5. Whoever wants to be a nurse can be one. The Rinnegan. Though some memories of her past life were fragmented, Akane clearly recognized the origin of these eyes. They were said to be the supreme ocular technique possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, ranking at the pinnacle of the three great ocular techniques in the ninja world, wielding the power of creation and destruction. Yet, Akane could not fathom why she had awakened this pair of eyes. If her remaining memories were correct, the precondition for unlocking the Rinnegan was to simultaneously possess the chakra of both of the Sage of Six Paths descendants. Akane was certain that she did not possess the chakra of Indra and Azura, if there were any connection at all. It would only be through her bloodline in this life, the fusion of the Senju of the forest and the Uchiha of the fan. Initially, Akane was unaware of her parents' identities. Her mother had never revealed the truth to her before passing away. It was only during her 4 years of living in the Hidden Leaf Village that she gradually learned from others. But this shouldn't be happening. Akane scrutinized her Rinnegan in the mirror, her voice unconsciously tinged with anxiety. A mere fusion of bloodlines should not yield such a result. How do I turn this off? The onion eyes are hideous. What will I say if I'm discovered? It seemed that her will was sensed. For the moment her words fell, the originally pale violet waves visibly receded, returning her eyes to their original bright, dark hue. Seeing this, Akane let out a sigh of relief. Then her curiosity piqued again. She spoke to the mirror. Actually, the onion eyes aren't that ugly. Show yourself again so I can take a closer look. The pale violet waves reappeared. This is rather amusing, Akane thought. She directed her gaze to a cup of water on the wooden table, tentatively raising her hand and murmuring, Shinra Tensei. Nothing happened. Akane felt puzzled. If she recalled correctly, the power of the sage should be a fundamental attribute of the Rinnegan. Had she remembered incorrectly? After attempting various things for a while without success, Akane finally chose to give up. It seemed that this inexplicably manifested Rinnegan did not possess the myriad powers she had imagined. Certainly, it is also possible that her approach was incorrect. The origins and powers of these eyes still require further exploration by Akaharu, and as the afternoon break nears its end, she must prepare for her work ahead. If she could harness the power of these eyes, perhaps survival would come more easily. As Akaharu traversed the hospital corridors, these thoughts occupied her mind. She even imagined becoming a ninja, undertaking commissioned tasks for financial gain. Akaharu's ambitions were modest, and she found contentment easily. It was no surprise that she lacked long-term vision. After all, a nurse's salary at Konoha Hospital was a meager 5,000 ryo a month, while even the most basic ninja tasks could occasionally yield rewards of 5,000 ryo. Although this amount was subject to deductions for team shares and fees, it still surpassed her current earnings as a nurse. Due to her paltry salary, Akaharu was compelled to endure the tasteless meals of the hospital cafeteria, which, despite being subsidized, were far from appetizing. Occasionally indulging in a bowl of ramen or a rice bowl from outside would cost at least 15 ryo. There were also additional expenses for utilities and waste disposal. Even with meticulous budgeting, she found herself living on the edge each month, hesitating for ages before purchasing a decent and comfortable outfit, let alone saving any money. How she wished she could have become a ninja, even a mere genin. Reflecting on the hardships of the past 2 years, Akaharu felt a pang of sorrow. In fact, she had spent the first 2.5 years at the Ninja Academy, where she learned to refine chakra and the basics of transformation techniques. However, due to her lack of talent and certain personality flaws, she was eventually persuaded to leave the academy after just 2 years and, through the recommendation of Aoki Yuko, found herself making a living at Konoha Hospital. As memories of her time at the academy surfaced, a golden figure appeared in her mind. She wondered how Minato was faring. Akiharu murmured to herself. Namikaze Minato had been one of her closer classmates. They had shared a desk until her departure. In her memory, it was always Minato who stood up for her whenever she was bullied by other students. Unlike other girls who admired the charming boy, Akiharu felt a deep sense of gratitude, enriched by her memories from a past life as a male. Akiharu, it's time to head to the preparation room. Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar female voice interrupted her. She looked up to see Senior Kiriyama Haruko, who appeared to be yawning incessantly, evidently fatigued from a lack of rest. Confused, Akaharu inquired, "Isn't it your break time? Why are you back at the hospital?" "Of course, it's to attend Lady Tsunade's lecture," Haruko replied, rubbing her eyes, her expression filled with anticipation and excitement. Yet the heavy dark circles under her eyes and her sallow complexion made Akiharu wince, further solidifying her resolve to avoid nursing. "I recall that Lady Tsunade will hold 2 training sessions, including one at night. Akiharu gently reminded her. Her concern evident as she suggested, Senior Haruko, perhaps you should rest first. I don't qualify for the night session. Haruko shook her head, her demeanor dimming slightly. Only those who could refine chakra, such as doctors and nurses, were allowed to attend. Others were required to care for patients. This was why Haruko sacrificed her rest to come to the hospital, driven by both her passion for the work and her admiration for the legendary healer, Tsunade. Oh, Akiharu nodded, realizing her mistake in speaking and choosing to remain silent as she followed Haruko to the preparation room. Before entering, she couldn't help but ask, Senior Haruko, do you truly enjoy this job? Absolutely, Haruko affirmed, her brow set with determination, her tone resolute. Being able to save the lives of patients and prevent tragedies is the most fulfilling experience for me. Of course, that doesn't pertain much to my role as a nurse. She added, slightly bashful, yet smiled confidently at Akiharu. But I will strive to become a doctor and save even more lives. You must keep at it. Akiharu replied with a sweet smile, suddenly feeling that being a medical worker might not be such a bad choice after all. Of course, anyone can be a nurse if they wish. Chapter 6. What happened? In the preparation room, everything was as Haruko had described. The attendance was dismally low. Akiharu counted, realizing that only about a third of the regular attendees were present, if not fewer. Including herself, these were the hospital workers who had successfully refined chakra, which puzzled her. Was chakra truly that difficult to refine? Akiharu tilted her head, genuinely inquiring of Haruko beside her. She was not pretending to be ignorant. She truly did not understand. The Ninja Academy had offered courses on the fundamentals of ninjas and chakra, but she had attended only a handful of classes before being persuaded to leave after 2.5 years. The curriculum during that time had primarily focused on basic chakra refinement, with the remainder devoted to ideological lessons on the will of fire. Moreover, in her recollection, none of her classmates seemed incapable of refining chakra. Even she, deemed lacking in talent and urged to depart, had managed to refine it with relative ease, and in substantial quantities. Could it be that she was a genius? What do you think? Haruko, unable to contain her frustration, playfully ruffled Akiharu's meticulously arranged hair, turning it into a chaotic mess once more. You little rascal, those who can refine chakra are a rare find. As she playfully tussled with Akiharu, her tone carried a hint of resentment. I know, just let go. It took me forever to get it right. Akiharu felt tears welling up, for her long hair demanded considerable time and effort to manage. Their playful scuffle drew the attention of several colleagues nearby. You two, stop fooling around. At that moment, the already arrived pharmacist, Yanoyu, stepped in to halt their antics. Lady Tsunade is about to arrive. Quickly find your seats. Understood, they both replied in unison. Akiharu was led by Yanoyu to the front row, while Haruko instinctively chose a seat in the back, where many others like her, unable to refine chakra, were seated. Sighing as she glanced at her colleagues in the front, Haruko lamented, I envy them so much. I wish I could sit in the front row to hear Lady Tsunade's lecture. Meanwhile, Akiharu, now seated at the front, felt uncomfortable and cast a glance back at Haruko. Echoing her sentiment, I envy them too. I wish I could nap in the back. In her past life at university, she would always arrive early to claim a seat in the back row. How she longed for those leisurely days. Akiharu sighed again. For since the age of 8 in this life, she had been ensnared in an unending cycle of toil and poverty. Beside her, Yanoyu, who was busy fixing her hair, asked in confusion, What are you reminiscing about? Oh, just lost youth, Akiharu replied casually. This left Yanoyu even more bewildered. But you just turned 10, didn't you? Your birthday was only last month. Akiharu found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, someone came to her aid. As the grand door swung open, a golden silhouette gracefully entered the preparation room hall, effortlessly captivating the attention of all present, including the esteemed physician Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. It truly is Lady Tsunade. The medical staff greeted her with fervent enthusiasm, particularly the female members who, sharing her gender and renowned as a medical prodigy, revered her as an idol. Of course, this fervor was confined to the realm of medical personnel for the time being. How noisy! The young Akatsuki, Red Leaf, found this bewildering. She discreetly covered her ears, only to be caught in the act by Tsunade, whose initially spirited demeanor faltered, a vein pulsing at her temple. This bothersome little girl. Tsunade's first impression of her niece was far from favorable. Though she longed to give the girl a light reprimand, she restrained herself. Considering the current circumstances, standing at the forefront of the hall, Tsunade took a deep breath and announced, "All medical personnel, listen closely. From today onward, I shall instruct you in the art of medical ninjutsu." As she spoke, the room fell silent, and Red Leaf instantly grasped why the prerequisite for this lesson was the ability to refine chakra. Despite having spent only 2.5 years in the Ninja Academy, she understood that ninjutsu, regardless of its prefix, inherently required the manipulation of chakra. The notion of medical ninjutsu still fell within the broader category of ninjutsu. Reflecting on this, Red Leaf turned her head to discreetly observe Haruko, who, as anticipated, displayed an unmistakable look of disappointment on her otherwise sallow face. "Pay attention in class," urged Yaonayu, tugging at Red Leaf's sleeve. "If you aspire to rise from nurse to physician, mastering medical ninjutsu may be essential." "Indeed," Red Leaf murmured. Her gaze lowered, lost in thought. Medical ninjutsu was a category of jutsu that enabled practitioners to heal wounds by stimulating cells with chakra. From her elevated platform, Tsunade expounded upon her insights into medical ninjutsu, explaining how it could also be utilized for detoxification and offensive purposes. Her lecture on medical ninjutsu persisted for a full hour, and upon its conclusion, she exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling parched yet deeply satisfied. Cultivating medical ninjas had long been her dream. Having witnessed her grandfather's demise due to grievous injuries when she was just a child, she had hoped to heal him, unaware of the deeper implications at the time. That moment planted the seed of her aspiration. As she grew, Tsunade encountered numerous tragedies resulting from inadequate medical care during various missions. Despite her own healing abilities, she realized that relying solely on herself was insufficient. Cultivating more medical ninjas would alleviate this predicament. Observing the medical personnel diligently taking notes below her, Tsunade nodded in approval until her gaze fell upon Red Leaf, who sat closest to her. The girl was nodding off, her once clear eyes now clouded with drowsiness, prompting Yaonayu to shake her vigorously in an attempt to rouse her. "This troublesome child." Tsunade clenched her fists, inhaling deeply before suddenly calling out, "All medical personnel who have refined their chakra, line up before me." Startled by the sudden loudness, Red Leaf jolted awake. "What is happening?" She looked around in confusion until her eyes met Tsunade's. Though she struggled to decipher the expression, the pulsing vein on Tsunade's forehead and the tightly clenched fists conveyed the gravity of the situation. Gulping nervously, Red Leaf whispered to Yaonayu, "It seems I won't be able to advance to physician after all." The prospect of incurring Tsunade's disfavor loomed ominously. Who was Tsunade? The granddaughter of the first Hokage, the direct disciple of the third Hokage, the acknowledged medical sage of the Hidden Leaf Village, and the most authoritative figure in the village hospital. While Red Leaf could overlook her initial accolades, the latter two were intrinsically linked to her current career. Unless Tsunade offered a favorable assessment, Red Leaf's aspirations of becoming a physician would be dashed, relegating her to remain a nurse. In that moment, Red Leaf felt engulfed by a sense of despair. Muttering to herself, "Perhaps I should just give up this job." "Don't speak such disheartening words." Yaonayu stifled a laugh, half amused and half exasperated. "Lady Tsunade is not so petty, and besides, this is your own doing. How could you not pay attention?" Despite Yaonayu's repeated reminders, Red Leaf had failed to remain alert, succumbing to drowsiness before long. Yaonayu silently regretted having secured a front-row seat for Red Leaf, intending to leave a positive impression on Tsunade, only to have it backfire. "Such an undisciplined child," she sighed. However, she could not be too harsh on Red Leaf, as the latter was still quite young, and the dry, tedious information was hardly captivating. Finding it dull and tiring was a natural reaction, yet to display such overt signs of fatigue felt somewhat disrespectful. "I'm sorry, it was my fault," Red Leaf admitted, not contesting the accusation, though she did not promise to improve, knowing full well that she could not guarantee her wakefulness in the future. Despite inheriting memories from her past life, Red Leaf's disposition remained unchanged. Perhaps it was simply her nature. She readily accepted her faults, yet remained steadfast in her ways. Moreover, Red Leaf realized that her path was not confined to the medical field. Following her recent awakening to the power of the Rinnegan, her perspective had shifted somewhat. "Perhaps I should just become a ninja," she mused, envisioning a life as a lowly genin, undertaking non-hazardous missions for bountiful rewards. Red Leaf remained as unambitious as ever, her aspirations unremarkable. While she daydreamed about a future spent capturing runaway cats for lucrative rewards, Tsunade on the platform was already reading from a list. Sugito Otaki. Yes. A middle-aged male physician rose eagerly and stepped forward, awaiting Tsunade's next instruction. Under Otaki's expectant gaze, Tsunade unfurled a sealing scroll, and with a puff of smoke, a large sea bream appeared before the audience. The fish was still alive, its gills and mouth rhythmically opening and closing, albeit sluggishly, lacking vitality. This was captured during a recent mission in the Land of Water, Tsunade explained, tracing her finger along the fish's body until it reached its somewhat pale eye. It had been out of the water for too long, losing its liveliness. She then turned her attention to the eager Otaki and instructed, use your chakra to stimulate the fish's veins. Remember, you must activate its cells to restore its vitality. Utilizing other living beings as practice subjects for medical ninjutsu was a lesson imparted by her other grandfather, Hashirama Senju. On this planet, every living being, including humans, possesses a unique network of chakra within their bodies. By stimulating this network with a distinct chakra that differs from the 5 primary elements, remarkable healing effects can be achieved. Thus, the art of medical ninjutsu was born. Understood. Sugita Taki, a seasoned healer with years of rich medical experience, quickly grasped Tsunade's intentions. He placed his palm upon the dying sea bream, and immediately, his chakra began to circulate. Following Tsunade's meticulous guidance, the blue chakra emanating from his palm gradually transformed into a vibrant green, symbolizing life. The once nearly lifeless bream began to open and close its gills more rapidly, and the previously dull eyes started to regain clarity. Although not a ninja, Sugita Taki had studied chakra refining and application in the past. Yet he struggled with the precision needed for chakra control. Just as he felt a surge of exhilaration, the bream suddenly thrashed violently beneath his hand. Within mere moments, it lost its strength and lay motionless on the platform. Its eyes returned to a pale gray, and the rhythmic movement of its gills nearly ceased, indicating its imminent demise. Was that a fleeting revival? Akagane, observing closely, was reminded of patients in the care unit who appeared to improve just before death. It was merely a brief moment. No, it was not a fleeting revival. Pharmacist Nanao shook her head, with a more substantial reservoir of medical knowledge. She gently explained to Akagane that Sugita-senpai had indeed stimulated the bream's network, but the intensity of the stimulation had not been controlled well, resulting in harm to the fish. It must be painful. Akagane understood Nanao's implication and gazed at the bream with compassion, feeling sorry for it. However, this could be seen as a release. As her words faded, Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smile. She placed her fair hand upon the dying bream once more, and another wave of vibrant green chakra surged forth. The bream revived. It fully regained its vitality, leaping energetically on the platform, reminiscent of a fearsome Pokemon from a game Akagane had played in a past life. Akagane could clearly see the clarity returning to the bream's eyes. Do not be disheartened, Dr. Taki. You are competent. Tsunade comforted the visibly anxious Sugita Taki, then gave the lively bream a firm pat, returning it to its previous near-lifeless state. Next, Nanao. Chapter 8. The flowering technique. Do you remember the steps I previously outlined? Tsunade inquired of the youthful pharmacist Nanao, adding, if you do not recall, I can repeat them for you, and everyone else should pay attention as well. Tsunade held high hopes for Nanao, who had become a physician at such a young age. I remember, Lady Tsunade, Nanao affirmed, placing her palm on the now semi-lifeless bream. Within a few breaths, the azure chakra in her hand transformed into a vibrant green. Just as Sugita Taki had done before, the lethargic bream began to show signs of recovery, the frequency of its gill movements increasing and its eyes regaining clarity. The next part is harder to control. Sugita Taki sighed from his seat. Precision in chakra control is paramount. Even the slightest fluctuation could cause the bream's network to rupture. Echoing Sugita's thoughts, Nanao maintained her chakra flow for over 10 minutes. But soon, the energy in her palm became slightly erratic. In an instant, the once revitalized bream rolled its eyes back and began to thrash weakly once more. Very impressive. Tsunade commended Nanao, her gaze filled with admiration. You may yet become an exceptional medical ninja. Yes, I will strive diligently, Nanao responded with a smile. After Nanao stepped down, Tsunade repeated the earlier procedure, restoring yet another dying bream to vitality, only to once again reduce it to a semi-lifeless state with a single slap. Next, Muro Ryoko. Tsunade's assessments continued. Seated in the front row, Akagane watched as one colleague after another stepped up for their tests. Each managed to temporarily stimulate the Bream's network to some degree, yet none could fully restore its vitality. The Bream was repeatedly subjected to this cycle of near-death and complete recovery at Tsunade's hands. Finally, Yusuji Akagane. Tsunade's gaze fell upon her, her tone slightly harsh. I hope you have retained the steps from earlier. I would rather not repeat myself. The young Tsunade remained somewhat perturbed by Akagane's earlier drowsiness during her lecture. I remember. Akagane replied softly, rising to the platform amidst the encouragement of her peers, including Kiryu Haruko and Sugita Taki. The affection for the girl who had been working in the hospital since the age of 8 was palpable among those present. Observing this scene, Tsunade's opinion of Akagane shifted slightly. She recalled that at Akagane's age, she had not been nearly as composed. At least this young girl did not display the reckless nature she had possessed. As Tsunade pondered, Akagane's delicate hand was already upon the fish's body. She reflected on the various steps and the chakra fluctuations of the previous healers, feeling an astonishing familiarity as if she had practiced countless times before. What is this? Tsunade, initially lost in thought, suddenly sensed a remarkably familiar and gentle chakra flow. She looked incredulously at the petite Akagane, who stood less than 5 feet tall. Under the watchful eyes of Tsunade and the others, the Bream regained clarity and vitality within just a few minutes, splashing energetically on the platform. The speed of the healing was astonishing. However, this remarkable scene failed to capture the attention of many present, including Tsunade, as most gazes were fixed not on Akagane's actions, but rather on her head. So simple? Akagane marveled, a sweet smile gracing her face as she looked around, questioning why everyone was staring at her. Her head felt oddly itchy. Unconsciously, she reached up to scratch it, only to find that the sensation was not that of smooth hair. She attempted to pull it down. What is this? Staring at a small red flower in her palm, Akagane looked confusedly at Tsunade, who wore a peculiar expression, and said, "You just blossomed a flower on your head." Tsunade had witnessed the entire process, from the bud emerging to the petals unfolding into an unknown yet beautiful red flower, which emitted a particularly pleasant fragrance. Akagane was taken aback, feeling nervous. Just as she was about to inquire further, Tsunade interjected, "Go to Yuji. I will come find you shortly." "Understood," Akagane replied, glancing at the reactions of her colleagues before leaving the preparation room, still holding the red flower. After the departure of Honya, Yakushi no Nayu could not suppress her anxiety and asked, "Lady Tsunade, what has happened to Honya?" Not only Yakushi no Nayu, but the expressions of those around them were also filled with concern. In response, Tsunade rubbed her temples and began to explain, "Do not worry. If all goes well, it should be her bloodline limit." Many present had not studied the common knowledge of ninjas, with only a few understanding the significance of those 4 words. They recalled Honya's background and the blooming red flower. Could the bloodline limit be? Tsunade paid no heed to their reactions, instead focusing on the petals that had fallen to the ground, her expression complex. Yuko was correct. It truly was a delightful surprise. At Konoha Hospital, before the office of the director, Honya gently knocked on the door. Once a voice from within invited her in, she cautiously pushed the door open, peeking her small head inside and softly announcing, "Annie, it's me." The memory of being reprimanded for her tardiness that morning was still vivid. So this time Honya decided to appeal to familial affection. Inside the office, Aoki Yuko, who was organizing materials, looked up and, upon seeing Honya, did not exhibit the expected storm of displeasure. Rather, a smile graced her face, and her voice was unexpectedly gentle. "Come in." "Yes." Honya obediently entered the office and sat on the large sofa meant for guests. "No need to be so formal. I won't reprimand you for now." Aoki Yuko was well aware of her niece's thoughts. Supporting her chin with her hands, she glanced at the red flower in Honya's hand, noting that Tsunade had already begun to teach her medical ninjutsu. "Auntie, what is going on?" Although she had pieced together some information, Honya still could not grasp the full context. Seeing Aoki Yuko's knowing expression, she could not help but ask, "Why is there a flower blooming on my head?" Chapter 9. What is Yin Seal? That is your bloodline limit. Aoki Yuko took the flower from Honya's hand, its vibrant crimson hue and the floral fragrance intoxicating her. It was once the exclusive bloodline limit of her grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Honya was momentarily taken aback. Shaking her head, she cautiously inquired, "Auntie, are you referring to wood release?" The legendary wood release, known for pacifying the warring states, was even said to be more powerful than the Uchiha's famed Sharingan. Even Honya, who had not extensively studied ninja lore, had heard of it. The most significant factor, however, stemmed from her past life memories. While she had lost much of the plot development of this world, the relevant settings remained vividly clear in her mind. This was peculiar, but Honya chose not to delve deeper, believing that one day she would surely recall that part of her memory. Yet, why had she awakened would release? This perplexed her greatly. According to legend, the Sage of Six Paths bestowed powers upon his two sons. The elder, Indra, inherited the sage's eyes, while the younger, Azura, inherited the sage's body. The Uchiha clan descended from Indra, while the Senju and Uzumaki clans were descendants of Azura. Though she possessed some of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, they did not seem to correlate significantly with wood release. That bloodline should belong to the sage's body. As Aoki Yuko stated, wood release was a secret technique unique to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Unaware of Honya's inner thoughts, Aoki Yuko wore a nostalgic and yearning expression, sighing as she said, "Indeed, it is wood release, and I discovered it when you were 6. 6? I don't remember that." Honya felt that Aoki Yuko's words were astonishing. She pointed to herself and blinked at her aunt, puzzled. When did I become so talented? It was understandable for Honya to ask this, given her past history of being expelled from ninja school. You were just a child then. Aoki Yuko patted Honya's chubby cheek, reminiscing about the scene from 4 years ago. When I first taught you medical ninjutsu, I noticed your remarkable talent in that area. More importantly, when you practiced medical ninjutsu, flowers also bloomed atop your head. I remember now. Under Aoki Yuko's guidance, Honya gradually recalled memories of her past life, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Auntie, I remember you told me to forget about it, and warned that if I revealed it, I would have to eat only hospital cafeteria food for the rest of my life. As the director of Konoha Hospital, Aoki Yuko often found herself too busy to cook. So each time she visited the hospital cafeteria, she would bring a meal for Honya, who had loathed the food there since she was 6. Honya had to admit that this absurd threat had indeed been effective at the time, leading her to selectively forget the matter. Just follow your aunt and learn well. Aoki Yuko pinched Honya's chubby little face, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. With a smile, she said, "Remember, you must obediently listen to your aunt. With her around, all hidden dangers will be resolved." Oh, Honya nodded, though she sensed something amiss. Wait, my aunt. She knew her mother and aunt were descendants of the Senju clan, but had not realized she was connected to Princess Tsunade of the Land of Fire. Tsunade is my youngest sister, and your mother is her second sister. By kinship, she is indeed your aunt. Bang! Before Aoki Yuko could finish her sentence, the office door was kicked open, and in walked her youngest sister, Honya's aunt, Tsunade. For years ago, you already knew this girl had inherited our grandfather's bloodline. Tsunade cast a complex glance at Honya before turning her gaze to Aoki Yuko. Why didn't you tell me back then? Because you could not ensure Honya's safety at that time. Aoki Yuko sighed, her voice steady. Regardless of the esteemed identity as a student of the third Hokage, without the corresponding strength, everything was merely talk. And I am but a hospital director without authority. Tsunade seemed to grasp the significance of Aoki Yuko's actions. The wood release, which once pacified the chaotic world, would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many ambitious individuals, both in the ninja world and within Konoha today. Do not perceive the village as so dark. Tsunade clenched her fists, her voice resonating powerfully. This is a village built and protected by our grandfathers with their lives. As the inheritors of their will and legacy, mutual trust is the only way to secure the future. Mutual trust? Aoki Yuko glanced at the still young Tsunade, turning her head away. Tsunade, your eloquence leaves much to be desired. Your words seem to incite anger rather than foster understanding. Humph. Tsunade snorted, unwilling to argue with her elder sister, who clearly had a generational gap. She casually picked up Honya and stormed out of the office. As Tsunade dragged her out of the hospital, Honya remained bewildered by the unfolding events. She glanced at her aunt, whose expression was quite grim, seemingly very angry. You little brat. Tsunade halted in an open area, carelessly dropping Honya. Her demeanor and tone turned serious. From now on, you will do as I say. No pretending to be confused. If I discover any suspicious behavior. Before she could finish, Tsunade smashed her fist into a nearby rock, which shattered with a loud crash, debris raining down on Honya. I understand, cough cough. Honya was severely choked by the lime, and equally frightened by Tsunade. Her eyes brimming with tears. The Yin Seal. Tsunade's tone remained unchanged. Her gaze fixated on Hongya as she sought to discern whether her niece truly possessed the lack of ninja talent as Aoki Yuko had claimed. Under Tsunade's piercing stare, Hongya felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her mind racing with thoughts of how poor her performance might lead to a severe reprimand. Even if she didn't end up shattered like that rock, she feared she would be bedridden at her workplace for a month. Fear and anxiety enveloped her heart. Hongya had completely forgotten the hand sign for the Yin Seal. She looked up, tears welling in her eyes, and asked Tsunade, "Auntie, what is the Yin Seal again?" This time, she was truly frightened to tears. Tsunade fell silent. Chapter 10. Good News and Bad News. "Hey, you little brat." Observing the now crying Hongya, Tsunade stepped forward and grabbed her by the collar, asking fiercely, "Are you still pretending to be foolish?" She had clearly heard Aoki Yuko's words to Hongya. At the tender age of 6, being able to extract a substantial amount of chakra and precisely control it, as well as awaken would release, was no ordinary talent. Yet, when Tsunade inquired about Hongya's abilities, Aoki had given an utterly unconvincing response, one Tsunade could not accept. It left her with a feeling of being deceived. Tsunade wanted to uncover what truths her elder sister had kept hidden. I don't. Hongya was oblivious to Tsunade's thoughts. She merely felt terrified. Her voice quivering with tears. "I really can't remember. It seems like this." Hongya struggled to recall her lessons from ninja school, desperately trying to avoid being struck by Tsunade. She clasped her hands together, trembling as she formed a hand sign. This was the snake seal. Tsunade's forehead twitched uncontrollably. The Yin Seal is based on the snake seal. Extend your index and middle fingers together, you fool. Yes. Startled, Hongya hurriedly complied. But her loose hand sign was far from adequate. This could hardly be blamed on Hongya. Tsunade's intimidation left her hands too weak to execute properly. It's not an act. Tsunade's lips twitched slightly. Good news. Aoki Yuko had not entirely deceived her. Bad news. The deception was not so complete, at least in terms of ninja talent. Hongya could indeed be considered a complete failure, and it was entirely reasonable for the ninja school to recommend her withdrawal. There was no meddling from Aoki Yuko in this matter. Faced with the sobbing Hongya, Tsunade sighed involuntarily. She crouched down to wipe away the tears from Hongya's eyes. Stop crying, you little brat. I won't harm you. From now on, you shall stay by my side and learn medical ninjutsu. Her tone was gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Hongya wanted to say something, but before she could speak, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What? You're unwilling? Recalling the moment Tsunade had shattered a boulder with a single punch, Hongya's face paled, and she quickly shook her head in denial. No, I'm willing. I want to. That's more like it. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, ruffling Hongya's hair. Go say a brief farewell to your colleagues. They are quite worried about you. When you return after your training, be sure to guide them well. The colleagues Tsunade referred to were the other staff at the Konoha Hospital, as Hongya would be staying by Tsunade's side for the foreseeable future. In Tsunade's eyes, Hongya had wasted 2 years working at the hospital, merely performing nursing duties. What could she possibly learn? Serving others? Okay. Hongya nodded, not daring to contradict Tsunade, but mustering a bit of courage, she inquired, Auntie, will my salary still be paid every month? Her cheeks flushed. She felt embarrassed to ask such a question, as receiving money without working seemed rather shameless. Salary? At this, Tsunade's expression turned peculiar, as if she had just heard someone claim that Uchiha Madara's greatest love was actually first Hokage Senju Hashirama. She flicked Hongya's forehead. You little brat, are you still worried about not having money while following me? Tsunade fell silent abruptly. It seemed her mission rewards had long been squandered. Upon arriving at the Konoha Hospital that morning, she had borrowed 30,000 ryo from Aoki Yuko, only to lose it all at the pachinko parlor during the lunch break. Oh no, perhaps following her would indeed lead to financial ruin. No, that's not it. Hongya, unaware of Tsunade's unease, covered her slightly swollen forehead, trying to explain, but before she could finish, Tsunade interrupted her. All right, I understand your nature. Don't worry, I will provide you with opportunities to earn money. She had heard from Aoki Yuko about Hongya's strong character and immediately grasped her intent. Thank you very much. Hongya replied politely, observing the still timid Hongya before her. Tsunade stroked her smooth chin and remarked with interest, what a peculiar little girl. You possess such a weak disposition, yet are so stubborn about what you believe in. Remember, little brat, It is commendable for a girl to be strong and not rely on others, but sometimes one also needs a shoulder to lean on. Enough. You're too young to understand this. Hurry and say goodbye at the hospital. I will take you to a place soon. Be prepared. With that, Tsunade turned and walked towards the Hokage building in the distance, leaving Honya standing alone in the open space. She gazed at Tsunade's retreating figure, lightly scratching her face with her nails, pondering the meaning of those words. Is Auntie in love? I wonder who is so tough. Her forehead throbbed painfully. Honya continued to rub her aching head, feeling content that she had not been flung away with a flick. Upon returning to Konoha Hospital, Honya bid farewell to her colleagues with whom she had worked for 2 years. Upon learning that she would be training under Tsunade, the responses she received were overwhelmingly congratulatory. To study beside Lady Tsunade, no wonder she is little Honya. You must become an excellent doctor. When learning from Lady Tsunade, you must not slack off. Cherish this opportunity. Suddenly leaving, really now. Hey, little Honya isn't gone for good. So why the sadness? Honya sweetly smiled in response to her seniors. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the prime of his life, picked up a large pipe after listening to Tsunade's account, a hint of joy appearing on his slightly wrinkled face. Has that child truly awakened the wood-release bloodline? It should be so. The overwhelming vitality I sensed when Honya attempted to learn medical ninjutsu, and the instant she awakened was reminiscent of my grandfather. Tsunade articulated her thoughts, and then added, I plan to take her to meet Grandmother Mito tonight. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Though the method of awakening through chakra blooming was somewhat peculiar, it indeed belonged to the wood-release lineage. If Lady Mito acknowledged it, this surprise would be a certainty. Chapter 11. You regret, I shadow. Of course, it was merely a surprise. A surprise that Konoha village could gain another bloodline limit. However, Sarutobi did not underestimate the wood-release bloodline. He simply did not believe Honya could reach the heights of the first Hokage. Perhaps even a connection is unattainable. Sarutobi Hiruzen has personally experienced the formidable strength of the first Hokage. He understands the sheer magnitude of such power, a memory that lingers vividly from his childhood. With merely a clasp of his hands, he could wield a jutsu potent enough to alter terrains and ecosystems. The famed Forest of Death, adjacent to Konohagakure, was effortlessly conjured by the first Hokage. Those towering trees are still teeming with vitality to this day. As for the first Hokage's valor while capturing the Nine Tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalls it with clarity. The Hokage, while proclaiming the overwhelming danger of such immense power, commanded a colossal wooden figure, seizing the beast as if it were a mere toy. In contrast, there is the girl named Konoha, timid, tearful, faint at the sight of blood, slow to react, and possessing poor physical coordination. This young girl lacks the temperament and talent to become a conventional ninja. Even her awakening of the wood-release bloodline, which Tsunade describes as her greatest achievement, seems insufficient. Yet, it may not be entirely absolute. One's character can be honed over time, and talent can be compensated for through diligent effort. Moreover, her awakening of the wood-release bloodline indirectly attests to her potential. Although she cannot compare to the first Hokage, she is certainly not an ordinary ninja. However, this young girl also carries Uchiha blood within her veins, which remains unrecognized by the Uchiha clan. As Sarutobi Hiruzen peruses her profile from the Ninja Academy, he ponders deeply while indulging in a pipe. After much contemplation, he shakes his head and sets aside his pipe. Addressing Tsunade, since she is your sister's child, I leave her guidance to you. Do not let me down. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen relinquishes the notion of training Konoha as a traditional ninja. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, the current Konohagakure lacks combat power, particularly at higher levels. Whether it's his 3 disciples or the already renowned Kakashi Hatake, they stand at the threshold of the rank of Hokage. In comparison to traditional combat-oriented ninjas, the path of a medical ninja evidently suits Konoha better, benefiting both the child and the village, as her temperament and aptitude suggest that forced transformation may lead to adverse outcomes. Secondly, the prospects of inheriting the legacy of the first Hokage are not limited to Konoha alone. Tsunade has a brother, Nawaki, who embodies the Senju name, the sole male heir of the Senju clan in the truest sense. Compared to Konoha's faint Senju bloodline, Nawaki's lineage is robust and pure, garnering greater public favor. I understand, Tsunade replies. unfazed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. She turns away, waving her hand dismissively. Stop being so long-winded. My teacher detests that about you. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplates reprimanding his disobedient disciple, but before he can finish, Tsunade exits the office unceremoniously. With a resigned shake of his head, he resumes smoking from his pipe. Hiruzen, you should discipline Tsunade more, suggests the silent advisor, Koharu Yuditane, furrowing her brow. As Hokage, you must maintain your authority. Her behavior is quite disrespectful. Koharu's observation is met with agreement from another advisor, Hamura Midokado. I see no issue, Hiruzen replies, exhaling a plume of smoke, a smile adorning his resolute face. Gaining the approval of others cannot solely rely on authority. Just as he finishes speaking, the office door swings open once more, revealing a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance. Half of his face wrapped in thick bandages, concealing one eye. It is none other than Shimura Danzo, the current Hokage's advisor. Hiruzen, Danzo states bluntly, having evidently eavesdropped on the previous conversation. Allow me to train that girl suspected of awakening the wood-release bloodline. I will help her overcome her timidity and become the foundation that protects Konohagakure. Not long ago, Danzo, alongside his two allies, had successfully acquired the authority to form his own ANBU division, which he dubbed Root. Concealed beneath the shadows of Konohagakure, Root aims to entrench itself in darkness, eliminating obstacles that threaten the village's prosperity and supporting the great tree of Konohagakure from behind. This encapsulates Danzo's philosophy in establishing Root. However, Root is still in its infancy, and he is actively seeking suitable individuals to recruit. Those who catch his eye either possess extraordinary abilities, such as forbidden techniques or bloodline limits, or harbor darkness within their hearts. Clearly, Konoha belongs to the former category, possessing the long-lost wood-release bloodline of the first Hokage, making her an enticing target for Danzo's recruitment. So what if she is timid? Danzo firmly believes that under his guidance, anyone who joins Root will lose their name, their emotions, their past, and their future. Even a timid girl can become a sharp blade defending Konohagakure, a tool at his disposal. That child is not suited for Root, Hiruzen asserts, fully aware of his friend's philosophy. He does not oppose Danzo's vision, but chooses to decline his request this time. I have entrusted her to Tsunade for guidance. Danzo, you should abandon any further thoughts on this matter. The power of the first Hokage is to be squandered on mere medical ninjutsu. Danzo, now in his middle years, seethes with indignation, slamming his hand on Hiruzen's desk, vocally rejecting his colleague's decision while casting a glance at his two allies. Koharu adjusts her glasses and exchanges glances with Hamura before speaking. Hiruzen, I believe Danzo's suggestion holds merit. That child. Enough. Hiruzen interrupts, his voice resolute. There is no need to discuss the child's future. Remaining with Tsunade and Lord Midokado is the most suitable choice. Mentioning Lord Uzumaki, the esteemed wife of the first Hokage and the most authoritative elder in Konohagakure, renders the three men speechless. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo retorts, I am the Hokage. Chapter 12, Undercurrents Bang. Watching Danzo storm out in frustration after his plans were thwarted, Hiruzen remains silent, hastening his smoking pace. Why must it be so, Hiruzen? Koharu sighs, attempting to offer solace. You two have been at odds for years. The relationship between the Hokage and the advisor should strive for harmony. It is Danzo's recent actions that have crossed the line. Hiruzen counters without hesitation. While I consented to his formation of Root and the selection of suitable candidates, I did not agree to his unscrupulous methods. Many clan leaders have been intimidated into surrendering their children to Danzo's Root, which clearly violates our original agreement and the first Hokage's will of fire. Today was merely a warning. Should he continue down this path, I will abolish Root in the name of the Hokage and revoke his position as advisor. His words resonate with conviction, each one ringing true. The current third Hokage is still brimming with youth and strength, deserving of the title of Ninja King, and his formidable presence earns the respect of the two advisors, who exchange knowing glances and fall silent. Of course, they may simply be left speechless. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the Hokage building, as Shimura Danzo stewed in his frustrations, he found himself increasingly agitated. Not only had the promising candidate eluded him, but he had also endured a painful lesson at the hands of his old rival, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The words, I am the Hokage, though uttered by Sarutobi on multiple occasions, struck him like a dagger, nearly breaching his defenses. In an effort to stave off memories of past humiliations, Danzo sought to redirect his thoughts. The young girl who had been expelled from the ninja academy, was she still at the Konoha Hospital? Perhaps a visit there might unveil a suitable candidate for the route. For even those within his organization could suffer injuries, and timely medical attention could mean the difference between life and death. Danzo harbored a deep-seated fear of death, despite his unwavering belief that he could sacrifice his life for the village. This contradiction was perplexing yet entirely logical, as humanity is inherently complex, beyond the comprehension of even the most legendary deities. It is worth noting that Danzo entertained another notion. Hiruzen, you often speak of the bonds between ninjas as paramount. He mused silently. Perhaps I can manipulate that girl's connections in a different manner. Within Konoha Hospital, perhaps due to her impending departure, Akamatsu Kyoko had not been assigned any duties. She spent the entire afternoon listening to Aoki Yuko's incessant chatter. Yuko recounted tales of Kyoko's lineage, weaving in stories about her mother, followed by countless admonitions to ensure Kyoko's safety, emphasizing the need to steer clear of the Uchiha clan. Kyoko could hardly suppress a smile in response, not overly perturbed by the warnings. During her 4.5 years in Konoha, aside from the first 2 years at the Ninja Academy where she encountered a few Uchiha classmates, her interactions with the Uchiha clan had been minimal. Occasionally, she would see members of the Uchiha clan performing their duties as part of the security force, but those encounters bore no relevance to her. A mere expelled student and nurse at the hospital, she was far removed from any association with illicit activities. Unfortunately, Yuko seemed quite fixated on this issue, continuing her tirade until Tsunade arrived to collect Kyoko. Don't dismiss it lightly. You must be cautious of that inherently malevolent clan. Aunt, isn't that a bit harsh? There's nothing wrong with it. The second Hokage himself held that view of their clan. However, there's no however. Remember, Kyoko, focus on your training and studies, and disregard that Uchiha clan. This is the second Hokage's teaching. Oh, until Tsunade arrived, Kyoko had refrained from disclosing her own Uchiha heritage, fearing that bringing it up would result in being branded with the same inherently malevolent label. Aunt, does the second Hokage really despise the Uchiha clan? Kyoko could not help but pose the question while walking alongside Tsunade. Perhaps not, Tsunade replied, aware of Yuko's earlier admonitions. She pondered for a moment before countering. If the second Hokage truly harbored animosity towards the Uchiha, would he have accepted members of their clan as disciples? Kyoko nodded noncommittally. Do not heed Yuko's words. Seeing Kyoko's reaction, Tsunade felt a pang of frustration and cautioned, even the Uchiha are comrades of the village. Though your parents may have their issues, the decision ultimately rests with you. Tsunade recalled Kyoko's lineage, which only added to her headache. She did not wish to delve into such complicated matters and decided to let Kyoko make her own choices. After all, the current shinobi world remained a patriarchal society, deeply entrenched in the notion of a woman following her husband. This was why Tsunade had initially considered returning Kyoko to the Uchiha clan, as her father belonged to that lineage. However, now that Kyoko appeared to have awakened the wood-release bloodline, Tsunade abandoned her earlier intentions. After all, Kyoko's brother-in-law had been stripped of his Uchiha name by his clan, and it was just as well to consider him as having entered the family through marriage. Kyoko, having taken her mother's surname, made sense in that context. In truth, such precedents were not uncommon. Tsunade's own father had similarly been adopted into a noble family, which contributed to her own title as Tsunade Heim. Unaware of her aunt's thoughts, Kyoko pouted and reflected on the peculiar occurrences of the past month, including dreams of bizarre nature and the sudden awakening of her Rinnegan, along with suggestions of a wood-release awakening, supposedly having manifested at the tender age of 6. What on earth was happening? Kyoko anxiously toyed with her hair ends, feeling overwhelmed. Her initial ambition was to ascend from nurse to physician, save enough to purchase a house with a garden, and lead a peaceful life filled with tea and flower arranging until retirement. Now, she found herself inexplicably endowed with memories of a past life and extraordinary powers, compelled to revisit the path of a ninja she had once forsaken. Veterinarians are also healers, and medical ninjas are indeed ninjas. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative turn of events. At the very least, in terms of financial prospects, the advantages of being a ninja significantly surpassed those of a physician. However, the risks associated with higher earnings were equally formidable. But what did that matter to Kyoko? All she wished was to tend to her uncle and aunt's garden, water the plants, and help the noble ladies of the Land of Fire find their lost cats. Nothing more. Surely, such tasks could not entail danger. Perhaps they could, but certainly not to the extent of the likelihood of encountering trouble in the hospital. Chapter 13. The regret of Uzumaki Mito. Throughout the journey, Kyoko appeared absent-minded, lost in her thoughts, occasionally erupting into fits of giggles. As they approached the territory of the Senju clan, Tsunade could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Kyoko, what are you thinking about?" At last, she was no longer referred to as a troublesome girl. Soon she would embark on missions as a ninja to earn money. Kyoko candidly shared her thoughts, her adorable face breaking into a genuine smile. "I'm contemplating how to spend my earnings once I start making money. I have so many things I wish to buy." Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Typically, as an aunt, she would exuberantly assure Kyoko, "Whatever you wish to buy, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you." However, reflecting on Kyoko's inherent tenacity, though she was a timid soul who would cry at the slightest provocation, Tsunade found it perplexing how stubborn Kyoko was in this regard. Reminiscent of her late sister. "Then you ought to plan wisely," Tsunade casually remarked, while internally devising a strategy. Realizing that Kyoko had not inherited her grandfather's intellect or emotional intelligence. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Kyoko's face lit up with anticipation, though she remained oblivious to Tsunade's thoughts. After a brief walk, they finally reached the outskirts of Konoha, specifically the domain of the Senju clan. The area was expansive, dominated by an ancient residence that seemed forgotten in the wilderness. Surrounding it was desolation, devoid of any signs of life. The outer walls of the house had succumbed to the ravages of time, exposing the bricks within, and the roof bore signs of collapse, indicating a long lack of maintenance. This ancestral home of the Senju clan emitted an eerie silence and desolation, as if it were a forgotten corner of the world, where only the rustling of the wind and distant bird calls could pierce the stillness. Its existence seemed merely to attest to a family that once thrived, a testament to a glorious history now faded into obscurity. "It seems rather deserted," Kyoko observed as she gazed at the setting sun's afterglow, then around at the desolate surroundings. A sense of solitude creeping into her heart, igniting an inexplicable fear within her. Her timid nature had always made her easily frightened. In the present day, the Senju ancestral home is left with only my grandmother, my younger brother, Ju, and myself. Tsunade appears quite accustomed to this reality, as she nonchalantly pushes the door open and strides forward without an ounce of femininity. The creaking door elicits a pang of discomfort in Hongya's teeth, prompting her to ponder whether she would indeed have to spend the night in this eerie place. "Hurry up, what are you daydreaming about?" Nothing at all." With a worried heart, Hongya follows Tsunade's footsteps while surveying the Senju ancestral home. Despite its desolate exterior, the interior exudes an unexpected tranquility and serenity, as evidenced by the vibrant flowers blooming in the courtyard and the meticulously pruned potted plants on the windowsill, all testifying to the diligent care of its inhabitants. "These were all created by your great-grandfather using wood release," Tsunade explains, noticing Hongya's captivated gaze. "After your great-grandfather's passing, your great-grandmother took care of them all." "Big sister." Before Tsunade could continue, a youthful, exuberant voice interrupted her. A boy with hair similar to Tsunade's rushed out from within the house, excitement radiating from his youthful face. This boy is none other than Tsunade's brother, the current sole inheritor of the Senju name, Senju Ju. The long-separated siblings inevitably indulge in nostalgic reminiscence, while Hongya quietly observes, cradling her chin in her hands, feeling a sense of familial affection that seems elusive to her. This sentiment has persisted through both her past and present lives. In the midst of their conversation, Ju finally notices Hongya, the unfamiliar yet endearing younger sister by his side. "Who are you?" "My name is Hongya, Uchiha Hongya," she replies, hesitating slightly on how to define her relationship with him. However, Tsunade interjects, "Hongya is the daughter of your cousin, which makes you her uncle." "Huh." Ju appears momentarily baffled, realizing that he is only a couple of years older than Hongya. He points at himself and then glances at her adorable face, quickly comprehending. "Oh, I see. Well then, I look forward to your guidance, little Hongya. My name is Ju, Senju Ju. You can call me Uncle Ju, or just Ju. Since we're about the same age, haha." "All right, Ju." Observing the boy's earnest attempts to adopt a mature demeanor, Hongya cannot help but stifle a laugh, which causes his cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Oh, How embarrassing. Tsunade, exasperated, places a hand on her forehead. Don't freeze up just because there's a pretty young girl around. Ju. You must not grow up to be a fool like Jiraiya. I'm not. Ju's face reddens further from being exposed, but he strives to maintain his composure, adamantly defending. I just want to take good care of little Honya as an elder. Yes. That's it. Indeed. You are the elder, so do take good care of her. Tsunade replies, though her tone carries a hint of skepticism. Amidst their playful banter, another set of footsteps approaches. Honya turns towards the sound, spotting an elderly woman clad in a flowing white haori with dark red hair making her way towards them. She quickly suspects the identity of the woman. As anticipated, upon seeing the elderly woman, both Tsunade and Ju call out, "Grandmother." This elderly woman is none other than Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who once quelled the chaos of the world and is now the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha. The aged Mido gently strokes the heads of Tsunade and Ju, her gaze then settling on Honya. She extends her hand, her voice soft and inviting. "Child, come here." Though possessing the power of the sealing technique that allows her to maintain her youthful appearance, she reveals her true self before her descendants. Honya obediently steps closer, scrutinizing the aged woman before her. The traces of time are etched upon her face, rendering her appearance quite frail. Yet the warmth and calmness radiating from her are profoundly comforting, instilling a sense of peace within Honya. Mido's withered hand brushes Honya's cheek tenderly as she struggles to open her eyes, examining the girl before her. After a prolonged moment, she sighs. "You are far more graceful than your mother ever was." In a daze, Honya senses a hint of regret in Mido's voice. "Are you missing my mother, great-grandmother?" She inquires softly, aware that she bears little resemblance to her mother. "Yes," Mido replies, nodding, her aged face still adorned with a gentle smile. Seeing you so spirited brings her comfort in another world. For a girl who lost her mother at a young age, discussing her mother too openly feels cruel, prompting Mido to gracefully end the topic. Meanwhile, as Mido caresses Honya's cheek, the dormant Nine Tails within her stirs awake, seemingly sensing an unfamiliar aura. Its fox-like eyes widen in disbelief. This chakra, this familiar feeling. It is the old man. Through Mido's perspective, the Nine Tails sees the young girl before it. Struggling to comprehend, is she a descendant of the old man? No, that's impossible. Even if she were related to those two brats. Her aura couldn't resemble his so closely. What's wrong, Kurama? In the midst of its bewilderment, Mido's spirit appears beside the Nine Tails, gently patting one of its fluffy tails while chuckling softly. "Are you interested in this child?" "Umph, I have no interest in a mere little girl," the Nine Tails retorts, its tone cold upon facing the woman who had imprisoned it for decades. "That child simply gives me a sense of familiarity, having spent decades together." Mido understands the Nine Tails' proud nature all too well. She refrains from arguing, simply smiling. "How rare has she gained your approval?" "Approval?" The Nine Tails retracts its tail, standing tall, its enormous eyes fixed on Mido as it speaks ominously. "Don't joke with me. I will never acknowledge any human, including you. The day your life ends will be the day I regain my freedom. At that time, you humans shall await my vengeance. If a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will perish as well," Mido reminds it. Yet the Nine Tails scoffs in disdain. The tailed beasts do not truly die. They merely require time to recover before being reborn. "Rest assured, Kurama," Mido maintains her cheerful demeanor, "I won't allow you to die. Before we part ways, I will find you a new companion." The Nine Tails falls silent, understanding the implications of Mido's words, enveloped in a heavy stillness within the mental plane. "What greedy humans you are." After a long pause, the Nine Tails finally speaks. "You covet my power, seeking to control it. Sooner or later, I will repay this. Sooner or later, you will encounter a partner who resonates with your spirit." Mido lifts her chin gently, responding softly. "Kurama, I have always believed this." "Humph, then you might as well live a little longer." The Nine Tails avoids Mido's gaze, unwilling to hear those familiar words, instead focusing on the image of the girl, contemplating. "Perhaps I should let her try? That child indeed possesses a gentle spirit." Mido remains noncommittal, her response ambiguous. Both the Nine Tails and its Jinchuriki possess the ability to discern good from evil. She always harbored a feeling that perhaps there would be a more suitable candidate for the role of the Jinchuriki in the future. As expected, after being concerned for by Mido's great-grandmother, It was only natural that she was invited to stay overnight. To be precise, she was entirely confined within the Senju ancestral home. "You shall reside here from now on, to converse with me, this old man," said Uzumaki Mido, her words receiving the approval of both Shizune and Tsunade. Particularly, Shizune displayed the most enthusiasm. "I will help you tidy the room," she exclaimed, dashing towards the nearest vacant room adjacent to her own. "That brat. How come he has never been this attentive to me?" Tsunade sighed, placing a hand on her forehead, then gently ruffling Koyuki's hair. "Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to help you move your belongings here. For tonight, let us share a room." "All right," Koyuki obediently nodded. And as she gazed at the darkening night, she rubbed her flat belly and looked longingly at Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido. "Let us have dinner first," Mido said with a warm smile. "What would little Koyuki like to eat?" Anything is fine." Koyuki swallowed hard, prompting Mido's smile to broaden. He nodded affirmatively. "Anything is fine." "Grandmother is truly biased," Tsunade muttered, her lips twitching slightly. "How fortunate it is to be a child, forever the favored one." As night fell, an unexpectedly lavish dinner stirred within Koyuki an inexplicable urge to cry. This feeling lingered even after the meal had concluded. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who was preparing the bedding, could not help but chuckle. "It was just a meal, Koyuki. How long have you been hungry?" Even during long missions, surviving on military rations, one would not exhibit such a reaction. Tsunade recalled the scene from noon, when Koyuki had rushed into the cafeteria, seemingly desperate not to miss out on a pork cutlet rice bowl. "Wait, I don't think I paid for my lunch." The cafeteria staff hadn't mentioned it either. "Oh no. Did I just eat for free?" Unaware of Tsunade's subtly changing expressions, Koyuki continued, "The food at the hospital cafeteria is so bland, it's not tasty at all." "What a picky girl," Tsunade rolled her eyes, seemingly disagreeing with Koyuki's assessment. "I had lunch at the hospital cafeteria too, and it was quite good. Perhaps it was because the leadership knew you were coming today, and they specifically improved the meals." Koyuki mused silently, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, expressing such opinions might lead Tsunade to misunderstand Aoki Yuko. In Koyuki's impression, although Aoki was somewhat strict, she was undoubtedly an upright person. Even if there were any hidden agendas, they certainly did not involve Aoki. Besides, there didn't seem to be any hidden motives at all. The hospital cafeteria's meals were simply unappetizing. The freshness and quantity of the ingredients were adequate, and the nutrition was balanced and rich, albeit low in oil and salt. How much could a dash of oil or salt really add to the cost? Koyuki felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she had perhaps judged others too harshly. Chapter 15. The moonlight unchanged for a millennium, yet there was little to be done. Koyuki was constantly influenced by memories of her past life, including her thoughts and beliefs. In her recollection, during her academic years, she had encountered many such instances where the cafeteria served inadequate portions or subpar quality, only to present genuine, high-quality meals when higher-ups came to inspect. In comparison, Koyuki believed the Konoha Hospital cafeteria was quite commendable. Aside from the chef's questionable skills, there was little to criticize. However, isn't taste the most crucial aspect of cooking? As she lay under the covers, Koyuki turned to glance at Tsunade, who was already drowsy. She softly inquired, "Auntie, how is your cooking?" At night, she found it difficult to sleep and needed something to occupy her. Koyuki reminisced about the electronic devices from her previous life. Not to mention smartphones and computers, even a vintage flip phone would suffice. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Perhaps due to having had some wine during dinner. A flush crept onto Tsunade's cheeks, and her head felt hazy, only wanting to sleep. "I am a ninja, not a chef," implying she had no culinary skills whatsoever. "Annie must have a boyfriend, right?" Koyuki asked again, which made Tsunade a bit annoyed. "No, you're only 10. It's too early to discuss such matters." "Oh, so Auntie is still single?" "I heard from others that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Possessing good culinary skills makes it easier to find a beloved partner." Koyuki disregarded Tsunade's verbal admonitions, continuing, "If your cooking skills are lacking, how can you be a good wife or mother in the future?" In an instant, Tsunade's drunkenness faded. She pondered Koyuki's words, unconsciously sitting up to ask, "Is that really true? Just look at great-grandmother," Koyuki cited as evidence. During dinner, she mentioned that she cooks for great-grandfather every day. "Just think, Auntie. Haven't they always had a harmonious relationship, treating each other with respect?" "Koyuki, you are right." Imagining herself in an apron, preparing meals, Tsunade's flush deepened. She nodded, resolute. "Starting tomorrow, you will learn medical ninjutsu, and I shall learn cooking." And by the way, excessive drinking will lead to disdain. Impossible. No one has ever complained about me. They just don't say it openly. No boy would like a girlfriend who is a drunkard. Thus, Koyuki and Tsunade's discussion, a unique exchange between women, persisted until the early hours of the morning. Ultimately, it was Tsunade, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, who succumbed first, her eyelids drooping as she fell into a deep sleep, snoring softly. Now, with her own sleepiness dissipated, Koyuki, donned in Tsunade's childhood pajamas, climbed out of bed, stealthily pushing open the door and stepping outside. Koyuki, barefooted on the wooden floor, made her way to the courtyard, gazing at the resplendent moon in the night sky. Momentarily entranced, the moonlight illuminated her figure, unchanged from a millennium ago. Koyuki unconsciously uttered this peculiar phrase, the meaning of which even she could not comprehend. In her many strange dreams, each night, those concerning the moon appeared most frequently. A seed breaks through the soil, falling onto this blue planet, taking root, sprouting, and growing. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest beyond the Hidden Leaf Village, a mass of darkness moved along the ground. The firm earth beneath it akin to water in a swimming pool, posing no obstacle whatsoever. Bathed in moonlight, the dark mass transformed into a figure, gazing upwards with eyes unlike those of humans, fixated on the luminous moon. "Mother, I will surely rescue you." The following morning, as dawn broke, Tsunade's booming voice pierced through the air. "You little brat, get up." Startled from her slumber, Koyuki's heart raced, her surroundings coming into focus until her gaze landed on Tsunade's face. A faint word seemed to flicker on her forehead. "Good morning, Annie." Koyuki offered an awkward smile, unsure of when she had fallen asleep the previous night. In truth, many of her memories from last night had become hazy, eluding her recollection. "Stop trying to get close to me." Tsunade tugged Koyuki's ear, her tone light yet firm. "You slept like a little pig. I called you so many times. And you didn't wake up until I shouted. Hurry up, wash up, and have breakfast. After that, we begin training." HY responded weakly, observing Tsunade as she headed towards the nearby room of ropes, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Auntie is truly working hard." On another note, she pondered the time she had fallen asleep last night. Wait, HY suddenly realized that she couldn't even recall when she returned to her room. As if that segment of her memory had vanished. Am I really that forgetful? With deep confusion and curiosity, HY began her morning routine. The Whirlpool Water household had thoughtfully prepared various daily necessities for her, and undoubtedly, her original luggage would arrive today. She would be residing here from now on. While HY was busy brushing her teeth, there was quite a commotion coming from a nearby room. "Sister, I made a mistake. I'm getting up now. You brat. You're just as troublesome as that girl." Listening to the banter between the siblings, HY gently smiled, feeling that staying here might not be such a bad choice after all. Thus, she thought to herself, "I look forward to your guidance moving forward." After finishing a traditional Japanese breakfast, the elderly Whirlpool Water household was the first to return to her room for rest. Nowadays, even maintaining a slow pace was challenging for her. Her once vibrant red hair, which symbolized a vigorous life force, had lost its luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Ju was the second to leave, his mouth stuffed with rice balls as he excitedly dashed out, constantly murmuring about being late. Before departing, he specifically asked his niece HY if there was anything she desired, as it was his duty as an uncle. HY merely smiled and declined the offer, leaving Ju feeling inexplicably disappointed. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy a year ago, Ju was on the verge of promotion to a Nin. Tsunade, as the elder sister, couldn't help but feel nostalgic as she gazed at HY's youthful countenance and solemnly remarked, "Although as a medical ninja, you need not learn combat techniques like traditional ninjas, you must still grasp the fundamental knowledge and skills of a ninja. You have fallen behind too much. From now on, you must work diligently. Yes, first, practice your hand seals well. If you don't succeed, you won't be allowed to have lunch." Chapter 16. A Resolute Heart, approximately. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, HY, who had initially looked forward to the day, felt as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant, instantly losing her enthusiasm. "Don't show that pitiful expression." Tsunade frowned slightly, adopting a didactic tone. While medical ninjas rely on hand seals less often, they cannot be entirely ignorant. Many specific techniques are inextricably linked to hand seals, such as summoning techniques. Whether summoning a spirit beast or extracting items from a sealed scroll, these depend on hand seals. Therefore, Even medical ninjas must master this art. Perhaps your speed won't match that of traditional ninjas, but it absolutely cannot be a sluggish 2 seconds per seal, or making errors in most gestures. She was referring to HY. Come, show me the hand seals you can perform. All right. Faced with Tsunade's serious demeanor, HY's lips twitched as she raised her hand, performing 2 simple gestures. One was the seal of the snake with fingers intertwined, and the other was the seal of the dog with her right fist resting in her left palm. Not bad, though your speed leaves something to be desired. At least the gestures are correct. Tsunade nodded, observing HY as she ceased her movements. Why have you stopped? I can't continue, Auntie. HY's face flushed, causing Tsunade to sense something amiss. What do you mean? These are all the hand seals I know. Upon receiving this answer, Tsunade fell into a prolonged silence. In the face of this morbid quiet, HY dared not breathe too loudly, fearing she might anger her somewhat irritable aunt. HY. Tsunade relaxed her fingers, producing a cracking sound. She flashed a bright smile at the now terrified HY. You should be able to memorize all the hand seals before lunch, right? HY gulped nervously, replying weakly, I will try. Tsunade clearly found this response unsatisfactory. Her eyebrow arched, and her smile grew even brighter. Try? Think carefully before you answer. Though her smile was as radiant as the wind, it concealed an underlying terror. If HY did not memorize all the hand seals by noon, she would undoubtedly be sent flying by a punch. HY felt tears welling up. I will definitely remember. At noon, observing HY struggling to produce the 12 hand seals, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You have quite a talent. Although the speed of her hand seals was far from commendable, at least the gestures were correct, sparing her from the embarrassment of fumbling for a long time only to be unable to unleash any techniques. HY initially intended to politely thank Tsunade for her praise, but upon seeing the teasing glimmer in Tsunade's eyes, she understood that the compliment was not entirely sincere and chose to remain silent. Damn it, being ridiculed. In truth, Tsunade's expectations for HY's hand seals were not particularly high. She merely needed to know them. Leaving a light-hearted comment about practicing hand seals for an hour each day, Tsunade prepared to embark on new training. The sight of HY practicing her hand seals nearly lulled Tsunade to sleep. Auntie, observing Tsunade's eager demeanor as a teacher, HY raised her hand and weakly reminded her, ISNT at lunchtime? All right, let's go have some grilled meat. Tsunade stroked her smooth chin, contemplating what to eat for lunch. Suddenly realizing that her funds were running low, the plan for grilled meat had to be abandoned. There are still ingredients in the kitchen. To prevent HY from noticing her predicament, Tsunade cleared her throat twice and found a suitable excuse. I need to practice my culinary skills as well. But Auntie, you don't know how to cook. HY suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Every endeavor must start from the beginning. Tsunade adopted the tone of a mentor. Recalling that the second Hokage had once said that every beginning is difficult, one must try precisely because they are inexperienced. True enough, HY thought to dissuade her further. But seeing Tsunade's expression shift to something less amiable, she promptly closed her mouth. Even if Annie has never cooked, she should be able to manage something edible, right? HY mused internally. As it turned out, she was gravely mistaken. After HY mustered the courage to taste the pan-fried fish prepared by Tsunade, her tear ducts could no longer contain themselves, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Cursed tears of sensitivity. Why am I crying? Tsunade was perplexed. No matter how delicious the dish might be, it shouldn't provoke tears. With that, she picked up a piece of the fish from HY's bowl with her chopsticks and tasted it herself. Her previously composed expression instantly morphed into one of utter bewilderment. Indescribable. Those 2 words could also describe the flavor of the fish. I lament the demise of this fish. HY sobbed. This is even worse than Westlake vinegar fish. Auntie, you have quite a talent. What was initially a teasing remark from Tsunade was turned against her by HY, which successfully irritated the former. Tsunade flicked HY's forehead, sending her flying out of the kitchen and landing in a pile of dried leaves. Ultimately, the responsibility for lunch fell to the 10-year-old HY. The kitchen of the Senju ancestral home still featured the old-fashioned stove. And heaven knows how torturous it was for the petite HY, standing at barely 1 meters, to cook. She had to stand on a stool to manage. Meanwhile, Tsunade merely observed and inquired, offering no assistance whatsoever. Although HY believed the meal she prepared tasted rather mediocre, it still garnered praise and approval from both the Whirlpool Water household and Tsunade, even though she found it hard to accept their compliments. Vortex Mizuhito, little Akatsuki will undoubtedly become a qualified wife in the future. Tsunade, it seems you are not entirely without merit. Akatsuki, accustomed to Tsunade's sardonic demeanor, felt little disturbance, yet Mizuhito's praise inexplicably sent shivers down her spine, perhaps influenced by memories of her previous life as a man. Akatsuki could not fathom the image of herself as a wife, nestled in another man's embrace and acting coyly. While her past self had read many transformation-themed novels featuring marriage scenes that she did not despise, it did not imply she could accept such a fate for herself. I must remain resolute in my current feelings. I still prefer girls. Observing her empty lower half, Akatsuki encouraged herself, better to remain single for life than to sink to the depths of liking men. Chapter 17. Akatsuki's bonds and future. In contrast to the arduous process of mastering hand seals, Akatsuki found herself effortlessly excelling in the precise control of chakra. Whether it was the foundational skill of climbing trees or the more challenging endeavor of walking on water, she nearly achieved perfection on her first attempts. Coupled with her abundant vitality and innate talent for medical ninjutsu, this child seemed to be born for the art of healing. Though Tsunade feigned disdain, she privately held immense satisfaction with Akatsuki's progress. Recalling a recent team meeting where she proposed the idea of assigning a medical ninja to every squad, only to be dismissed by her teacher, the third Hokage. As an immature thought, Tsunade felt resentment towards the higher-ups who prioritized traditional ninjas over the training of medical ones, believing it to be a waste of resources. Just wait, you stubborn old fossils. Watching Akatsuki with green light emanating from her palms and flowers blooming atop her head, Tsunade clenched her fists. A not-so-mature idea forming in her mind. I will nurture Akatsuki to prove my plan is undoubtedly correct. As for the request made by Akatsuki's mother before her passing, having already defied it once, what harm could there be in doing so again? Unaware of the underlying tension, Akatsuki focused on healing the nearly lifeless fish she had caught while walking on water, using one hand while the other plucked the ever-growing flowers from her head. Although she initially wished to ignore the blossoms, they multiplied with each application of medical ninjutsu, presenting an array of types and colors. If she did not act swiftly, her head would soon resemble a garish floral crown, an absurd sight indeed. Reluctantly, Akatsuki sought assistance from Tsunade, her adoptive aunt. Unfortunately, even Tsunade was at a loss, so she called upon her grandmother, hoping this wise elder might possess a solution. After all, the most knowledgeable person about wood release in the world was none other than the wife of the first Hokage. Upon witnessing the flowers blooming incessantly atop Akatsuki's head, Mizuhito could not suppress a chuckle, gently reassuring the flustered girl that her great-grandmother would assist in resolving the issue. With that, Mizuhito approached Akatsuki, her somewhat withered hand brushing against the girl's head, feeling the vibrant life force emanating from her, momentarily lost in its brilliance. In a hushed tone, Mizuhito murmured, and strange black symbols cascaded from her palm onto Akatsuki's head, ultimately forming a seal that melded into her. Meanwhile, within Mizuhito's spiritual realm, a surge of power reminiscent of Senju Hashirama's would release coursed through her. The Nine Tails widened its eyes in fury, unleashing a series of furious roars. Recalling a time when Hashirama had quelled its strength with a colossal wooden being, much larger than itself, as it uttered warnings about the potential havoc its power could wreak upon the village. Ignoring the Nine Tails' outbursts, Mizuhito gently encouraged Akatsuki to try again. Complying, Akatsuki nodded obediently. As Mizuhito had predicted, no flowers bloomed this time, and the once nearly lifeless fish regained its vigor. "Grandmother, that was a sealing technique, wasn't it?" Tsunade inquired, recognizing the significance. "If it is merely a seal, it addresses the symptom but not the cause. What shall we do in the future? We cannot have someone assigned to pluck flowers every time Akatsuki performs medical ninjutsu. That would be an absurd sight." Hearing Tsunade's concerns, Akatsuki grew anxious, gazing at Mizuhito with anticipation. "Do not fret," Mizuhito explained with a smile. "Little Akatsuki's predicament arises from an overwhelming life force seeking release. You must learn some wood release techniques to prevent such occurrences." "I shall consult my old teacher," Tsunade nodded in agreement, initially intending to call out to the old man, but quickly correcting herself to avoid appearing disrespectful to Mizuhito. Observing the somewhat bewildered Akatsuki, Tsunade felt a pang of envy, remarking, "What a fortunate girl you are to inherit your grandfather's bloodline." Having surpassed 20 years of age, Tsunade had yet to show any signs of awakening would release. And barring any unforeseen developments, her future appeared similarly bleak. In stark contrast, her brother, Nawaki, who bore the Senju name, was a favored candidate in the eyes of many. This power existed to protect those one loves. Mizuhito knelt down, her kind visage meeting Akatsuki's gaze. Little Akatsuki, I see uncertainty in your eyes, but in the future, you will undoubtedly find your own path and forge your own bonds. My bonds. Akatsuki stared at Mizuhito, lifting her gaze to the vast azure sky, her clear eyes reflecting profound depths, as if containing countless stars. The process of Akatsuki learning wood release was bound to be far more intriguing. First came the Book of Seals. The wood release techniques of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, were meticulously recorded by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. And this Book of Seals resided within the archives of the Hokage's office, guarded by elite members of the Umbu. After all, the book contained not only Hashirama's techniques, but also a series of forbidden arts invented by Tobarama, as well as secret techniques passed down through various clans of Konoha. Initially, Tsunade intended to follow proper protocol, seeking approval from her teacher, the third Hokage, to access the book. However, as fortune would have it, he was absent from the office. And unwilling to waste time, she ventured to the archives unaccompanied, only to be intercepted as expected. The two Umbu ninjas guarding the entrance did not initially impede Tsunade, given her status granting her free access. After all, Orochimaru, another disciple of the third Hokage, frequented the area. However, upon noticing Tsunade leaving with an enormous scroll cradled in her arms, they could no longer contain themselves. Even the princess of Konoha could not take the Book of Seals without the Hokage's consent. This was the consensus of the two Umbu guards. Chapter 18. Is this woman's mind really all right? Hey, you two, Tsunade frowned as she confronted the Umbu blocking her path. Step aside quickly, or if you're concerned about trouble, send someone to notify the old man. Kagami understood that the two Umbu were merely performing their duties and did not wish to put them in a difficult position. Likewise, she did not desire to be troubled herself. Please set aside the Book of Seals. Unfortunately, the two Umbu seemed oblivious to her request, continuing to issue warnings, asserting that no one could take it without the Hokage's consent. Under normal circumstances, Kagami would never have quarreled with them or engaged in any conflict, but at this moment, her mind was preoccupied with the development of medical ninjas, replaying the disheartening scene of her proposal being rejected by her mentor. The Umbu were a direct force commanded by the Hokage, solely obeying the orders of the current Hokage, perhaps harboring long-standing grievances towards her mentor, or perhaps influenced by the recent onset of her monthly cycle. Kagami found herself increasingly agitated, and without further ado, she struck her fist against the wall beside her. With a resounding crash, the wall, constructed of red bricks, shattered, even threatening to collapse. The two Umbu quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding being buried beneath the falling debris. Enough. You two are no match for me. Don't seek unnecessary suffering. Though still young, Kagami acted impulsively, yet she cared little for it. She glanced at the two Umbu and remarked, "Go report to the old man. Rest assured, he won't make things difficult for you." With that, she hefted the enormous Book of Seals and made her way towards the staircase. The two Umbu remained silent, offering no resistance, quietly watching her as she approached the stairs. Just as Kagami had predicted, they were utterly incapable of stopping her. Suddenly halting at the staircase, she turned her head and spoke to the masked Umbu, their expressions obscured. "You have not fulfilled your duties adequately. The old man will surely be disappointed in you. I hope you remember this lesson to avoid future mishaps. Do not let an ungraduated child from the Ninja Academy steal the Book of Seals." With that, Kagami departed, leaving the two Umbu in disarray, their expressions behind the masks revealing a myriad of emotions. Is this woman out of her mind? How could she jest about a mere child stealing the Book of Seals? Such words are utterly disrespectful. "I'll stay to clean up. You go report to the Hokage," one of them instructed. "Yes, Captain." Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the notification from the Umbu captain upon returning to his office. He chewed thoughtfully on his pipe, shaking his head with a wry smile. "That troublesome girl, I understand, and thank you for your efforts." He had been increasingly fond of smoking tobacco lately. "Hokage-sama." The Umbu captain hesitated before continuing. "Is it not necessary to retrieve the Book of Seals? If the techniques within it were to leak, it could have dire consequences for the village." "Do not worry. I have my plans, Hiruzen replied, his tone calm as he continued to savor his smoke. The Umbu captain resigned, nodded, and took his leave. Gazing at the empty ceiling, Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke and muttered to himself, I must have a word with Mido-sama. This chaotic situation cannot persist. Thankfully, Koharu and Hamura are not here, or I would have even more headaches to deal with. After finishing one pack of tobacco, Hiruzen set down his pipe, his gaze shifting to the already open window. Inuzuka, Hokage-sama, what are your orders? In the next breath, a member of the Umbu, adorned with a mask depicting a dog-esque face, knelt before Hiruzen. Notably, his hair was a rare shade of white. The previous Umbu team leader seemed rather incompetent. Hiruzen remarked. Understood, the Umbu, codenamed Inuzuka, nodded slightly before vanishing. Hiruzen lit another pipe of tobacco, indulging in its rich flavor. Even Orochimaru could not compare to Inuzuka. After all, Konoha is indeed a cradle of genius. The first Hokage, the second Hokage. Our village is flourishing, blossoming like two flowers, each standing out in its own right. While Hiruzen mused on these thoughts, Kagami had already returned to the Senju clan with the Book of Seals. She tossed the tome to Koyuki and casually instructed, look for the records on wood release techniques. You may transcribe them all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, though I may not be able to help you. Consult your great-grandmother instead. Observing Koyuki's apparent confusion, Kagami added, for techniques outside of wood release, you must seek my permission before learning or copying them. Do not dare disobey. Yes, I understand, Koyuki responded swiftly, realizing the gravity of Kagami's warning. She certainly did not wish to be sent flying across the room again. Even though the bump on her head had subsided, the memory of the pain lingered. Moreover, in the face of wood release techniques, the other jutsu, despite being labeled forbidden, paled in comparison. Koyuki's entire focus was on the wood release techniques, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to unlock the tome that now matched her height. It was no wonder she was so excited. During her 2.5 years at the Ninja Academy, she had only been exposed to the basic three-body technique for lower-ranked ninjas. It was said that students nearing graduation could learn one advanced technique. But that was irrelevant to Koyuki, who had been advised to withdraw from the academy. The first forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Seals was the multiple shadow clone technique. Initially, Koyuki intended to overlook it, but she caught sight of its description. Based on the shadow clone technique, it allowed one to create a vast number of clones by utilizing a larger amount of chakra, even producing thousands of shadow clones at once. However, it was advised that ninjas lacking a substantial chakra reserve should refrain from learning it. In other words, did this not imply that this technique was particularly suitable for those with abundant chakra? Koyuki recalled that during her first semester at the Ninja Academy, her timid nature almost led to her expulsion, but her extraordinary chakra reserve had kept her enrolled. Though she had eventually been asked to leave, her chakra was undeniably greater than that of her peers. Aunt Yuko had said as much. Thus, Koyuki spoke up. Annie, may I learn this? There's no need to learn, Kagami replied. Chapter 19. The true meaning of effortless learning. Koyuki excitedly approached Kagami, but upon receiving a mere glance, Kagami shook her head with disinterest. The multiple shadow clone technique? Perhaps it's best to pass on that. Wait, I can't learn it? Koyuki felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, the difficulty of this technique was not high, requiring only a simple cross-hand seal, which seemed perfect for someone like her, who struggled with hand coordination. It's not that you can't. It's just unnecessary, Kagami explained, both amused and exasperated by Koyuki's soft nature. You should first explore the wood release techniques. There are certainly better options for you than the shadow clone or the multiple shadow clone. However, if you truly wish to learn, I won't stop you. Just don't bite off more than you can chew. Is that so? Koyuki nodded eagerly, her earlier disappointment vanishing as she began to scan the pages with fervor. Although she had only officially met her aunt one day prior, Koyuki chose to trust her, a feeling stemming from their shared bloodline. Even with half of Uchiha's blood flowing through her veins, after much searching, Koyuki finally discovered the records on wood release techniques and comprehended the meaning behind Kagami's earlier words about their unnecessary nature. The first technique in the wood release ninjutsu series is the wood clone technique, which utilizes chakra to create wooden duplicates. These clones can freely allocate their chakra reserves, possess remarkable durability and vitality, and will only dissipate upon sustaining fatal damage, while sharing auditory perception with the original. Compared to the shadow clone technique, the strength of the wood clone is in a league of its own. It approaches perfection, overcoming the numerous shortcomings inherent to shadow clones. However, when Hongya came across the instructional method for the wood clone, she was left utterly astonished. She looked up and blinked at Tsunade nearby, and this document only records the hand seals and nothing else. Is this all there is to the sealing book? Skeptical, Hongya glanced at other techniques, only to find that, apart from the wood release ninjutsu, all others contain comprehensive instructional content, including but not limited to hand seals, principles, and chakra flow. The wood release ninjutsu appeared almost as a cruel joke. Not only the wood clone technique, but the remaining wood release techniques were similarly scant, consisting solely of a sequence of hand seals and a few brief descriptions of their functions. The most unacceptable for Hongya was a technique called the wood golem technique, which included just 3 hand seals and a single line stating it creates a giant wooden Buddha for combating tailed beasts. How was that any different from saying nothing at all? Well, Tsunade, too, had come to a realization. She had evidently perused the sealing book before, and her expression shifted subtly. Why not give it a try? If it doesn't work out, you can always seek guidance from your great-grandmother. If Hongya had inquired about other techniques, Tsunade could have played the role of a mentor, but when it came to wood release, she was equally baffled, feeling just as lost. Despite being the founder's granddaughter, Tsunade had lost her grandfather to injuries when she was very young. All right, Hongya sighed softly, her disappointment evident on her youthful face. She no longer held high hopes of mastering wood release ninjutsu and began contemplating whether she should instead learn other techniques akin to the multi-shadow clone technique as substitutes. Nonetheless, she resolved to attempt it. Following the records in the sealing book regarding the wood clone, she hesitantly formed the hand seals while murmuring, "Wood release, wood clone technique." It must be said, compared to other ninjutsu, the number of hand seals required for wood release was almost pitifully few, which was just to Hongya's liking. Unfortunately, the recorded method of learning was far too absurd, and she held no real hope. Just as Hongya pondered her impending failure, the vast chakra within her began to flow in a rhythmic manner. To Tsunade's incredulous gaze, a wooden effigy resembling Hongya slowly emerged from her back, breaking free of her body within mere moments. At the moment of its departure, the effigy's appearance transformed, matching Hongya's hair color, skin tone, and even expressions exactly. Wood clone technique, success. Is this really successful? Hongya herself was somewhat incredulous. She gazed at the clone before her, identical in appearance, and couldn't resist the urge to pinch its cheek. The tactile sensation was delightful. Don't do that, okay? Sorry. I got a bit carried away. Overjoyed, Hongya embraced her wooden clone and conveyed her joy to Tsunade. "Aunt, I did it." Hom. Tsunade nodded somewhat woodenly, her tone equally unenthusiastic. "Quite good. Keep practicing." "Yes." With a sense of bewilderment, Hongya tugged on her wooden clone and resumed her perusal of the next wood release technique. The immediate joy and sense of accomplishment invigorated her spirit. Observing Hongya and her wooden twin, Tsunade fell into contemplation. When did the learning of ninjutsu become so simple? In her recollections, even Orochimaru, praised by her teacher as a once-in-a-generation genius, could not achieve such rapid progress in learning ninjutsu. How had Hongya accomplished this? Tsunade remained perplexed, deciding to continue observing. Surely the next would release technique wouldn't be learned so swiftly? She thought so until she encountered one called the wood pillar technique, which seemed to be defensive in nature. It also requires 3 seals. I'll give it a try. Wood release, wood pillar technique. As Hongya conversed with her wooden clone, she slowly formed the 3 hand seals, and in the next moment, thick wooden branches erupted from the ground around her, curving to form an archway that shielded her within. Another success? This scene caused Tsunade's pupils to constrict. Yet before she could process her astonishment, Hongya's wooden clone tugged at her sleeve, looking pitiable as it said, "Aunt, the original doesn't know how to release this technique, and is trapped inside." The wooden clone shared auditory perception with the original, and she heard Hongya's frightened voice from within. "How do I release this? It's so dark and eerie. Aunt, help. I can't get out." The wood pillar not only boasted formidable defense, but also exceptional soundproofing. Tsunade's lips twitched as she stepped forward, delivering a punch that shattered the circular wooden barrier. Finally, the terrified Hongya was released into the light. "Aunt, it's so dark inside." Hongya, teary-eyed, threw herself into Tsunade's embrace, completely oblivious to the latter's expression, which resembled one witnessing a little monster. Chapter 20. This exaggerated talent, although the wood pillar was easily destroyed by her strike, Tsunade understood that these curved branches were not mere empty shells. Despite their unsatisfactory defense, the abundant chakra and vibrant life force contained within were undeniable. For Hongya, merely 10 years old and having studied in the Ninja Academy for only 2.5 years, this was already astonishing. Most importantly, Hongya had mastered this ninjutsu on her very first attempt, just as she had with the wood clone technique. At that moment, Tsunade felt a sense of bewilderment. Although she had known from the outset that Hongya had awakened wood release, she had never anticipated such extraordinary talent in this discipline. Tsunade's original intention was to cultivate Hongya into an exceptional medical ninja, destined to inherit her renowned title as the legendary medical ninja. Even her decision to teach wood release was merely a precaution against the risk of excessive vitality causing Hongya to sprout flowers from her head. However, it now seemed that confining Hongya to the role of a medical ninja might be a gross underutilization of her abilities. Should she guide Hongya to become a traditional ninja? This thought arose in Tsunade's mind. But recalling Hongya's recent panic at being trapped in the wood pillar, nearly bursting into tears from fear of the dark, she shook her head. As Aoki Yuko had said, Hongya lacked the qualities of a traditional ninja. Such a timid disposition would likely lead to her demise on the battlefield. Even in the execution of simple missions, this was something Tsunade would never permit. Seeing that Hongya had recovered and was eager to learn more wood release techniques, Tsunade quickly intervened. Wait a moment. What is it, Aunt? Hongya looked at Tsunade with confusion, while the latter's lovely features displayed a hint of hesitation. Tsunade explained, you should understand the principle of not biting off more than you can chew. First, master the 2 techniques you've learned. This was indeed sound advice. All right. Hongya obediently nodded. Though she felt confident in her grasp of the 2 wood release techniques, she chose to heed Tsunade's counsel. After all, how could an aunt lead her niece astray? Facing the obedient and understanding Hongya, Tsunade bit her lip and asked, Hongya, do you aspire to become a medical ninja, or do you wish to be a traditional ninja? Although Tsunade had argued with Aoki Yuko just yesterday, insisting on believing in the village, she still needed to respect Hongya's own aspirations, just as she had initially agreed to let Shinji become a ninja. Moreover, unlike the rope tree, the crimson leaves do not carry the name of 1,000 hands. Is there really a distinction? Aren't they all ninjas? Koyuki inquired, perplexed. In her mind, although her aunt considered herself a medical ninja, she seemed no different from a traditional ninja, possessing merely enhanced medical techniques. In fact, their destructive capabilities could be even more astonishing. There is indeed a significant difference, Tsunade calmly explained, unaware of Koyuki's inner musings. In my view, medical ninjas adhere to 3 fundamental principles. First, one must never abandon treatment until a comrade has perished. Second, one must not be at the forefront of battle. And lastly, and most importantly, one must not die before any team member. In other words, medical ninjas are protected by their comrades, and their demise is not easily met. Do you comprehend this? I aspire to heal more individuals and alter the course of unfortunate destinies. Hence, I wish to become a medical ninja, Koyuki responded earnestly. She shyly rubbed her cheek and added with a bashful smile, in truth, whether one is an ordinary ninja or a medical ninja makes little difference to me. I am quite afraid of death. Do not rush to respond. I shall give you time to ponder. I will also assist you in transcribing the other wood release techniques from the Book of Seals. Tsunade acknowledged Koyuki's answer, but still allowed her time for contemplation. Curiously, she inquired, by the way, what do you mean by little difference? In terms of danger, medical ninjas cannot be compared to ordinary ninjas. Koyuki's cheeks flushed, and she quietly explained, even if I became an ordinary ninja, I would only intend to undertake the most mundane tasks devoid of life-threatening risks. As I previously mentioned, I am very much afraid of death, truly terrified. Moreover, for me, the rewards from these tasks are already quite substantial. God knows how I survived these 2 years as a nurse on a meager salary of 5,000 ryo a month. I haven't purchased new clothes for over 6 months. To be honest, it is rather embarrassing to speak of this, and Koyuki braced herself for Tsunade's ridicule or reprimand. However, unexpectedly, Tsunade did not mock her, but gently patted her head. Once you truly become a ninja, many matters will no longer be within your control. In times of peace, Koyuki could indeed become a perpetual genin, merely accepting low-level tasks to sustain herself. Yet now, though war has not yet erupted, the number of spies dispatched between hidden villages is increasing daily, and tensions along the borders are ever present. It takes but a single spark, a mere opportunity, for the illusory peace of the ninja world over the past decade to shatter completely. When the war ignites, even a young genin must rush to the battlefield. This is the decision made by the higher-ups of Konoha, as well as those of other hidden villages. At that moment, she felt a twinge of relief for having allowed Koyuki to train in the Senju clan's territory, where her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, resides. Her teacher's telescope technique would be rendered ineffective here. In that moment, Tsunade felt a wave of nostalgia, vaguely recalling her grandfather's words. My dream is to establish a village. A sanctuary for all comrades, where children can grow up safely, free from the threat of war. They are the future of the village. Tsunade lifted her gaze toward the colossal Hokage rock in the distance, where her grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was sculpted at the forefront. She clenched her fists, as if resolving to fulfill a certain destiny, murmuring, my grandfather's dream, my grandfather's will, I shall realize it. Koyuki exchanged a silent glance with her wood clone, both remaining speechless. Speaking of which, how does one dispel a wood clone? Throughout the afternoon, Koyuki did not study any wood release techniques, but was instead instructed in various medical ninjutsu by Tsunade. Her innate talent for medical ninjutsu, while not as exaggerated as her performance with wood release, was still quite remarkable. Tsunade felt a slight pang of regret, but was overall satisfied. The day of training swiftly came to an end, and the returning rope tree entered the estate alongside two others. Sis, Orochimaru-sensei, and Jiraiya and I have come to visit us. Chapter 21. You will definitely be a suitable wife when you grow up. Tsunade, a tall young man with long white hair cascading to his waist, greeted her. Your teammates have come to visit. Why is there no hospitality whatsoever? Tsunade's forehead visibly twitched in annoyance. Idiot Jiraiya. Before Tsunade could reply, the dark-haired young man beside the white-haired one spoke first. Please be mindful of etiquette. We did not inform you beforehand of our arrival. In contrast to the masculine aura of the white-haired youth, the dark-haired youth exuded a more delicate charm, with pale skin and a slender build. The most startling feature was his golden slit pupils, resembling those of a serpent. Koyuki curiously gazed at the dark-haired youth's slit pupils, and he, noticing her interest, returned her gaze with intrigue. Orochimaru, you are such a chatterbox. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed by Orochimaru's remark. He then lifted the bag in his hand. Grinning at Tsunade, I brought ingredients for hot pot and sake. Let us hold a little gathering here tonight. Indeed, sister. It has been a long time since you gathered with Orochimaru-sensei, and Jiraiya and I, Rope Tree eagerly remarked, considering the effort he put into arranging this gathering. I truly cannot deal with you two, Tsunade sighed, reluctantly agreeing. In truth, she did not oppose the idea of gathering with her two teammates. She merely worried that Jiraiya's loudness would disturb her grandmother's rest. Seeing Tsunade's agreement, Rope Tree beamed with joy, pulling Koyuki over to introduce the two. Koyuki, these are my teachers, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. They are both disciples of the third Hokage and also teammates of my sister. Orochimaru-senpai, Jiraiya-senpai, greetings, Koyuki politely greeted. Her dormant memories seeming to stir, yet she still could not recall anything substantial. Hello there, adorable little girl. Since this is our first meeting, I did not prepare a gift, so here is something for you, Jiraiya said with a smile, rummaging through his clothes to produce a book. However, upon seeing the cover of the book, he froze, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Oh no, wrong one. The cover prominently displayed an alluring woman in revealing attire, accompanied by phrases such as lonely night and heart-pounding literature. That fool. Orochimaru sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Meanwhile, Tsunade's forehead was practically bursting with anger as she clenched her fists, her voice laced with fury. Jiraiya, what were you thinking of gifting to Koyuki? Tsunade, let me explain. Jiraiya mechanically turned his head, his previously confident demeanor now abstracted, as he stammered, trying to clarify that he had genuinely made an innocent mistake. Who would gift such a thing to a little girl? Before he could finish, Rope Tree provided an unexpected assist. Jiraiya and I, just one copy of that is enough for you. Koyuki is not suited to see such things. In that moment, Jiraiya felt as though he were suffocating. Predictably, the next second, he found a blinding white fist appearing before him. Before he could react, he was sent soaring through the air, only to land some time later. I was wrong, Tsunade remarked, and with that final utterance, Jiraiya tilted his head, rolled his eyes, and lost consciousness. As for SHJ, a sizable bump adorned his head, still emanating warmth. His face was a mask of sorrow as he muttered, "I'm sorry, sis." Orochimaru, with a sigh of exasperation, placed a hand on his forehead. Observing this scene, Keika felt a chuckle bubbling within her, yet she suppressed it. She stepped forward to administer basic healing techniques to SHJu's head, and soon enough, the swelling began to subside. This spectacle caught Orochimaru's attention as he gazed intently at the green luminescence in Keika's palm, recognizing it as the nascent form of a medical ninjutsu. "Indeed, Tsunade, you truly are remarkable." Although Orochimaru's praise was gratifying to Tsunade, she shook her head, attributing the achievement primarily to Keika's prodigious talent, as today marked merely her first day of formal training in medical ninjutsu. This was a candid truth. For years prior, Aoki Yko had attempted to teach Keika the art of medical ninjutsu, only to find her exhibiting peculiarities, such as flowers blooming from her head, that led to a cessation of instruction, relegating her to the acquisition of theoretical knowledge alone. "Is that so?" Orochimaru mused, surprise flickering in his eyes as they deepened with intrigue while surveying Keika. Unconsciously, he extended his tongue to lick his lips, resembling a serpent poised to strike. This scene drew a frown from Tsunade. In her youth, she had regarded Orochimaru as the class genius, excelling in power, demeanor, and appearance. Now, however, he was rather repulsive. As the farcical episode concluded, twilight descended upon the sky. Keika took charge of preparing the evening meal. She first crafted a light dish, allowing Tsunade to attend to the elderly Uzumaki Mido's dining needs before transitioning to the sukiyaki portion of the evening. Under the expectant gazes of her companions, particularly SHJu, Keika deftly spread beef fat across the surface of the pot, followed by an ample layering of thinly sliced beef. However, due to the abundance of meat, she could not cover the pot completely in one go and reluctantly set aside the notion, waiting for the next round to add more. "Did I purchase too much?" Keika mused, glancing at the marbled beef, muttering, "This is rather extravagant." It was her first time handling such costly ingredients. "No worries, it's on Jiraiya." SHJu laughed nonchalantly, entirely ignoring Jiraiya's grimace of pain, likely a consequence of his recent injuries. Keika had intended to offer her healing services, but a single glare from Tsunade dissuaded her. Once the beef was arranged, she sprinkled sugar atop it, allowing the flavors to meld before adding soy sauce, a hint of sake, and a pre-prepared sauce. In an instant, an aromatic fragrance enveloped the air. Following this, she introduced konjac noodles, grilled tofu, shiitake, enoki mushrooms, and a sprinkle of sweet scallions. The 6 ingredients, including the beef, were artfully arranged in balanced proportions, creating a visually appealing tableau. "Keika is amazing," SHJu exclaimed in genuine admiration. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, declaring, "Once little Keika grows up, she will undoubtedly make an exceptional wife." He attempted to elaborate further, but a sharp glare from Tsunade silenced him, causing him to withdraw, shrinking his neck in submission. Chapter 22. Tsunade. No one understands SHJu better than I do in Keika's eyes. Jiraiya and SHJu resembled more of a pair of brothers than mere friends. Of course, she would never voice this sentiment, for speaking such thoughts might result in her being the next to be sent flying. Moreover, the pressing matter at hand was the meal. During the final 3 minutes of simmering, Keika cracked a raw egg into each bowl for dipping with the sukiyaki. When the lid was lifted, pairs of chopsticks descended into the pot simultaneously. "Delicious," they chorused, as Keika, with a piece of beef enveloped in egg, heard the praise. She was momentarily speechless, puzzled as to how they could deem her culinary skills exceptional with such a rudimentary cooking method. Thus, she merely chuckled and replied, "It's the quality of the ingredients. My skills play no part in it." After all, her cooking was rather mediocre, barely reaching an acceptable standard. Keika believed she spoke the truth, yet Tsunade was displeased. She took a sip of sake, her cheeks flushed, and with a hint of irritation, she said, "Keika, do not underestimate yourself. Excessive modesty borders on arrogance." Tsunade recalled Keika's initial uncertainty upon starting her studies in medical ninjutsu. Yet the talent she eventually displayed was truly remarkable. "I understand, Aunt." Keika nodded obediently, maintaining her compliant demeanor. Tsunade sighed, conceding that if one disregarded Keika's vexing timidity, she was indeed a genius, a prodigious talent. Had the instructors at the Ninja Academy been blind? Tsunade mused inwardly. In truth, she had misjudged the instructors. For Keika's current display of talent was entirely in the realms of wood release and medical ninjutsu, fields that were inaccessible to students at the academy. Furthermore, aside from her timid disposition, Keika struggled with hand seals and exhibited a mild aversion to blood. Considering these factors, her 2.5 years at the academy was already a generous allowance from the instructor. This leniency stemmed from Keika's substantial chakra reserves and Aoki Yko's influence. For an ordinary child from a civilian family, the opportunity to enroll would have been exceedingly slim. Of course, even if Keika graduated smoothly, Aoki Yko would not permit her to continue her studies upon graduation. But that was a matter for another time. Keika nibbled on mushrooms while half listening to Ju recount tales of his experiences as a ninja, embellished as they were with youthful bravado. She found his stories amusing, especially when he recounted how their team had helped the Fire Country's lord's wife retrieve her runaway pet cat. The act of catching a cat was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the reward for the task. That big orange cat was truly difficult to catch. But it was worth a fortune, Ju remarked, munching on scallions. We ended up getting 20,000 Rio. I took home 5,000. Upon hearing this, Keika's eyes sparkled. The mere act of catching a cat yielded a sum equal to her meager earnings from a month of arduous work at the hospital. Keika began to dream of the life of a ninja, more accurately, the life of a wealthy individual. "Aunt," she said, swallowing a mouthful of mushroom, tugging at Tsunade's sleeve. "You promised me an opportunity to earn money. Why do you keep thinking about that? Just relax and enjoy being cared for by your elders," Tsunade replied, slightly tipsy. Rolling her eyes before her gaze shifted to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, could I trouble you with a request?" "How rare, Tsunade," Orochimaru replied, having remained silent throughout the meal. He placed his cup down, his serpent-like eyes glinting with mischief. "Let me guess. You intend to have this child join my team, correct?" "Correct, but only temporarily," Tsunade affirmed, nodding under Ju's surprised and expectant gaze. "The girl from your team, a member of the Hyuga clan, is getting married. So please have Keika fill in for her during this time. Could you take her on some low-level missions to earn some money? It would save me from her constant nagging." Though her words seemed somewhat frivolous, upon closer examination, they were indeed quite reasonable. After all, according to the regulations of the Hidden Leaf Village, undertaking a mission necessitates assembling a team of 3. Currently, Orochimaru's squad is short-staffed, and in order to accept a mission, they must recruit an additional member. It is entirely reasonable to temporarily include Honya to fill the gap. As for the matter of Honya's safety, we shall set aside the potential dangers associated with the Mission S rank. Merely the presence of the Team S supervising teacher is sufficient to mitigate most threats. In other words, Tsunade has effectively entrusted Orochimaru with the protection of Honya. The choice of Orochimaru stems from Tsunade's predicament, as neither she nor Jiraiya has ascended to the rank of supervising Jonin. Honya, the concerned party, is somewhat exhilarated, gazing earnestly at Orochimaru, and bows deeply, sincerely pleading. "Thank you, Orochimaru-senpai." She is brimming with anticipation to embark on the quest to capture cats for a reward. "Indeed, teacher, let us take Honya along," Shengshu implores from the side, his somewhat pathetic demeanor eliciting a moment of exasperation from Tsunade. Jiraiya, having indulged in drink, is unable to interject, merely observing with keen interest how his friend will decide. "Shengshu, you must consider wisely," Orochimaru intones, setting down his cup, his raspy voice resonating. "This child is rather weak. For her safety, we can only undertake lower-ranked missions." This constitutes a veiled refusal, articulated through Shengshu's mouth. Orochimaru recalls that Shengshu has always displayed a lack of enthusiasm during lower-ranked missions. Honya, sensing this, allows a flicker of disappointment to dim her previously hopeful eyes. Based on Orochimaru's understanding of Shengshu, he anticipates that Shengshu will voice his reluctance to engage in lower-ranked missions. Unfortunately, he misjudges this time. Initially, Shengshu indeed finds himself in a quandary, as he does not wish to capture cats, pull weeds, or collect trash again. However, upon turning, he catches sight of the fleeting disappointment in Honya's eyes, stirring an unexpected pang of discomfort within him. Thus, he gazes into Orochimaru's vertical pupils and resolutely declares, "Teacher, I have thought it through. Please take Honya along. Even if it is only lower-ranked missions, I will ensure her safety." His words ring out with conviction, causing Orochimaru's eyelids to twitch, while Tsunade beams with amusement, remarking that Shengshu's understanding of the situation surpasses that of Orochimaru, his teacher. Chapter 23. Honya with red-rimmed eyes. Orochimaru emits a resigned sigh, choosing to acquiesce to the matter without further protest. With his most cherished disciple advocating, he finds himself without grounds to refuse. I apologize for the trouble, Orochimaru-senpai. Honya bows again, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Her courteous demeanor brings a measure of comfort to Orochimaru, who nods in response. In 1 week, I shall take you to undertake a mission. In the meantime, continue your studies in medical ninjutsu with Tsunade, having just returned from a mission outside the village. Both Shinshu and Orochimaru require time to recuperate and consolidate their recent gains. Yes, Honya replies obediently, then turns to express her thanks to Shinshu. Thank you, Shinshu. No need for thanks. Shinshu scratches his head sheepishly, sporting a somewhat foolish grin. This is what an uncle should do. Honya finds herself stifling a laugh at the sight of the boy's childish demeanor. Though Shinshu is not even 2 years her senior, his familial status renders him her elder. How wonderful it is to be young. Jiraiya, equally inebriated, cannot help but remark, his gaze drifting towards Tsunade, whose delicate features and fair skin, now mature and alluring, captivate his attention. How did she transform from a mere washboard into such a mature woman? He muses inwardly, feeling a twinge of frustration. Noticing Jiraiya's gaze, Tsunade narrows her eyes slightly and loosens her grip, producing a series of cracking sounds. This sight causes Jiraiya to shiver, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily averts his gaze. Recalling the incident not long ago where he was sent flying, Jiraiya nearly sobers up from fright. As the gathering concludes, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya take their leave, returning to their respective homes for rest. Meanwhile, the somewhat naive Shinshu sneaks a cup of sake, becoming immediately disoriented and retiring early to his room, repeatedly murmuring promises to protect Honya. Tsunade, as his elder sister, fares no better. She has consumed the most alcohol and is the second to succumb, with Honya assisting her back to her room. Due to her petite stature, Honya is compelled to utilize 3 wooden clones to help carry Tsunade, a scene that does not escape the notice of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. After settling Tsunade, Honya returns to the previous room to tidy up the remnants of the gathering. Not that she is particularly industrious. Rather, she finds solace in this labor. Even though her counterpart is a blood relative, Honya struggles to accept receiving without giving. Thus, she chooses to reciprocate through her efforts. Honya's stubborn nature mirrors that of her past life, perhaps influenced by her origins. While she and her wooden clones are busy, a pair of aged, withered hands suddenly appear before her, picking up a cloth to wipe the table. Great-grandmother? Honya looks up to find the kindly visage of Uzumaki Mizuho before her. Alarmed, she exclaims, "Why are you here? You should rest. I can handle this." Setting aside her identity as Honya's great-grandmother, the values of respecting the elderly are ingrained in Honya, making it inconceivable for her to allow an elderly person to assist her, especially one whose strength is nearly spent. "Oh, it's quite all right, little Honya. Do not underestimate the elderly," Uzumaki Mizuho replies with a warm smile, continuing to wipe the table. "I may be old, but I sleep early and rise early, and I need to stretch my limbs occasionally." But Honya attempts to protest, yet Uzumaki Mizuho continues her work, entirely disregarding her counsel. With no other option, Honya summons more wooden clones to expedite the task, striving to prevent Uzumaki Mizuho from overexerting herself. "You've mastered the wooden clones, have you?" Uzumaki Mizuho observes the numerous wooden clones surrounding Honya. Despite her frailty, she can still perceive the vibrant life force emanating from these clones, reminiscent of Hashirama in his prime. "Little Honya, will you be the hope of the village?" she murmurs. "But why is it that you do not appear in the future I dream of?" A wave of sorrow washes over her as this thought surfaces. For a moment, Uzumaki Mizuho feels a heaviness in her chest, shaking her head to regain her composure. With Honya and her 10 or so wooden clones working diligently, the remnants of the gathering are swiftly cleared away. She has finally accomplished her goal of allowing Uzumaki Mizuho to clean the table, leaving no further tasks at hand. Understanding Honya's intentions, Uzumaki Mizuho smiles faintly. Kneeling beside her, her tone remaining calm and gentle. "Little Honya, I wish to extend an apology on behalf of your parents." Taken aback by Uzumaki Mizuho's words, Honya shakes her head, "But there's nothing for which my father and mother should apologize." Uzumaki Mizuho smiles non-committally. "Do you still remember your father and mother, little Honya?" What kind of people do you think they were? A look of reminiscence graces Honya's cherubic face as she softly replies, in my memories. Both my father and mother were very gentle. They treated me with great kindness. Every time my father returned from his outings, he would bring me delightful curiosities. My mother, too, never raised her voice at me. She always taught me to treat others with kindness. However, one day, my mother revealed that my father had departed from us forever. From that moment on, she wept incessantly, eventually taking me back to our village, where she subsequently abandoned me. At this point, Honya's voice grew somber. She pressed her lips together and softly remarked, "They raised me and entrusted me to Aunt Yuko. I have never blamed them, nor do I consider them unworthy parents." Honya had not experienced familial affection in her past life. In this existence, even a fleeting taste of it filled her with profound contentment, leaving no room for resentment. Uzumaki Mizuho sighed deeply, noticing the redness gathering in Honya's eyes, and gently embraced her. At that moment, she understood that no parent could fail to cherish their child, nor could a child harbor hatred for their parents. While others, including Uzumaki Mizuho and others, might deem Uchiha Shanjan and his wife as incompetent guardians, for Honya, they were her beloved mother and father. "Great-grandmother, my eyes feel strange," she exclaimed. Chapter 24. The voice within my eyes have grown peculiar and uncomfortable, as if something is swirling within them. Upon hearing Honya's words, Uzumaki Mizuho quickly scrutinized her eyes, which now held a deep crimson hue. Unlike the earlier redness around her eyes, now her entire pupils glowed with a vibrant red. The once pitch-black orbs were replaced by an alluring crimson shade, revealing a black magatama that emerged, exuding an enchanting and deadly beauty. "This is the Sharingan." Uzumaki Mizuho was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure, her voice remaining soft. "Little Honya, you have inherited the bloodline of both your mother and father." The Sharingan? Honya initially struggled to comprehend. It was only when she heard that term from Uzumaki Mizuho that realization dawned upon her. This lineage stemmed from her father's heritage, belonging to the illustrious Uchiha clan. Turning her gaze toward the courtyard, she found her vision sharpened, her perception heightened. The fluttering of moth wings slowed in the air, and even the creatures attempting to conceal themselves in the shadows were laid bare. Meanwhile, within Uzumaki Mizuho's mental realm, she pondered, is that ominous power emanating from this child related to her eyes? The nine tails widened its fox-like eyes, and through its visual connection with Uzumaki Mizuho, it too observed the preceding scene. It then shook its head, muttering, "No, no, this mere pair of eyes cannot possibly evoke such trepidation within me. What manner of being is this child? She possesses a gentleness akin to the old man, yet conceals a terrifying power within." As Mizuho gazed into Honya's eyes, her thoughts wandered back to the words of Senju Tobarama. The Uchiha clan is, in truth, the most understanding of love. There was a continuation to that statement. The Uchiha sealed profound love within, and once its members comprehended love, they would unlock their inherent constraints, potentially awakening powers even beyond those of the Senju clan. Such intense love harbored the risk of spiraling into chaos. Should that love be lost, it would be supplanted by an even fiercer hatred. When members of the Uchiha clan fell into profound anguish, their intense emotions would trigger a unique chakra surge within, resulting in transformations to their visual organs. This phenomenon is known as the eye that reflects the soul, commonly referred to as the Sharingan. The stronger the emotions, the more potent the Sharingan's power, albeit at the cost of altering the beholder's temperament. Yet, at the tender age of 10, Honya had awakened this pair of eyes. "Great-grandmother." Uzumaki Mizuho's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Honya's call. At this moment, the crimson hue in Honya's eyes dissipated, returning to her original clear black. Concerned, she looked at Uzumaki Mizuho and asked, "Are you feeling too tired?" Seeing Honya's concern for her, Mizuho couldn't help but smile, patting the little girl's head. Great-grandmother is not weary. She merely reminisced about some delightful matters. "What delightful matters?" Honya inquired curiously, but Mizuho merely replied, "It's a secret." Mizuho gazed upward at the starry sky, her once murky eyes appearing clearer at that moment. "Tobarama, was it you who erred?" "No, you must have been right. The combination of wood release and the Sharingan. Is Hashirama protecting this child, safeguarding the bond between Senju and Uchiha?" Mizuho silently mused. Just then, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. "Great-grandmother, a shooting star!" Honya exclaimed. Mizuho smiled and said, "Make a wish in your heart. It will surely come true." "All right." Honya nodded eagerly. Mizuho raised her gaze to the resplendent shooting star, making her own wish. May Honya grow up happy, never losing the love within her heart. Uzumaki Mizuho was, after all, aging. As the night deepened, weariness began to show on her aged face. Honya noticed this and promptly encouraged her to rest. This time, Mizuho did not refuse, allowing Honya to assist her back to her room. Great-grandmother. Before leaving, Honya hesitated, slowly beginning, "Actually, my eyes." She wished to reveal the secret of her awakened Rinnegan to Uzumaki Mizuho. Yet, before she could express her thoughts, a somber voice resonated within her soul. "Do not reveal the secret of the Rinnegan to anyone. This is a fate you cannot escape." Rather than merely echoing in her mind, it resonated deep within her being. This momentarily stunned Honya, causing her to swallow her words. "Do not worry about these eyes." Uzumaki Mizuho, unaware of the truth, assumed Honya's unusual behavior stemmed from her fear of the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan she had yet to encounter. She gently reassured her, "Steady your heart, even amidst the thorns that lie ahead." After bidding farewell to Uzumaki Mizuho, Honya returned once more to the center of the courtyard. "Who are you?" Honya softly inquired, her lips parting. She was certain that the voice she had perceived from deep within her soul was not a mere figment of her imagination. At that moment, the courtyard was enveloped in silence. Even the sounds of insects had ceased. Regrettably, after waiting for some time, Honya received no response. She looked up at the luminous moon in the sky. For some reason, every time she beheld the moon, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Reminiscent of the times spent with her mother, bathed in the gentle moonlight, Honya appeared ethereal and elusive, creating a scene that felt dreamlike, evoking tranquility and beauty. The entire night was imbued with poetry. In the following week, Honya diligently studied medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, her aptitude in this field pleasantly surprising the latter. In less than a week, Honya had mastered the art of extracting ailments and using the chakra scalpel. Even the complex healing techniques that Tsunade herself found challenging were swiftly grasped by Honya. Additionally, she introduced Honya to a wood release technique known as the tree-binding eternal burial, which she learned with remarkable ease after merely forming the hand seals once. This prompted Tsunade to berate the third Hokage's Ninja Academy for its lack of insight. To this, Honya could only offer a wry smile. As the day approached for Honya to accompany Orochimaru's team on a mission, Tsunade, still feeling uneasy, resolved to teach her one more technique. She produced a large scroll. Chapter 25. Honya disappeared. Watch closely, Honya. Under Honya's attentive gaze, Tsunade bit her left thumb, smearing her blood onto her right palm before slowly forming hand seals to ensure that Honya could remember the sequence. The signs were Hai, Su, Yu, Shun Wei. Upon completing the final Wei seal, Tsunade pressed her bloodstained palm to the ground. In the next moment, a series of black talismans emerged, extending and forming a summoning array. Summoning technique. With a light exclamation from Tsunade, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the array. As the smoke dissipated, a blue-white slug, approximately 3 feet in length, materialized before them. "It's been a while, Lady Tsunade," the blue-white slug greeted with a gentle feminine voice. "Indeed, it has been a while, living slug," Tsunade replied politely, referring to the slug by its name. Meanwhile, Honya stood frozen, her body trembling slightly as her pupils involuntarily constricted at the sight of the slug. "Living slug, I summoned you this time to facilitate Honya's signing of a summoning contract with the Wetbone Forest," Tsunade explained, oblivious to Honya's discomfort. "Honya, this slug is a split body of the Sage of Wetbone Forest, possessing formidable healing abilities and capable of assisting you in battle. What's wrong?" At this point, Tsunade finally noticed Honya's unusual behavior and inquired with concern, "Why are you trembling? Are you unwell? Let me take a look." The blue-white slug, eager to demonstrate its healing abilities to its future companion, began to crawl toward Honya. However, in Honya's eyes, the creature resembled a massive slug inching toward her, leaving a trail of slimy fluid behind. The thought of it approaching her intensified her trembling. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat but held back, thinking it might embarrass the slug. Instead, she cast a pleading look toward Tsunade. "Wait a moment, living slug." The astute Tsunade quickly grasped Honya's feelings and halted the slug's advance, simultaneously dispelling the summoning technique. "Leave Honya to me. Her situation is a bit special." Understood, Lady Tsunade. The slug responded obediently, and before returning to the wet-bone forest, it turned to Hongya and advised, Hongya, take care of your health. Thank you, Hongya replied with a forced smile. Once the slug vanished, Tsunade frowned at Hongya and asked, Now, tell me what's going on. I'm afraid. Hongya mumbled hesitantly. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, urging her to continue and speak louder. Don't mumble like a mosquito. I'm afraid of slugs, Hongya lamented, her face scrunched up in distress. Although it may sound impolite, Aunt Tsunade, may I not sign a contract with the living slug? Indeed, as Hongya expressed, it was rather disrespectful to refer to the slug in such a manner, especially considering its gentle nature and goodwill. This was why Hongya had previously forced herself to remain still. She did not wish to hurt the slug's feelings, but she simply could not accept it. Despite being a veterinarian in her past life, with a fondness for caring for various pets, including exotic creatures, the thought of a slug, its peculiar tentacles, odd body, and slimy secretions, made her skin crawl. You ungrateful child. Tsunade's expression darkened upon hearing Hongya's response. She was relieved to have dispelled the summoning technique in time. If the slug had overheard, it could have led to complications. Tsunade pinched Hongya's ear and chastised. Are you really that picky? Stop throwing tantrums. You must understand how many ninjas aspire to sign a contract with the Wetbone Forest, yet very few succeed. The Wetbone Forest, revered as one of the 3 great holy lands of the ninja world, was indeed a place many ninjas dreamed of. Even her grandfather, Hongya's great-grandfather, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, had to exert considerable effort to earn the recognition of the Wetbone Forest, enabling his descendants to benefit from its protection and sign contracts with it. Hongya was truly being ungrateful this time. And it hurts. Tsunade scoffed at the tearful Hongya, unfolding the contract scroll. Enough of the nonsense. I'll give you one last chance. Inscribe your name with your blood and complete the contract with the Wetbone Forest. But can I choose another summoning beast? Hongya hesitated, still reluctant. After all, even if she signed a contract with the Wetbone Forest, she likely would not summon the slug named Living Slug in the future. This remark irked Tsunade. Bang! Tsunade flicked Hongya's forehead, causing a sizable bump to form. Though she did not send her flying. That hurts. Hongya cried out, tears streaming down her face. Before she could sob again, Tsunade, half laughing in anger, retorted, You should just try the summoning technique and see which summoning beast you end up with. With that, Tsunade turned away, no longer wishing to deal with Hongya. She needed to contemplate how to help her overcome her fear of slugs. Her previous comments had merely been a jest, after all. Summoning without a signed contract posed uncontrollable risks. While there had been instances of individuals gaining powerful allies, such as that fool Jiraiya, the unpredictable nature of the situation remained. Tsunade, aware that her words were spoken in jest, did not realize that the usually obedient Hongya misunderstood. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Hongya nodded, as if grasping the idea, and slowly began forming the seals. Hi, Su. You, Shun, Wei. This is how it's done, right? Hey, you brat. What are you doing? Stop. Tsunade exclaimed as she turned around, only to see Hongya clumsily forming the seals. She hurriedly shouted to intervene, but it was too late. Hongya's palm had already struck the ground. However, upon seeing that Hongya's hands remained unscathed, Tsunade sighed in relief, thankful that the foolish girl had forgotten to use her blood to create the contract array. Unexpectedly, a brilliant, blinding light erupted from beneath Hongya, causing Tsunade to involuntarily shut her eyes. When the light faded and tranquility returned, Tsunade reopened her eyes, only to find that Hongya had completely vanished. What? How could this happen? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief, rushing toward Uzumaki Mito's room. Grandmother, something terrible has happened. Chapter 26, Pikachu? Grandmother, Hongya has disappeared. Just now. I was about to have her sign the summoning contract with the Wetbone Forest. Tsunade recounted the events in a slightly panicked tone, while trimming a potted plant. Uzumaki Mito responded in a calm voice. Little Tsunade, you need not worry excessively. It might just be a chance encounter for little Hongya. But she's only 10. No matter how talented she is, she only knows medical ninjutsu and a few would release techniques. Tsunade's face was a mask of anxiety and regret. Now in her 20s. She was still young and lacked composure. Had she known Hongya would be so obedient, she would not have made such a careless joke. Now, the child was lost. And if anything went wrong, Tsunade would not only fail to provide an explanation to her sister, Yuko Aoki, but she would also be unable to forgive herself. She will be fine, She is a kind-hearted child. The whirlpool's water master remained steadfast in her tone, which left Tsunade somewhat exasperated. Her voice began to rise in volume. Grandmother, what does kindness have to do with anything? If she encounters some vicious summoned beast, Hongye's disposition may very well lead to her demise. There have been precedents for malevolent summoned beast clans, such as the lineage of the Dragon Cave contracted by her teammate Orochimaru. Notably, there exists a summoned beast named Yamada, which demands 100 live sacrifices, regardless of their nature, each time it is called forth. Hongye has inherited not only the bloodline of her mother, Anko, but also that of her father. Uzumaki Mido set down her pruning shears and spoke softly, momentarily startling Tsunade, who then inquired, "The Sharingan? Has she awakened it?" She recalled a previous moment. It was no wonder that when Hongye was subjected to reverse summoning, she noticed a peculiar change in her eyes, as if infused with a mesmerizing power, though the brilliance was too blinding for her to see clearly. By the way, does the Sharingan possess such formidable intimidation? Tsunade pondered. She had encountered many from the Uchiha clan, including those who had activated the three-tomo Sharingan. Yet even they seemed incapable of matching the overwhelming presence it had imparted upon her. In truth, if Tsunade had managed to endure the discomfort in her eyes and observe for a few more seconds, she would have discerned that Hongye's eyes were not crimson, but shimmering with a ripple of violet hues. Wait, grandmother. Hongye didn't even break her finger. How did she execute the reverse summoning technique? Uzumaki Mido chose silence, as she too was at a loss. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a boy donning a red and white cap knelt in the mud, drenched by the persistent drizzle. Before him lay a yellow-furred mouse, its body marred with grime and wounds, its black eyes heavy with exhaustion. Above, a flock of birds with disheveled brown crests circled ominously, enclosing the boy and the mouse. "Pikachu, come inside." The boy retrieved a small red and white sphere from his waist, which expanded in size. He gently urged the yellow mouse named Pikachu, "I know you despise entering there, but it is your only chance for survival. Hurry, please come inside. I will handle the rest." Having spoken, the boy set down the red and white ball and turned to face the tumultuous birds above, spreading his arms as if to shield Pikachu behind him. "Hey, you flock of firebirds. Do you even know who I am? I am Ash from Pallet Town, the future world's greatest Pokemon trainer. I will not be defeated by you. I will conquer you all." His declaration seemed to ignite the wrath of the firebirds, which began to screech and prepare to launch an assault on Ash and Pikachu. "Pikachu, into the Pokeball. Quickly," Ash urged, his gaze fixed on the nearest firebirds. The flock, no longer hesitating, dove towards Ash, their sharp beaks and talons glinting ominously. In mere moments, he would be left battered. Boom. At that instant, a thunderous clap resounded as a bolt of lightning illuminated the forest. Time seemed to freeze. Ash prepared to close his eyes, but the feeble Pikachu suddenly rose, using his body as a springboard to charge at the descending firebirds. "Pikachu!" A surge of electric energy enveloped the area, and after what felt like an eternity, silence reclaimed the surroundings. "Are you all right?" Ash, still dazed, felt someone nudging him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Pikachu had also awakened. "Were you calling me, Pikachu?" Ash murmured, only to be startled by a soft, feminine voice responding, "Not it, but me." "Eh," Ash exclaimed, realizing that Pikachu could not speak human language. Even if it could, it certainly would not possess a girl's voice. Professor Oak had mentioned that his Pikachu was male, shaking his head to dismiss such odd thoughts. He looked in the direction of the voice, revealing a girl of similar age to himself. "How adorable," Ash blurted, his cheeks flushing. Indeed, the girl was quite lovely, though her attire appeared somewhat antiquated, reminiscent of styles from years past, and inexplicably, she kept her eyes closed. "Thank you for the compliment." The girl replied with a gentle smile. "I was startled when I accidentally stepped on you while passing by, and you showed no reaction. Are you blind?" Observing her tightly shut eyes, Ash felt a pang of sympathy. He then turned to the ailing Pikachu. "This is bad. Pikachu is gravely injured." Upon hearing the name Pikachu, the girl's expression froze, while Ash hurriedly explained, "It was my first Pokemon given to me by Professor Oak when I set off on my journey. I must rush Pikachu to the Pokemon Center." Although he longed to converse with the girl longer, Pikachu's safety took precedence. Looking beside him, he saw that the borrowed bicycle had been incinerated and was no longer usable. Without a bicycle, he had no choice but to run. "Hang in there, Pikachu," Ash exclaimed, lifting Pikachu and offering encouragement. At that moment, the girl spoke up, Allow me to try. Perhaps I can heal your Pikachu. Really? Upon hearing her words, Ash hesitated for a second before handing Pikachu over. Then, I'm counting on you. This naive boy, though uncertain of her methods, chose to trust her. The girl remained kneeling, placing Pikachu on her lap. Guided by instinct, she positioned her hands over its wounds, green light radiating from her palms, symbolizing vitality. Pika. Feeling the infusion of life force, the formerly weak Pikachu regained its vigor, calling out as its drooping ears perked up. Don't rush, the wounds are not healed yet. The girl softly murmured, while Pikachu remained still on her lap, a serene expression gracing its face. Before long, all of Pikachu's wounds had vanished, and it was fully revitalized. Though its body remained somewhat dirty, causing the girl's pants to become muddied as well. That's wonderful, Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu restored, Ash beamed with joy. Expressing his gratitude to the girl, thank you so much. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. What is your name? I'm Honya, from Konoha. The girl replied softly. Konoha? I haven't heard of it. As Ash contemplated this, a mystical cry echoed from the skies, causing him to instinctively look up. At that moment, the rain ceased, and a rainbow emerged. A colossal bird of golden-red hue soared across the sky, flying towards one end of the rainbow, resembling a phoenix from myth, radiating vibrant, multicolored light in a breathtaking display. What Pokémon is that? Intrigued, Ash pulled out his Pokédex, but regrettably, it failed to provide a clear answer, not documented. There are many Pokémon in this world that humanity has yet to discover. As the magnificent bird flew overhead, two colorful feathers began to drift down, one landing in Ash's hand, while the other floated towards the still-closed eyes of Honya. Crimson Leaf, that feather. Little Wisdom attempted to alert Crimson Leaf, who seemed to sense something as she raised her hand and grasped the vibrant feather. Under Little Wisdom's incredulous gaze, the colorful feather transformed into a spectrum of light, merging into Crimson Leaf's eyes. In the next moment, her tightly shut eyelids began to flutter until they fully opened. What a pair of exquisite eyes they were, large and clear, as if capable of speech, akin to the most resplendent black gemstones. To Little Wisdom, Crimson Leaf's eyes were indeed beautiful, but merely so. After all, his primary concern remained how to become the world's greatest Pokémon trainer. That being said, the kind-hearted Little Wisdom felt genuinely happy for Crimson Leaf and joyfully inquired, Crimson Leaf, have your eyes been healed by that Pokémon? Yes, Crimson Leaf replied softly, lifting her gaze toward the horizon and the breathtaking rainbow. Thank you, Ho-Oh. Please rest assured, I shall not linger in this world for long. In truth, at the moment she invoked the art of spiritual summoning and her eyes instinctively awakened the reincarnation eye, she comprehended the purpose of her newfound vision. Countless pieces of information flooded her mind in an instant. Legend has it that at the dawn of creation, a being resembling a reed sprout emerged within the cosmos. The most ancient deity, first manifesting as the country's eternal respect, then as the country's narrow respect, and finally as the country's abundant sovereign. The left eye seeks 3,000 worlds from the boundless chaos, known as the country's narrow respect. The right eye connects this world's obsessions to distant realms, called the country's abundant sovereign. Crimson Leaf was acutely aware that the distant realm she had arrived in mirrored the world of her past life, a literary creation among many. For now, she referred to it as the Pokémon world. Crimson Leaf felt fortunate, for this realm was peaceful, devoid of excessive strife or danger. The art of traversing worlds required exceptionally stringent prerequisites, and each use drained her entire ocular strength. Perhaps due to her initial attempt or her current frailty, the power of the reincarnation eye not only depleted her reserves, but also overextended them significantly. This explained her temporary blindness, along with the profound weakness of her mind and body. In such a precarious state, entering a tumultuous world could pose a grave threat to her life. Deep within, Crimson Leaf harbored a fear of death, stemming from witnessing the demise of loved ones in both of her previous lives. Presently, she was journeying alongside the protagonist of this world, Little Wisdom, toward the Pokémon Center in Evergreen City. Perhaps due to her previous healing of him, Little Wisdom's Pikachu remained nestled in her embrace, inciting a twinge of jealousy within her. Hey, Pikachu, I am your trainer after all. Pika. Pikachu cast a fleeting glance at Little Wisdom before continuing to nuzzle and roll about in Crimson Leaf's arms. What's going on? Little Wisdom's expression turned dismal. This scene elicited a gentle laugh from Crimson Leaf, who could not resist petting Pikachu's head. In truth, the moment Little Wisdom selflessly shielded Pikachu from harm. The latter had already acknowledged him. The current display was merely a touch of pride. In the future, Pikachu would undoubtedly protect Little Wisdom without hesitation, even when facing insurmountable foes. In that instant, Crimson Leaf felt a pang of envy for Little Wisdom, envious of all those born in this world, a realm where productivity flourished, and wondrous beings coexisted harmoniously with humanity, a dreamlike paradise. Alas, she remained an outsider. The Ho-Oh that had appeared earlier bestowed upon her a mysterious power to restore her sight, perhaps as a reward for her kindness, yet more so as a warning, not to disturb the order of this world and to depart swiftly. Ho-Oh must be one of the guardians of this realm. In truth, even without Ho-Oh's admonition, Crimson Leaf would have sought a way to return to her own world. Though that world was fraught with endless conflicts and tragedies, it ultimately held her connections. However, to return to her original world, she needed to invoke the ocular art once more. The exceedingly stringent prerequisites weighed heavily upon her mind. To connect this world's obsessions to distant realms, that is why I have arrived in this world. Then, if I can liberate my obsession, can I return? But what is my obsession? As she pondered, Crimson Leaf recalled the last scene from her original world. She vaguely remembered her Aunt Tsunade lecturing her. No slug? Try a different summoning beast. Then why don't you use the summoning technique yourself and see what you can find? Summoning beasts? Crimson Leaf began to comprehend. Chapter 28. The Uncapturable Pidgey. We are almost there. Evergreen City is just ahead. After trekking through the forest for several hours, Crimson Leaf and Little Wisdom finally caught sight of the city's silhouette in the distance. Observing Little Wisdom's lively demeanor, Crimson Leaf could not help but be astonished. He had just been attacked by a flock of Spearows and had walked for so long without exhibiting a hint of fatigue. Thankfully, the chakra within her provided support, along with the physical stamina and recovery from her Senju lineage. Otherwise, given the constitution of a 10-year-old girl, she might have lost all strength along the way. Wait a moment, Little Wisdom is only 10 years old too, right? The physical capabilities of people in this world are rather exaggerated. Just as they were preparing to continue their journey toward Evergreen City, a cacophony of bird calls erupted behind them. Pidgey. Crimson Leaf immediately turned around to see a fully golden large bird soaring through the sky, its cries echoing through the air. It was a Pidgey. For the native bird of the Kanto region, even a trainer like Little Wisdom could recognize it without needing a Pokédex. Its appearance differed slightly from what they had seen on television, and it was significantly larger. Little Wisdom was visibly excited. He adjusted his cap and glanced at Pikachu nestled in Crimson Leaf's arms. Pikachu, let's capture that Pidgey together. Pika. Although Pikachu had acknowledged Little Wisdom, it seemed reluctant to leave Crimson Leaf's embrace, responding with a lackluster tone. What's the matter? Little Wisdom lamented, nearly stumbling in frustration. Crimson Leaf stifled a laugh as she gazed at the unusually large variant of Pidgey in the sky, feeling an inexplicable urge. Little Wisdom, can I attempt to capture this Pidgey? Crimson Leaf softly asked, her tone imbued with a hint of pleading and charm. Please. I still don't have a single Pokémon. All right then. Little Wisdom reluctantly agreed, though he was troubled, knowing that without Pikachu willing to battle, capturing the Pidgey would be an uphill task. Pika. As soon as he finished speaking, Pikachu leaped from Crimson Leaf's arms, brimming with determination, a stark contrast to its previous lethargy. Pikachu, you little rascal. Little Wisdom stomped his feet in frustration, yet he found himself powerless against Pikachu's enthusiasm. Haha, good boy. Crimson Leaf smiled, petting Pikachu's head. However, I wish to rely on my own strength to capture the Pidgey. Huh. Both Pikachu and Little Wisdom looked puzzled, as it was generally understood that attempting to capture a Pokémon solely by human effort was a daunting task. Little Wisdom had previously tried to capture a Spearow and ended up being chased by the entire flock. That's far too dangerous. Let Pikachu battle, Little Wisdom urged. But Crimson Leaf waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm confident in my abilities. With that, Crimson Leaf began to slowly form hand seals. As the celestial signs of the rat, dragon, and dog aligned, she formed merely 4 hand seals before pausing, her gaze fixated on the hovering Pidgey. This perplexed the nearby Ash, who inquired, What are you doing, Honya? Please help me, Ash. What do you need? Attract the Pidgey's attention and coax it down as close to the ground as possible. Understood. Despite his confusion, Ash chose to trust Honya. He picked up a round stone from the ground and hurled it towards the Pidgey above. Unfortunately, the stone was too slow, missing its target. yet it succeeded in capturing the Pidgey's attention. "Hey Pidgey, come battle me," Ash taunted, inciting the Pidgey to dive towards him in anger. "Hongya, it's coming down," Ash exclaimed nervously, while Hongya gave him a thumbs up and reassured him. "Well done. I'll handle the rest." Just as she finished speaking, the large, unusual Pidgey reached Ash, poised to strike, hovering less than half a meter above the ground. Now, wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Hongya completed the final seal. And in an instant, countless vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the Pidgey's wings and immobilizing it. Pidge. It let out a mournful cry, frantically flapping its wings in a futile attempt to break free, but the number of vines only multiplied, enveloping it entirely within moments. To Ash and Pikachu's astonishment, the vines began to grow, transforming into a towering tree. The Pidgey was thoroughly trapped within its branches, leaving only its head exposed, drooping helplessly. "That's incredible, Hongya. How did you do that?" Ash asked in wonder, while Pikachu echoed his confusion with wide eyes. "One could say it's a supernatural ability," Hongya replied softly. Her assertion held merit. In this world, many possessed extraordinary powers, including a certain stoic green-haired girl. What surprised Hongya was that her wood release seemed to amplify rather than diminish upon entering this new realm. Could it be due to the feather of Ho-Oh? But why would it do this? "It clearly urged me to leave this world quickly," she pondered, perplexed. "Unbelievable," Ash marveled, to which Pikachu nodded in agreement. The duo began to develop a silent understanding. Hongya approached the colossal tree she had conjured and gently stroked the Pidgey's exposed head, asking softly, "Pidgey, do you wish to become my partner?" The Pidgey, on the brink of unconsciousness, felt its strength returning at her touch, consciousness gradually awakening. Gazing at the girl before it, the unusual Pidgey shook its head. "I see," Hongya said, lowering her head in disappointment. She then clasped her hands together. "In that case, tree binding, eternal burial. Release." As her words fell, the great tree that had restrained the Pidgey disintegrated into countless vine-like saplings, taking root in the ground. The Pidgey regained its freedom. Surprised by Hongya's sudden decision to release it, the Pidgey stared at her for a prolonged moment, seemingly hesitant to act. "If you wish to avoid being captured in the future, be more cautious," Hongya smiled gently, extending her hand to stroke the Pidgey's head. It did not resist, but allowed her to caress it. "Pidge." Finally, the Pidgey called out, taking flight towards the horizon. Chapter 29. Let us bathe together, Hongya. Why didn't you capture the Pidgey? On their way to Pewter City, the novice trainer Ash could not help but ask Hongya. It was incapacitated. "You could have easily tossed a Pokeball to catch it." Hongya, who was currently rubbing Pikachu's cheek, contemplated before turning to him. "I believe what I need are companions, not mere tools. Therefore, I will respect the Pokemon's wishes." "Is that so?" Ash replied, appearing somewhat perplexed, yet sensing the wisdom in her words. Observing Ash's dazed expression, Hongya could not help but smile. She presented an example. "If you encounter a formidable enemy in the future and must evolve Pikachu into Raichu to prevail, would you proceed with that?" Ash opened his mouth to respond, but fell into thought. After a moment, he gazed determinedly at Pikachu in his arms. "I would seek Pikachu's opinion. If it does not wish to evolve, I would never force it." Pikachu also looked at Ash, its dark eyes sparkling with trust. "I believe in you." Hongya smiled sweetly at Ash, placing Pikachu on his shoulder. "I also believe in Pikachu, that it can triumph over strong foes in its current form." "Thank you, Hongya." "No need to keep thanking me," Hongya replied cheerfully, though internally, she felt a sense of confusion. In this world, derived from numerous literary works of her past life. Why did she have clarity regarding the Pokemon world while the trajectory of her original world eluded her memory entirely? This overly conspicuous situation hinted at possible human intervention. Faintly, it felt as if invisible hands were firmly controlling everything behind the scenes. "I hope this is just my imagination," Hongya mused inwardly. Upon entering Pewter City, Hongya and Ash prepared to head to the Pokemon Center when they were confronted by an orange-haired girl wielding a charred bicycle. How could you borrow someone else's bicycle without cherishing it?" "Ah, you're that person from before." "Indeed. You promised it was just a temporary loan. Yet you not only returned it in this state, but also abandoned it halfway." "That's because," the orange-haired girl began to confront Ash, who indeed felt guilty and stumbled over his words, unsure how to respond. He initially intended to offer compensation, but, upon feeling his pocket, his expression fell. Watching the bickering between the two, Hongya could not suppress her amused smile. In her past life, she had adored this pair of initial rivals. Thus, the wheel of fate began to turn. Ultimately, the girl named Misty joined Ash's traveling party, claiming she would leave once Ash compensated her for the bicycle. Though this deviated slightly from Honya's memories, it was comforting to see that the world's trajectory remained unchanged by her presence. Feeling a sense of relief, the three introduced themselves before heading to the Pokemon Center together. Along the way, Misty curiously observed Honya and asked, "Honya, where is Leaf Village?" It's quite remote, nestled in the mountains," Honya casually replied after some thought. Misty nodded in understanding, realizing why Honya's attire seemed outdated, reminiscent of styles from decades past and showing signs of frequent washing. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for Honya, who, despite being more beautiful than her three sisters, dressed so plainly due to her background. Unbeknownst to Honya, she sensed Misty's sympathetic gaze but remained oblivious to its meaning. As the trio arrived at the Pokemon Center in J-Band City, dusk had already begun to settle in. The foremost, Ash, had scarcely pushed the door open when a surge of dark purple gas erupted forth, enveloping the three of them in an instant. Cough, cough. Who did this? Both Ash and Misty found themselves unable to stifle their coughing, as the noxious fumes not only stung their eyes, but also emitted an exceptionally foul odor. Meanwhile, Red Leaf held her breath, her hands forming seals as she quietly reminded her Pikachu at her feet, "Pikachu, don't use your electricity if we encounter any foes." Pikachu responded with a puzzled Pika. Inside the Pokemon Center, a pair of young men and women donned in black and white uniforms, emblazoned with large red letters on their chests, were busily reciting their lines. "Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall graciously inform you. To prevent the world from, what is this ghastly thing? To protect the earth, it is vine. It has sprouted from the cracks of the ground." Unfortunately, before the duo could finish their dramatic monologue, Red Leaf had completed her slow seals, and amidst the startled shouts, the two were abruptly hurled out through the skylight by the very vines they spoke of. What an irksome sensation. Meow? Where are Jessie and James? A Meowth, capable of human speech, had yet to comprehend the situation when Red Leaf's sweetly smiling face appeared before it. "It seems I forgot about you. Meow?" Meowth suddenly sensed danger emanating from the girl before it, and in the next moment, it too was sent flying. Red Leaf clapped her hands, retracting the vines back into the ground. She gazed at the now merely damaged Pokemon Center and let out a resigned smile. "Apologies, Ho-Oh, but if things continue down this path, the Pokemon Center will be utterly destroyed. I've merely made a slight alteration. It shouldn't have any significant consequences, right?" Red Leaf felt a twinge of guilt while also worrying about the trio from Team Rocket she had just hurled away. Yet, recalling their past escapades brought her some comfort. In truth, she bore no ill will towards these three mischief makers. Her actions were solely to safeguard the Pokemon Center. Once the noxious gas dissipated, the commotion instigated by the nefarious Team Rocket in the Kanto region ceased, and the Pokemon Center resumed its normal operations. Ash and Misty intended to stay for the night, as per the League's regulations. Trainers could utilize their Pokédex to verify their identity and receive complimentary lodging and meals at the Pokemon Center. However, this left Red Leaf in a predicament. As she possessed neither a trainer's Pokédex nor any form of identification, she was, in essence, a ghost. With no other options, she timidly inquired of Misty if she might be allowed to stay the night. To her relief, Misty readily agreed. "Let's hurry, Red Leaf. We need to wash up. We've been trudging through mud for so long, we're absolutely filthy." In the bathroom, Misty remarked, "Red Leaf, your hair is so silky." As she helped wash Red Leaf's hair, she couldn't help but ask, "Is there a secret? Can you share it with me?" "It seems to be natural," Red Leaf replied, shaking her head, genuinely lacking any special secret. "Just tell me." Misty began to plead, her hand mischievously reaching towards Red Leaf's chest. "As a reward, I'll share my secret recipe that will make this place bigger. There is no need for that." In truth, the scene was devoid of any suggestive undertones. After all, both Red Leaf and Misty were merely 10-year-old girls. Red Leaf barely reached 5 feet, and her figure was entirely flat. Misty, although somewhat more developed than other girls her age, was still just a little more than a modest chest compared to her peers, particularly since she often wore padding. In Red Leaf's eyes, the children of the Pokemon world seemed somewhat precocious, but upon reflection, it made sense given the premise that one could embark on a journey at the tender age of 10. After their bath, Red Leaf encountered another dilemma. She had no clean clothes to change into. Who would have thought she would inexplicably traverse into another world? Did you not bring any clothes? Misty, wrapped in a towel and drying her hair, noticed Red Leaf's predicament. With a grin, she said, "If you don't mind, you can wear mine for now." "I am so sorry to trouble you," Red Leaf replied, her cheeks reddening with embarrassment. If possible, she preferred not to inconvenience others, not wanting to impose. Yet, it was indeed unavoidable. Her original attire was truly beyond salvage. Not only had it been stained with mud and grime, but it was also torn in some places and had to be discarded. She felt a pang of reluctance, having worn that outfit for over a year. "It's no trouble at all." Upon hearing Red Leaf's response, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Misty's eyes. She hurriedly rushed to her small backpack, rummaging through it. To Red Leaf's astonishment, Misty produced a tent, several pairs of sneakers, multiple bags of snacks, and various skincare products, all while murmuring, "There's just too much stuff. It's hard to find clothes. How can such a small bag hold so much?" Red Leaf pondered, her mind struggling to comprehend the implications. Was it due to advancements in technology? Space technology? She felt her thoughts becoming muddled, but she set herself a goal, to buy a similar backpack before leaving. She needed to devise a way to earn some money, but how? Healing Pokemon with medical ninjutsu? That seemed impractical. Given the existence of Pokemon centers where trainers could receive free treatment. Perhaps working? But that would be too time-consuming. Ho-Oh had advised her to leave this world sooner rather than later. Just as Red Leaf contemplated her means of earning, Misty suddenly exclaimed, "I found it." She pulled out a beautiful white dress from her bag and rushed over to Red Leaf. "Try this on. It will look perfect on you." At first glance, Red Leaf was captivated by the stunning dress. There was no comparison. The textile and fashion industries of her original world were incredibly underdeveloped compared to those of the Pokemon world. As for her memories from her previous life, she had always squatted to relieve herself. Standing again would be quite an adjustment. The same applied to dressing and grooming. That said, Red Leaf hesitated, slowly responding, "This dress is too precious." Even without much knowledge of fashion, she could tell from the careful packaging that Misty had put into the dress that it was something special. "It's no problem. I can just ask my family for another one," Misty replied nonchalantly, attempting to shove the dress into Red Leaf's arms. The latter insisted, "No, I really can't accept this. It's too valuable." For a moment, Misty was at a loss for words, but then an idea struck her. "It's not a gift. There's a condition." Red Leaf remained silent, blinking expectantly at Misty for further elaboration. Leaning in closer, Misty whispered, "The condition is, could you just help me out a little? Please?" "Very well." Ultimately, after much persuasion from Misty, Red Leaf acquiesced and donned the exquisite white dress. Their heights were quite similar, so it fit reasonably well. Additionally, Misty provided Red Leaf with a set of undergarments, asserting, girls should take care of themselves a bit more. "Oh," Red Leaf nodded, somewhat perplexed but intrigued. How should one put it? Perhaps it is indeed more comfortable when not adorned, as she requires some time to acclimate. In fact, Yuko Aoki has previously broached the subject of undergarments with Keiha, but the latter has never paid it much heed. After all, it is quite normal for Keiha, being a novice in femininity, to be unaware. Suddenly, she became aware of a pressing concern. In less than 2 years, would she soon be expecting her monthly cycle? After their bath, the freshly attired Keiha took hold of the hand of Xiaoxia and they exited the room, intending to dine at the Pokemon Center. A simple meal did not necessitate the use of a Pokédex to affirm their identities as trainers. It can be considered a complimentary offering from the League to the general populace. Seated by the window, Keiha quietly marveled at the remarkable productivity of the Pokemon world. Indeed, it resembled an existence akin to a utopia, where individuals could freely choose their paths, be it as Pokemon trainers, breeders, scholars, chefs, or other vocations. Absent were the pressures of survival, allowing all to pursue their dreams unabashedly. In stark contrast, the reality of her own world was far more demanding. Even the mightiest of ninjas lived lives teetering on the edge of danger, while commoners often lacked basic security. "Oh, hello there." Just as Keiha was lost in thought, a somewhat flippant male voice interrupted her reverie. She lifted her gaze to find a blue-haired youth, sporting sunglasses and a stylish outfit, cradling an egg in his arms. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" Keiha blinked in confusion. She had no prior acquaintance with this young man and was merely waiting for Xiaoxia to retrieve their meals. "Little miss, do you not realize this is my seat?" Chapter 31. The Avatar of the North Wind. Taken aback by the boy's words, Keiha surveyed the empty seats around her, and recalled the scene when she had taken her place, posing a puzzled inquiry. But there was nothing here marking it as reserved when I sat down? Oh dear, you simply do not understand. Observing Keiha's docile demeanor, the fashionable youth adjusted his sunglasses and casually took a seat beside her, placing the egg down nonchalantly. Although this Pokemon Center is not my territory, the window seat is rightfully mine. Keiha's lips twitched slightly. She found herself at a loss for words regarding the pompous behavior of the young man before her. Truly, in any world, there exist individuals of disagreeable character. Is that so? I apologize for occupying your seat. I shall take my leave. Not wishing to engage in a futile dispute, Keiha stood to depart, only to have the fashionable youth seize her wrist, speaking in a teasing tone. Oh, do not be so cold. I never said you couldn't sit here. Removing his sunglasses, he revealed eyes that were somewhat elongated compared to the average. Grinning as he added, I haven't encountered such an adorable novice trainer in ages. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dio. No, thank you. Also, I am not a trainer. Keiha furrowed her brow, attempting to free herself from Dio's grasp, but found his strength surprisingly formidable. Was the physical prowess of the natives in this world truly so extraordinary? Keiha had thought only the residents of Masera Town possessed such attributes. Are you attempting to reject me? Dio's expression darkened, irritation surfacing. Let me inform you, little sister, my strength is not to be compared with that of an ordinary trainer. You would do well to recognize your place. Please let go. This is quite rude, Keiha implored, distressed. She had no desire to harm another, even if they were of a disagreeable nature. After all, he was merely a child yet to mature. More importantly, Keiha needed to minimize her impact on this world, a promise she had made to Ho-Oh. Do not provoke me further, for if I am angered just as Dio was about to unleash his threats. He was abruptly interrupted by a feminine voice. Stop. What are you doing? Xiaoxia, bearing 2 trays of curry rice, had just arrived and caught sight of Dio's attempts to intimidate Keiha. She immediately raised her voice. Placing the trays on the table, Dio merely shot a glance at Xiaoxia. You ugly creature, do not meddle. Ugly creature? Xiaoxia's lips twitched at Dio's assessment of her appearance. An unseen aura of darkness emanating from her as her eyes glinted with a crimson light. What the hell? Dio, clearly taken aback by Xiaoxia's demeanor, instinctively released Keiha's wrist, allowing her to flee. Now's my chance. Pikachu. Seeing the opportunity, Xiaoxia pointed at Dio, commanding, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu? Keiha was momentarily stunned. As far as she recalled, Xiaoxia had not captured a Pikachu. Could it be, hey Pikachu, why did you run off? From a nearby food line, Ash's voice rang out. Pikachu. In the next moment, a Pikachu burst forth from the line, its small body crackling with electricity as it launched itself at the isolated Dio. Ah! Dio shrieked as he was enveloped in electricity. His figure transformed into a darkened silhouette, puffing out wisps of smoke. Humph, do you now understand my prowess? Xiaoxia cradled Pikachu, affectionately stroking its head while turning to admonish Dio. Remember, one must not comment on a girl's appearance, especially not those 3 words. Curse you, you foul girl. Remember this. The unfolding scene attracted the attention of many present, and Dio, not wishing to be seen in his disheveled state, promptly fled the Pokemon Center. Leaving behind a hasty threat, Xiaoxia, unperturbed, lavished praise upon the Pikachu in her arms. Pikachu, you're such a good child. Pikachu. Hey, Xiaoxia, give Pikachu back to me. At that moment, Ash emerged from the food line, seeking to reclaim Pikachu from Xiaoxia, who simply replied, not a chance, as she continued to coo at the Pokemon. Meanwhile, Keiha's gaze fell upon the seat where Dio had been, noticing a beautifully patterned egg resting quietly there, left behind in his hasty departure. Hey, your egg. Keiha approached the entrance, attempting to alert Dio, but in the brief span of a moment, his figure had vanished into the night. Even with her Sharingan activated, she could not trace his presence. This left Keiha bewildered. It shouldn't be possible. Was the physical capability of the people in this world truly so exaggerated? With a resigned sigh, Keiha picked up the intricately patterned egg, intending to hand it to Nurse Joy at the front desk. Miss Joy, this egg was left behind by a boy named Dio. If he returns looking for it, could you please return it to him? Just as Keiha finished speaking, the egg began to tremble in her grasp, fissures appearing upon its surface and light seeping through. Is it hatching? As Keiha gazed in disbelief, the egg was enveloped in radiant light until, finally, the glow dissipated, revealing an empty shell. Is there nothing inside? Keiha pondered in astonishment, when suddenly, she felt a chilling presence behind her. "Crimson Leaf, be careful behind you," Xiaoxia cautioned, her voice tinged with tremor. Upon hearing this, Crimson Leaf swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by a vast expanse of dense, purple mist, exuding an aura of coldness and foreboding. "Ag!" The girl let out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, not far from the Pokemon Center, by a nearby lake, a stylish young boy named Du stood, his form gradually shifting from standing on 2 feet to moving on all 4s. Bathed in the moonlight, his blue gem-like adornment gleamed brilliantly, and his body was adorned with blue and white patterns, reminiscent of the intertwining of wind and water. Chapter 32. Farewells and Gifts. At the heart of the mist floated a small, purplish-black orb, possessing large white eyes, tiny black pupils, and a pair of diminutive fangs. Faintly, Crimson Leaf sensed a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. How quite adorable, she thought, as she couldn't help but reach out to touch the orb, suspended in the air. It seemed to revel in her affection, its petite face displaying a human-like expression of comfort. "Kakik," the purple-black orb chuckled joyfully. Of course, this was merely the scene as perceived by Crimson Leaf, who noticed Xiaoxia's unusual demeanor, prompting a concerned inquiry. "Xiaoxia, are you all right?" Indeed, the one who had just screamed was not Crimson Leaf. Aye. Xiaoxia's complexion had turned pale, clinging to Ash's side, her body and voice trembling uncontrollably. From Xiaoxia's perspective, the Pokemon before Crimson Leaf appeared as a grotesque, purple-black skull encased in the eerie mist, its mouth filled with jagged, sharp fangs, and its hollow eye sockets occasionally rolling with a ghastly white. What kind of Pokemon is this? In contrast to Xiaoxia, Ash maintained a much calmer demeanor, curiously retrieving his Pokédex to scan the floating purplish-black orb. Gengar, a ghost-type Pokemon. It is a life form born from gas. If enveloped by its toxic, gaseous form, anyone would faint. How remarkable! Ghost-type Pokemon truly exist. Ash's dull and carefree disposition prevented him from feeling fear, yet it only made Xiaoxia tremble more fiercely behind him. "This isn't the main point," Crimson Leaf sighed, placing a hand on her forehead, casting a pleading glance towards the gentle smiling Joy. "Miss Joy, what should we do now? Should we catch this child first? After all, even a ghostly newborn is still a child." It seemed Gengar understood the implication of Crimson Leaf's words, as its previously cheerful expression morphed into one of terror. It spun around Crimson Leaf in a frenzy, constantly muttering, "Kakik." Crimson Leaf was momentarily bewildered, but Joy, smiling, clarified. Newborn Pokemon tend to view the first person they see as their mother. It doesn't want you to abandon it. "Me? A mother?" Crimson Leaf pointed to herself and then glanced at the frantically circling Gengar, which now had tears streaming from its large white eyes, resembling a child yearning for its mother. She was merely 10 years old. Was she really becoming a mother? Moreover, this child was someone else's Pokemon. Did this count as theft? Crimson Leaf suddenly felt a throbbing headache. Ultimately, after Gengar's tearful wailing and the persuasion from Joy and Ash, Crimson Leaf chose to capture Gengar. Notably, she had no Pokeballs on her. She had to borrow one from Ash on the spot. Thus, Crimson Leaf acquired her very first Pokemon, Gengar. Born less than an hour ago, the turmoil came to an end. After dinner, Crimson Leaf followed Xiaoxia back to their room to prepare for rest. Before sleeping, Xiaoxia specifically reminded her not to release Gengar, simply because she was afraid of ghosts. Crimson Leaf chuckled helplessly at this, nodding in agreement. Initially, she had intended to let Gengar stay outside like Ash's Pikachu to enhance their bond. However, she decided to wait until they returned to their original world. With Gengar's issue resolved, the two changed into their pajamas. Crimson Leaf borrowed some from Xiaoxia and snuggled together on a single bed, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, at the Senju ancestral home in Konoha, Sister Ju propped his chin on his hand, inquiring of Tsunade, who was sipping sake. "When will Crimson Leaf return?" "How would I know?" Tsunade set down her cup, letting out a hiccup, a flush of color gracing her cheeks, her gaze slightly unfocused. According to that fool Jiraiya's experience, once Crimson Leaf completes the summoning test and formally establishes a summoning contract, she should be able to return. There won't be any danger, right? Ju asked nervously, to which Tsunade rolled her eyes. "You've asked that question a dozen times already. The answer remains the same." Ju fell silent, merely lowering his head to fiddle with a branch in his hand. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after completing their morning routines and packing their belongings, Xiao Xia and Ash prepared to set off for Pewter City, only to receive news of Crimson Leaf's imminent departure. Crimson Leaf, are you not traveling with us? I'm sorry. I received a letter from home. Something has come up, and I must return urgently. Crimson Leaf explained apologetically, knowing full well she was lying. Observing the reluctant expressions on Ash and Xiao Xia's faces, Crimson Leaf produced 2 jet-black wristbands from seemingly nowhere, handing one to each of them. This is a token of my gratitude. She smiled sweetly at the 2 as they accepted the wristbands. Although not particularly valuable, they might prove useful in the future. These wristbands were a product of the Rinnegan, and Crimson Leaf herself was uncertain of their potential utility. Yet they were the only parting gift she could offer in her current state of utter poverty. Thank you. I will treasure it dearly. Me too. Ash and Xiao Xia expressed their gratitude, and the 3 of them parted ways. Before departing, Crimson Leaf added, if given the chance, let us travel together again in the future. It's a promise. No breaking your word. Crimson Leaf watched Ash and Xiao Xia's retreating figures until they gradually faded from her sight. In that moment, she felt a pang of longing. Lowering her gaze, she observed a teardrop-shaped hairpin and 4 pokeballs, parting gifts from Xiao Xia and Ash. Crimson Leaf placed the teardrop hairpin into her hair on the right side, then activated one of the pokeballs. With a surge of white light, Jengar, enveloped in a mist-like gas, materialized before her. Kakik. As soon as Jengar emerged from the pokeball, it eagerly rushed towards Crimson Leaf, who felt the temperature around her drop several degrees. A summer essential. Let us go? Jengar. She patted Jengar's solid purple-black head, gripping the remaining 3 pokeballs, her gaze directed towards the nearby Viridian forest. Let us seek out the remaining companions. Kakik. Oh no, don't lick my hair. I just styled it. Chapter 33. Crisis, Pidgey at Jengar. Use hypnosis. Kakik. Next up is Wood Release. It can barely hold on. Jengar. Use Lick to finish it off. Kakik. Such dialogues echoed through Viridian forest, each utterance signifying a Pokemon succumbing to the experience of another. This was also one of Crimson Leaf's intentions, to acquire her remaining 2 Pokemon while simultaneously helping Jengar level up, allowing her to indulge in her passion for being a Pokemon trainer. The experience here surpasses that of playing a game by leaps and bounds. In truth, the majority of the leveling process is primarily executed by Hongyia, who relies on Wood Release to nearly drain the stamina of wild Pokemon, ultimately finishing them off with the help of Gast. This predicament is unavoidable, after all. Gast has only just been born and is at such a low level that it can only utilize 3 skills: Lick, Confuse Ray, and Hypnosis, with Lick being its sole offensive move, and even that inflicts pitiful damage. Moreover, its preferred target for Lick happens to be Hongyia. Really, I'm not like Xiaoyu. And you're not a Sue. Please stop licking me. Hongyia once again tugged at Gast, which was perched on her head, and said, pouting, especially my hair. Don't mess it up. It's such a hassle to comb. Gast nodded in response, and then licked Hongya's cheek. The sensation was a tingling one. Yet the damage was indeed minimal. Hongya sighed in resignation. She couldn't change Gast's licking habit anytime soon and had to accept it. Brushing Gast aside, she approached the EV that had been licked down and extended her palm to use Healing Palm technique on it. As life force flowed into it, the formerly unconscious EV gradually awakened, its large eyes filled with curiosity as it looked at Hongya in a daze. EV, would you like to travel with me? Hongya spoke gently to the awakening EV. We're heading to a rather frightening world, and it may be a long time before we return to this one. This was how Hongya approached wild Pokemon after defeating them. First, she healed their injuries, then asked if they wished to follow her. After all, as Hongya had mentioned, once they chose to accompany her, they would have to face the harsher reality of the ninja world, so she respected their choices. This resulted in her capturing only a single green shiny Zubat, which had been abandoned by its companions during the entire morning, as those of its kind often shunned and rejected it. This poor little creature had almost approached Hongya on its own. Returning to the scene with Eevee, the latter felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing Hongya's gentle smile, having just escaped from a department store. It approached and nudged Hongya's hand, indicating its acceptance. Then, I look forward to our future together. Hongya produced a Pokeball and seamlessly captured Eevee. Currently, among the 4 Pokeballs she possessed, only one remained empty. If all went as planned, the so-called connection to the distant world would be resolved before sunset. The thought of departing from this enchanting realm filled Hongya with a sense of loss, yet she resolved to cheer herself up as much as possible. pointing towards the depths of the evergreen forest. Gast, go seek out our final companion. Kia, you licked my hair again. Hongya and Gast frolicked together. In this world, which she had longed for since childhood, she found herself unexpectedly lively. However, as the saying goes, even a horse can stumble. After wandering down the night road too often, one is bound to encounter ghosts. Hongya had miscalculated. In her efforts to level up Gast, she had encouraged it to engage in battles with wild Pokemon, initiating attacks indiscriminately. Why is my luck as unfortunate as ashes? With Gast now secured in its Pokeball, Hongya, donning a white dress, could hardly maintain her composure and began to run frantically. Behind her, a Fearow and dozens of Spearows pursued closely. Hongya never anticipated that in her quest to level up Gast, she would inadvertently defeat a Spearow. This creature, in turn, summoned many of its relatives, the other Spearows, and even called upon its ancestral guardian, the leading Fearow, for support. It was no wonder, after all. It was I who had first bullied the bird. Hiding behind a massive tree, Hongya muttered to herself while contemplating how to handle her predicament. All 3 Pokemon she had captured were in their initial baby forms. Sending them into battle would be tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, she lacked any substantial offensive capabilities. Her sole means of immobilizing targets, the Wood Release's tree-binding burial, was effective only against a single opponent and involved sprouting vine-like saplings from the ground, proving ineffective against aerial foes. As for her other techniques, the Sharingan's one Tomo only granted her insight, failing to allow her to cast hypnosis illusions. Other Wood Release jutsu she knew included Wood Clone and Wood Wall, the latter of which could provide defense but required the formation of 5 hand seals. Given her speed, she would likely be pecked by Fearow's sharp beak before completing even 5 seals. First, I'll use the Wood Clone to distract them. Hongya finally conceived a strategy. But before she could act, the leading Fearow had already discovered her hiding place, rapidly spinning in midair and launching a peck attack. Fortunately, upon activating her Sharingan, her dynamic vision significantly improved, allowing her to swiftly dodge the attack. The tree she had been hiding behind was now pierced through by Fearow's sharp beak, leaving a gaping hole. Don't be so frightening. Hongya nearly burst into tears, unable to fathom the dire consequences had she been struck. Yet, the current situation afforded her no time for tears. Seeing its attack miss, Fearow quickly ascended into the sky and began to spin rapidly once more. Hongya struggled to remain calm, though her body and hands trembled uncontrollably. She nervously began forming hand seals while inwardly shouting, "Faster! Form the seals quicker!" As long as she could unleash the wood wall, she would be safe. Unfortunately, in the throes of tension and fear, Hongya made a mistake commonly seen during her time at ninja school. She formed the wrong hand seals. The flow of chakra became chaotic, and the wood wall was never summoned. Fearow's long beak came into her view, glinting sharply under the sun. In despair, Hongya closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. The next moment, a loud, piercing cry rang out. Beedrill. Chapter 34. Capture and return to the original world. The anticipated agony never arrived. Hesitantly, Hongya opened her eyes, and through her tear-blurred vision, she saw a magnificent, golden bird Pokemon, towering in size. Beedrill? Wiping her eyes, she clearly discerned the creature before her. It was a shiny Beedrill, its size nearly double that of a normal Beedrill. At that moment, the Beedrill stood protectively in front of Hongya, its powerful claw firmly gripping Fearow's incoming beak, rendering the latter incapable of escaping despite its frantic struggles. Beedrill. Noticing the approaching horde of Spearows, Beedrill issued another cry, forcefully tossing the trapped Fearow aside while unfurling its enormous wings. As Beedrill flapped its wings, a whirlwind suddenly formed, growing from a gentle breeze into a fierce tornado. All the airborne Fearow and Spearows caught in its wake were drawn into the vortex, and when the tornado subsided, they all fell to the ground, their eyes swirling in dizziness. A single strike, and they were defeated. Thank you. Hongya leaned against Beedrill's wing, expressing her gratitude, her earlier fear still lingering as her legs trembled slightly. Beedrill raised its broad wings, gently shielding Hongya, which brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Hongya finally regained her composure and looked up at Beedrill, a joyful smile spreading across her face. It's you, the Pidgey from yesterday, I sent it? Beedrill nodded, its keen gaze locking onto Hongya's eyes, and in that instant, she felt she could hear its heart's voice. Could it be that you left yesterday to evolve? The crimson leaves blinked, gently caressing the large head of the majestic bird of prey, and from the pocket of her dress, she withdrew the last remaining empty Pokeball. "So, will you be my partner?" she inquired. The bird screeched in response, transforming into a brilliant red light before diving directly into the Pokeball, leaving her astonished. "Truly, my world is fraught with peril," she sighed, a wry smile gracing her lips. She had intended to explain everything to the majestic creature, but it had granted her no such opportunity. At that moment, her eyes were replaced by rippling waves of soft lavender, as if she had lost her senses. Mechanically, she raised her left hand, aligning her index and middle fingers. In the land of fire, within the Senju ancestral home of the Hidden Leaf Village, it was midday. Kaku sat in the courtyard, gazing intently at a red flower in his hand. Nearby, Tsunade, munching on rice balls, called out to him, "Hey, Kaku, eat your meal first." "Sister, you go ahead. I lack an appetite," he replied, shaking his head, his focus unwavering on the wilting flower. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. "It's been a day and a night already." "I know," Tsunade retorted, visibly annoyed as she tossed a second rice ball at his head. "You can starve yourself, but it won't help Red Leaf. Hurry and eat." "But I truly cannot eat." Kaku sighed, removing the rice ball from his head and taking a few reluctant bites, finding it tasteless. After finishing, he tilted his head back, staring at the vast azure sky. "Red Leaf, when will you return?" As he pondered, he caught a glimpse of something pure white descending from above. Instinctively, he extended his arms and caught it securely. "Red Leaf," he exclaimed, noticing her in a white dress, her gaze sweeping the surroundings until it settled on him. "Red Leaf, you've finally returned. Do you know how worried I've been?" Kaku, could you please set me down?" she requested, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment from the excitement of being cradled in his arms. Tsunade observed the scene, her eye twitching slightly. Yet a smile formed at the corner of her mouth. Two troublesome little brats. In the reception room, Tsunade curiously regarded the 4 Pokemon surrounding Red Leaf. "So, this is the spirit beast you contracted?" She stroked her smooth chin, intrigued. Unbeknownst to her, the term Pokemon was unfamiliar. To Tsunade, the foremost creature was a massive golden eagle, nearly touching the ceiling when standing, with sharp talons glinting menacingly. It appeared to possess formidable combat capabilities. Following it was a small green bat, perched on Red Leaf's shoulder and barking defensively at Tsunade as she approached. It seemed highly vigilant, likely responsible for reconnaissance. In Red Leaf's embrace was a creature resembling both a fox and a puppy, which Tsunade dismissed as merely cute but seemingly lacking in any practical abilities. It appeared to be a filler. As for the last creature, a peculiar black sphere with fangs floating in the air, Kaku curiously poked it. The ghostly creature, Jengar, playfully met his gaze with its eerie red eyes. "Wow," Kaku exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before screaming and hiding behind Red Leaf, trembling as he pointed at Jengar. It. Red Leaf gently patted his head in consolation, then turned her curiosity toward him. "What did you see?" "I saw myself dead," he stammered, still visibly shaken. "I stepped onto an explosive tag trap." "It's an illusion," Tsunade remarked, furrowing her brow, then shaking her head. "No, there are no chakra fluctuations. This technique is called Nightmare Shadow, capable of conjuring terrifying illusions." Red Leaf flicked Jengar's forehead apologetically, addressing Kaku. "I apologize. This child is merely a day old and still quite mischievous." "It's fine," Kaku replied, regaining his composure. He took a deep breath and looked at the 4 Pokemon beside Red Leaf, joyfully exclaiming, "Red Leaf, your spirit beasts are truly impressive. They are far superior to the snot-nosed slug my sister gave me. I envy you. Don't say such rude things, you little brat." Tsunade's fist landed on his head before she turned to Red Leaf. "Since you don't wish to sign a contract with the Wetbone Forest, I won't force you. It's just the right time to test the capabilities of your spirit beasts." "Huh." Red Leaf blinked, her eyes sparkling. "Are we going to have a Pokemon battle? Is my aunt going to fight me?" Red Leaf couldn't help but ask, realizing that in this world, she was the only one with Pokemon. "Not I," Tsunade replied, shaking her head while casting a glance at Kaku, who was still cautiously observing the eagle. "You, take Red Leaf to the training grounds at the base. Your teacher is there." "My teacher?" Red Leaf thought, a cold visage flashing in her mind. Worry etched across her face as she gazed at her Pokemon. "This also serves as a test from Orochimaru for you. A former member of his team has chosen to no longer be a ninja," Tsunade stated cryptically. Then ruffled Red Leaf's hair, encouraging her. Don't fret too much. That guy knows how to handle things. And you should have confidence in your partners, shouldn't you? Red Leaf nodded, stroking the eagle's wing. Let us prepare for our first battle, Beedrill. Beedrill. It responded with a clear cry. Jengar, who had been hovering around Red Leaf, seemed to grow impatient at being overlooked, letting out a loud cry and licking her face with its tongue, eager to assert its presence. That really hurts, Red Leaf murmured, rubbing her slightly numb cheek, letting out a weak sigh. She pondered how to train her Pokemon in a world devoid of them. Meanwhile, Kaku watched, sweat beading on his forehead, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread from Red Leaf's floating spirit beast, which radiated an unsettling chill and could conjure terrifying visions, reminiscent of a legendary specter. Wait, a ghost? Kaku thought, suddenly realizing something significant. Just as Red Leaf and Kaku were about to depart, Tsunade called out to them, glancing at Red Leaf's white dress. While that outfit is lovely, you wouldn't want to wear it for the test, would you? I'll change right now, Red Leaf exclaimed, dashing off to her room. Kaku felt a twinge of regret, but understood his sister's point. As Red Leaf followed him to the training ground at the Sinja base, she spotted two figures in the distance, one large and one small. The larger figure was undoubtedly Orochimaru, Tsunade's teammate, while the smaller one was a boy with shoulder-length black hair, whom Red Leaf would tentatively label a boy, as Kaku had informed her of his gender. He's quite handsome, she mused, her first impression of the boy akin to that of a girl, though she noted his hair appeared somewhat stiff, resembling a hedgehog. Indeed, it appears you share the same sentiment, Hongya. Shengtong nodded in agreement with Hongya's reaction, chuckling softly. When we first met, I too assumed Ling was a girl. Uchiha Ling. Hongya murmured the name of the youth, her gaze catching the pattern on his clothing, a red and white fan, the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Yes. His full name is Uchiha Ling, Shengtong acknowledged, greeting the two. Orochimaru-sensei, Ling, I've come to join Hongya. There was no need for Shengtong to announce his presence. The duo in the training field had already noticed Hongya's arrival, especially Uchiha Ling, whose crimson eyes, adorned with two spinning tomo, exuded an aura that suggested he was not one to be approached easily, complemented by his cold, handsome visage. As for Orochimaru, he retained his perennial chill, reminiscent of a snake poised to strike. They did not appear to be very approachable. Hongya sighed with a touch of resignation, feeling a sudden wave of pressure. Within the training field, Orochimaru, clad in a green jounin vest, spoke with a smile to the visibly anxious Hongya. Your assessment involves withstanding my onslaught for 3 minutes. You may utilize tools, summoning beasts, and any means at your disposal. With that, his gaze turned with intrigue towards the spirit floating in midair, Gui's. And he could not help but lick his lips, finding the life forms amusing. Hongya, steeling herself, retrieved a kunai from her small pouch, her slender arms trembling uncontrollably. This marked her first direct engagement in combat. Previously, her encounter with the large-mouthed sparrow and its flock had been nothing but a frantic escape, a one-sided affair. Go for it, Hongya. Shengtong cheered from the observation area, attempting to rally Uchiha Ling alongside him, which caused the usually reserved Uchiha Ling to frown slightly. Shengtong. Uchiha Ling spoke softly, his tone imbued with an icy clarity. Is she the junior you mentioned? Indeed, Shengtong nodded with a grin. Though I am not much older than Hongya, barely 2 years, I hold the title of her uncle. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ling's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire. What is her surname? Her surname? I believe it is Yasuji. Hongya shares her name with her mother, my cousin, Shengtong replied after a moment's thought. Curiosity sparked anew. He asked, Ling, what brings this question to your mind? Uchiha Ling did not respond to Shengtong. His fists were clenched tightly, the crimson hue of his eyes swirling with intensity, the third tomo seemingly on the verge of manifesting. Meanwhile, in the training field, Orochimaru had commenced his assault, casually throwing a kunai towards Hongya. With a resounding thud, Hongya managed to block the probing strike with her kunai, her dynamic vision serving her well even without activating her Sharingan. If this is the extent of your reflexes, you will not pass this assessment, Orochimaru remarked as he swiftly formed hand seals, his speed dazzling to behold. Wind release, great breakthrough. A torrent of wind erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, nearly destabilizing Hongya. In a flurry, she retrieved a Pokeball from her waist. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. With a flash of white light, the massive Pidgeot shielded Hongya, flapping its enormous wings to create a powerful vortex. The gusts unleashed by Orochimaru were swiftly dismantled by the fierce whirlwind, which surged forward with unyielding force. Chapter 36. Then I shall strike now. Another summoning beast. Observing the towering Pidgey, standing at 3 meters tall, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, glancing at the 4 Pokeballs at Honya's waist. A summoning method not previously seen. Was it merely a matter of tossing them out without performing the summoning technique? Clearly, this piqued his interest. At this point, half a minute had elapsed since the assessment began. Seeing Orochimaru halt his assault, Honya quickly released her remaining 2 Pokeballs, summoning Eevee and Zubat simultaneously. Honya's hand-sealing speed was too slow. She needed multiple Pokemon on the field to create diversions, thus granting her the opportunity to utilize ninjutsu. This scene further confirmed Orochimaru's assumptions. Pidgeot, use Whirlwind. Honya decided to take the initiative, raising her hand to direct her Pokemon. Zubat utilized Supersonic for disruption, while Eevee employed Sand Attack. Given Eevee's lower level and lack of evolution, its skills were limited, primarily functional in nature. Meanwhile, Gui's had already concealed itself, preparing to launch a surprise scare at Orochimaru, an authentic shock. Commanding summoning beasts in battle, are we? Orochimaru mused softly. The next moment, the whirlwind generated by Pidgeot was upon him, seemingly more potent than the previous wind release. Orochimaru's figure began to sway, yet he remained unperturbed, hastily forming hand seals. Just as he completed half of the sequence, a sharp pain pierced his eardrums, accompanied by a gust of sand. It was the interference from Zubat and Eevee. A commendable strategy, but your intentions are too transparent, Orochimaru remarked with a smile as he staggered in the gale, at risk of losing his balance. The sudden shift in the battle left Shangtong in astonishment, exclaiming, Honya is remarkable. She has managed to put Orochimaru-sensei in such a predicament. Orochimaru was not at a disadvantage. Uchiha Ling's crimson gaze fixated intently on the confrontation, coldly asserting, he is merely toying with her. Just as Uchiha Ling suggested. The seemingly disheveled Orochimaru had merely completed 3 hand seals. In an instant, he extricated himself from the vortex, skillfully evading the imperceptible sound waves and sand. It was the body flicker technique. Shingtong realized that Honya's summoning beasts had a limited range. As long as he could distance himself from that area, all interference would cease. By the way, Ling, can't you show Orochimaru-sensei a modicum of respect? Uchiha Ling remained silent. Honya was acutely aware of the deficiencies in her strategy. Yet she had never intended to rely solely on this approach for her assessment. Seizing the moment while Orochimaru was ensnared, Honya completed her hand seals. Wood release, multiple wood clone technique. With a soft exclamation, dozens of wooden clones emerged from behind her, scattering to disrupt Orochimaru's focus. 4 of the wooden clones began directing the Pokemon. Eevee, assist Pidgeot. Eevee, Zubat, use Confuse Ray to disrupt him. Zubat, Pidgeot, unleash the most powerful hurricane, maximizing the coverage area. Pidgeot, Guis, do what you do best. The efficiency of directing the Pokemon through 4 wooden clones was evidently superior to a single commander. Was this the wood release capable of pacifying chaos? Orochimaru observed the multitude of wooden clones, realizing they were indistinguishable from the real body, akin to shadow clones. Meanwhile, a wave of colorful light leisurely approached him. It was Zubat's Confuse Ray. At such a speed, even a genin could easily evade it. Orochimaru, too lazy to employ the body flicker technique, merely sidestepped to avoid it. The next moment, a violent whirlwind manifested at his feet. Orochimaru, unhurried and deliberate, once again formed hand seals, attempting to escape the swirling tempest's grasp using the body flicker technique. However, this time, the tornado seemed to expand relentlessly, swiftly surveying his surroundings. Orochimaru discerned a solitary corner that appeared less susceptible to the storm's coverage. Yet, his intentions were all too evident. For a mere 10-year-old, this display was indeed remarkable. In truth, there were dozens of ways for Orochimaru to counter such a trivial ruse. Aware that he had walked into a trap, he nonetheless chose to teleport to this spot as Red Leaf desired, curious to see what surprises she might conjure. Caw, caw. Just as Orochimaru touched down, the elusive ghost emerged from his shadow, its pale eyes glowing with an eerie red light, locking gazes with the orange-hued serpent pupils. Dark Night Shadow, activate. Now was the moment. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. As Orochimaru stood momentarily stunned, Red Leaf, fully prepared, hastily formed the final seal. Countless vine-like saplings erupted from the earth, encircling Orochimaru in an instant. The saplings intertwined, transforming into a towering tree that ensnared him thoroughly. At this juncture, Ju, observing from a distance, was astounded, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Teacher Orochimaru is actually trapped." Foolish. In contrast to the simple-minded Ju, Uchiha Ling saw the situation clearly and explained, "Look closely. Orochimaru used the same strategy from the bell test. It's not so simple to ensnare him." Uchiha Ling's tone remained as cold as ever. "Apologies, Orochimaru-sensei." Red Leaf approached the towering tree, gazing at the head of Orochimaru, and softly said, "The assessment will conclude in 30 seconds, and I shall release the technique then." A commendable collaboration. Having regained his composure while ensnared, Orochimaru met Red Leaf's gaze with his slitted serpent eyes. However, she was still too naive. A husky, ominous voice emerged from behind Red Leaf, and before she could react, a sharp kunai pressed against her slender neck. Red Leaf clearly saw that the Orochimaru who had been trapped in the tree had now transformed into a puddle of mud. A substitution? Or a mud clone? "This must be your true self, little Red Leaf." Orochimaru, with his pale, icy hand, wiped away the cold sweat from her brow. "Not at all, Orochimaru-sensei." Unfazed, Red Leaf turned her head defiantly, disregarding the kunai at her throat, and smiled at Orochimaru. "This is merely a clone." Her smile was sweet, yet somewhat forced. "Is that so? Then I shall stab down now." Wait. Red Leaf interjected hastily, shaking her head and murmuring, "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sensei, I lied. This is the true body." She added, "However, there should still be 3 minutes left." "Cunning little girl," Orochimaru smirked non-committally, retracting the kunai from her neck. "Very well. Consider yourself qualified." In truth, he had appeared behind Red Leaf with just 5 seconds remaining in the assessment, her childish deception merely a tactic to buy time. This was precisely why Orochimaru referred to Red Leaf as a cunning little girl. As Orochimaru acknowledged her performance, Red Leaf breathed a sigh of relief. She formed the snake seal, dispelling the wood clones and recalling her Pokemon, Bide, Eevee, and Zubat, into their Pokeballs. As for Ghost, it remained hidden in her shadow, occasionally peeking out to make faces at Orochimaru. What an amusing little creature. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, though it was unclear whether he referred to Ghost or Red Leaf. "Orochimaru-sensei, was that a mud clone you just used?" Red Leaf inquired curiously. Orochimaru nodded, explaining, "When your summoned beast first summoned the raging winds, the mud clone was already ensnared. My true self remained hidden underground." "I see." Red Leaf felt a hint of disappointment and continued, "If your true body had been trapped by the tree, would you have been able to escape?" While Orochimaru excelled in earth release, which could indeed be used to free oneself, it would prove ineffective against the tree-binding eternal burial. Setting aside her 4 Pokemon, this technique was Red Leaf's sole means of combat, and she wished to know how an opponent would extricate themselves. There are countless methods. Orochimaru chuckled, perhaps intending to tease Red Leaf, and opened his mouth to unleash a great white serpent. To Red Leaf's astonishment, the serpent opened its jaws wide, and Orochimaru emerged, his body slick with mucus. Wiping the slime from his face, he looked at the astonished Red Leaf and asked in a raspy voice, "Aren't you afraid?" Red Leaf swallowed hard, but did not respond. In her previous life, she had cared for many exotic pets, including various snakes, and felt no fear, though the slimy texture was indeed unpleasant. Naturally, she refrained from expressing this sentiment, fearing the great white serpent might swallow her whole. "Excellent, Red Leaf." Just as she hesitated to speak, Ju rushed over to her aid, exclaiming, "The assessment is complete. Now we can embark on missions together." "Yes, that sounds wonderful." Red Leaf beamed at Ju, causing the young man to flush crimson, overwhelmed by a sudden fluster, his speech becoming stammered. Accompanying Ju was Uchiha Ling, resembling a beautiful girl, who was now fixating on Red Leaf with his crimson Sharingan, his gaze intense and filled with an inexplicable animosity. Confused by this hostility, Red Leaf shook her head, dismissing it as her imagination. "Orochimaru-sensei, shall we go for lunch?" Ju suggested. "This one's on me. After lunch, we can take on a mission." "Very well." Orochimaru nodded slightly, casting his gaze toward the 2 beside him. Red Leaf had no objections, and Uchiha Ling also nodded lightly, mirroring Orochimaru's demeanor. Red Leaf and Ju walked ahead, chatting and laughing, while Orochimaru and Uchiha Ling followed closely behind. Linkuin, Orochimaru suddenly spoke, his hoarse voice issuing a warning. Do not engage in any reckless behavior, especially towards Red Leaf. Uchiha Ling clenched his fists at the words, but after a moment, he slowly relaxed his grip. The crimson light in his eyes fading. Yes, I understand. In a barbecue restaurant named Anon, Red Leaf inquired anxiously, Ju, is this too extravagant for you? Observing the endless plates of meat arriving, she had expected a simple ramen lunch, never anticipating such a lavish feast. Barbecue is incredibly expensive. A single meal can cost several thousand ryo. During her time as a nurse, she had never dared to dream of such indulgence. Her only previous experience of dining out had been with Haruko Tiyama. Don't worry, I've completed numerous tasks recently, Ju reassured her, patting his chest with bravado. I'm treating you. Order whatever you like, don't hold back. This is far too lavish. Red Leaf sighed helplessly at Ju's insistence. Beside them, Orochimaru chuckled silently, recognizing that his disciple had matured, ready to make her own choices, even if they were foolish ones. As for Uchiha Ling, he maintained a stoic expression, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Sizzle. A piece of pork belly was placed on the iron grill by Akane, and as the temperature rose, the fat within began to pop and crackle, producing an enticing sound. The aroma of grilled meat gradually filled the air. With her exceptional culinary skills, she had been appointed as the chief grilling officer for this gathering. Katsukatsu. Perhaps drawn by the enticing scent, Gaisai floated out from Akane's shadow, eagerly gesturing with its large red tongue towards her. Its animated demeanor revealed a gluttonous desire. Don't be hasty, you fool, Akane said, quickly pushing Gaisai back into the shadows. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned to Shinjuku and asked, I'm sorry, Shinjuku, could you indulge me a bit more? I promise to pay you back once I earn some money. She couldn't be partial. If she reserved a portion for Gaisai, she also needed to prepare for Eevee, Zubat, and Pidgeot. However, since it was Shinjuku's treat, she had to muster the courage to ask. After all, she truly had no money on her. Don't worry, Akane, Shinjuku replied, waving his hand graciously. He wanted to make a good impression in front of her. Nevertheless, he turned to Orochimaru and inquired, Orochimaru-sensei, what did you see when you locked eyes with Akane's floating spirit beast? Chapter 38. Collective Intelligence Summary. I saw myself losing my hands and all my ninjutsu. Orochimaru recounted in a gravelly voice, calmly describing the visions he had experienced. It is a highly sophisticated illusion. Even my Earth clone could not sense any chakra fluctuations or break free. It seems to be an assault on the mental plane. After finishing, he glanced at Akane, who was busy cutting the grilled meat, signaling her to provide an accurate account. I don't really know, Akane replied, looking somewhat perplexed. All I know is that Gaisai's shadow of night can make those affected see terrifying visions. Katsukatsu. Hearing its name mentioned, Gaisai once again emerged from Akane's shadow, playfully making faces at everyone like a mischievous child. In fact, it had only been born 2 days ago. Mind your manners, Gaisai, Akane said helplessly, pulling it back into her embrace and tossing a large piece of pork belly into its mouth. Katsukatsu. As soon as the pork belly touched its tongue, Gaisai's small purple-black face lit up with delight, but soon after, its expression twisted into one of pain, and it began to cry out in distress. What's wrong? Katsukatsu. Akane panicked, while Gaisai opened its mouth wide, revealing its bright red, swollen tongue, looking pitifully at her. My tongue seems to be swollen, it seemed to convey. I didn't add any chili. Could it be too hot? Katsukatsu. Akane asked, and Gaisai nodded vigorously, tears streaming down its face. This commotion successfully drew the attention of other patrons in the barbecue restaurant. What is that orb with watery ninjutsu? I don't know. Is that Orochimaru-sama sitting over there? Those kids must be Orochimaru-sama's students. That little girl is quite adorable. Whispers surged throughout the room. Normally, the introverted Akane would feel shy under such scrutiny. But at this moment, she was too concerned to care. Gaisai, are you alright? Watching Gaisai's pained expression, Akane felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and helplessness. She held it tightly, tears welling in her eyes. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have fed you such hot meat. However, upon seeing her distress, Gaisai wiped away its painful expression, and its swollen tongue returned to normal. It grinned widely, emitting a teasing laugh. Katsukatsu. Akane, it seems you've been played. Shinjuku, sitting nearby, couldn't help but smirk, remarking, "This little guy is perfectly fine. How could a ghost be afraid of heat? Is that true?" Akane wiped her eyes and scrutinized Gaisai, ensuring it was indeed unharmed. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Though she had been tricked, Akane wasn't overly upset. She merely playfully punched Gaisai, pushing it back into the shadows. "Don't pull such pranks again. I worry too much." "Katsukatsu. You've got oil on your tongue, you fool. Don't lick me." Witnessing this scene, Shinjuku couldn't help but exclaim, "Akane is truly gentle." The previously silent Uchiha Ling scoffed, a hint of mockery flashing in his lowered gaze. As the farce concluded, the barbecue lunch resumed its course. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru suggested, "You should each introduce your strengths to facilitate our upcoming tasks." Turning to Akane, who was feeding a small green bat, Zubat, beef cubes, he said, "You can start, Akane." After all, she was the newcomer who had joined midway. "All right," Akane nodded, contemplating before speaking. "I excel in medical ninjutsu and commanding Pokemon spirit beasts in battle. And I also know some wood release techniques." Indeed, she had little to elaborate on. So she focused on detailing the abilities of her 4 Pokemon and the medical ninjutsu she had mastered. Regarding wood release, unless someone could assist her in restraining the enemy during direct combat, she wouldn't even have enough time to form the necessary hand seals. Moreover, her wood release techniques lacked lethality. Currently, her main offensive capability relied on Pidgey. After completing today's mission, I'll go find my aunt, Akane thought to herself. Determined to learn a wood release technique that required fewer hand seals but possessed great power and wide coverage, ideally one that could be executed with just a clap of her hands. After Akane finished her introduction, it was Shinjuku's turn. "I specialize in taijutsu and ninjutsu, particularly water release, earth release, and wind release." Shinjuku's taijutsu was influenced by Tsunade's teachings, and he bore the bloodline of the Senju clan, granting him superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary ninjas. His ninjutsu included water release, which he had honed from the notes left by the second Hokage, while earth release and wind release were taught directly by Orochimaru, both at a commendable level. After his introduction, it was finally Uchiha Ling's turn, who had remained expressionless throughout. "Hey, Ling, it's your turn," Shinjuku prompted, earning a glare from Uchiha Ling. He slowly spoke. "I am skilled in swordsmanship, fire release, and illusion techniques." With that, he fell silent again. "Ling, that's rather perfunctory," Shinjuku couldn't help but comment. But Uchiha Ling ignored him completely, reverting to his initial icy demeanor. Akane blinked at Uchiha Ling's face. Frankly, the Uchiha clan's genetics were indeed remarkable. At least in terms of appearance, they consistently produced handsome men and beautiful women. It was no surprise that Uchiha Ling, with such delicate features, could be considered attractive. However, it was Akane's first time hearing Uchiha Ling speak. She could distinctly tell that he deliberately lowered his voice when speaking to make it sound deeper and more resonant. Yet even so, Uchiha Ling's voice was exceptionally sweet. If he didn't try to lower it, he might even rival Akane in charm. Is it because he hasn't reached the voice-changing period yet? As the Crimson Leaves contemplated, a bold hypothesis emerged within her mind. At that very moment, Uchiha Ling, seated opposite her, also sensed her gaze. He cast a cold glance in her direction, his obsidian eyes brimming with a complex array of emotions: relief, confusion, helplessness, and predominantly, an overwhelming hatred. Startled, she quickly averted her eyes, too intimidated to meet his stare. Chapter 39. Rank Tasks. Red Leaves, not particularly slow to react, suddenly realized that Uchiha Ling genuinely despised her. But what could be the reason? It was their first encounter, so why did he harbor such animosity towards her? His gaze felt as though it could pierce through her very soul. Overwhelmed by confusion and fear, she concluded her lavish lunch and followed Orochimaru's team towards the Hokage Tower in the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, preparing to accept the afternoon's mission. Throughout the journey, she maintained a considerable distance from Uchiha Ling, opting to stay close to Ju, whose obliviousness brought him joy, dissipating his earlier discontent over the hefty meal expenses. "Red Leaves, could I perhaps add my name to the summoning contract for the birds?" he inquired. Unlike ordinary summoning beasts, these Pokemon summon creatures do not rely on blood, and each one recognizes only a single companion. "Is that so? What a pity. When I return next time, I'll help you find one, but it ultimately depends on their willingness," she replied. "Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you." Red Leaves remained vigilant of Uchiha Ling beside her, conversing intermittently with Ju. Soon, the makeshift team arrived at the entrance of the Hokage Tower. Before entering, Orochimaru specifically instructed Red Leaves. You should go register on the second floor. Register? Red Leaves blinked, slightly perplexed by Orochimaru's words. It's the Ninja Information Registration Form, Ju explained nonchalantly. Once you complete the registration, you will officially become a leaf ninja and receive your own forehead protector. He pointed to his own forehead, where a protector engraved with the leaf symbol rested. So, I will officially become a ninja? Red Leaves exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. She understood that her days of poverty were finally behind her. Whether by accepting tasks for commissions or utilizing her medical ninjutsu to earn fees, she could now lead a prosperous life without the constant worry of making ends meet, no longer clinging to a single shirt for 2.5 years. Admittedly, she remained extraordinarily easy to satisfy. Suddenly, Gaisai emerged from the shadows, sensing her joy and deciding to celebrate in his own way. Gaisai, don't lick my hair. Or my face. Red Leaves playfully scuffled with Gaisai as they made their way to the top floor of the Hokage Tower, the designated area for ninja registration. Along the way, she overheard whispers of, what is that thing? A summoning beast? Akin to tales of legendary spirits, but she paid them no mind. If anyone uttered terms like Pokemon or magical creatures, she would certainly be more attentive, eager to discover if she had encountered someone from her past life. After taking her photo and filling out her information, the young man in charge of registration confirmed everything was in order, placing her ninja information form into a physical file. He then produced a leaf forehead protector and handed it to her. Here you go, dear little sister. From now on, you are an official leaf ninja. Thank you. Red Leaves replied politely, hesitating before deciding to tie the forehead protector around her neck. She found wearing it on her forehead rather unattractive. Draping it around her neck not only preserved her aesthetic, but also added a touch of flair. Little sister, the young man chuckled helplessly, reminding her. While the primary purpose of the forehead protector is to identify you, it is indeed meant to shield your forehead, especially against weapons like shurikens, where it serves a vital function. Red Leaves glanced at the young man's forehead protector, blinking innocently as she replied, It's so ugly, I don't want to wear it. In that fleeting moment, the young man felt his heart shatter, unable to recover until she departed. Was she criticizing the way it was worn or his appearance? He removed his forehead protector and gazed into a mirror, lost in endless contemplation. Surely, she must have meant the way it was worn, right? Once she obtained her forehead protector, Red Leaves reunited with Ju and the others, heading to the first floor's mission hall. Just as she was eager to embark on her adventure, an unfortunate announcement came from the staff. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru, Shikun. All the ranked tasks have been completely taken. The staff member wiped the sweat from his brow, explaining, recently, a lower-ranking ninja accepted nearly all the ranked tasks, leaving only those of higher levels available. According to the Hidden Leaf Village regulations, ranked tasks could be undertaken and completed by individual ninjas, while only tasks of rank and above required a team to accept. How can this be? Red Leaves murmured, her spirits sinking as she lowered her head. She had hoped to earn some money through tasks and indulge in shopping. Red Leaves, how about considering a ranked task? Ju proposed, patting his chest with assurance. With me around, I promise you won't face any danger. To persuade her further, he added, besides, we have Lord Orochimaru with us. Nothing could go amiss. Ju's words rang true. Orochimaru, standing nearby, smiled reassuringly. As long as I am present, there is no risk involved with ranked tasks. He emphasized the phrase with me present. For some reason, Red Leaves felt a sense of unease regarding Orochimaru's smile. Biting her lip, she turned to him and timidly inquired, Is it really safe with you, Lord Orochimaru? The choice lies not with me, but with you, he replied. Then I shall rely on everyone. She said after a moment's hesitation, nodding. I'm sorry, I may hold you all back this time. Don't worry, Red Leaves, I'll take care of everything. Ju assured her cheerfully. Orochimaru said nothing more. As the leading Nin, he casually accepted a task to eliminate bandits. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ling had remained silent throughout, appearing as merely a backdrop, indifferent to all that had transpired. Thus, the newly formed team under Orochimaru set forth towards their mission destination, marking the commencement of Red Leaves' journey as a ninja. Chapter 40. Ju, you are my true brother. Upon arrival, they stood in the town of Chiyun. Ju, glancing at the map and then towards the nearby mountain, chuckled, According to the mission details, a band of mountain bandits has established their base not far from Qian, atop Qian Mountain. Qian Town lay along the border of the Land of Fire, not far from the Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Bears. Orochimaru's team had traveled tirelessly for an entire day and night to reach this location. This task of eliminating bandits was commissioned by the town's mayor. However, due to the need to maintain the town's daily operations, the mayor had not traveled to the Leaf Village but instead sent a message via carrier pigeon to convey the request. "I'll go meet with the commissioner first," Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at the visibly fatigued red leaves. "In the meantime, you all can rest and discuss the mission plan." Upon finishing his words, he swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. Exhausted, it was only upon hearing the phrase self-recovery that Honya finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground, her eyelids growing heavy with drowsiness. After nearly 15 hours of continuous travel and a sleepless night, even with her robust constitution, she found it challenging to endure. After all, she was merely 10 years old, a girl with naturally weaker stamina. Uchiha Ling was somewhat stronger than Honya, yet even he appeared somewhat unsteady on his feet, dark circles forming under his eyes. The one in the best condition was SHNGSH, who, aside from occasionally stifling yawns, seemed as lively as ever. "Honya Ling, you should take a break." SHNGSH smiled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "I will go gather some useful intelligence." SHNGSH, be careful, Honya urged, forcing her eyelids to stay open. SHNGSH, however, confidently patted his chest and replied, "Don't worry. I've executed such tasks many times before. There will be no issues." Watching SHNGSH depart, following Orochimaru, Honya found a large tree to lean against, rubbing her throbbing temples, murmuring to herself in a voice only she could hear. "It seems it's not physical exhaustion, but mental fatigue. What could possibly be the cause?" As her consciousness began to fade, she felt her eyelids grow heavy until they finally closed completely. In her haze, Honya heard footsteps approaching. It was Uchiha Ling. Startled awake, she opened her eyes to see his handsome face, which hardly resembled that of a boy. At that moment, her heart skipped a beat, akin to a jump scare in a horror film. "Lingkuan," she stammered, fear flashing in her eyes as she hesitantly asked, "Is there something you need?" The hateful gaze Uchiha Ling had cast upon her previously resurfaced in her mind, the image overlapping and freezing in her thoughts. Uchiha Ling gazed at her for a long while before finally withdrawing his gaze, coldly stating, "Nothing." With that, he moved to lean against another tree, closing his eyes to rest. Honya let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, patting her chest, which felt as if it might burst. "I was just scaring myself. Ling is merely indifferent, not intending to harm me." Yet, despite her reassurances, Honya found it impossible to relax. A sense of insecurity lingered within her. With no other option, she slowly formed hand seals, the motion attracting Uchiha Ling's attention. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Under Uchiha Ling's watchful gaze, rows of wooden pillars erupted from the ground around her, bending to form a semicircular archway that enveloped her completely. "Done. Now I can rest peacefully." Observing the impenetrable barrier, Honya smiled with satisfaction, only to sense something amiss the next moment. "Wait, impenetrable?" Suddenly, a hole was made in the archway. "So dark. Surely there are no ghosts, right? Go back to your Pokeball, Jengars," she exclaimed. "Why didn't I just fly over on Pidgey?" Uchiha Ling, watching the entire scene with a cold gaze, offered a succinct assessment. "Fool." When SHNGSH returned with intelligence, Uchiha Ling had already regained his composure. SHNGSH held 3 rice balls, handing one to Uchiha Ling before surveying the surroundings, his gaze settling on the semicircular wooden archway. "Where's Honya?" Inside, Uchiha Ling gestured toward the wooden structure, then began eating his rice ball nonchalantly. "This is also wood release. Sleeping bag technique?" SHNGSH approached, curious to inspect it, and knocked gently. "Honya, wake up. It's time for breakfast." Noticing that his knocking elicited no response, SHNGSH's concern grew. He spotted a small hole at the top of the archway meant for ventilation and leaped up to peer inside. However, at that moment, a strange grayish-white gas burst forth, and a Jengar, squished into a line, emerged, making a face at him. The Jengar had even gouged out its own pale eyes, its long, blood-red tongue hanging out like a legendary hanged ghost. "Ah!" SHNGSH, already frightened of spirits, let out a scream and tumbled off the wooden archway, landing hard and bumping the back of his head. Uchiha Ling, witnessing the entire spectacle with an unamused expression, once again offered a matching assessment. Idiot. The commotion had disturbed Hongya, who had been dozing inside the archway. She formed hand seals to dissolve the wooden barrier and was greeted by the sight of Sh and Yish on the ground. What happened? Rubbing her disheveled hair. She appeared as bewildered as someone just awakened. The Jengar, having returned its eyes to their sockets, shook its head, signaling that it knew nothing. Be more careful next time. Sh and Gsh. Hongya began to perform healing jutsu on Sh and Gsh, gently admonishing, "You're a ninja now. How could you slip like that? I don't understand. Isnt walking on water and climbing trees basic ninja skills? Did Orochimaru-sensei not teach you?" "I know." Sh and Gsh's face flushed, whether from embarrassment or shyness unclear. As he glanced at the Jengar floating nearby, munching on his sandwich, silently giving a thumbs up. Good brother. Chapter 41. Orochimaru-sensei prefers free range once the bump on his head subsided. Sh and Yish reluctantly got to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He began to share the intelligence he had gathered with Hongya and Uchiha Ling. According to the information I collected, there are approximately 50 bandits on Qian Mountain. All young men. Their leader is a fellow named Kangxiong, characterized by a bald head, a single eye, and a scar on his face. It is highly likely that there are no ninjas among these bandits. Sh and Gsh is amazing. He gathered useful information so quickly, Hongya exclaimed, her admiration causing Sh and Gsh to beam with pride. Of course, I'm destined to become the 5th Hokage. As for why he claimed to be the 5th Hokage rather than the 4th, Sh and Gsh believed that the 4th would be succeeded by his teacher, Orochimaru. Enough chatter. Uchiha Ling interrupted, his tone as cold as ever. I will formulate a plan. You need to rest now. Hey, Ling, stop being so arrogant. Annoying. Watching Sh and Gsh and Uchiha Ling bicker, Hongya rested her chin in her hands, sighing. You two have such a good relationship. Who has a good relationship with him? The two retorted simultaneously, one immediately countering while the other huffed in disapproval. Despite the bickering, the task at hand remained paramount. After Sh and Gsh had rested for half an hour, Uchiha Ling had devised a plan. Just as he attempted to wake Sh and Gsh with a kick, Hongya rushed to intervene. Ling-kun, don't do that. In her eyes, Uchiha Ling's actions were excessively cruel. She stepped forward to nudge Sh and Gsh, attempting to rouse him, but despite her efforts, he continued to snore soundly, showing no signs of waking. You can't wake him like that. Uchiha Ling spoke softly, marking the first occasion he conversed with Hongya. Allow me. This is how it has always been done. However, he pondered that such an approach might be deemed rather rude. Shaking her head, Hongya declined his offer. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She patted her shadow, and Gaisai promptly emerged, giving her a playful lick. Not me. Wake Shingshu instead. Hongya pushed Gaisai aside, pointing at Shingshu, who lay on the lawn, his face adorned with an odd smile, likely due to a pleasant dream, with bubbles of mucus occasionally surfacing. Gaisai approached, scrutinizing Shingshu, and noticed a bead of sweat forming on the little purple-black head, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Are you discontent with Shingshu? Seeing Gaisai's distressed demeanor, Hongya sighed in resignation. If you prefer not to lick him, then devise a gentler method to awaken him. Gaisai, upon hearing this, hovered above Shingshu's forehead, and the latter's face visibly contorted in response. At that moment, within Shingshu's dreamscape, he felt Hongya lift her head, a delicate blush gracing her adorable face. Her gaze flickered shyly. There is something I have kept hidden for a long time that I wish to share with you. Shingshu's reaction was scarcely less intense than Hongya's. His heart raced, nerves on edge, as he stuttered. Why you go ahead? I will listen to whatever it is. Yes, just like that, haha. Could it be that Hongya intends to confess her feelings to me? Am I dreaming? Shingshu's heart raced with anticipation. At last, gathering her courage under Shingshu's expectant and anxious gaze, Hongya confessed, the person I like is Ling-kun. Please do not pursue me any longer. What? This unexpected twist left Shingshu in shock, feeling a chill wash over him, as if his entire being had frozen, followed by a sensation of vertigo. The dream shattered. Shingshu awoke, greeted by a strange, murky atmosphere. Ah, it's you, Gaisai. Now, Shingshu harbored little fear of Gaisai. Perhaps he had encountered far more terrifying things in his dreams. Pushing Gaisai from his forehead, he sat up, gasping for air, muttering to himself. I cannot believe I lost to Uchiha Ling. How could I have such a bizarre dream? Hongya, squatting before Shingshu, tilted her head, then turned to Uchiha Ling, suddenly curious about the nature of Shengshu's dream. However, no matter how much she pressed, Shengshu remained tight-lipped about the content of his dreams, leaving her filled with regret. With the brief interlude of awakening Shengshu concluded, it was now time for Uchiha Ling to outline his plans. The bandits of Qian Mountain numbered only around 50, and there were no shinobi among them. If we engage them directly, our chances of victory are high, though injuries are likely. According to Shengshu's intel, today happens to be the day the client delivers the protection fee. After nightfall, we will utilize transformation techniques. Listening intently as Uchiha Ling elaborated on his strategies, Hongyek could not help but admire his intellect. In merely half an hour, he had crafted a comprehensive plan, even with contingencies. It was remarkable to witness Uchiha Ling speak so extensively for the first time. If only he wouldn't maintain such a stern expression all the time. He would truly be quite handsome. I would love to see him in women's clothing, Hongye mused, resting her chin in her hand, her thoughts running wild. Shengshu, observing this scene, felt an unsettling sense of urgency rise within him, thinking, oh no, surely my nightmare won't come true. Why does Hongye keep staring at that insufferable guy? Meanwhile, Uchiha Ling remained oblivious to the peculiar thoughts swirling in his companions' minds, continuing his monologue. The plan is thus. If there are no objections, we shall set off immediately. At that moment, Hongye raised her hand, timidly asking a crucial question. Where is Orochimaru-sensei? As soon as she spoke, she noticed a peculiar change in Shengshu's expression, while Uchiha Ling's eyes twitched slightly. Orochimaru-sensei never participates in tasks below a certain rank, Shengshu sighed. Revealing the little-known truth about Orochimaru's team, he only appears after we complete lower-ranked missions. Hongye tilted her head in confusion. So, Orochimaru-sensei prefers to let us fend for ourselves. Chapter 42. Infiltrating the bandit hideout. Hongye recalled the words Orochimaru had spoken a day earlier in the mission hall. As long as I am present, there is no possibility of danger occurring during a C-rank mission. He had emphasized the last 4 words. For a fleeting moment, Hongye felt she had chosen poorly, wishing she could seek solace from her aunt, Tsunade, to lament her unfortunate choice of a team leader. How unreliable. I feel like going back to the village, Hongye sighed, rubbing her face, her sense of security utterly diminished. She had assumed that having a Nin leading them would ensure their safety. Yet now, she realized that even the mightiest of shinobi are still flesh and blood. Even an ordinary person, devoid of chakra, could easily pierce a shinobi's heart with a sharp blade. Fearful of death, she desperately wished to survive, to live on. Fool, Uchiha Ling scoffed, turning away. Someone like you, who only drags us down, might as well remain here. With that, he resumed his solitary trek towards the distant mountain peak. Ling, this is Hongye's first mission. You shouldn't say such harsh things. Shengshu admonished Uchiha Ling, frowning as he extended a hand towards Hongye, encouraging her. Do not worry, they are merely ordinary bandits. With me here, I will ensure your safety. He made his promise, as always. Hongye bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before nodding and taking Shengshu's hand. Let us give it a try. After all, it's just a C-rank mission. She silently encouraged herself. Tonight's moon is exceptionally full. How full, one might ask? Perhaps as full as that woman's backside just now. Get lost. In a secluded corner not far from the bandit hideout's entrance, 2 patrolling bandit lackeys were busy relieving themselves behind some bushes, exchanging crude and vulgar jokes. Their drunken demeanor was so apparent that even from a distance, the stench of alcohol was unmistakable, indicating their negligence. As the night deepened, one of the bandits, wearing a headscarf, lifted his head to glance nearby, noticing a rustle in the bushes. What's that? His companion asked, rubbing his eyes and squinting for a better look. The bandit shook his head. Nothing. I must be seeing things after drinking too much. Just as they finished their business and were about to resume their patrol, 2 shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the bushes, stealthily positioning themselves behind the unsuspecting pair. Before they could react, both were swiftly subdued, unable to rise or make a sound as their mouths were covered. With a sickening thud, the sound of a kunai piercing a heart echoed, and before one bandit could struggle, his pupils dilated, fading away into lifelessness. You'd best remain quiet. The last remaining bandit, adorned with a headscarf, heeded the warning from the person behind him. Cooperate, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to join your fallen comrades. The voice sounded youthful. After a moment's hesitation, The headscarf-clad bandit relinquished his struggle. Observing his compliance, the young man released his restraints and began to drag him toward a secluded corner. Bathed in moonlight, the young man's visage was revealed to be Shinshu, while the shadowy figure beside him was Uchiha Ling. As for Hongya, she remained concealed within the thickets, having nearly betrayed the trio's hiding place due to her earlier nervousness. The moniker Dragging Oil Bottle was indeed well-deserved. How many individuals are there in this bandit lair? And do you have any ninjas among you? There are a total of 56 individuals, including me and Away. With Away dead at your hands, that leaves 55. I have not heard of any ninjas within the hideout. Do you possess any identification passwords? Yes, the password changes nightly. Tonight's is the mountains are high and the roads are long, and thieves walk together. Under the scrutiny of Uchiha Ling's 3-tomo Sharingan, the bandit named H1 could scarcely contain his tongue, spilling forth every piece of information he possessed with a rapidity akin to pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Consequently, the group garnered more detailed intelligence. Largely consistent with Shinshu's prior revelations, a plan remained unchanged. As Uchiha Ling uttered these words, he casually ended Ochwan's life, deeming it unnecessary for the latter to remain. The scene left Hongya paling slightly. In truth, she was not particularly frightened by corpses, having grown accustomed to them during her 2 years as a nurse at Konoha Hospital. However, this time, she witnessed a killing. Even if the victim deserved death, the ease with which a life could be extinguished unsettled her, stirring discomfort in her stomach. Life is indeed such a fragile thing. Perhaps one day, she too would be as easily erased as this bandit. At that moment, the fear of death gripped Hongya's heart. After dispatching 2 patrolling bandits, Shinshu and Uchiha Ling employed transformation jutsu to assume the appearances of 2 bandits, intending to infiltrate the lair. As for Hongya, the dragging oil bottle, she was tasked with creating disturbances outside to attract the attention of some bandits, thus allowing Shinshu and Ling to sow greater chaos within. The mission entailed not only exterminating the bandits, but also rescuing the hostages, primarily women and children, abducted by them. Before departing, Shinshu earnestly instructed Hongya to prioritize her safety at all costs, advising her to let a wood clone handle the noisemaking, thus avoiding any unnecessary risks. Despite his somewhat carefree demeanor, Shinshu had amassed considerable experience throughout his ninja career, far surpassing that of a Navi rookie. Hongya readily complied. Additionally, having Gaisai conceal himself in Shinshu's shadow, anticipating he might prove useful at a critical moment. Uchiha Ling, on the other hand, remained silent, offering no exchange with Hongya. Appearing almost as a mere backdrop, Ling must be harboring disdain for me. Yet, I cannot fault him. I am indeed rather inept. I must devise a means to foster a better rapport with him, especially since we would be working in close quarters for an extended period. The prospect of constantly encountering him while feeling awkward is rather daunting. However, Ling's gaze is so intimidating that I feel he could very well wish to end my life. Is this a trait common to the Uchiha clan? No, wait. I suppose I am half Uchiha as well. Chapter 43. Shinshu. Thank you, Gaisai. While Hongya was lost in thought, more than half an hour passed since the two had entered the bandit lair. Finally, she ceased her musings and retrieved a pokeball from her waist. It's decided. It shall be you, Beedrill. Beedrill. With a resounding cry, a magnificent, golden Beedrill emerged into the sky. No matter how many times she witnessed it, Beedrill always appeared so regal and striking. Hongya nodded in satisfaction, then pointed toward the bandit hideout entrance, directing it to unleash a powerful whirlwind, delivering a minor shock to the bandits. Beedrill. It responded, soaring toward the lair's entrance. Anticipating unforeseen circumstances, Hongya dispatched a wood clone to ride on Beedrill's back as they approached. Simultaneously, the bandit on guard noticed something amiss. He roused his drowsy companion, exclaiming, "Look up! There's a massive bird in the sky, and it's golden. Are you dreaming?" The awakened companion, still groggy, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is there really a huge golden bird? Someone's riding on it. As the duo gawked in astonishment, Beedrill, carrying Hongya's wood clone, reached the entrance. With the flapping of Beedrill's wings, a tempest erupted, and many tornadoes materialized, growing in size until the wooden gates could no longer withstand the force, scattering fragments into the air. Not good. The enemy is attacking the lair. Quickly, warned the chief. The first bandit to spot Beedrill reacted swiftly, ringing a nearby bell to alert the others within the hideout. As more and more bandits surged toward the entrance, Hongya understood her task, was nearly complete. What remained was to devise a way to delay them, thus providing Shunshu and Uchiha Ling with an opportunity to rescue the hostages. Whoosh! Just as Hongya was momentarily distracted, an arrow whistled through the air toward her. Fortunately, Beedrill reacted in time, dodging the shot with a quick flash of electricity. That was close, Hongya exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. Although it was merely a wood clone, and even a fatal hit would not transmit pain to her real body. The memories of injury and death could not be avoided, instilling a sense of dread within her. Use your bows. Shoot down that large bird and the person on it. Seeing Hongya and Beedrill evade the arrows, several bandits scrambled up a wooden lookout tower, preparing to draw their bows. You want to get a chance. After taking a few deep breaths, Hongya once again commanded Beedrill. Beedrill, unleash another whirlwind and demolish all the tall structures. Beedrill, he complied, flapping his wings again as a series of tornadoes descended, obliterating all the elevated buildings. Being made of wood, they were hardly sturdy. As for the subsequent arrows that came flying, Beedrill deftly intercepted them with his sharp claws. You're amazing. Hongya affectionately patted Beedrill's head, genuinely praising him. Not long ago, she had relied on Beedrill's timely intervention to avoid a serious injury from a Pidgeotto. At this point, Hongya and Beedrill faced no threats, free to toy with the bandits, confident of their inability to strike from the air. Damn it, we can't hit anything from this distance. Who is targeting us? Is it Konoha ninjas? Boom. Just as the bandits were flustered, a series of explosive sounds erupted behind them, illuminating the previously concealed lair with fiery light. Where are those explosions coming from? It's from inside the lair. Damn it, we've been played. Enemies have infiltrated the lair. Quick, inform the chief. Ninjas have arrived. This tactic could only be that of a ninja. Among the bandits, a few sharp-minded individuals quickly grasped that Hongya and Beedrill were merely distractions, while the true threat had already entered the hideout. Unfortunately, these individuals were but a minority, as the majority of bandits succumbed to panic. Hongya lay upon Beedrill's back, her Sharingan activated, quietly observing the chaos unfolding below. As for the few cunning mountain bandits who had ventured to inform and organize their comrades, Hongya chose to disregard them. This was also Uchiha Ling's plan, to create chaos within the stronghold using explosive tags and fire techniques, enabling Xingtian to rescue the hostages. The final phase for which I am responsible. Hongya lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the many bandits attempting to escape the stronghold. Her hands began to form seals slowly, determined not to let any wrongdoer escape. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. What is this? My leg, my body. Help, help. As her words fell, countless vine-like saplings burst forth from the ground, ensnaring all the bandits who had fled in panic. Hongya's nature was pure and gentle, but this did not imply a lack of discernment. Each of these bandits had blood on their hands, having taken lives without exception. Notably, she did not kill any of them. Perhaps it was due to her lack of lethal techniques, or perhaps it was fear. In fact, having ensured the safety of the hostages, these bandits, who could not utilize chakra, posed no threat to Xingtian and Uchiha Ling. One utilized large-scale earth techniques to alter the terrain, trapping the attacking bandits, while the other employed vast fire techniques, occasionally capturing a few with a kunai to reap their lives. The only significant threat was the bandit leader, Kang Xiong. Although he was merely an ordinary man, his physical prowess rivaled that of many ninjas. Coupled with his fierce demeanor and seasoned combat skills, Kang Xiong lay in wait at the onset of chaos. Seizing the opportunity when Xingtian was isolated, he lunged forth with a long knife. In that moment, Xingtian was caught off guard. A single blow could have resulted in severe injury. Just as Kang Xiong's blade was about to descend, a strange red light flickered in Xingtian's shadow, causing the latter to momentarily freeze. Seizing this chance, Xingtian swiftly drew a kunai, easily slitting Kang Xiong's throat. As Kang Xiong's robust body collapsed, a sense of lingering dread filled Xingtian, who couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his shadow. Thank you, Gaisai. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, albeit by different mothers. I will return and inform my grandmother to include you in the Senju clan's lineage. Chapter 44. Only by living can one have everything flames soared skyward, the intense firelight illuminating the entire area, creating an illusion akin to daylight. Uchiha Ling, wielding a bloodstained steel kunai, met Xingtian at the entrance of the stronghold. You haven't changed a bit, Ling, Xingtian remarked, gazing at the towering flames with admiration. You always indulge in such grand displays, truly a testament to the Uchiha clan's fire techniques. If only I possessed fire chakra, I would learn it myself, making it easier to prepare grilled fish during missions, rather than relying on tasteless military rations. Humph, Uchiha Ling scoffed, disregarding Sheng Tian's admiration, though a slight upward curve of his lips betrayed a hint of his true feelings. Sheng Tian Ling. In midair, Hongya, the original, leapt down from her Pidgeot, retrieving it into a pokeball before approaching the two. Are you hurt? Let me heal you. Don't worry, I'm mostly unscathed, Sheng Tian said. Yet he instinctively leaned closer to accept Hongya's healing, his minor facial scratches on the verge of healing. Even so, Hongya meticulously employed her healing technique. Due to their proximity, Sheng Tian could feel the warmth of Hongya's breath and faintly catch a whiff of a delicate fragrance, causing his heart to race and his cheeks to flush. Uchiha Ling observed in silence, his eyes filled with disdain. Sheng Tian, why is your heart racing so fast? Is your body all right? Hongya asked with concern, prompting Sheng Tian to feel somewhat embarrassed as he awkwardly shifted the topic. No, it's nothing, don't worry. By the way, Hongya, I must thank you and Gaisai. If not for Gaisai, I would have been in danger. Sheng Tian stammered through the details of Gaisai's timely assistance, omitting the part about including Gaisai in the Senju lineage, fearing Uchiha Ling's ridicule over what was merely a whimsical jest. Just then, Gaisai emerged from Sheng Tian's shadow, eagerly calling out to Hongya. All right, you did great. Hongya affectionately patted Gaisai's round head, acknowledging its contribution, though any substantial reward would have to wait until their return to the village. This made Gaisai quite displeased, sulking back into Hongya's shadow. Observing Gaisai's anthropomorphic pout, Sheng Tian silently resolved to buy something nice for Gaisai upon their return to the village, hoping to strengthen their bond beyond mere gratitude for saving his life. Speaking of which, what is Gaisai like? He pondered. After Hongya finished treating Sheng Tian, she turned her attention to Uchiha Ling, who, sensing her gaze, coldly uttered 3 words, not necessary. But Hongya attempted to speak further, but before she could continue, Uchiha Ling interrupted her, stating indifferently, only an idiot would be injured by such a low-level foe. Still lost in thought, Sheng Tian immediately reacted, Hey, who are you calling an idiot? You scoundrel. You know full well. Uchiha Ling dismissed Sheng Tian without even looking at him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Uchiha Ling ignored Sheng Tian's outcry and walked towards several large trees while gripping his bloodied kunai. Hongya understood Uchiha Ling's intentions and said nothing, instinctively glancing away. In that brief glance, she spotted a pair of long-missed orange-yellow slit pupils, and she nervously spoke, Master Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru. Sheng Tian exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the newcomer. We have completed our mission, and all the hostages have been rescued. Well done. Orochimaru praised, patting Sheng Tian's head before turning to Hongya with a direct question. Hongya, did you not kill a single one? Hongya bit her lip, unsure how to respond to such a question. Sheng Tian wanted to speak on her behalf, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Orochimaru, knowing the seriousness of the moment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ling had already felled several trees, severing the bound bandits along with them. Only one tree remained. Ling Orochimaru called out just as Uchiha Ling was about to strike again. Allow Hongya to handle this one. Without a word, Uchiha Ling silently lowered his kunai and began to clean the blood from its blade. Noticing Hongya's lack of action, Orochimaru raised his arm, and in the next moment, a dozen long white snakes slithered out from his sleeve. The serpents broke through the last remaining tree, dragging the captive boy before Hongya. Let me go, you bastards. The boy, bound by the white snakes, continued to struggle fiercely, his eyes gleaming with a beast-like ferocity and hatred. He was the son of the bandit leader. Uchiha Ling, observing from the side, coldly remarked, I searched inside for quite a while and found nothing. Through the illusionary arts of the Sharingan, he had gleaned the most information among the 3. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, lifting Hongya's delicate face and speaking with a tone laced with temptation. His father was an irredeemable villain. Eliminating the offspring of such a person bore no guilt. Orochimaru-sensei. Hongya stammered, her voice trembling as she sought to articulate her thoughts but found herself at a loss for words. Enough. Ju could no longer bear the scene unfolding before him. He shouted, brandishing a kunai and lunging toward the boy, intent on freeing Hongya from her predicament. However, before he could act, a white serpent ensnared him, rendering him immobile on the ground. Observing this, Orochimaru merely shook his head, releasing the serpent that bound the boy and tossing a kunai at his feet, simultaneously gesturing toward the still trembling Honya. If you wish to survive, you must kill this girl. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his voice imbued with a seductive quality. Only by living can you seek vengeance for your father. Only by living can you possess everything. Why, Orochimaru-sensei? Why must you do this? Ju cried out in disbelief, his eyes wide with anguish as he looked at his mentor. As he saw the boy pick up the kunai and approach Honya, Ju shouted desperately, Honya, kill him. Quickly kill him. Kill him. Quickly kill him. Ju's frantic cries echoed. Yet, regardless of his hysteria, Honya remained unmoved, watching the boy with the kunai advance toward her. She muttered in a daze, I can't do it. I can't. She was resolute in her unwillingness to take a life. He wants to kill you. He intends to kill you. Witnessing Honya's demeanor, Ju was nearly driven to madness. Keep him away. Don't let him near you. His words jolted Honya back to reality, and she quickly formed hand seals, attempting once more to employ her binding technique on the boy. Alas, no matter her efforts, the chakra within her seemed to have vanished into thin air, utterly unresponsive. The boy drew closer. How could this happen? Feeling the chill of death, Honya was filled with dread and hastily reached for her waist, only to discover that the pockballs that had once hung there had mysteriously vanished. Nearby, Orochimaru stood with arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. The lost chakra and the vanished pockballs were merely the result of a simple illusion he had cast. As Honya lifted her gaze, she realized the boy was now within arm's reach, his kunai glinting menacingly in the moonlight, poised to easily slice through her delicate neck. I will kill you. I must kill you and all you leaf ninjas. The boy growled, a primal snarl escaping him as he lunged toward Honya. She attempted to flee, but her legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering her unable to move. In the split second before the kunai pierced her neck, time seemed to freeze, and Orochimaru's insidious words echoed hauntingly in her mind. He is the child of a sinner. Killing him incurs no guilt. Allowing him to live will only plunge him into a lifetime of vengeance. A ninja is merely a tool for murder. In this world, if you do not kill, you will be killed. Only by living, by surviving, can you possess everything. In that fleeting moment, Honya's spirit began to fray. Her eyes wide as the pure black of her irises was overtaken by a vivid crimson, two small tomos spinning slowly. Only by living, by surviving, can you possess everything. In that instant, her burdens seemed to vanish, and her chakra surged anew. Even the 4 missing pockballs returned to her side. Gasped. At the moment the kunai broke the skin, the sharp pain in her neck jolted Honya back to awareness. Almost simultaneously, Gast emerged from her shadow, its eyes glowing red as it locked gazes with the boy. The boy froze, the kunai halting in midair, unable to advance further. Honya seized the kunai from his hand and, driven by her tumultuous emotions, thrust it back into his chest. Warm blood gushed forth, staining her once pristine hands and cheeks of vivid crimson. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils as she trembled, gasping for air. Her eyes fixed on the boy's dilating pupils, blood trickling from his lips as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Ugh, ugh. In that moment, Honya could no longer contain her emotions, collapsing to the ground in tears, weeping openly. What a good child, Orochimaru applauded her, his serpent-like eyes gleaming with delight as he witnessed her transformation. The ingrained fear of death was etched deep within her essence, binding her to him as kindred souls. In a darkened recess not far away, a shadowy form lay in wait, observing the scene unfold with keen interest. This serpent's methods are truly abhorrent. Let this serpent serve as a stepping stone to hasten her growth. Thus concluded the first significant mission of the new Orochimaru squad, ending on a note of completion. On their return journey, aside from the typically taciturn Uchiha Rin, both Honya and Ju fell into a profound silence, seemingly forming a mute team. Orochimaru paid little mind to their demeanor, believing that if they could not endure this small emotional burden, they should abandon the path of a ninja altogether. To be a ninja, one must possess the resolve to become a tool of slaughter. Among this temporary squad, Orochimaru found his greatest satisfaction in Uchiha Rin. Yet for various reasons, he did not intend to forge a deeper bond with him, seeing him merely as a subordinate to be commanded. Ju, however, was his most cherished disciple, perhaps because he was the younger brother of an old comrade, or for some other unknown reason. He regarded Ju as his closest kin. As for Honya, initially dismissed by Orochimaru, she had quickly become the most delightful surprise in his newly formed team. For reasons unknown, he seemed to glimpse his own future in her, a vision of gradually realizing his dreams. Though this feeling was ephemeral and elusive, his conviction remained unwavering. This child would become the most exquisite manifestation of his life's work, a testament to the fulfillment of his ambitions. Orochimaru-sensei. As Orochimaru wandered through his thoughts, Ju finally shattered the silence, his voice now hoarse and subdued. Is this what you believe to be the necessary resolve to become a ninja? Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, reiterating his inner thoughts in response. A ninja must possess the resolve to become a tool of slaughter. It is harsh, yet it is the brutal reality of this shinobi world. Be it Honya, you, me, or even the shadow of a village leader, none can escape this fate. Perhaps, Ju mused, pondering the assertion, before seemingly solidifying his resolve. In a voice resolute and powerful, he declared, "But I will not accept this so-called rule. I will become Hokage and change this very rule." Each word spoken by the young man shone like radiant pearls, embodying his unwavering will and fervent spirit. The last to accomplish this feat was his grandfather, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru fell into silence for a considerable time upon hearing those words. He sighed and raised his hand to caress the head of Rope Tree, declaring, "Regardless of the foolish choices you make, I shall choose to support you. For you are my disciple." Chapter 46. The red-haired, round-faced girl bang. Tsunade slammed the door shut, gazing at the whirlpool of Watergate and Rope Tree before shaking her head. Honya remained as taciturn as ever, unwilling to utter a single word. Clenching her fists, she thought, that scoundrel Orochimaru, is this how he mentors his subordinates? Tsunade harbored deep regret over her earlier decision to temporarily allow Honya to join Orochimaru's team. Since their return from the mission, Honya seemed transformed, her once vibrant demeanor replaced by a pervasive silence. She often stared at her hands, lost in thought, and her compulsive hand-washing had markedly increased. Both Rope Tree and Tsunade had attempted to console her, but to no avail. Nothing seemed to restore Honya's former cheerfulness. "Grandmother, perhaps you should give it a try," Tsunade suggested to Watergate. "I am not adept at comforting children, and I truly do not know what to say. There may be someone more suited than I." However, Watergate smiled and shook her head. To Tsunade's bewilderment, she explained, "Perhaps a peer with similar experiences would be more effective in comforting little Honya than this loquacious old woman." "Grandmother, you mean Kushina?" Tsunade pondered, envisioning a small, red-haired figure. "Can we really trust that little girl with this? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to handle it?" Honestly, Tsunade was reluctant to bring up the Uzumaki clan, especially given the news that had reached Konoha during Honya's execution of her mission. The land of whirlpools was being besieged by neighboring nations. By the time Konoha's reinforcements arrived, the land of whirlpools had already fallen. She feared that Watergate would once again be engulfed in sorrow. The land of whirlpools was the birthplace of Watergate, and the Uzumaki clan residing there had nearly faced extermination, with only Kushina being rescued by Konoha's ninja. "I believe it should be possible." Watergate coughed lightly, her aged visage revealing fatigue, yet still adorned with a warm, gentle smile. "Seeing me in my current state will only increase little Honya's worry and sadness." "Grandmother." Tsunade bit her lip, unable to say more, her eyes unwittingly moistening. Grandmother remained as gentle as ever. She had grown up, shouldering her own responsibilities, no longer of the age where she could cry freely like Honya and Rope Tree. Moreover, what she bore in comparison to her grandmother was trivial. Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words. Little Tsunade, Watergate trembled as she stood, reaching out to stroke Tsunade's head. "In the days to come, it will be up to you to care for Honya and the others." Meanwhile, within Watergate's mental realm, "Kurama, our farewell day is fast approaching." "Humph, old woman, you are exceedingly verbose. As one ages, it is true that one becomes more talkative. In our remaining time together, you must bear with this old woman." Watergate released the seal of the Nine-Tails cage, reclining against a broad fox-tail, appearing quite content as she spoke. "Kurama, soon you shall meet new companions." "Huh, I have no need for them." The Nine-Tails widened its fox-like eyes, disdain etched upon its expression, though a hint of reluctance lingered. "Do not speak in such a manner. A personality that is too stubborn is hardly endearing." In this moment, Watergate's mental image transformed to that of her youthful self. her laughter reminiscent of the first encounter with the Nine Tails. Kurama, that child is of my clan, and I believe you will surely become friends. Humph, say what you will. The Nine Tails closed its eyes and turned away, disinterested in gazing at Watergate any longer. Hongya curled up in a corner of her room, burying her head in her knees. Kekekek. Gui's emerged from the shadows, its purple-black spherical face displaying concern. Hongya had maintained this posture for an extended period. It extended its tongue to lick her. Hongya slowly lifted her head. Her once clear eyes were now dim, her face devoid of vitality. What is it, Guis? Kekekek. Guis excitedly licked her again, causing Hongya's cheeks to tingle. She sighed and said, all right, I'm fine. You needn't worry. Of course. Her claim of being fine was merely for show. During the nights since their return, Hongya had been haunted by vivid dreams of her actions during the mission. The searing sensation of blood staining her hands lingering uncomfortably. Was there guilt? It seemed not. That boy was the son of a bandit leader. Regardless of whether he had taken lives, his daily sustenance was likely acquired through plunder. The principle that misfortune does not befall children of sinners is predicated upon the notion that fortune should not favor them either. This assertion may seem harsh, yet it serves as a fair standard given the boy's origins. Moreover, the boy had once sought to take her life. Hongya continued to console herself in this manner. Yet no matter how she rationalized it, the act of taking a life was a burden she could not escape. This was in stark contrast to her resolve to save lives, a path she intended to continue walking. Even if her victim was the child of a sinner, Hongya could not shake the weight of guilt. This turmoil stemmed from the collapse of her beliefs. To the best of my ability and judgment, I shall uphold the creed of seeking the welfare of the afflicted and restrain all that is corrupt and harmful. The ancient vow echoed in her heart, plunging Hongya into a state of confusion and helplessness once more. At that moment, the door to her room swung open, a beam of light piercing the darkness and illuminating Hongya. Is it aunt? Or perhaps great-grandmother? Hongya squinted, attempting to discern the identity of her visitor. Hello there. A vibrant splash of red and a round, cherubic face came into view. The unfamiliar girl, whom Hongya was meeting for the first time, greeted her with an endearing lilt. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. Watergate Grandma sent me to find you. She said we would surely become good friends. The girl named Uzumaki Kushina had a peculiar habit of adding na at the end of her sentences, a unique quirk of hers. Uzumaki Kushina. Hongya blinked at the girl before glancing at the approaching purple-black sphere of shadow, offering a gentle warning, you should close the door quickly. Why? Kushina blinked back, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion. Suddenly, a frown crossed her round face. Do you dislike me? What is that? A ghost. Ugh, I knew it. Hongya sighed in exasperation, pressing her forehead. Gui's penchant for licking girls was a habit that truly could not be cured. Chapter 47. The balance suffered a severe blow. The two girls wandered through a quaint food street in Konoha. This is delicious. This one too. I want this. The red-haired girl exclaimed, pointing to various treats, while the black-haired girl dutifully pulled coins from her wallet to purchase them. As the red-haired girl continued to request more, the once bulging wallet of the black-haired girl grew increasingly deflated. The black-haired girl, of course, was Hongya, who gazed at her now flat wallet with a disheartened expression. This money was earned through my hard work. Hongya. The red-haired Uzumaki Kushina seemed oblivious to Hongya's dismay, offering her a skewer of 3-colored dumplings. Try this. It's really delicious. Okay. Hongya initially hesitated, but, considering that the dumplings cost 100 ryo, which was indeed her own hard-earned money, she ultimately opened her mouth. A faint sweetness enveloped her palate, the texture pleasantly chewy. Hongya mused, it's just an ordinary sweet glutinous rice dumpling, but it's rather tasty. I have refrained from consuming this delectable treat, savoring it repeatedly, deliberately saving it for you. Uzumaki Kushina remained oblivious to the peculiar expression on Hongya's face, incessantly inquiring, how does it taste? I specifically reserved it for you. It's quite good, Hongya replied, striving to maintain her composure, though her smile appeared rather forced. It seemed as if she had ingested not just a morsel, but a significant portion of Uzumaki Kushina's saliva. What a dismissive response, Uzumaki Kushina remarked, somewhat displeased, though her attention swiftly shifted to other snacks. Observing the exuberant and jubilant Uzumaki Kushina, Hongya pouted and, stepping on her own shadow, retorted, it's all your fault. Don't scare others for no reason. Compensations require money. Koei's, half emerging from the shadows, displayed a glum expression on his purplish-black visage. The misfortunes befalling Honya's purse were fundamentally due to him. Whether it was Uzumaki Kushina's excessive timidity or a genuine fear of apparitions. This seemingly carefree red-haired girl was successfully frightened into tears by Koei's. Faced with the weeping Uzumaki Kushina, Honya, who had been grappling with her own inner turmoil, found herself at a loss, resorting to apologies and soothing words. Ultimately, after acquiescing to a series of unequal agreements, the tearful Uzumaki Kushina finally smiled again and gleefully pulled Honya out the door. What followed was a scene that transpired earlier. In less than an hour, 1,000 taels spent on a task to eradicate bandits left a psychological scar on Honya, while she received a mere 6,000 taels in reward. Initially, this money was intended for snacks for you and the Beakmon. Honya chastised Koei's, tapping his head earnestly. Have you learned your lesson now? Remember, do not frighten girls again. They are quite hard to console. Koei's nodded, his despondence stemming not from guilt over scaring Uzumaki Kushina, but from the simple sorrow of losing snacks. Fine. I will still buy for you. Honya softened, her earlier resentment dissipating. After all, it was partly her fault that these Pokemon were brought into this world. Upon hearing Honya's words, Koei's, who had seemed like a wilted eggplant, instantly regained his spirits, joyously licking her. Oh dear, please stop licking, Honya exclaimed, both amused and exasperated as Koei's tickled her. The anxiety and sense of responsibility that had plagued her seemed to fade away in that moment. In the Uchiha territory, within a certain estate, Uchiha Ling knelt at a side position, while a youth who appeared to be around 17 or 18 occupied the main seat. Lord Fugaku, Uchiha Ling said, lowering his head slightly, I wish to know if my father, Uchiha Hayato, is related to our new squad member, Yusuji Honya. The youth named Fugaku crossed his arms and, with a slight lowering of his eyes, sighed. In truth, you need not dwell on this matter. Lord Fugaku, I require an answer. Uchiha Ling realized he was becoming overly agitated and thus lowered his voice, though his tone remained stubborn. Uchiha Hayato is a traitor to our clan. The shame he brought shall be cleansed by my own hands. Fugaku fell silent for a moment, and as the seconds ticked by, he slowly began, in fact. You have long known the answer, have you not? He added, from the moment you saw that girl awaken her Sharingan, the hidden truth was revealed. Fugaku's words sent a tremor through Uchiha Ling, causing a flicker of emotion to cross his taut features. Observing Uchiha Ling's trembling form, Fugaku sighed once more, rising to leave the room. Ling, sometimes, you need not take the family's honor and disgrace too seriously. Perhaps I should say, do not get entangled in the past, for it is utterly meaningless. Like your brother Hayato, you too have awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan at a young age, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, a standout among the younger generation. However, should you allow hatred to cloud your vision and cannot let go of the past, it will only prove your limited character, and your accomplishments will cease here. As Uchiha Fugaku departed, Uchiha Ling clenched his jaw, his eyes reddening, yet not a single tear fell. He had long forgotten how long it had been since he last wept. Perhaps, in his childhood, the tears had completely dried up. I shall rectify my father's mistakes. I will cleanse the disgrace of our clan, Uchiha Ling murmured, his crimson gaze revealing 3 black tomo, a powerful aura filling the room. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku's earlier words had not penetrated his resolve. Suddenly, Uchiha Ling's complexion turned pale, his aura dissipating in an instant. He clutched his abdomen, stepping slowly towards the restroom, his expression becoming one of helplessness and confusion. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. In the Senju territory, Uzumaki Kushina gleefully carried numerous small bags, her laughter ringing out, while behind her, Honya wore a disgruntled expression. To appease the exuberantly cheerful red-haired girl, Honya had spent 2,400 taels, 1/5 of her entire savings. Your happiness is all that matters, Honya said, sullenly retracting her cat-shaped purse, glancing at the darkening sky. Needing to prepare dinner. Dinner? Upon hearing Honya's words, Uzumaki Kushina blinked, pointing to herself. Can I stay to eat? I don't mind. Honya replied as she walked toward the kitchen, adding, as long as Grandma Mito or Aunt Tsunade agrees, it's fine. Huh, you mean Grandma Mito and Aunt Tsunade? Following closely behind Honya, Uzumaki Kushina paused, a sudden realization igniting a broad smile on her cherubic face. What else with that expression? Honya, contemplating the ingredients for dinner, turned to find Uzumaki Kushina's grin peculiar. Honya, you refer to Grandma Mito as great-grandmother and Aunt Tsunade as aunt, Uzumaki Kushina said, leaning closer, her words leaving Honya perplexed. Is there a problem? Suddenly, Honya recognized the oddity. If Uzumaki Kushina called Mito grandmother and Tsunade sister, did that imply she had inadvertently lowered her own generational standing? From now on, you must call me Auntie. Realizing the implications, Uzumaki Kushina giggled. Little Honya, did you hear that? But you are clearly a few months younger than me. Honya pouted, feeling a surge of indignation. Suddenly, she sensed her fists clenching. No worries, little Honya must be obedient. Before Uzumaki Kushina could finish her sentence, Koei's, who shared Honya's thoughts, emerged from the shadows, mercilessly delivering a lick. Watching Uzumaki Kushina faint, Honya silently gave Koei's a thumbs up. Well done. At dinner time, everyone was pleasantly surprised to see Honya, especially Rope Tree, who bombarded her with questions and even proposed a date to go out the next day, only to be gently declined by Honya's smile. This left Rope Tree feeling quite dejected. Meanwhile, Tsunade was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that her grandmother's methods would prove effective. After the initial shock, a sense of frustration welled up in her heart. Despite her earnest efforts to console Honya, it seemed that her influence paled in comparison to that of a newcomer. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina sulkily stuffed her mouth with food, occasionally shooting glares at Honya. The bowls of rice piled up as if she were a destitute relative fleeing from a famine back home, having gone 3 days without food. The reason for Kushina's behavior stemmed from having been dazed by the antics of Gungsi, whom she considered to be Honya's spiritual beast, thus attributing some responsibility to her. In response, Honya could only scratch her cheek with her nails, indicating that it was all Gungsi's doing and had nothing to do with her. After all, she herself was the target of Gungsi's tongue-lashing skills. As for Gungsi, at that moment, it was in the courtyard enjoying dinner with other Pokemon, regaling them with tales of its day's adventures. I defeated an enemy trying to harm Honya today. It was a red Pokemon. You're amazing. I wish I could be as strong as you. Don't believe it. It's deceiving you. It's merely playing pranks on others. There are no other Pokemon in this world except us. What? How can Pokemon be called a deception? You little rascals, be quiet while eating. After finishing dinner and washing up, Honya returned to her room, preparing to spread her bedding on the tatami mat. This old house had its drawbacks. While some villagers had already upgraded to spring mattresses, refrigerators, and gas stoves, the configuration of the Senju ancestral home was still stuck at a level that hadn't changed in decades, perhaps even centuries. Cooking required adding firewood. She hoped to save enough money for an air conditioner before summer arrived. With her hands clasped together, she silently prayed. Just as she finished her prayer, the door to her room swung open, just as it had during the day, perhaps pulled open by the same person, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, what brings you here? Honya blinked curiously. Granny Mito said my house is still under renovation, so I should stay with you for a while. Kushina was evidently still miffed at Gungsi, her tone and expression somewhat sullen. But even so, her habit of ending sentences with na remained unchanged. Let me prepare a bed for you. I'll see if I have any extra bedding. Honya nodded and got up to rummage through the cupboard for blankets. Ultimately, she held no resentment towards Uzumaki Kushina. The slight annoyance she felt over her pocket's loss had long since dissipated. With memories of her past life, Honya, though not particularly mature in temperament, was not one to hold a grudge against a child. It seems I don't have any extra bedding. After searching in vain, Honya proposed to Kushina. How about we sleep together tonight, if you don't mind? No way. Kushina turned her head, a blush creeping onto her round face. I don't want to sleep with you. I'll go find Tsunade. Yet, despite her words, she showed no intention of leaving. Auntie had too much to drink at dinner, feeling defeated and drowning her sorrows, so let her rest in peace. Honya reminisced about her own experiences sleeping with Tsunade, unable to suppress a smile. Besides, Auntie snores when she sleeps. If you share a room with her, you'll surely be kept awake all night. Really, is that true? Kushina seemed quite intrigued by Tsunade's snoring, unable to help but ask, how do you know? Because I've slept with Auntie before. Let me tell you. Honya began to share amusing anecdotes about Tsunade. Of course, this was also one of her tactics to cheer Kushina up. Though she felt a tad guilty about Tsunade. Auntie surely won't hold it against me, Honya thought to herself. Ultimately, under Honya's persuasive efforts, Kushina chose to forgive her, and the two snuggled into the same blanket. Chapter 49. Honya's source of joy. Honya, your hair is so silky. You're not the only one who has said that. It smells lovely. What shampoo do you use? The one I just used while showering is the same as yours. How come my hair doesn't smell as nice? I can't say. In the warmth of the blanket, Kushina pressed closely against Honya, repeatedly inhaling her scent, even venturing below. Eventually, Kushina surrendered, realizing that the natural floral fragrance emanating from Honya was not from shampoo, body wash, or any skincare products, but rather an innate body scent. How infuriatingly enviable, Kushina exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Honya. I want that scent too. Let go, you silly. Honya attempted to push Kushina away, but the latter clung on like an octopus, resisting all efforts to escape. No, let me smell more. Kushina was seemingly addicted to the floral fragrance, burying her head in Honya's embrace and greedily inhaling. It smells better than any flower I've ever encountered. Kushina thought to herself that if she stuck close to Honya every day, perhaps she could also absorb that delightful scent. It must be possible. It settled. Meanwhile, across the wall, Rope Tree pressed against the surface, straining to eavesdrop on the sounds emanating from the other room. Unfortunately, due to the solid construction materials of the house, he could not make out the conversation clearly. He vaguely heard phrases like "let go" and "so fragrant," which ignited his imagination, causing his fingers to incessantly tap against the wall. Damn it, that little red-haired girl. I'm so envious of her. Perhaps due to chakra promoting growth. The youths in this world matured excessively early. On the other side, in Tsunade's room, she was already drunk from trying to drown her sorrows. Having collapsed onto her bed without properly making it, mumbling incoherently in her sleep. Honya is my disciple. Don't steal her away. She would occasionally snore. The next morning, Honya groggily opened her eyes. Just as she was about to get up, she realized she could not move at all. Upon closer inspection, she found Kushina sprawled across her body, her arms and legs tightly wrapped around her. If earlier it was merely a metaphor to describe Kushina as an octopus, it was now an apt description. Wake up, Kushina. Honya called out several times, but there was no response. Kushina remained in a deep slumber, even drooling slightly. The shoulder of her pajamas had become damp. Just as Honya contemplated whether to summon Gungsi to give the red-haired girl a lick, Kushina rubbed her eyes and woke up. Good morning, Honya. Morning. Seeing the drowsy Kushina, Honya lost all irritation. She reminded her, you need to let go of me. It's time to make breakfast. Oh. Kushina released her grip on Honya and mumbled sleepily. I had such a strange dream last night. As Honya busied herself with tidying up the bedding, she paid no heed to the other person. It was rather peculiar. Kushina, lost in her own thoughts, recalled a dream where the two of them faced danger together. She wanted to hold on to you, but then her memory faded. I know, Honya said, playfully pinching Kushina's round little face, dismissing her words. I need to get up and wash up quickly. After breakfast, I must take you to the ninja school to report. Enrolling Kushina in the ninja school had been arranged by Uzumaki Mido from the very beginning, with all the admission procedures already completed. Initially, this task was supposed to be handled by Tsunade, but unfortunately, she was still recovering from a hangover. Thus, the responsibility likely fell upon Honya's shoulders, as she had also studied at the ninja school for 2.5 years. Ninja school? Kushina rubbed her eyes, suddenly struck by an idea, her tone filled with excitement. Does this mean I can attend school with you in the future? Not really, Honya replied, shaking her head without a moment's hesitation, causing Kushina to feel downcast. Why are you like this? Do you despise me? It's not that I despise you. I've already withdrawn from the ninja school. As expected. After breakfast, Honya received the task of escorting Kushina to the ninja school, with Tsunade still inebriated and unable to be roused, despite Shoju's attempts. On the way to the ninja school, Kushina incessantly asked questions. Honya, is the ninja school really boring? The classes on the Will of Fire are indeed somewhat tedious. But the others are not too bad. Why do you ask? Because you dropped out, it must have been too boring for you. Not exactly. I was simply advised to leave due to poor grades. How could that be? The two soon arrived at the ninja school. Before entering, Kushina solemnly turned to Honya and declared, Honya, I will definitely become the first female Hokage in the village. I'll make sure you become a ninja too, okay? Honya was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Kushina's earnest expression before bursting into laughter. Kushina, feeling offended, pouted, her cheeks flushed. What are you laughing at? I'm being serious. All right, I know, Honya replied, stifling her laughter. Thank you, future Hokage. I hope I won't have to go on missions every month and can receive a generous salary instead. That sounds about right, Kushina nodded happily, adding, but it's a promise. You have to take me shopping every day. Honya felt an immense joy at that moment. It wasn't that she truly believed Kushina would keep her word. Rather, she simply found her company delightful. I wonder which insufferable brat will end up with Kushina. Honya lamented internally, frustrated by her own fragmented memories of the world she once knew. Chapter 50. The vanishing Yano Yu. After handing Kushina over to the leaders at the ninja school, Honya took the opportunity to visit her former teacher. Coincidentally, in the 5th grade hallway, she encountered a familiar face and greeted him. Ikika-sensei. Honya. Hyane Ikaku stared at the adorable girl before him, momentarily dazed, but quickly recollected himself, his face lighting up with surprise. Is that you, Honya? Yes, it's me, Ikaku-sensei, Honya replied with a sweet smile. Not long after Honya was brought back to the village by her mother, tragedy struck, and her mother passed away. Under Aoki Yuko's guidance, she entered the ninja school. Back then, Honya was shy and reserved, even finding it difficult to introduce herself in class. Thanks to Ikaku-sensei's care, she gradually adapted. Although she was eventually persuaded to leave the school, Ikaku-sensei had done his utmost to support her. It's been a long time, Ikaku-sensei remarked, gently patting Honya's head. Thinking back, it's nearly been 2 years, hasn't it? Aoki said you've been working at the Konoha Hospital. How's that going? I wanted to visit, but I've been too busy. Honya listened quietly, knowing that Ikaku-sensei was genuinely concerned for her. Ikaku-sensei spoke at length, reminiscing about Honya's days at the ninja school and discussing her prospects at the hospital, eventually noticing the forehead protector hanging around her neck. He was momentarily taken aback, while Honya chuckled, saying, Ikaku-sensei, this isn't just a costume accessory. I've become a ninja too, a medical ninja, to be precise. Subsequently, Honya recounted her recent experiences to Ikaku-sensei, omitting certain sensitive details, such as the existence of the Rinnegan. Whenever she attempted to share the secret of the Rinnegan, a haunting warning echoed within her mind. A medical ninja? Truly, you are remarkable, Honya, Ikaku-sensei remarked, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, a medical ninja suits you far better than a traditional one. The opportunity to learn under Tsunade-sama is rare, so do your best. Ikaku-sensei sincerely felt delighted for Honya, believing that becoming a medical ninja was undoubtedly her best path, especially with the esteemed Tsunade as her mentor. At least he could rest easy knowing that his former student would grow up safely. He had once worried greatly about Honya's future, fearing that her gentle and timid nature would hinder her safety as a ninja. By the way, Ikaku-sensei, how is your relationship with Shizen-sensei now? Honya suddenly recalled, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I remember before I went to the hospital, you were planning to confess your feelings to her. How did that turn out? Did you succeed? Well, of course. We're planning our wedding for next month, so you must come. Ikaku-sensei had classes to attend, and their reunion had to come to an end. He had intended to invite Honya to lunch and introduce her to former classmates, but she declined. During her 2.5 years at the ninja school, Honya had often been a target of bullying due to her personality. Her only true friend had been her deskmate, Namikaze Minato, who had stood up for her. As for reuniting with Minato, there would be other opportunities. After bidding farewell to Ikaku-sensei, Honya headed towards the Konoha Hospital to visit her former colleagues, whom she would likely work alongside in the future. After all, a dedicated medical ninja spent most of their time at the hospital, with occasional missions. However, this was only feasible if there were enough medical ninjas. If they were in short supply, the focus would shift to mission teams and the front lines of war. Tsunade had informed Honya of all this. As she arrived at the Konoha Hospital, the familiar and pungent scent of disinfectant greeted her from afar. Regardless of the circumstances, she was finally free from the life of a nurse. Observing her co-workers, who had just finished the night shift, yawning and sporting dark circles under their eyes, Honya couldn't help but sigh. I ought to have a bright future, perhaps. It has been quite some time, little Maple. Is that a ninja headband? Truly befitting of Maple, having swiftly become a medical ninja. Maple, how have you been lately? Come, let me embrace you. After a lapse of more than half a month, Maple returned to Konoha Hospital, receiving a warm welcome from her seniors. Though, some of the enthusiasm was a bit excessive. Haruko's embrace was not nearly as accommodating compared to her aunt's. Cradled in Haruko's arms, Maple silently sighed in her heart. To be frank, under the influence of Tsunade's frequent facial cleansing attacks, Maple had become quite discerning in her tastes. Of course, such thoughts could only be contemplated internally, never to be voiced aloud. By the way, Haruko, after the enthusiastic welcome concluded, Maple curiously inquired, is Senpai Yano Yu on break today? I have yet to see her. Haruko pondered for a moment before responding. After you left the hospital to train under Lady Tsunade, she too vanished shortly thereafter. It is said she was valued by a department in the village and has been reassigned there. She added, this is quite normal. Considering Senpai Yanoyu's talent in medical ninjutsu is second only to yours in the entire hospital. Ah, I truly envy you. Is that so? Maple nodded, somewhat understanding Haruko's reasoning, yet inexplicably, an ominous premonition lingered in her mind. Just as she contemplated whether to seek out Aoki Yuko to inquire further, Haruko mischievously chuckled. Hey, Maple, let's have lunch in the cafeteria, it's my treat. Absolutely not. Maple promptly refused. Chapter 51. The flamboyant young man, though her thoughts were interrupted. After some pleasantries with Haruko and others, Maple resolved to visit the director's office. She intended to inquire about pharmacist Yanoyu. Unfortunately, her timing was not fortuitous. After knocking for an extended period without a response, she learned from a secretary that Aoki Yuko had been occupied in the upper-level conference room discussing the training program for medical ninjas and had not been at the hospital for several days. From the secretary's implications, coupled with Tsunade's recent sullen demeanor, Maple could surmise the considerable challenges in implementing this program. After all, the medical ninja system was not yet fully established. For Konoha to be a pioneer, the investment of manpower and resources would undoubtedly be immense, with uncertain returns. In contrast, directing the same resources towards traditional ninja training visibly enhanced the village's combat capabilities, with clear benefits. With her current perspective, Maple could discern these 2 points. Even with her past life's memories, she was not exceptionally astute. Reluctantly, Maple set aside her inquiries and began tending to patients in the hospital. This was a task assigned by Tsunade the previous evening. After all, the original intent behind the invention of medical ninjutsu was to heal, regardless of whether one was a ninja or a civilian. Moreover, through diligent practice, Maple's proficiency in medical ninjutsu would also improve, yielding a dual benefit. Notably, during her midday meal, she chose to indulge in a brief escape, enjoying her lunch at a nearby ramen shop. In the following half-month, Maple's life was remarkably tranquil, consisting of escorting Kushina to the ninja school, treating patients at Konoha Hospital, and returning to the Senju residence to rest, following a linear routine. In truth, escorting Kushina to school was unnecessary, as the red-haired girl had long since memorized the route. However, due to Kushina's persistent pleading and Maple's inherent softness, she reluctantly complied, waking early each morning to accompany her. It is worth mentioning that the village had completed arrangements for Kushina's housing, a prime location adjacent to the Hokage building, with a property value that would daunt the average villager. Nevertheless, Kushina was unwilling to move in, having taken up residence at the Senju estate, more specifically, in Maple's room. The village's higher-ups did not oppose this and tacitly permitted Kushina's behavior. They might not entirely trust Maple, but they certainly felt secure with the current owner of the Senju estate. They were also pleased to see Kushina interact more with Mito Uzumaki, as both the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and Mito's experiences with Jinchuriki were invaluable assets to the Hidden Leaf village. Life continued in a well-ordered manner until one day, after school, Kushina returned to the Senju estate with a young blonde boy. Just as Maple returned from Konoha Hospital, she encountered the young boy, Minato-kun, Maple-san. They both called out each other's names. Maple expressed confusion, while Minato beamed with delight. It has been a long time. Indeed, it has, Maple nodded, her gaze shifting to Kushina beside her, and she quietly asked, Kushina, the blonde boy you always mention, is he Minato-kun? In the past week, Kushina had frequently brought up a blonde boy with flamboyant traits during their nightly chats about school life. In fact, just last night, she informed Maple that she was inviting that blonde boy to the Senju estate for a visit. So, it turned out to be Minato. Yes, responded Kushina, who was quite forthright. He's the one I mentioned, and now he is my little brother. Little brother? Maple glanced at Kushina and then at the awkwardly smiling Minato, her expression somewhat perplexed. Minato-kun, you too. Maple-san, don't listen to Kushina's nonsense. Minato interjected hastily. I only wish to be friends with Kushina, not her little brother. Hey, you flamboyant boy, don't be ungrateful. Kushina retorted, clearly displeased. There are many who want to be my little brother at school. I only offered you this opportunity because I find you likable. Kushina, that behavior isn't right. Minato attempted to reason with her, even though you are quite cute. Bullying classmates will make them hesitant to approach. They were the ones who bullied me first. Kushina shot back. What on earth is happening? Maple completely failed to grasp the nature of their quarrel, especially with Kushina's incessant peculiar speech patterns, which further clouded her understanding. Regardless, she smiled helplessly and said, "You two should come inside. After all, it would be quite rude to keep guests standing at the door." She lifted the ingredients in her hand and added, "Dinner will be just the three of us, so it won't be too lavish, Minato-kun. Please don't mind." Recently, Shinji had been undergoing rigorous training with Orochimaru outside, while Tsunade and Mito Uzumaki were preoccupied with other matters. For several consecutive days, the spacious Senju estate had been home to only Maple and Kushina. "Not at all," Minato replied, ever polite and gentle. "I am looking forward to Maple-san's cooking." At that moment, the oblivious Kushina realized something was amiss. She seized Maple's arm and, somewhat jealously, asked, "Maple, why are you so close to this flamboyant boy? Have you two known each other for a long time?" "I sat next to Minato-kun when I attended the ninja school," Maple replied. The crimson leaves blinked innocently, speaking softly. This remark caused Kushina to pout, her small lips resembling a tiny oil bottle, her little face adorned with unhappiness and jealousy. Witnessing her demeanor, a fervent curiosity ignited within Honya once more. Could it be that Kushina harbored feelings for Minato? Her jealous expression was rather endearing. What a thing it was. She was merely months shy of 10 years old. The children in this world seemed far too mature. Such were Honya's thoughts. Of course, she could never have guessed that she had only half the truth. Chapter 52. A little cheer wouldn't tea heard on their way to the living room. Honya gleaned from Minato the details of the situation. It turned out that on Kushina's first day of school, she was ridiculed by her classmates for her bright red hair, and coupled with her round face. Several mischievous boys had mockingly dubbed her Tomato. The laughter reached a crescendo when Kushina expressed her ambition to become the first female Hokage of Konoha, igniting her fury to a peak. "I've made a promise with Honya. I will become Hokage and send her a generous salary every month so she can buy me snacks." "Why do you have to talk like that? What a strange habit." "Exactly. It's so nauseating to hear." "Honya? Who asked that? Wasn't she the girl who got expelled from our class?" "Ha ha ha, that coward. I remember she cried every time during practical drills." So it was that the boy who led the mockery found himself seized by his collar, forcefully pinned to the ground by Kushina, who rained down blows upon him, transforming his face into a swollen mess. "You jerk. I want to allow you to mock Honya," she shouted, her fierce demeanor plunging the classroom into chaos, only to be quelled when someone informed Irika. As expected, Kushina, the assailant, received a stern reprimand from Irika. But no other punishment followed. Thereafter, no one dared to provoke Kushina, and those few who did ended up with similar fates. Thus, Kushina became the undisputed queen of the class, commanding a legion of followers who feared her, and she earned the nickname Blood Red Chili Pepper throughout the Ninja Academy, becoming a force to be reckoned with. As for Minato, the reason Kushina regarded him with special attention was due to his consistently gentle demeanor towards everyone. When Kushina once caught him staring, she assumed he was about to mock her as well and retorted sharply, "What? Do you think my hair color is ugly too?" "No, not at all." Minato shook his head, offering her a warm smile. "I actually think your hair color is quite lovely." "Ugh, you sissy. You're just saying that because you're afraid I'll hit you." Kushina scoffed, though her cheeks betrayed a faint blush. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn. In the kitchen, after a moment of realization, Honya understood the situation. So, Minato intended for Kushina to temper her violent tendencies? "It's not solely about that," Minato replied, shaking his head as he handled the firewood. He turned towards Honya with utmost seriousness. "In truth, the question of violence is secondary. The crux of the matter is that Kushina has yet to integrate into the class." Honya blinked, remaining silent, waiting for Minato to continue. "In my view, what we label as violence is merely a form of self-defense for Kushina. Retaining this means of protection can help her avoid unnecessary troubles." Minato cleared his throat and continued. "However, this should only be a temporary measure. If it persists, I fear Kushina's heart will grow increasingly lonely, much like you once were, Honya." Honya fell silent for a moment before nodding, pouring cold oil into the now heated pan. Though Kushina was currently the talk of the Ninja Academy, it was merely a facade of intimidation. In time, her classmates would grow to fear and isolate her. Honya had experienced this herself, to shield herself from bullying. She had diminished her presence, always choosing to comply to avoid conflict, ultimately leading to a situation where, apart from Minato, no one wished to engage with her. Therefore, I hope you can counsel Kushina, Minato expressed, relieved when Hongya agreed with his reasoning. Kushina has always stated that you are her most important friend. If you could assist her, it would yield far better results. Leave it to me, Hongya replied without hesitation, a gentle smile gracing her face. By the way, does Minato have a particular fondness for Kushina? Huh. Minato paused, taken aback, and then scratched his head awkwardly. Why would you think that, Hongya? I merely wish to help Kushina. Just take it as me speaking casually, Hongya chuckled, her gaze drifting to the corner of the kitchen door where a vibrant red hue flickered. Is that so? Minato remained non-committal, observing Hongya's profile, sighing softly. Speaking of which, it's been quite a while since we last met. Indeed, it must be nearly 2.5 years now. Hongya remarked as she busily placed the drained vegetables into the pan. I had intended to visit you, but the hospital work has been overwhelming. It hasn't really been 2.5 years, has it? Why does Hongya always mention 2.5 years? Minato pondered, shaking his head, deciding it was a trivial matter. What is more important, Hongya, is that I've developed a new technique and would appreciate your help in naming it. Why must I name it? Hongya questioned, puzzled. You created it, so you should name it yourself. Because Minato's gaze dimmed slightly, though his tone was filled with nostalgia. Didn't you always say my names were rather silly? You remember that? Hongya replied, somewhat dismissively, as she swiftly stir-fried the vegetables. Noticing they were nearly cooked, she began to prepare the seasonings and asked, Minato, do you prefer a lighter flavor or a stronger one? Once again, Minato sighed. A stronger flavor, please. Thank you. Don't always look so glum, Minato, Hongya urged, turning from the stool where she stood to cook, giving him a sweet smile. Why not try smiling a little? Hongya, Minato stammered, his face lighting up with a smile. Okay. Chapter 53. The truth as Kushina sees it. With Minato's assistance, Hongya soon completed their preparations, and the three of them began their dinner. However, the atmosphere during the meal felt somewhat peculiar. Throughout the dinner, Kushina maintained a sullen expression. Regardless of how Hongya and Minato tried to spark conversation, she merely responded with curt affirmatives like and oh, appearing increasingly despondent. Unable to ease the tension, Minato resorted to reminiscing about past experiences, taking advantage of the absence of adults, allowing them to speak freely. As they shared laughter, Kushina's expression grew ever more dismal. Until the conclusion of dinner, when Watergate announced his departure, she solemnly remarked, Take care, no need to see you off. After a pause, she added, Please do not return next time. Originally, Hongya had intended to invite Watergate to stay the night, as there were plenty of empty rooms, and the others would not return that evening. However, with Xian expressing such sentiments, Hongya felt it inappropriate to insist and could only assert, taking advantage of her few months' seniority over Xian, be polite. Oh, understood, Xian replied, offering no rebuttal, her small face still forlorn. Well then, see you at school tomorrow, Xian. Watergate awkwardly scratched his head, maintaining a gentle smile. Rest assured, I would not intrude without permission. Humph. Xian turned away, ignoring Watergate entirely. Hongya playfully tapped Xian's head and bid farewell to Watergate. Be safe on your way, Watergate-kun. Alright, goodbye, Hongya. As they watched Watergate's retreating figure, Hongya once again tapped Xian's head, sighing. Xian, what is wrong with you? Why are you so cold towards Watergate? I simply don't want him to stay here. The moment Watergate departed, Xian's previously forlorn expression instantly returned to normal. She pouted and, albeit somewhat sulkily, said, Hongya, please don't play with him in the future, okay? Are you jealous? Hongya chuckled in disbelief. This prompted a loud denial from Xian. Absolutely not. I am not. Alright, you aren't. I won't play with him anymore. Hongya smiled in acquiescence and gently explained, Xian, you needn't worry. Although I was desk mates with Watergate during my time at the Ninja Academy, I haven't seen him since I withdrew. This meeting was instigated by you inviting him over. In her view, Xian clearly harbored some affection for Watergate, and seeing him grow close to her only fueled her jealousy. Though she had mentioned it several times, Hongya couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Children of the ninja world truly mature early. In her past life at the same age, her thoughts were consumed with the mere pleasures of 1 yuan grilled sausages and 5 yuan chicken strips by the school gate, as well as the children's programming on television at night. So it's settled then, you mustn't deceive me. Upon hearing Hongya's words, Xian inexplicably felt relieved, fully reverting to her usual energetic self. Honya, let's take a bath. I'll scrub your back. Okay, Honya nodded, believing that as long as Jio didn't perceive her as a rival, everything would be just fine. Little did she know, Jio was silently seething. That detestable blonde-haired sissy dares to vie for Honya's affection. Not a chance. Honya can only be my good friend. The peculiar quirk remained. That night, in Honya's room, she curiously asked Jio, who had instinctively burrowed into her blankets. I prepared a separate bedding for you. Why do you insist on sleeping with me? I just want to sleep with Honya. Jio rolled around in the blankets, pouting playfully, then nervously asked, Honya, do you dislike me? To which Honya quickly shook her head in denial, reassuring Jio, who sighed in relief. Honya truly did not dislike Jio. After a moment of thought, she assumed that the latter simply feared loneliness and sought companionship. After all, Jio-I's background was not unlike her own. Indeed, it was even more tragic. Being from the Uzumaki clan, nearly driven to extinction by the onslaught of other nations. Even as the princess of the Uzumaki, Jio-I could only flee to foreign lands, living in a state of dependency. In comparison, Honya's background, although similar, was far less harrowing. Perhaps it was this very history that shaped Jio-I's character, instilling a profound fear of solitude, making her yearn for companionship. Contemplating this, Honya felt a twinge of sympathy for Jio-I and resolved to cuddle closer in bed. As Jio-I felt the warmth of Honya's breath, Honya hesitated but ultimately chose to trust Watergate, asking, Why haven't you told me about what happened at school? Observing Jio-I's silence, she continued, Aren't we good friends? Yes, of course we are. Honya is my good friend. Upon hearing this, Jio-I grew anxious, her tone becoming fervent, yet soon softened, her expression mirroring this shift. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I simply don't wish for you to worry about me or to recall the past. Though she had longed to confide in Honya after the first day of school, she had also learned from others about Honya's experiences with bullying. Unlike Jio-I, who had fought back, Honya had endured in silence, shedding tears like a punching bag. It was this very bullying that had led Honya to withdraw from school. Was it not? Jio-I's emotions flared again as she spoke her perceived truth. Even Tsunade-san said Honya is a rare genius, already a ninja at our age, having completed advanced missions. How could she possibly be the bottom of the class as they claim? Witnessing Jio-I's eyes redden with emotion, Honya fell silent for a moment before gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. So this is how you see it. Honya sighed, scratching her head in resignation. If I told you that I was indeed advised to withdraw due to poor grades, would you believe me? Not a chance. All right. Chapter 54. The girl's vow. Initially, Honya had planned to heed Watergate's advice and persuade Jio-I to refrain from resorting to violence to resolve her issues. However, Jio-I was utterly obstinate. No matter how Honya attempted to reason with her, the latter shook her head vigorously, declaring, Honya, you're simply too gentle. We must show no mercy to those scoundrels. Honya found herself at a loss for words, realizing that sometimes, attempting to counsel Jio-I was quite futile. Ultimately, she decided to change the subject to avoid provoking Jio-I's rebellious spirit, knowing that this issue wouldn't be resolved overnight, and she could find another approach later. Resolving this, Honya yawned and said to the girl nestled in her arms, Good night, Jio-I. Good night, Honya. Jio-I snuggled closer, desperately hoping to absorb Honya's enchanting floral scent. It was simply delightful. They exchanged no more words until dawn. The following morning, Honya, adhering to her usual routine, intended to accompany Jio-I to school. However, upon opening the door, she encountered Tsunade for the first time in a week, who intercepted them. Jio-I does not need to attend school today, Tsunade stated casually, though her tone was somewhat somber, her once bright eyes now appearing dull and lifeless. Oh, while Honya was unclear about the reasons, Tsunade's low spirits prompted her to refrain from probing. However, Jio-I, being her boisterous self, incessantly inquired, Tsunade-san, why can't I go to school today? Is it because I punched? Before Jio-I could continue, Honya quickly grabbed her, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Tsunade's demeanor was decidedly unusual. Do not worry, I am fine. Tsunade also sensed Honya's thoughts. She gently patted Honya's head, attempting to soften her voice as much as possible. Honya, please take Kushina to the main house. Grandmother is waiting for her, and I will join you shortly. Honya nodded in agreement, taking Kushina's hand and leading her towards the main house. At this moment, Kushina, acutely aware of the unusual atmosphere, quietly inquired, "Honya, what is happening?" "I don't know," Honya replied, shaking her head. A sense of discomfort enveloped her, leaving her with a feeling of inexplicable oppression. In front of the main house, over a dozen Umbu ninjas had gathered. At the forefront, a silver-haired Umbu wearing a dog-faced mask blocked their path, pointing at Kushina and stating, "Only she may enter." "Understood," Honya obediently responded. However, Kushina, holding her hand, spoke nervously, "Honya, I'm afraid to go in." For a 10-year-old girl, the scene before her was indeed daunting. Not only Kushina, but even Honya felt a twinge of apprehension. Nevertheless, she softly encouraged her, "It's all right, don't worry. This is Konoha, the Senju residence. There is no danger here." Ultimately, with Honya's encouragement, Kushina mustered the courage to step into the main house. While Honya slowly withdrew under the watchful gaze of the silver-haired Umbu, the profound and surging chakra emanated from this girl. Observing Honya's retreating figure, the silver-haired Umbu couldn't help but inwardly marvel. In terms of chakra alone, she may already rival my own. At this moment, the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, knelt on a tatami mat, holding an upright posture. Behind him sat the equally composed current Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo, along with Mito and Koharu, both advisors to the Hokage. These high-ranking figures of Konoha no longer bore the demeanor of their former statuses. Instead, they resembled students awaiting instruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly surveyed the familiar room, momentarily transported back to his youth when he learned various ninjutsu under the tutelage of the second Hokage. The first and second Hokages had long since passed away. With a soft sigh, Hiruzen understood that after the two mentors, Konoha would lose another towering pillar. Just then, the door swung open. Kushina entered the room, observing the elderly figures before her and feeling the oppressive atmosphere tighten her chest. She timidly called out to the only familiar face, Hokage-sama. "Ah, Kushina." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a warm smile, gesturing towards the inner chamber's door. "Lord Mito is waiting for you. Please go in." "Yes," Kushina replied, feeling a wave of relief as she rushed into the inner chamber. Compared to the Konoha elite, Mito, a fellow Uzumaki, offered her a sense of familiarity and safety. As Kushina entered the inner room, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head once more, resuming his weight. Gradually, more individuals entered the main house: Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the clan leaders of various ninja clans, including the Uchiha clan. All remained silent, seated in anticipation. After a brief moment, the inner chamber door opened, and the elderly Mito Uzumaki, holding Kushina's hand, slowly walked to the front of the assembly and sat down. "This child is ready to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails," Mito declared, looking towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Monkey, while my body still holds some strength, please expedite the sealing ceremony to ensure a smooth transfer of the Nine Tails power. Even the mightiest ninja cannot escape the passage of time. The body inevitably ages until it fades into nothingness. The Uzumaki clan, despite their sage-like vitality, is no exception." "Yes, Lord Mito," Sarutobi Hiruzen dutifully responded, adopting the posture of a subordinate ninja reporting to his superior. For Mito Uzumaki, everyone present must extend the utmost respect. "Tsunade." Mito then turned her gaze to Tsunade, who promptly stepped forward. "Grandmother, I am here. Take good care of Honya and Kushina," Mito lovingly instructed, stroking Kushina's red hair. "They bear heavy responsibilities, especially little Honya. Ensure she grows up happily." This admonition was equally directed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nodded in acknowledgement. "I will," Tsunade affirmed, casting a discreet glance at Orochimaru behind her. "I will protect Honya as well," Kushina asserted firmly at that moment. Mito had informed her that once she became a Jinchuriki, she would possess the strength to protect all of Konoha. Kushina resolved to wield this power to safeguard Honya. Chapter 55. The end of an era. Mito Uzumaki has passed away. The moment the Nine Tails was extracted from her body, her frail form flickered like a candle in the wind. Lacking even the strength to utter a final word, she succumbed to the void within moments. The funeral for the wife of the first Hokage, now the most esteemed elder of Konoha, took place 3 days after her passing. At the Konoha Plaza beside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen donned black funeral attire, standing solemnly upon a raised platform. Below, a diverse assembly of Konoha ninjas, civilians, and students from the Ninja Academy gathered. All were clad in black, holding white chrysanthemums, standing in solemn tribute before Mito Uzumaki's coffin. Among them was Honya, who grasped Tsunade's hand while holding Kushina's with her other hand. Together, they stood at the forefront, affording them a clear view of the face of the deceased. In truth, Mito's passing was not entirely serene. At her final moments, she appeared to witness something indescribable, her aged visage revealing a trace of fear and concern. Regrettably, no one knew what she had seen. Honya's gaze fell, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Aoki Yuko, whom she had not seen in quite some time. Like Tsunade, she too was a granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki. Under normal circumstances, Honya would have inquired about the whereabouts of Yakushi no Nai, but at this moment, she found herself unable to muster the thought. Perhaps it was due to her sorrow, or perhaps it was simply an inopportune time. Honya was acutely aware of the cost of extracting the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki, and she had anticipated this day long before, especially since it occurred just as Mito Uzumaki was nearing the end of her life. This outcome did not seem overly tragic, rather, it fulfilled Mito's desire to protect the village. In comparison to the heart-wrenching grief displayed by Ju and Kushina, Honya's demeanor was not one of mourning. She simply could not comprehend why. Despite her knowledge of this world's narrative and the many hidden truths, she remained bewildered by the unfolding events. An unsettling sensation washed over her, as if she were a marionette being deliberately manipulated, with unseen hands lurking in the shadows behind her. As the funeral rites concluded, Mito Uzumaki's coffin was transported to the central location of the memorial stone. Unbeknownst to those present, a dark figure in the nearby woods watched this scene unfold. So Mito Uzumaki has finally departed. Now, I need not worry about her sensing my infiltration. It was time to find a pawn for Madara, who still remained unaware of how long he could endure. Kama Adodo, grow quickly. You share my mission, a fate you cannot escape. Mito Uzumaki's passing was but an interlude. The people could not remain submerged in sorrow indefinitely. Life must continue. Tsunade remains devoted to the research of medical ninjutsu, occasionally engaging in rigorous training with Kurenai, while the responsibility of nurturing medical ninjas has been entrusted to Aoki Yuko, under the persuasion of Sarutobi Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials. Kushina has moved out of the Senju residence, relocating to a house arranged for her in a prime location near the Hokage building. Despite her initial reluctance, Tsunade did not oppose this decision, leaving Kushina with no grounds for resistance. Thus, she reluctantly accepted it. This move signifies two primary aspects: the protection of the Jinchuriki and the surveillance of the Nine Tails, known as the embodiment of calamity. Should Kushina lose control and fall into a state of rage, it could result in immeasurable losses for the Hidden Leaf village. The young Kushina remains blissfully unaware, her only desire being for Kurenai to visit her frequently, sharing meals and sleeping over, and to escort her to school each morning. Notably, in the will of Uzumaki Mito, all her assets were bequeathed to Kushina, which included not only a substantial sum of money, but also an entire block of shops located in the commercial district of the Hidden Leaf village. In a certain sense, Kushina has become the wealthiest woman in the village, without exception. Tsunade, who merely inherited the old residence and land, harbors a tinge of resentment, not out of jealousy, but rather pondering how much more enjoyable her life could be had she possessed such wealth. Naruto continues to train under Orochimaru, preparing for the upcoming Chunin exams. And on the occasion of his 12th birthday, he receives a long-awaited gift from his sister Tsunade, a necklace infused with the chakra of the first Hokage. It is said to be of considerable value, enough to purchase countless mountains. In addition, gifts from Orochimaru and Jiraiya include a ninjat forged from chakra metal and a collection of the finest flowers from the Land of Fire. Unfortunately, the latter was discovered and torn apart by Tsunade, causing Naruto considerable heartache. Kurenai, on the other hand, presents him with a set of ninja tools and a birthday cake, both crafted with her own hands. Given Kurenai's limited financial resources, she strives to express her heartfelt intentions. Yet, it is these seemingly mundane gifts that bring Naruto the greatest joy, leaving Tsunade and Orochimaru momentarily speechless, both secretly acknowledging that their younger sibling, or apprentice, has grown up, developing his own ideas and becoming harder to manage. Returning to Kurenai, her daily routine involves traversing between the Konoha Hospital and the Senju residence, tending to patients and assisting Aoki Yuko while helping her colleagues learn medical ninjutsu. At the Senju residence, she trains under Tsunade, mastering not only medical ninjutsu such as healing and regeneration, but also practical skills like the Heavenly Foot and the Chaotic Charge. Additionally, she learns a wood release technique. Initially, Tsunade had not anticipated Kurenai's ability to grasp this technique in such a short time, and she had no expectations whatsoever. Were it not for Kurenai's earnest pleas, she might have discarded the technique's documentation, which seemed trivial compared to previous wood release techniques, containing merely a snake seal and the technique's name, with the rest left blank. However, upon completing the snake seal, the training grounds of the Senju clan erupted with violent tremors. Thick roots burst forth from the ground, rapidly transforming into towering trees that enveloped the vast sandy training field. The immense disturbance left Tsunade in shock, drawing the attention of many, particularly after the passing of Uzumaki Mido, which had led to the deployment of Umbu patrols around the Senju compound. Kurenai, however, found herself weakened, collapsing to the ground. Exhausted, a first for her since she had begun refining her chakra. Chapter 56. The Southern River, Uchiha clan territory. Kurenai's tranquil existence continued, balancing healing and training, until her savings dwindled to less than 200 ryo. Gazing at her empty pink cat wallet, she fell into contemplation, realizing that this meager amount was insufficient even for a few days' worth of groceries, compelling her to seek out additional missions. In truth, following her completion of a high-level mission to eliminate bandits, Kurenai frequently took on various tasks as a genin, primarily involving simple tasks like gathering herbs or finding lost cats. She relied on these missions to sustain herself and contribute to the household expenses for Tsunade, Naruto, and Kushina. Without these missions, her pitiful savings and the few thousand ryo earned from that one mission would have long been depleted. I still have a few months until I turn 11, Kurenai sighed, albeit with a hint of jest. Neither Tsunade nor Naruto would stand idly by while a 10-and-a-half-year-old Kurenai undertook missions to support the household. However, they could not overcome Naruto's stubbornness and had to find other means to resolve the situation. For instance, Naruto would often purchase the day's groceries early and ask Kurenai to make specific meals. Tsunade, on the other hand, was more straightforward, directly coordinating with vendors to ensure Kurenai consistently procured high-quality ingredients at low prices, sometimes even for free. Naturally, Kurenai noticed these maneuvers, and upon expressing her strong objections, Tsunade and Naruto found themselves at a loss, resigning to her wishes. Kurenai's actions stemmed from a desire for peace of mind. To her, living in the Senju residence, receiving Tsunade's guidance, and enjoying the care of Uzumaki Mido during her lifetime were tremendous kindnesses. This debt of gratitude she felt compelled to repay. As for Kushina, the current wealthiest young lady of the Hidden Leaf, although she had nominally inherited a significant amount from Uzumaki Mido, her actual liquid assets were quite limited. Considering her youth and lack of capacity for prudent financial management, the village leaders unanimously decided to establish a fund for her. Until Kushina reaches adulthood, she would receive a monthly allowance of 5,000 ryo for her daily expenses. Upon reaching adulthood, she would gain full control over the shop properties in the commercial district as well as the substantial funds. Such arrangements are quite common. Many ninja couples' estates are inherited in this manner following untimely deaths. However, Kushina's inheritance is notably larger. Currently, Kushina's life is not particularly affluent, and she is unable to alleviate Kurenai's financial burdens. Although 5,000 ryo per month is the total salary of a junior nurse at the Konoha Hospital, it is far from sufficient for Kushina's lavish spending habits. Consequently, she often finds herself exhausting her monthly allowance by mid-month, prompting Kurenai to soften her heart and offer financial assistance. Ultimately, Kurenai views Kushina merely as a younger sister. In her, Kurenai sees the reflection of her own younger sister from her past life, providing a semblance of solace for her soul in this new world. At the Hokage office, in the mission hall, are you saying all the D-rank missions are gone? Kurenai blinked at the Chunin before her. If her memory served her correctly, she encountered the same situation when she first came to accept missions with Naruto and others a few months ago. Yes, the Chunin replied, a peculiar expression on his face. It's the same genin who monopolized all the D-rank missions last time. He must have completed all the tasks on his slate and returned this morning. Ah, this. Kurenai sighed, feeling utterly helpless. Which genin is working so hard? The prices for missions of this rank have been driven down significantly. It seems that the upper echelons of Konoha are turning a blind eye to the plight of the lower-ranked ninjas, leaving them with little room to maneuver. Shouldn't they consider the higher-ranked missions? This Chunin began to echo sentiments reminiscent of those expressed months prior. Little sister, you must have excelled in your first-rank mission, haven't you? The rewards for higher-ranked missions are considerably more lucrative, he remarked. I will think about it. For now, I must take my leave. Very well, till next time. Under the gaze of the Chunin's smile, Keika turned away from the mission hall and made her way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. She intended to seek out Uchiha Rin, whom she had not seen in quite some time, in hopes of persuading him to form a team with her. As a newly appointed genin, she was required to adhere to the rule that a 3-person team was necessary to undertake higher-ranked missions. As for SHK, Keika felt no concern. She was confident that as long as she proposed the idea of teaming up, he would readily agree. SHK was a kind-hearted individual. The Uchiha clan's territory lay downstream of the Southhi River, specifically situated near the eastern side of the colossal Hokage Rock, making it rather remote. Keika meandered for over an hour, relying on coordinates and the guidance of passers-by to finally arrive at her destination. This place is nearly outside the village. Rinkuin truly lives in a secluded area, she mused, gazing at the Uchiha residential district that appeared to be nestled within a dense forested mountain. The members of the security team must have a challenging commute, spending at least an hour each day getting to and from work. While the Uchiha territory boasted its own commercial street with various shops, it paled in comparison to the bustling sounds of Konoha Center during the day, appearing rather desolate in contrast. As Keika prepared to continue her journey, several ninjas adorned with fan insignias blocked her path. The leader, a young man, addressed her. Little girl, ahead is the Uchiha clan's residence. Are you lost? His tone was relatively gentle, noting the leaf forehead protector around Keika's neck. Hello. I am here to find a friend, she replied politely, albeit uncertain whether she could truly consider Uchiha Rin a friend. It was not that she did not recognize Rin as a friend. Rather, she worried that he might not recognize her in return. Friend? Is he from the Uchiha clan? The young man inquired further. Keika nodded. Yes, his name is Uchiha Rin. We used to be on a team together. However, upon hearing the name Uchiha Rin, the expressions of those present darkened almost in unison. Chapter 57. Visiting Uchiha Rin regardless. If you wish to find someone, you must first register with me. The young leader coughed lightly and said to Keika, My name is Uchiha Yura, a member of the security team. You need not worry. I have no ulterior motives. Thank you for your assistance, big brother. Keika replied obediently, displaying no hint of reluctance. This was a little trick she learned from Tiyama Haruko during her time as a nurse at Konoha Hospital. When dealing with the security team, it was best to be as compliant and agreeable as possible, avoiding any display of resistance. Members of the security team were akin to the omnipresent forces of authority. While Keika was curious as to why their demeanor shifted upon hearing Rin's name, she opted to remain silent. Firstly, even if she were to inquire, they would likely provide no clear answers, rendering it a waste of breath. Secondly, she wished to avoid any annoyance, as this was a matter pertaining to the Uchiha clan. And as an outsider, she had no need to delve into it. Despite having Uchiha blood coursing through her veins, she had long been conditioned to believe by Aoki Yuko that the Uchiha clan regarded outsiders with disdain, denying her identity as one of their own. Furthermore, since her father had been disowned by the Uchiha clan, she had never considered herself a member. She only remembered her surname as Yusuji. No need for formality. Follow me. Yura beckoned. Keika maintained her demeanor of compliance and understanding, which endeared her to Uchiha Yura. After exchanging a few words with his companions, he led Keika toward the Uchiha residential area. At the entrance of the residential district, Yura retrieved a registration form from the guardhouse and handed it to Keika. She took the form, filled out her information promptly, and returned it to Uchiha Yura. Yusuji Keika. What a lovely name, Yura commented casually after glancing at the form. Thank you, Keika replied with a sweet smile, which inexplicably stirred something within Yura. How adorable, he murmured instinctively, but upon realizing he had spoken aloud, he quickly waved his hand to clarify. No, don't misunderstand. I just think you are very cute. I am not a creep or a lolicon. Ah, understood. Keika responded with a somewhat forced smile, suddenly feeling a pang of homesickness. Seeing that Keika did not perceive him as someone with inappropriate inclinations, Yura sighed in relief. He gently ruffled her hair, his tone softening further. Rin's home is located at the far end, southeast of the residential area. Do you think you can find it? He pointed towards the southeast, and with a hint of concern, added, If you can't find it, I can guide you. In Yura's eyes, a flicker of anticipation sparkled, barely noticeable. Thank you, big brother of the security team. I can manage on my own, so you need not trouble yourself. Keika politely declined and hurried in the direction Yura indicated, eager to escape any potential awkwardness. What a pity, Yura sighed, watching Keika's petite figure retreat. Then muttering to himself, Yusuji Keika? Yusuji? This surname suddenly brings something to mind. The hidden connections regarding Uchiha Rin seem to become clearer. Matters were beginning to grow complicated. Yura rubbed his chin, still rough from a recent shave, a look of complexity settling upon his youthful face. Hisashi, you have truly left us with two significant dilemmas. Perhaps due to the rarity of outsiders visiting the Uchiha residential area. Keika's unfamiliar face garnered considerable attention along her way. However, these gazes were not hostile. They were merely curious glances. The majority came from the common folk of the Uchiha clan, many of whom had yet to awaken their chakra, indistinguishable from other villagers in Konoha. Even as the most prominent clan in the ninja world, the number of ninjas within the Uchiha clan could not compare to that of the civilians. Speaking of which, my perception seems to have sharpened after this period of training. Keika mused aloud when she suddenly sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation nearby. Following her instincts, she pursued the energy, which led her to the southeast, precisely where Yura had pointed, ultimately halting before an ancient residence. Gently, Keika rapped on the lion-shaped knocker adorning the grand door. After a brief moment, the door creaked open to reveal a familiar face she had not seen in ages. Rinkuin, it's been a long time. Before Uchiha Rin's delicate, almost feminine visage, Keika beamed with a radiant smile, courteously stating, it is indeed impolite to visit unannounced. At this moment, Uchiha Ling was clad in light attire, his upper body wrapped in multiple bandages, perhaps taken aback by the arrival of Akiheim. His previously impassive expression now bore traces of surprise and an indescribable emotion. He paused for a moment in silence before slowly inquiring, what brings you here? Akiheim hesitated, glancing at Uchiha Ling standing at the entrance, then at the courtyard behind him, momentarily lost in thought. Although she had not submitted a visiting card in advance, could he genuinely wish to engage in conversation right at the threshold? Wasn't that rather impolite? Akiheim couldn't help but inwardly critique the situation. It was not surprising she thought this way. Since her earliest memories, her mother had taught her the nuances of etiquette and how to comport herself as a lady, including the etiquette courses she took upon returning to Konoha with Aoki Yuko. This ingrained sense of politeness was the reason she maintained decorum with everyone. Although she had felt some resistance upon awakening memories of her previous life as a male, years of practice had cultivated a habit. Please, enter. Uchiha Ling acknowledged his own rudeness, turning slightly as he spoke in a stiff tone. I do not have much to offer, just some tea, so please do not mind. It was evident that these words were said with some reluctance. And no, it's quite all right, Akiheim replied with an awkward smile. She was perplexed as to why Uchiha Ling seemed to hold her in such low regard. Chapter 58. Akiheim's speculation. To be frank, Akiheim initially believed Uchiha Ling's demeanor was simply a manifestation of his awkward personality, equally distant towards everyone. However, as time passed, she began to realize that the reality was more complex. While he maintained a cold demeanor with others, willing to engage in normal conversation, she could distinctly sense his aversion towards her. Although he made efforts to conceal it, her keen intuition detected it nonetheless. Akiheim's visit served dual purposes. Aside from requesting to form a team, she aimed to comprehend the roots of his disdain. Of course, this was merely secondary. Had it not been for the necessity of forming a team to accept missions and earn money, she would not have sought him out. As no one relishes the notion of presenting their warm face to someone else's cold indifference. Following Uchiha Ling through the courtyard, Akiheim was led to a reception room. He remarked, please wait a moment, before departing, leaving her alone in the space. With a hint of resignation, she knelt on the tatami mat. While Uchiha Ling's behavior was somewhat rude, she chose to respect his wishes and quietly awaited his return. Before long, Uchiha Ling approached with a cup of hot tea, offering it to her with an air of discomfort. Please don't mind, this is all I have to offer. His voice remained as cold as ever. It's nothing. Thank you for your hospitality, Akiheim responded with a smile, albeit a strained one. She lifted the cup to her lips, gingerly sipping, and complimented the tea, but then set the cup down, resolved not to touch it again. It was truly dreadful. Once the formalities were over, Uchiha Ling reverted to his earlier demeanor, asking, "What do you need from me?" "I came to request a favor from you." Lincoln, Akiheim sighed softly, laying bare her hope of reassembling their trio for missions, adding, "You needn't worry. I will not be a burden to you or Ju." Akiheim was confident in her abilities after months of training. Her proficiency in medical ninjutsu and combat techniques had significantly improved. Upon hearing her intentions, Uchiha Ling fell into silence, pondering for a long time before finally speaking. "You shall fight me." "Are you testing me, Lincoln?" Akiheim asked curiously, understanding that only through combat could he ascertain the truth of her claims. Just as she prepared to acquiesce, ready to affirm her willingness, Uchiha Ling shook his head, raising his gaze, his once beautiful eyes now gleaming with a crimson light. "This is not a test, it is a duel." The three Tomo and Uchiha Ling's eyes slowly rotated as he declared, "The loser must unconditionally fulfill any request of the victor, even if it means ending their own life. Do you possess the courage to accept this duel?" "Absolutely not," Akiheim nearly shouted, shaking her head vehemently. What a ridiculous proposition. She had merely sought to ask Uchiha Ling for a favor regarding team formation. How had the situation spiraled into something so peculiar? At this moment, she began to consider the words of her aunt, Aoki Yuko, who had suggested that the Uchiha clan might possess a touch of insanity. She found herself increasingly concerned about her own mental state, especially since Uchiha blood coursed through her veins. While according to Uzumaki Mito, the Uchiha clan was said to be the most understanding of love and yet prone to obsessive hatred born out of love, Akiheim could not discern what Uchiha Ling's love entailed. Unaware of Akiheim's internal turmoil, Uchiha Ling noted her resolute rejection with a hint of mockery creeping onto his face as he remarked, "It seems you are oblivious to the truth. How tragic. I truly do not understand." Listening to Uchiha Ling's bizarre declarations and witnessing the derisive smile on his face, even with her typically amiable temperament, Akiheim felt a surge of anger. She spoke firmly, "I would like to know what this truth is. Why do you harbor such disdain for me? Have I done something wrong? To me, and to the Uchiha clan, your existence is a disgrace." The three Tomo and Uchiha Ling's eyes spun rapidly, an almost palpable aura of killing intent permeating the reception room as he coldly stated, "I shall personally eradicate this disgrace, using your blood to cleanse it." Akiheim fell silent once more, not because she was at a loss for words in the face of his absurdity, but because she was paralyzed by Uchiha Ling's overwhelming killing intent. This nearly tangible aura rendered her body immobile. Even the act of opening her mouth felt laborious. Her complexion paled instantly, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Noticing Akiheim's reaction, Uchiha Ling's expression deepened with derision. Just as she was on the verge of tears, a warm, tranquil force surged within her mind, flowing through her limbs and restoring her previously taut and fearful spirit to calm. The discomfort dissipated in an instant. This serene power gradually coursed toward her visual senses. And under Uchiha Ling's incredulous gaze, Akiheim's once clear eyes transformed into those bearing the distinct pattern of the two Tomo Sharingan. Impossible. Uchiha Ling's fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. A mere incomplete Uchiha, wielding only the power of two Tomo, can counteract my three Tomo Jinjutsu? Suddenly, as Uchiha Ling approached, a shadowy figure emerged from Akiheim's shadow. Kisame, having just awakened, sensed the impending danger. With large, glowing red eyes, he glared fiercely at Uchiha Ling. With a surge of extraordinary energy, Akiheim, now free from the shackles of killing intent, gasped for breath, equally sporting her own Sharingan, as she fiercely questioned, "Is it because I possess Uchiha blood that you detest me so?" Uchiha Ling's Jinjutsu had nearly shattered her mental defenses. In the eyes of Uchiha Ling, perhaps her impure bloodline was a veiled disgrace, thought Honja, her heart tinged with bitterness. Chapter 59, Brother or Sister. Had she been more perceptive to Uchiha Ling's sentiments, she would have refrained from recklessly venturing into Uchiha territory. What if there were others within the Uchiha clan who shared Ling's views? Such a situation could spell dire consequences for her. Honja dared not dwell on that possibility. She could only reassure herself internally, "My aunt is Tsunade, a disciple of the third Hokage. These small-minded individuals would not dare harm me, surely." However, to Honja's surprise, Uchiha Ling did not affirm her speculation. "I do not care whether you possess Uchiha blood." For reasons unknown, upon hearing Honja's words, Uchiha Ling appeared somewhat deranged, his voice piercingly sharp. a stark contrast to his usual frosty demeanor that repelled strangers. Overcome with rage, Uchiha Ling gasped for breath, pointing at Hongya. You should not be that person's daughter. What are you talking about? Hongya was taken aback by Ling's alarming behavior, instinctively recoiling. She could not fathom the meaning behind Ling's words. Thus, you are pitiable, utterly oblivious. Observing Hongya's clueless expression, Uchiha Ling's earlier frenzy gradually subsided, returning to his usual icy self. You should be grateful. Your face bears no resemblance to that wretched woman. Uchiha Ling stepped closer, scrutinizing Hongya's features with a chilling tone. Otherwise, I would have killed you without hesitation upon our first meeting. The two Uchiha Sharingan locked onto each other. The divide between the 2 and 3 Tomo seemed to vanish in that moment. Uchiha Ling was convinced that Hongya's Sharingan prowess was not inferior to his own, as her earlier ability to break through his Jinjutsu with her 2 Tomo was now explicable. Have you said enough? Hongya was the first to close her Sharingan, her eyes welling with tears as she bit her lip. If I could choose, I would rather not have these eyes. Do not feign sorrow here. Uchiha Ling regarded the tearful Hongya with disdain. Despite possessing the wood release of the first Hokage and the Sharingan, at the core, she remained merely a weeping child. I do not contest your words. Hongya had long grown accustomed to her tearful disposition. She wiped her eyes, striving to suppress the quiver in her voice, for she found it shameful. Ling, I believe I understand why you despise me, but, gazing at the seemingly frigid Uchiha Ling, she took a deep breath and continued, if given a choice, I genuinely wish my father were not an Uchiha. In that case, my parents would not have needed to flee the village to escape societal scrutiny, nor would they have left me so soon. I do not feign sorrow. I have always detested these eyes, hence I have avoided utilizing their power as much as possible. Her resolute words left Uchiha Ling in silence, suddenly realizing that Hongya's claims might hold truth. Throughout their interactions, aside from being coerced by Orochimaru into a life-threatening scenario that forced her to awaken her Sharingan, she seemingly never harnessed its power again. Even during Orochimaru's tests, Hongya had not activated her Sharingan nor mentioned it during the assessment of their team's abilities. For any Uchiha, the awakening of the Sharingan was a source of pride and reliance. As soon as a clan member activated their Sharingan, the entire clan would be informed by the next day. The Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu revolved around the Sharingan. And it could be said, albeit somewhat impolitely, that Uchiha members would rather sleep with their eyes open. To possess the power of the Sharingan, yet refrain from using it was unthinkable for any respectable Uchiha. Unthinkable, utterly impossible. However, Uchiha Ling's momentary daze quickly dissipated as he found a loophole. Therefore, you are not truly an Uchiha. For a moment, Hongya felt at a loss for words. I have never considered myself part of the Uchiha clan. It is merely. She blinked at Uchiha Ling, her gaze inadvertently lingering on his trousers, where a hint of red was beginning to show. Ling, are you truly my brother or sister? Confronted with Hongya's confusion and bewilderment, Uchiha Ling fell into deep silence, his body trembling. Hongya made a special trip to the Uchiha Residential District's general store, using the little money she had left to purchase a few packs of sanitary pads, which she then delivered to Uchiha Ling's home. Seeing Ling's lost expression, any lingering resentment Hongya had evaporated, and she spoke as gently as she could. Do not worry. This is a process every girl must endure. Remember to change the pads regularly for hygiene, and also, during this time, avoid cold and spicy foods. Although Hongya herself had yet to experience her first menstruation, her 2.5 years working in a hospital had endowed her with knowledge in this area. She had clearly done her homework and spoke with authority. Of course, when her own time came, she doubted she would remain so composed. Uchiha Ling felt an instinctive urge to reject Hongya's offer, but after much hesitation, he extended a trembling hand to accept the packs of pads and quietly asked, "How do I use this?" "I will teach you." Hongya led Uchiha Ling into the bathroom, where his pants were unceremoniously pulled down. He appeared somewhat resistant. A complex expression etched on his delicate face. Tear open the packaging, then peel off the adhesive side and attach it to your underwear. Hongya dismissed Uchiha Ling's reluctance, demonstrating as she spoke, there are many types of pads, day use, night use, panty liners. I heard from my seniors that the first couple of days will have the heaviest flow, so it's best to change them frequently, ideally every 2 hours for day use. If you do not change them often, it may start to smell, and your clothes could get stained. Uchiha Ling listened to Hongya's lengthy discourse, unconsciously nodding along. He murmured, You know so much. Did your mother not tell you? Hongya inquired curiously. My mother died after giving birth to me. Uchiha Ling replied casually. Chapter 60. The awkward Uchiha Hongya was rendered speechless by Uchiha Ling's response. Her gaze fell, and she slowly lowered her head. I am sorry. Yet, despite her words, Hongya felt a twinge of relief that at least her mother was not the third party who disrupted another's family, nor was her father a scoundrel who abandoned his responsibilities. Piecing together fragments of information from various sources, Hongya constructed the entire narrative in her mind. Her father, Uchiha Hayato, had a legitimate wife who tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving behind a daughter, Uchiha Ling. Subsequently, Uchiha Hayato met and fell in love with her mother, Uzumaki Kyoko, and defied societal scorn and prejudice to escape the village and seek a new life elsewhere. Meanwhile, his daughter with the legitimate wife, Uchiha Ling, was abandoned within the clan. Though it was unkind to say, Hongya perceived her father as somewhat of a scoundrel. It's all right. Unaware of the turmoil within Hongya, Uchiha Ling shook his head. With his identity already exposed, he abandoned the low tone he had been employing. I have no recollection of her, so I hold no concern for her well-being. Uchiha Ling spoke with a voice as crisp as a golden aureole, uttering words steeped in indifference. Upon hearing this, Hongya found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She wished to persuade her counterpart, but was unsure of how to proceed. By the way, is Ling truly your name? Hongya attempted to shift the topic, inquiring. Why do you disguise yourself as a boy? That is none of your concern, Uchiha Ling replied coldly, thereafter lapsing into silence. Hongya, feeling helpless in the face of such demeanor, chose not to press further. The atmosphere once again grew awkward. Ultimately, the farcical encounter concluded with Hongya being shown the door by Uchiha Ling staring at the firmly shut door. Hongya sighed, stepping on her own shadow. Ghost, what do you make of this? I merely sought a teammate, yet I ended up with a half-sister, and nearly depleted my savings in the process. What's that supposed to mean? Ghost's half-head emerged from the shadows, a puzzled expression etched on its small face. Never mind. Let's head home. Hongya stretched lazily, her voice tinged with discontent. I can't accept higher-level missions, and some unknown chunin has monopolized the lower-level tasks. It seems I'll have to borrow some money from SH Ju for the time being. I bet a lunch that foolish lad will obediently hand over some gold coins. Ghost chimed, following Hongya's shadow, a look of agreement dawning on its dark purple face. Meanwhile, within the closed door, Uchiha Ling listened to the receding footsteps of Hongya. Her delicate left hand, adorned with small wings, clenched into a fist, crushing the fragile appendages. Were Hongya to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly exclaim how wasteful it was. That foolish girl, despite her own destitution, still seeks to aid others. How naive, utterly naive. Just like that wretched person. She doesn't truly believe that with such trivial acts of kindness, I would relinquish my hatred for her, does she? Just wait. This is merely a temporary reprieve. I swear, I shall wash away the humiliation I have endured for years with your blood. As Uchiha Ling spoke, her emotions surged, flames flickering from her palms, consuming the pitiful little wings completely. Yet in the next instant, she doubled over, clutching her abdomen, collapsing onto the ground. A wave of intense pain coursed through her stomach. Why can't I endure such a trivial sensation? Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the blue stone beneath her. During training, I faced tenfold the agony. Why? Oh, why is it like this? Uchiha Ling found herself once more engulfed in confusion and helplessness, suddenly regretting having hastily dismissed Hongya. This was the first time in her life that someone had shown her concern. Though she was reluctant to admit it, that feeling was truly delightful. Upon returning home, Hongya shamelessly borrowed some money from SH Ju, casually mentioning the matter of accepting missions. As expected, SH Ju, upon hearing her, promptly patted his chest and reassured her. Don't worry, Hongya, I'll accompany you to form a team for missions tomorrow. I've got a few days off from Lord Orochimaru. Just enough time to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. But it seems Ling isn't too keen on teaming up with me, Hongya reminded. As for the Chunin exams, she held little concern. That's no problem, leave it to me. SH Ju grinned, offering his guarantee while also cautioning Hongya. Oh, and Hongya, try to keep your distance from that Ling fellow. His personality is too peculiar, and he harbors grudges, definitely not like a man. All right, Hongya replied with an awkward smile, contemplating whether to keep Uchiha Ling's identity as a woman a secret. In her view, Uchiha Ling might have unknown hardships that compelled her to present herself as a male. Most importantly, she might very well be her half-sister. I need to seek out more informants. Ling is merely a year older than Ju, 3 years my senior. If this is true, it implies that when she was just 1 or 2 years old, her father abandoned her to elope with her mother. How despicable! Hongya sighed inwardly. Though she did not wish to vilify her father, the truth pieced together from the current information was indeed grim. The following day, within the Hokage Tower's mission hall, Hongya followed Ju, listening to his explanations. It's quite common for team members to be absent due to training or injuries, so to accept missions, we can seek out some lone ninjas who lack teammates. Rest assured, Hongya, I know many capable ninjas from our cohort. Several teams are currently short-staffed, making it easy to form a new team. This was Ju's confidence from the previous day's promises. Hongya nodded vigorously. Her main concern was simply to earn money. However, just as Ju pondered whom to recruit for the team, a familiar figure appeared before them. What are you doing here? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ju was instantly filled with a sense of crisis. Ling? Hongya found it awkward to address the person now that she knew their true gender. Chapter 61. The Daily Dichotomy of Words and Heart. Uchiha Ling paid no heed to Ju and walked directly to Hongya, speaking softly. I'm here to return your money. She then pressed a wad of bills into Hongya's hand. Faintly, Hongya caught a whiff of blood, indicating that Uchiha Ling had acquired quite a sum. Why on earth would you need so much for a few packs of wings? She glanced at the money, hastily shaking her head and attempting to return it to Uchiha Ling. The stack of bills seemed to amount to several thousand ryo, while the few packs of small wings had only cost about 100 ryo in total. It's all yours. Uchiha Ling had no intention of accepting the money back. She glanced at Hongya and then cast a wary look at Ju before continuing. Let us go accept missions. With that, she strode towards the Chunin in charge of issuing missions, leaving Hongya and Ju staring at each other in disbelief. How infuriating. This person. Ju was the first to lose patience, clenching his fists in frustration. Why does he always act so arrogantly? Such self-importance. Under normal circumstances, Ju would not have reacted so vehemently, but the current situation filled him with a sense of urgency he couldn't control. It was merely youthful exuberance surging forth. Quite normal. As for Hongya, she glanced at the money in her hand, and then at Uchiha Ling's departing figure. A realization struck her, and she suddenly smiled. Let us go, Ju. With a sweet smile adorning her face, Hongya extended her hand towards Ju. We mustn't leave our companion isolated. Fine, Ju huffed, ultimately taking Hongya's hand as they followed Uchiha Ling. The young ones were merely indulging in a rivalry, not yet reaching the level of open conflict. Without the new Orochimaru squad, under Ju's leadership, they accepted a mission within the Land of Fire, tasked with clearing out bear attacks on farmers. Compared to their previous mission of eradicating bandits, the reward for this bear-clearing task was considerably lesser. Nonetheless, Hongya felt quite satisfied. If possible, she wished to avoid taking lives, even those deserving of it. Due to the departure of the leading Jonin, the new Orochimaru squad was temporarily overseen by Ju, which Hongya agreed to, while Uchiha Ling remained silent, tacitly consenting. This made Shungtai quite pleased, and he took the lead, guiding Hongya and Uchiha Ling as they set off to eliminate the bear men within the borders of the Land of Fire, requiring little preparation from the three of them. On their journey, Hongya subtly tugged at Uchiha Ling's sleeve and whispered, Do you have enough small wings with you? Are your daily and nightly supplies complete? If you haven't brought enough, we must ensure that Shungtai doesn't discover your secret about being a girl. Uchiha Ling, who had previously maintained a cold demeanor, blushed at her words. Gritting her teeth, she replied, her voice slightly trembling, I have enough. That's good, Hongya sighed in relief. Also, Uchiha Ling protested awkwardly. Don't call me a Ling, just stick to the way it was before. Hee no way. Hongya teased with a mischievous smile, repeatedly chanting, A Ling, it sounds so adorable. Enough. Uchiha Ling's face turned crimson as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, Don't think that this will erase my hatred for you. I will use your blood to wash away the humiliation. At the mention of humiliation, Uchiha Ling's expression darkened, her previously charming face tightening once again into her icy facade. However, Hongya remained unfazed. Firstly, she held several trump cards in her hand. Relying solely on Uchiha Ling would likely not provide an opportunity for revenge. Secondly, she did not believe that Uchiha Ling would truly harm her, even despite previous attempts. If possible, Hongya wished to alter Uchiha Ling's perspective, as, if her assumptions were correct, they were indeed the closest of kin. This closeness was in terms of blood. Due to the nature of their conversation, both Hongya and Uchiha Ling spoke in hushed tones, leaning in closely to one another, which, to Xingtai's eyes, appeared somewhat flirtatious. I can't possibly be dreaming, Xingtai thought to himself, recalling a dream he had a few months ago while they were on a mission to exterminate bandits. In the dream, he believed Hongya was confessing her feelings to him, only to have her turn the tables and say, I'm sorry, Xingtai-kun, but the person I like is Ling-kun. Please don't pursue me any further. The more he pondered, the more panic enveloped him, an overwhelming sense of crisis tightening around his chest, nearly suffocating him. No, I absolutely cannot let Uchiha Ling succeed. I will not lose to her. He resolved to find a way to steer their conversation away. Clearing his throat, he loudly coughed twice, drawing the attention of the two who were engrossed in their exchange. The Nin exams are coming soon, he announced, feigning calmness while his heart raced at the sight of Hongya's adorable face. Hongya and Ling, would you like to join me? According to the rules of Konoha, a complete team was required to participate in the Nin exams, hence his inquiry. However, Xingtai held little hope. Having prepared himself for the possibility that neither Hongya nor Uchiha Ling would participate. After all, the former was too timid, while the latter had openly dismissed the exams. Yet, this did not mean Xingtai could not partake. After all, exceptions exist, especially since he had a good teacher and a caring sister. That said, I must add that this Nin exam is rumored to be the first multinational joint examination, where participants from other villages will come to Konoha to compete alongside us. And dignitaries from other nations will also be present. This is a splendid opportunity to make a name for oneself. In Xingtai's eyes, achieving fame in the ninja world would bring him a step closer to his goal of becoming Hokage, especially since his grandfather, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, was known as the god of shinobi throughout the entire realm. The youthful heart remained as simple as ever. Before concluding, Xingtai turned to Hongya and added, rest assured, Hongya, I will protect you during the Nin exams. Is that all you can say? Uchiha Ling coldly interrupted. Xingtai's eyes twitched at the interruption. Glaring at the icy Uchiha Ling, and gritted his teeth, I am not just boasting. I will definitely protect Hongya. Don't be so self-righteous, Uchiha Ling coldly shot back, her tone indifferent. You cannot protect her. I can, Xingtai declared with determination, his forehead beginning to pulse. Hey, what are you two doing? We're teammates. Let's not quarrel. Hongya hurriedly intervened, waving her hands to diffuse the tension. Ling-kun, you're being a bit rude. I trust Xingtai-kun. As Uchiha Ling had instigated the conflict, Hongya sided with Xingtai, which brought a glimmer of pride to his face, while Uchiha Ling merely huffed in response. You say you believe he can protect you? Uchiha Ling drew her kunai from her back, placing it against Hongya's delicate neck, speaking coldly, but I could kill you right now, and he would be powerless to stop me. Uchiha Ling. Before Hongya could react, Xingtai had already seized Uchiha Ling's arm holding the blade, demanding angrily. What on earth do you think you're doing? I want to prove your inadequacy, to demonstrate that your words are empty. Uchiha Ling activated her Sharingan, her crimson eyes glaring at Xingtai. Had I exerted even a slight force, I could have easily severed her neck. Is this what you call protection? Or do you wish for her to die alongside you in the exam? Xingtai fell momentarily speechless, his face flushing crimson. He wanted to rebut Uchiha Ling, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, had Uchiha Ling wished to harm Hongya earlier, he would have been unable to stop her. Yet, Xingtai felt wronged and aggrieved. Despite his harsh words towards Uchiha Ling, he regarded her as a comrade and teammate. He could never have anticipated such a brazen attack, catching him off guard. You too. Hongya, feeling the pressure of the blade against her neck, felt overwhelmed. She pushed Uchiha Ling's hand away and exclaimed, Have you both had enough? You're older than me. Why act so childish? I'm sorry. Hongya, I was boasting, Xingtai admitted sincerely, though he felt a sense of resentment within. Uchiha Ling, on the other hand, sheathed her kunai, remaining silent. Observing Xingtai's dejected demeanor, Hongya bit her lip and quietly asked, Once we become Nin, can we take on missions alone? I suppose so, Xingtai replied, momentarily taken aback before realizing something, looking at Hongya with surprise. Are you saying, Hongya, that if you don't mind me holding you back, I would accompany you to the Nin exams? Hongya smiled shyly. And this response left Xingtai feeling somewhat flattered, nodding vigorously. Of course, I wouldn't mind. Hongya, I promise to do my utmost to protect you. This time, the young man did not merely boast, but made a solemn vow. You don't need to go to such lengths. If it becomes too difficult, I can just forfeit. Hongya stated honestly, her thoughts sincere. She then turned to the frostily expressioned Uchiha Ling, saying, Ling, I will participate as well. Uchiha Ling furrowed her brows and turned her head away, coldly stating, Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to hone my strength by battling ninjas from other villages. All right. As you wish, Hongya replied with a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Shengshu spat in disdain. Humph, this hypocritical individual. For some reason, his sense of foreboding intensified. Compared to their previous long-distance mission near the border, the location of this task was palpably closer. The trio arrived at a place called Wakaba Town in just a single morning of swift travel. Wakaba Town. I wonder if Dr. Kuki and Kikisui are around. Hongya mused aloud. Of course, this was merely a jest, as the name of this town coincidentally mirrored another Wakaba town from a different world. Uchiha Ling remained silent, unable to comprehend Hongya's words, while Shengshu engaged in conversation with the task Sainor, the town's mayor. At last, the ninjas from Konoha have arrived. The mayor, Yoshida, was a stout, middle-aged man nearing 50, who did not underestimate Hongya and her companions due to their youthful appearances. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Please, save our town. That man-eating bear has already devoured 7 people. Please, take your time and explain. We will certainly assist you in resolving this issue, Shengshu, as the team leader, tried to comfort Yoshida. Through the latter's tearful recounting, the group began to grasp the dire situation of bear attacks plaguing Wakaba Town. Although referred to as a town, it was more akin to a large village, thus lacking a dense population, which contributed to their vulnerability against the bear that had infiltrated their midst. Even if all the able-bodied individuals in the town banded together, they might still struggle to defeat the bear, especially given its cunning nature. Initially, a family named Ikamoto discovered signs of forced entry and destruction in their home, along with the disappearance of a significant amount of stored corn. The most terrifying aspect was the discovery of footprints in the muddy yard, each measuring over a meter long. The residents of Wakaba Town had heard rumors of a man-eating bear lurking in the nearby mountains, and after this incident, fear gripped the entire town. Days later, after returning home from a morning of labor, Mayor Yoshida was met with the nauseating stench of blood permeating the air. His heart sank, but he reassured himself that since his home was intact, it could not have been the bear. However, reality proved contrary. Rushing into his house, he was met with a horrific sight. His eldest son, Taro, often praised by neighbors for his robust appearance, lay lifeless in a pool of blood, his head nearly severed. Beside Taro's corpse lay a bloodied thigh and a clump of long, black hair, which Yoshida recognized as belonging to his wife, Akashi. Scattered across the floor were shards of bone and bloodied footprints over a meter long. The tragedy within Mayor Yoshida's home marked the first casualty in the bear crisis. Chapter 63. The ninja tools bag is full of freeze-dried goods. After retrieving the remains of his wife and son, Yoshida returned home, only to find that the rice, flour, and dried fish stored in his kitchen remained untouched. No one could fathom why the bear would disregard this food, opting instead for the brutal consumption of Yoshida's family. That very night, the bear struck again at Yoshida's home, where many residents had gathered for a morning ceremony. During the ceremony, the bear inexplicably entered and unleashed a bloody rampage. It first killed an elderly man, then charged through the room, biting and pursuing the mourners. Amidst the screams, the bear pounced on a young woman, biting off half her shoulder, and knocked down a girl, leaving her fate uncertain. With both victims in its grasp, the bear swaggered out of Yoshida's home, heading towards the distant mountains under the cover of night. Subsequently, as the mayor, Yoshida hired 2 renowned wandering warriors, hoping they could hunt down the bear. The outcome is unnecessary to elaborate upon. Had the warriors succeeded, Yoshida would not have traveled all the way to Konoha, spending a fortune to hire Hongya and her companions. With Yoshida's wife, son, elderly residents, young women, and that unfortunate girl, along with the 2 wandering warriors whose fates remain unknown, the death toll at the hands of the bear had reached 7. Additionally, 3 others sustained serious injuries, while over 10 suffered minor wounds. This beast, Shengshu exclaimed, his blood boiling after hearing the mayor's account. Has it developed a taste for human flesh? Despite the availability of other food, such creatures are indifferent to these matters, Uchiha Ling scoffed. They act purely on instinct. Perhaps Ailing is correct, Hongya solemnly explained. It can easily prey on humans, likely placing them at the top of its diet. Humans are easy to capture, have less fur, and are rich in protein, making them a prime food source for the bear. There is also a notion that the high salt content in human bodies is rare for beasts in the wild. And once they taste human flesh, it's akin to discovering a new world, leading to insatiable cravings. However, Hongya did not fully endorse this notion, choosing not to relay it to the others. Leave that detestable beast to us ninjas of Konoha, Shangshu assured Yoshida, his tone resolute. I will not allow it to harm anyone else. Then I leave everything in your capable hands. Mayor Yoshida expressed his gratitude, perhaps recalling the sorrow of losing his family. Tears welled up in his eyes once more. All Hongya and her companions could do was offer their condolences and strive to capture the man-eating bear swiftly. After enjoying lunch at Yoshida's invitation, Hongya and her companions set off towards the mountains beyond Wakaba town, following the mayor's description of the bear's path after it attacked the morning ceremony. Throughout the journey, Hongya's mood remained heavy. Not out of fear of the bear, with her current power and several trump cards at her disposal, defeating the bear should pose little challenge. Instead, her somberness stemmed from a renewed awareness of the fragility of human life after hearing Yoshida's tale. Just a single beast could instill terror in an entire town. Was this a reflection of the residents' weakness? Just as Hongya's thoughts wandered, a delightful meow interrupted her. She looked up to see a small black cat clad in black clothing. Long time no see, Ling-chan. The little black cat spoke, extending its paw towards Uchiha Ling. Have you summoned me due to some trouble? What is this? Hongya asked, casting a curious glance at Uchiha Ling. Before she could respond, Shangshu interjected. This is Ling's familiar, a ninja cat bound by contract to the Uchiha clan for generations. So adorable. Hongya's eyes sparkled with delight, successfully capturing the little black cat's attention. This girl has quite the eye. The cat purred, but I am not just cute. I am dashing. Humph. Shangshu could not help but scoff, lamenting his own familiar, a mere slug. Enough, knight. Uchiha Ling interrupted their trivial banter, producing a blood-stained piece of cloth from her ninja tools pouch. She presented it to the little black cat. Trace the source of this scent. It belongs to the bear, not a human. The tattered corner of the garment was something Uchiha Ling specifically requested from Mayor Yoshida before their departure. The little spirit Ling was quite unreasonable. After all, she was no dog. A black cat named Yi voiced her complaints, though her body was already in motion. She sniffed the blood-stained fabric, and a grave expression suddenly appeared on her dark little face. The aura, laden with hunger and ferocity, was truly terrifying. Can we uncover any clues? Hongya interjected. Of course. Yi nodded her diminutive head and began to venture deeper into the forest, her petite form agile amidst the dense undergrowth. Little spirits, keep up. Do not fall behind. Hongya and the others hastened to follow. In truth, cats possess a sense of smell far superior to that of dogs, with nearly 100 million olfactory receptors allowing them to detect scents over distances exceeding 500 meters. The reason dogs are primarily employed for tracking is due to the lesser compliance of felines. This was indeed the case. Ling, I am hungry. Yi continued to chatter incessantly. The last time, Grandma Cat sold you those ninja tools at a discount because of my presence. Are you not going to express your gratitude? Along the way, the little black cat named Yi rambled on, and with each complaint, Uchiha Ling would extract a piece of freeze-dried chicken from her ninja pouch. By the end, even Shinshu, who was merely observing, could no longer hold back his thoughts. This greedy cat is insatiable. He could not help but grumble to Hongya. I suddenly feel that my sister's slug is far superior. At least it does not demand fruits and vegetables. Slugs also eat meat. You know, Hongya casually replied, also adjusting her terms of endearment. After all, as Tsunade had said, consistently referring to the slug as a slime was somewhat disrespectful. Uchiha Ling, the subject of their conversation, remained silent, choosing not to engage in the topic. Yet, as he continued her incessant chatter, her once bulging ninja pouch gradually became deflated. Does it contain nothing but freeze-dried food? Chapter 64. The eerie youth observing Yi munching on the freeze-dried chicken. Hongya suddenly found the little black cat less endearing. She glanced down at her shadow, shook her head, and sighed. Never mind. Let's not invite Gaisai to this commotion. Evie is much cuter. Gaisai. I heard Mom calling me up, just as Gaisai peeked out. Before it could utter a couple more cries, Hongya swiftly stomped it back into the shadow. Gaisai. Mom, that's too much. At such a moment, Gaisai should have joined in the fun. Hongya responded with irritation, dismissing Gaisai's protests as she turned her attention to Uchiha Ling and Shinshu, who had come to a halt. The little black cat, Yi, was now lingering at the entrance of a dark cave, sniffing around. She nodded affirmatively, indicating that the source of the scent was indeed here. Is that the bear man inside? Hongya approached cautiously, scrutinizing the pitch-black interior of the cave. It seemed deep and cavernous, occasionally wafting a faintly rancid odor. Images of the bear man brutally devouring villagers filled her mind, biting off half of a child's head, leaving only a woman's leg behind, with bones scattered all around. Hongya had to admit that she felt a tinge of fear. If only we had the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, Shinshu muttered, casually drawing a kunai from his ninja pouch, a gift he had received on his 12th birthday, hand-stitched by Hongya herself. He maintained a carefree demeanor, believing he would not expend much effort dealing with a slightly larger beast. Uchiha Ling shared this conviction. She did not even activate her Sharingan as she confidently strode into the cave. Ling, wait. Hongya attempted to dissuade her, hoping Uchiha Ling would not act impulsively. However, before she could finish, Shinshu eagerly dashed in after her, seemingly competing with Uchiha Ling. How can these two be so reckless? They could have sent a clone to scout ahead, Hongya muttered in exasperation, yet at this point, she had no choice but to follow behind them. Feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Such a group of reckless little spirits. Yi observed the trio's retreating figures, shaking her little head. Ling might be in for a big trouble this time. Not long after entering the cave, Hongya felt her vision rendered useless. The oppressive darkness disoriented her. She anxiously called out, Ling, Shinshu, where are you? Hongya, we are over here. Shinshu's voice echoed from ahead. Hongya hurriedly jogged towards the sound, instinctively grasping an arm. However, the texture felt wrong. It was neither Shinshu's nor Uchiha Ling's smooth skin. Instead, it was soft and sticky. A chill ran down her spine as a troubling thought crept into her mind. With a quivering voice, she said, Ling, use fire release to illuminate. I think I've touched something dreadful. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Ling's voice came from ahead, and a moment later, a massive fireball erupted at the cave ceiling, briefly illuminating the dark interior. What is this? Shinshu's pupils constricted as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Even Uchiha Ling, accustomed to slaughter and death, could not help but internally utter two words, hell. Before them, the stone walls were lined with various human remains, arms, thighs, torsos, hearts, hair with scalps, and even entire faces that had been peeled off. All types of human tissue were meticulously arranged along the walls, most of which had been preserved through careful processing, appearing desiccated without any pungent odor. As for Hongya, she was gripping a severed arm, its end still bearing distinct bite marks. Compared to the other shriveled remains, this arm appeared relatively fresh, likely processed only recently, and hung upon the stone wall not long ago. This cannot be real. The expression on Hongya's face was rich with emotions. She was not nauseated or repulsed. After years of working in the medical field, she had become accustomed to such sights. Yet, the scene was undeniably horrific. At this moment, Uchiha Ling raised her hand, signaling for the two to exit the cave. Just as she prepared to extinguish the great fireball technique, Shinshu suddenly pointed to another corner of the cave. Look, there's a person lying there. Following Shinshu's gesture, Hongya spotted a robust young man lying naked in an inconspicuous corner. His body was intact, yet his state was uncertain. He might be a survivor, Shinshu exclaimed, rushing to the young man's side. After confirming that he still had a pulse, a look of joy spread across his face. Thank goodness, he is still alive. As Shinshu lifted the young man onto his back, Uchiha Ling concluded her fireball technique. She glanced at Hongya, who was still in shock, and softly urged, let's go. This cave is peculiar. All right. Hongya nodded, hesitating for a moment before choosing to take the severed arm with her, intending to bury it after leaving the cave. Even though she was uncertain if there were other remains within that shared the same origin, the process of exiting the cave was as effortless as entering it. The trio encountered scarcely any obstacles, and the unexpected incidents they had imagined did not transpire. This brought a slight sense of relief to Hongya. Yet the ominous cloud hanging over her heart remained unshaken, the foreboding feeling seemingly intensified. After burying a severed arm she had brought out, Shoju hurried over, urging, Hongya, quickly examined this person's body. Nodding in affirmation, Hongya, the medical ninja of the team, approached the unconscious youth after washing her hands in the stream beside the cave. She first assessed the external condition of his body and found everything intact. Then she proceeded to an internal examination, placing her hands on the young man's chest. As green luminescence emerged, chakra began to flow through his limbs and internal organs. However, with each passing moment of her examination, Honya's alarm grew. "This isn't right," she exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion and disbelief. "This person's body is incredibly healthy, perhaps even excessively so." She gazed at the robust young man, her expression mingling perplexity with shock. "What do you mean?" Shoju asked, equally bewildered, unable to grasp Honya's words. "Isn't it just that he is healthy? What is so strange about that?" "He is as healthy as a bear." Honya trembled as she spoke, attempting to articulate her thoughts in a manner that Shoju and Uchiha Ling could comprehend. This isn't an exaggeration. The results of the examination suggest that this individual is akin to a bear preparing for hibernation, fattening itself for the winter. To be honest, she found her own words hard to believe, yet the reality was indeed peculiar, a bizarre notion surfacing in her mind. Instinctively, she took a few steps back, while Uchiha Ling unsheathed her ninja blade. Only Shoju, somewhat oblivious, failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Honya, what did you just imply? Are you suggesting that this person is what Mayor Yoshida referred to?" It dawned on him that something was amiss, and he quickly sprang to his feet, retrieving a kunai. Muttering, "Right, there were body parts of victims inside that cave. Why is he unharmed within?" The more they pondered, the more eerie it felt. What kind of secret technique is this? Or perhaps a bloodline limit? Shoju couldn't help but inquire, suggesting the most plausible scenarios within the ninja world. After all, the ninja realm was vast and filled with the extraordinary, and various inexplicable secret techniques and bloodlines abounded, such as the hydration technique of the Hozuki clan or the cocoon technique of the Kazama clan. It seemed entirely plausible that an unknown clan or an exceptionally gifted ninja had invented a technique to transform into a bear. Uchiha Ling activated her Sharingan, scrutinizing the sleeping youth before her. There was no chakra flowing within him. This confirmed that he was not a ninja wielding any secret arts, as both secret techniques and bloodline limits relied on chakra for their execution. What could this be? A monster? Wait. Uchiha Ling interrupted Shoju, her gaze fixed intently on the robust young man. Chakra was indeed present, though it was distinct from normal chakra. Honya nodded, having recently enhanced her sensory abilities. She too sensed it. If normal chakra was a balance of spiritual and physical energy within the human body, then the chakra within this muscular youth clearly possessed an additional energy. This surplus energy acted as an intruder, thoroughly disrupting the balance of the original two energies within him, causing the young man's chakra to spiral into chaos, with a hint of a violent transformation looming. The youth's already formidable physique began to visibly swell. Something is about to happen. Awoken from his slumber at the entrance, he stirred, licking his paw and grooming his black fur lazily, saying, "Kids, that monster is about to awaken. I should take my leave." With that, he dispelled his summoning technique, and in a puff of white smoke, the little black cat vanished from sight. That unreliable cat. Shoju rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a retort, gripping his kunai tightly in preparation. His practiced demeanor suggested that this little black cat named Yi had a history of such antics. "I'll restrain him." Honya's mind remained alert, and seizing the moment of the robust youth's transformation, she swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial, as vines wrapped around the muscular youth. Uchiha Ling also sprang into action, lunging forward with her ninja blade aimed at his chest, hoping to deliver a fatal blow before the crisis unfolded. "Ling, wait," Honya called out, attempting to halt Uchiha Ling's advance. In her view, numerous uncertainties still lingered, and it would be unwise to kill the youth at such a critical juncture. However, Uchiha Ling, the fastest among the trio, had already closed the distance. Her words were still unspoken when the tip of her blade met the youth's solid chest. Always decisive in her actions, Uchiha Ling did not hesitate. She thrust forcefully, aiming to pierce the heart beneath the youth's chest. Even the mightiest beast cannot survive with its heart destroyed. Yet, no matter how hard she pressed, the blade could not penetrate further into the youth's flesh, the thick layer of fat appearing soft, yet proving to be remarkably resilient. In that fleeting moment, the youth's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His skin became coarse, as if covered in fur, and his physique began to expand, inflating like a balloon. His muscles solidified, his bones grew larger and thicker, and even his face morphed. His nose elongating and his mouth taking on a bear-like maw. His hands and feet transformed into bear claws, his back slightly arching, and his breathing grew heavier. His heartbeat slowing. At this moment, the slumbering youth had awakened into a bear-human hybrid, his eyes filled with confusion and drowsiness as he surveyed his surroundings. His bright bear eyes locking onto Uchiha Ling roar. The bear-human attempted to rise, but found itself ensnared by the massive tree, unable to move. It let out a mournful howl, the sound echoing through the forest, reverberating painfully in the ears of the three onlookers. Uchiha Ling, closest to the creature, furrowed her brow. As the bear-human opened its mouth, a strong, foul odor washed over her. She withdrew her ninja blade, only to discover it bore no traces of blood. Her previous strike had barely broken the skin. What manner of monster is this? Uchiha Ling swiftly darted away, maintaining her distance, observing the bear-human thrashing about in an attempt to break free from the tree's entrapment. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was anything but. The shock was palpable. Her strike, imbued with the properties of wind and fire chakra, had not only failed to pierce the bear-human's skin, but had left its fur completely unscathed, a reality she found impossible to accept. This creature, Shoju was equally astonished, incredulously exclaiming, "Is it truly a transformation from human to bear? Is this what a bear-human signifies?" No, Hongya shook her head, refraining from providing an immediate explanation. She too scrutinized the bear-human bound by her wood release. Simply judging by height, it was astonishingly over 500 centimeters tall, its weight likely exceeding 1,000 kilograms. A normal adult male brown bear typically reaches a length of no more than 300 centimeters from head to torso, with a weight around 500 kilograms. Yet, the monstrous bear before them, transformed from a human, was nearly double that size. Thus, the once formidable tree that constrained the beastly figure now appeared unexpectedly diminutive. Amid the violent struggle of the man-bear, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds, the colossal tree gradually exhibited signs of fracture. Could even wood release fail to restrain it? Hongya found this hard to believe. Instantly, she created two wooden clones, and together, they formed seals, wood release, triple tree binding burial. Three vines erupted from the earth, entwining not only the massive tree that had bound the man-bear, but also merging into a single towering tree, its diameter an impressive 8 meters. This was indeed wood release. Shangshu gazed enviously at the towering arboreal spectacle before him, his heart racing with aspirations as he murmured, "Once, my grandfather wielded this power to quell the chaos of the warring states." Clenching his fists, Shangshu resolved, "I cannot lose to Hongya. I too must inherit my grandfather's will and realize my dream of becoming Hokage." To be fair, Shangshu initially harbored little hope regarding wood release. Firstly, for many years, aside from his grandfather, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, no other Senju clan members had awakened this power, including his own father. Secondly, he did not perceive wood release as particularly formidable. After all, the legends surrounding it were merely oral traditions, and he had never witnessed it firsthand. Even after Hongya's appearance, Shangshu did not find wood release particularly miraculous. What she demonstrated was merely akin to the shadow clone technique, or a wooden barrier resembling a sleeping bag. However, upon witnessing Hongya's execution of the triple tree binding burial, the longing he had felt for wood release in his youth seemed to stir anew. Yet, before he could fully relive that sentiment, a warning erupted. "Get back!" Uchiha Ling shouted, swiftly pulling Hongya backward. Shangshu, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. In the next instant, the 8-meter diameter tree shattered into countless splinters, flying debris scattered in all directions, some even embedding into other trunks, nearly piercing through them. It was not that the giant tree's confines were insufficiently sturdy, but rather the sheer force and explosive chakra emitted by the man-bear were extraordinarily overwhelming. With a deafening roar, the 5-meter-tall man-bear broke free from its bindings, letting out a howl that startled a flock of birds. Its body radiated a visible orange-yellow chakra, an aura of ferocity that surged forth. What kind of secret technique is this? Shangshu's throat trembled. The sheer ferocity of the chakra instilled a deep fear in him, surpassing even that of many seasoned jonin from Konoha. He could not comprehend how the residents of Leaf Town managed to survive with only 7 casualties. At this juncture, what was the point of further discussion? Uchiha Ling maintained her composure throughout. As the man-bear charged toward her, She promptly hurled a kunai wrapped in explosive tags towards its face. Upon impact, the kunai detonated, enveloping the man-bear in thick smoke and causing it to emit a pained howl. As the dust settled, its eyes remained tightly shut, stained with blood. Even with a body as resilient as diamond, its eyes were remarkably vulnerable. Perhaps due to pain or blindness, the man-bear roared in fury, wreaking havoc on everything within reach. Its chakra becoming increasingly chaotic. With a single swipe, it shattered a thick boulder, and under its rampage, sturdy trees fell like dominoes. Such destructive power was astounding. Even jonin skilled in taijutsu would struggle to engage it in close combat. Hongya and her companions hastily retreated to a safe distance, observing the man-bear's rampaging fury to avoid being caught in its aftermath. A mere facade of strength, Uchiha Ling remarked with a slight smirk. Offering an astute assessment of the man-bear, it is nothing more than a beast. No matter how potent its chakra, it remains merely a somewhat stronger beast. Her bold declaration elicited curious glances from Hongya, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. For some reason, she felt that Uchiha Ling bore a resemblance to someone from her past, though the specifics eluded her due to her memory's absence. Meanwhile, Shengshu perceived it simply as Uchiha Ling's showmanship, which seemed to be impressing Hongya, a fact that he found increasingly intolerable. If it were merely a mindless beast, unwilling to remain idle, Shengshu began forming seals. His hand movements were slower than Uchiha Ling's, yet decidedly quicker than Hongya's. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. As he completed the seals, he clapped his palms against the ground. The man-bear, still in a violent frenzy, felt the earth beneath it transform into a liquid swamp. Realizing its sinking predicament, the man-bear roared in frustration. Struggling futilely as the more it fought, the deeper it sank. Compared to the raw force it could wield to destroy would release bindings, this swamp, impervious to brute strength, rendered the man-bear's immense power ineffective. This ninjutsu is quite effective, Shengshu remarked, wiping his nose with a grin. Yellow Spring Swamp is a high-level technique that I painstakingly learned from Orochimaru-sensei. He glanced over at Hongya, hoping to catch a glimpse of admiration on her face. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. Hongya was entirely focused on the man-bear, which was now half submerged in the mire. This deepened Shengshu's sense of urgency. If things continued down this path, would the nightmare he once dreamt become a reality? Hongya, unaware of Shengshu's inner turmoil, sighed and remarked, "It seems truly mindless." Initially, she believed the man-bear was feigning ignorance, attempting to play the role of a fool to catch them off guard. Now, she realized she had overthought the matter. However, observing her two teammates, who appeared confident of victory, Hongya quietly voiced her concerns. What about those human remains in the cave? Were they left by it in its human form, or is it not the only one of its kind? Her words plunged Uchiha Ling and Shengshu into contemplation. After a moment, Uchiha Ling spoke first. The truth can be uncovered by asking him directly. We must find a way to revert him to his original form. How do we accomplish that? Shengshu queried, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He had never been suited for cerebral tasks, perhaps an inherited trait from his grandfather. Chapter 67. Wood Release is quite absorptive in its human form. There was no chakra fluctuation within its body, but when the chakra surged, a transformation ensued. Uchiha Ling contemplated for a few seconds, methodically analyzing. This may indeed be some sort of secret technique, reliant on chakra for its operation. Thus, by depleting its chakra, we might restore it to its original human form. Is that so? Shengshu replied, somewhat skeptical, primarily motivated by a desire not to let Uchiha Ling claim all the glory. He turned to Hongya, asking, "What do you think, Hongya?" Ling's reasoning is quite sound. Hongya provided a response that left Shengshu feeling somewhat disheartened. She remained oblivious to his unease and quietly continued, "However, we can't just wait here until it exhausts its chakra, can we?" It was midday, and although sunset was still far off, the three of them idly watched a massive bear roll in the swamp, which was rather dull. Moreover, based on Hongya's sensory findings, the chakra within the man-bear had reached a frighteningly high level. If they were to rely on it maintaining its bear form to exhaust its chakra, though the specifics of how much chakra it consumed to remain in bear form were unclear, Hongya estimated that it could sustain this state for at least half a day. She stamped her foot on her shadow, gesturing towards a nearby cave with a subtle nod. A face with an understanding smile emerged from the shadow. In the depths of the cave, perhaps more secrets lie hidden, yet given the current circumstances, it would be exceedingly perilous to recklessly venture in again. It is best to allow the spirit type to investigate, as they are unlikely to meet demise. As for Shunshu and Uchiha Ling, they fell into silence upon hearing this. The former lacked any relevant experience, and, acknowledging his own mental limitations inherited from his grandfather, found himself at a loss for ideas. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had not taken theory classes more seriously. After all, both textbooks and pictorial collections are books. Why did he find himself dozing off at the sight of textbooks while becoming excited at pictorials? The latter also felt a twinge of regret, lamenting the fact that he had blinded the bear man earlier. Had he not done so, he could have employed the illusion of the Sharingan to manipulate him and extract valuable information. After all, she also did not wish to expend or extract chakra unnecessarily. Akira, can you? Uchiha Ling intended to ask Akira if she could heal the bear man's eyes, but the words caught in her throat. The execution of medical ninjutsu necessitated close proximity, and this irrational bear man possessed overwhelming power in close quarters. She was unwilling to put Akira at such risk. Wait, why do I care so much about Akira's safety? Uchiha Ling suddenly realized something amiss, recalling her earlier argument with Shunshu and his assertion that he could not protect her. I just don't want her to perish at the hands of others. She comforted herself inwardly, finding a rational explanation. Yes, that's it. I merely wish to end her life myself, which is why I am concerned about her fate in the hands of others. Seeing her two companions silent, as if caught off guard, Akira sighed in resignation. Fine, leave it to me. Akira, do you have a plan? Shunshu inquired, puzzled, while Uchiha Ling turned her gaze towards Akira as well. I do, and it involves wood release, Akira replied leisurely as she formed hand seals. Beyond the visible power of the wood release techniques, there exists a hidden ability, the wood release thorn killing technique. As she completed her hand seals with a clap, dozens of wooden pillars erupted from the mire, encircling the bear man, who was barely emerging from the muck, forming a tight wooden prison. Notably, all the wooden pillars were adorned with thorns. As the wooden prison constricted, these thorns brushed against the bear man's fur, yet predictably, they did not break the skin. However, this was not the crux of the matter. With her left hand's index and middle fingers brought together, she formed a one-handed seal before her chest. In the next moment, the ferocious and peculiar chakra within the bear man began to be drawn, continuously siphoned through the thorns and wooden pillars into her body. The wood release inherently possesses the ability to absorb an enemy's chakra. In response to the astonished gazes of Uchiha Ling and Shunshu, Akira explained calmly. As long as the vines or thorns attach to the subject, the chakra within them ceases to belong to them, provided the user so desires. Hiss, Shunshu gasped involuntarily, marveling. Is this the power of my grandfather? It's truly formidable. His earlier waning fascination with wood release reignited with fervor. Uchiha Ling, however, maintained her composure, though equally astonished. She remained calm on the surface, contemplating and advising Akira. Should you sense anything amiss with that creature's chakra, cease the extraction immediately. Compared to Shunshu, Uchiha Ling's thoughts were more meticulous, connecting the dots regarding the additional unknown chakra within the bear man. She understood why Akira had refrained from extraction earlier. If that unknown force were to enter Akira's body and become uncontrollable, it would spell disaster. Indeed, Akira, please exercise caution, Shunshu echoed Uchiha Ling's concern. Do not overexert yourself. If necessary, leave Ling here to contain it while we return to the village to summon Lord Orochimaru for assistance. He will surely have a solution. Originally, Shunshu intended to suggest he remain to contain the bear man, as his earth release techniques were the most proficient here. However, the thought of giving Uchiha Ling and Akira an opportunity to be alone together prompted him to change his mind. Rest assured, I have no desire to become a bear myself, Akira casually replied. Through her words, she deduced the intentions of Uchiha Ling and Shunshu, though both had misjudged her. Of course, Akira did not wish to correct them. She decided to let the misunderstanding stand. In truth, her initial hesitation to absorb the bear man's chakra was not due to fear of the unknown power becoming uncontrollable within her. With the bloodlines of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans coursing through her veins, along with the legendary Rinnegan, she had no concern of any chakra rebounding against her. She simply possessed an innate aversion to that particular chakra, an instinctual rejection. Chapter 68. The thread of clues disrupted. Akira remained unaware of why she instinctively found the chakra repulsive. If she were to absorb chakra from other ninjas via wood release, It felt akin to indulging in dessert or gourmet food. However, the prospect of absorbing the bearman's chakra was akin to consuming a bitter concoction of amaranth stalks, bean juice, accompanied by canned herring and pickled sea sparrows. She nearly suppressed her nausea while attempting the absorption. If her conjecture held true, the third form of energy within the bearman was indeed natural energy, a vital component of sage chakra. It is common knowledge that regular chakra is a balanced blend of spiritual and physical energy, while sage chakra incorporates natural energy, requiring a perfect equilibrium of the three to coalesce. Although Akira had forgotten the narrative, she retained a clear understanding of the foundation. She simply could not comprehend why the bearman possessed sage chakra, as it was typically exclusive to the snake, frog, and slug clans. In the fleeting moment of her mental turmoil, the bearman, ensnared within the thorny wooden prison, had his tumultuous chakra entirely siphoned away. He reverted to his original robust human form, powerless and submerged in the mire, face down, destined to suffocate in the sludge shortly. Regrettably, no one was concerned for his fate. Uchiha Ling and Shenshu were intensely focused on Akira, fearful that she might be influenced by that peculiar chakra and potentially transform into a bear woman. As the bearman's chakra was completely drained, Akira dismantled the thorny wooden prison and employed wooden branches to rescue the youth, who was on the verge of drowning in the mire. "Why are you both staring at me?" At that moment, Akira, feeling the gaze of her two companions upon her, experienced a wave of anxiety and instinctively touched her cheeks and body. "I haven't transformed into a bear, and there are no fur sprouting from me." Gulp. Shinshu swallowed hard, his face turning crimson as he remarked, "Akira, you seem to have grown." Uchiha Ling furrowed her brow tightly, biting her lip. She wanted to say something, but struggled to articulate a single word. "What are you talking about?" Akira paused, unable to comprehend what Shinshu meant by grown. Suddenly, she realized something was amiss. Her clothes felt somewhat snug, more specifically, around her chest area. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that her once modest bosom had noticeably swelled, rivaling even that of the padded sia. This is not right. She trembled as she reached out to grasp, only to confirm the undeniable reality. There was nothing illusory about it. This scene caused Shenshu's face to redden even more. He hurriedly turned his head away, attempting to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind, yet found himself unconsciously envisioning what Akihane would look like as she matured. Would she surpass her elder sister in stature? Uchiha Ling, on the other hand, did not turn away to avoid suspicion, nor was there any need to, but merely observed Akihane's actions, unable to suppress the twitching of her lips and eyes. Although Uchiha Ling typically harbored disdain for the female form, considering such attributes a mere encumbrance that only brought discomfort during battle, at that moment, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a twinge of envy. As for Akihane, she remained in a state of bewilderment. If her memory served her correctly, she still had a month left until her 11th birthday. The inexplicable development of her chest was but a minor episode. After fruitless contemplation, she decided to set it aside for now and intended to ask her aunt, Tsunade, for a thorough examination upon her return. She even took a moment to check her body by the creek, confirming that after absorbing sage chakra, only her chest had visibly grown, while the rest of her body remained unchanged. Upon returning, Akihane found Uchiha Ling had already employed her Sharingan to cast a hypnotic jinjutsu on the burly youth, rendering him dazed and slack-jawed, drooling profusely. The long-haired man muttered incoherently, "With a knife, the knife cuts me. I've killed, I've eaten. Human flesh, delicious." Haha. The three present exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unable to comprehend his ramblings. It seemed that no useful information could be extracted from him. Watching the youth's foolish demeanor, Akihane sighed in resignation, now pinning her hopes on Gaisu, wondering if the little fellow had uncovered anything useful in the cave. However, reality often unfolds contrary to expectations. A sudden, violent noise erupted from the cave, and in an instant, the mountain rock and debris collapsed, completely sealing the once open cavern, turning all clues to ashes. Gaisu, Akihane, too preoccupied with the intelligence lead, rushed to the cave's entrance, only to find it blocked. How could this happen? Her face was one of shock and unease until a small, dark purple sphere emerged from the rubble and licked her cheek, prompting her realization. Keek. Mom, I thought I was going to die. It just exploded. I forgot. You're a ghost-type Pokemon. You can pass through walls. Akihane breathed a sigh of relief, embracing Gaisu, only to sense something amiss. Wait, how did I manage to hold you? Kekekek. I don't know either, Mom. Never mind that for now. Akihane inquired. Did you find anything in the cave? Unfortunately, Gaisu disappointed her once more, shaking his head while muttering kekekek, despite her usual ability to decipher his meanings. This time it was clear that it signified nothing of value. Akihane could only accept this outcome with resignation, returning Gaisu to the shadow beneath her feet. She then turned to Uchiha Ling and Shinshu, asking, what shall we do next? All leads have been severed, and the employer may not even recognize our success. Uchiha Ling and Shinshu nodded in unison, their gazes shifting to the youth bound with vines. Let us take him back to the town and inform the residents that this is the man-beast. However, I fear no one will believe us. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Gaisu's last utterance carried a deeper meaning. It's terrifying inside, with snakes and chunks of people. Chapter 69. By any means necessary to fulfill their mission, Uchiha Ling conceived an ingenious plan. She summoned several ninja cats to scour the dense forest for the whereabouts of wild brown bears. After selecting the largest among them, she wasted no time and swiftly decapitated the creature. Akihane, intending to intervene, arrived too late. The bear had already met its demise. In its final moments, the poor creature clung desperately to a large piece of honeycomb, unwilling to let it go. Akihane could only shake her head in sorrow as she proceeded to sever the bear's thick paws, stowing them in a sealing scroll for future culinary endeavors. However, despite this brown bear being significantly larger than its counterparts, measuring nearly 300 centimeters, it still appeared diminutive compared to the man-beast possessing sage chakra. Using the bear's corpse as a ruse to deceive the townsfolk seemed impractical, especially since many residents had witnessed the true form of the man-beast and were well aware of its size and appearance. Shinshu voiced this concern, while Uchiha Ling merely scoffed, activating her 3-tomo Sharingan to weave a comprehensive illusion over the bear's carcass. Upon dragging the substitute, the bear, back to the town, the residents gathered in droves. As anticipated, under Uchiha Ling's illusion, the bear's body appeared to them as the man-eating beast, its size perfectly matching their memories. My son, you can finally rest. It was this beast that killed Ryoko. The man-beast is dead. It has finally died. The townspeople were incensed, with the most fervent among them using their hands and knives to assault the obviously mismatched bear carcass, venting their suppressed anger and hatred. It devoured our loved ones. We shall consume it in return. Right. An eye for an eye. It was unclear who initiated the suggestion, but the residents quickly rallied in agreement, dividing the bear meat right there in the street, with the most vocal taking the lion's share first, followed by the others. This scene made Akihane shudder. While she understood the grief of those who lost loved ones, she couldn't help but ponder whether the outcome would have been the same had they turned over the true culprit, the burly youth. Yet, she reassured herself that likely no one would believe them. After the bear meat was distributed, Mayor Yoshida stepped forward, sincerely thanking the trio, Konoha ninjas. Thank you for helping us eliminate the threat in Waka Town, and for avenging our losses, perhaps recalling the horrific circumstances of his wife and child's deaths. This stout middle-aged man could not contain his tears, moving all who witnessed it, despite the large bear head he clutched. As the first household attacked, Yoshida lost both his wife and child to the man-beast, thus receiving the largest share of the bear meat and the head. The meat was for sustenance, while the head would serve as a tribute to his deceased loved ones. Oh, by the way, Yoshida suddenly remembered something. Hastily setting the bear head down and producing a bundle wrapped in oilcloth from his bosom, presenting it to the nominal leader. Shinshu, in addition to the bounty the residents gathered, please accept this. But how can we accept this? This is merely a token of my appreciation. Please, you must accept it. All right. Ultimately, Shinshu could not refuse Yoshida's insistence and accepted the bulging oilcloth package. With the mission successfully accomplished, the trio set off back to the village, escorting the dazed burly youth, leaving behind a trail of blood on the streets of Waka Town. During their journey home, Akihane eagerly opened the oilcloth package, and as she had suspected, it contained a thick stack of bills, totaling an impressive 30,000 ryu. 3 individuals each received a sum of 10,000 taels, in addition to the remuneration from their recent mission, resulting in an approximate total of 20,000 taels per person. This amount was equivalent to my wages from 4 arduous months of work at the hospital. Red Leaf couldn't help but exclaim, upon returning, I must indulge myself. She resolved that her first act upon returning to the village would be to savor a sumptuous barbecue, insisting on ordering a grade 1 Wagyu beef. As for the 5 grade, given Red Leaf's current financial constraints, such aspirations seemed rather unrealistic. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, firmly believing that she would eventually attain both the 5 grade Wagyu and Matsutake mushrooms. As the trio escorted the burly youth back to the Hidden Leaf village, dusk was settling in. Uchiha Ling was the first to part ways, finding the remuneration and mission report trivial compared to the urgency of returning home, feeling as if the stench of blood still lingered. Red Leaf had considered inviting Uchiha Ling to join her for dinner, but upon noticing the latter's anxious demeanor, she suddenly understood and softly advised, "Remember to switch to night use when you sleep." "All right," Uchiha Ling replied, her usually stoic visage betraying a hint of blush as she swiftly departed. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Shinshu, the scene appeared to him as if Red Leaf were whispering intimate secrets to Uchiha Ling, who was known for her perpetually poker-faced demeanor. Did you see how that insufferable Uchiha was blushing? For a fleeting moment, Shinshu felt a pang of hurt, even loosening his grip on the burly youth, inadvertently granting him an opportunity to escape. Observing Shinshu's momentary lapse, the burly youth dashed toward the village entrance. Though he appeared simple-minded, his survival instincts remained intact, and he had been contemplating escape all along. Fortunately, Red Leaf was quick-witted. She stepped on her shadow and shouted, "Gooies, use the strange light." "Understood, Mom," Gooies responded. Utilizing the elongated shadow cast by the light, it darted in front of the burly youth, locking eyes with him, its large, pallid orb shimmering with an eerie purple glow. Upon being struck by the strange light, the burly youth's vision and cognition became hazy, causing him to spin in circles until he ultimately collapsed. "Shinshu, what is the matter?" Red Leaf approached, picking up one end of the vine and offering it to him, her concern evident. "Are you too exhausted? Just hang in there. Deliver him to Senior Orochimaru, and then we can return for dinner. Tonight's feast includes bear paws." "All right." Shinshu instinctively nodded, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Red Leaf's chest. Chapter 70. Tsunade's imagination. Since Shinshu was responsible for escorting the assailant as well as reporting on the mission and collecting the payment, Red Leaf decided to head back to the Senju residence ahead of him. On her way, she made a special trip to the market. As dusk approached, many vendors had already closed their stalls, leaving her with limited options. She had to make do with whatever she could find, eventually gathering the necessary ingredients after visiting several shops. Upon entering the house with a bundle of sealing scrolls and various ingredients, Red Leaf found Tsunade kneeling at the wooden table, engrossed in reviewing a project proposal, her delicate brows furrowing into a frown. "Auntie," Red Leaf called softly. However, Tsunade did not turn her head, merely responding, "Red Leaf, I'm busy." "Oh," Red Leaf nodded obediently, refraining from further inquiries as she made her way to the kitchen, adding as an afterthought, "Tonight's dinner includes bear paws. Would you like to prepare some drinks in advance?" Red Leaf was well aware of Tsunade's 2 primary indulgences, hence her suggestion. Aside from her abysmal luck at gambling, Tsunade enjoyed sipping drinks, and she would inevitably snore that very night. Bear paws. Tsunade, who had been deep in thought, suddenly turned her head, blinking in curiosity. "Are they delicious?" This was the question that piqued Tsunade's interest. She was utterly unconcerned about the origins of the bear paws. "They won't kill you, will they? Although I haven't tasted them myself, I've heard they are exceptional," Red Leaf replied, earning a satisfied smile from Tsunade, who then stood up, declaring, "All right, I'll look forward to it," and head to the tavern to buy some wine. Before leaving, Tsunade added, "Do you need me to bring anything else?" "Perhaps some yakitori skewers," Red Leaf suggested after a moment's thought. It would be rather monotonous to only have bear paws. Due to her late return, she couldn't procure additional ingredients. "Understood," Tsunade nodded. After Tsunade departed, Red Leaf proceeded to the kitchen, laden with her supplies. Once she laid everything down, she gently pulled the sealing scroll, and with a puff of smoke, 2 large bear paws materialized onto the countertop. "Neither in this life nor the last have I ever tasted this delicacy," Red Leaf chuckled, rubbing her hands together in eager anticipation. However, no matter how eager she was, she had to ensure the cooking process was executed properly. After igniting the stove, Red Leaf retrieved a bunch of green onions and 4 onions, chopping them into segments and tossing them into a large pot filled with water. She then poured in an entire bottle of cooking wine, awaiting the water to boil. During this interval, She diligently cleaned the two massive bear paws. Once the water was boiling, she placed the bear paws into the pot for blanching, a crucial step to eliminate any gamey odor. From the outset, Red Leaf had been acutely aware of the strong odor emanating from the bear paws, and given their tough skin and dense meat, this step was of paramount importance and could not be rushed. Thus, the blanching took a full 2 hours. During this time, Shunshu and Tsunade returned to the residence, both making their way to the kitchen, curious to observe the preparation of the bear paws. As Tsunade watched Red Leaf cook, she listened to Shunshu recount the details of their recent mission, causing her delicate brows to furrow once more. You entrusted that shapeshifter to Orochimaru, did you not? Indeed. Shunshu explained, Orochimaru-sensei is our leading J-nin. Only he can meet with the Hokage. Tsunade nodded non-committally, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. In truth, she was not particularly concerned. She simply found the idea of a person transforming into a bear rather intriguing. Transforming into a bear. This bear paw? Tsunade pointed at the cooked bear paw Red Leaf had fished out of the pot, momentarily at a loss for words and feeling a wave of nausea. No. Understanding Tsunade's thoughts, Red Leaf felt a shiver run down her spine as she hurriedly explained Uchiha Ling's plan. Because that person has returned to their original form. And we were worried that the completion of the mission would not be recognized. Ailing came up with a solution. In the midst of her explanation, Red Leaf nearly revealed too much, but thankfully, Tsunade and Shinshu's focus remained elsewhere, preventing them from probing further. That Uchiha brat has some audacity, Tsunade remarked, clenching her fist after hearing Red Leaf's account, irritation evident in her tone. If his illusion fails or gets exposed, it would severely tarnish the village's reputation. That guy has always been like this, never caring about such matters, Shinshu chimed in, backing his sister. Only Red Leaf meekly defended Uchiha Ling, stating, I was worried about the mission being incomplete and not receiving payment, which is why Ailing thought of this idea. It's my fault, I apologize. This was indeed the truth, albeit not the primary reason. Why are you being so partial to that Uchiha brat? Katsuyu finally sensed something amiss. She glanced at the anxious Kurenai and then at the seething Shinjuro beside her, jealousy practically etched on his face. A knowing smile spread across her lips, only to fade within moments as a sense of foreboding washed over her. Oh no, how could Kurenai be just like her mother? Falling for a man from the Uchiha clan. This was disastrous. If Yuko found out, she would undoubtedly raise a storm. Recalling her elder sister Aoki Yuko's deep-seated prejudice against the Uchiha clan, Katsuyu's internal alarm bells rang. Intentionally, she brought up a few remarks about Uchiha Ringo, keenly observing Kurenai's reaction. It is well known that in the realm of scientific inquiry, if one approaches research with preconceived conclusions, the essence of the study is lost. Such was Katsuyu's predicament. This individual, who had never experienced romance, hastily jumped to an outrageous conclusion based solely on Kurenai's maternal precedent. From her perspective, every time she mentioned Uchiha Ringo, Kurenai's focus would shift from her culinary endeavors, and whenever she spoke ill of him, Kurenai would find ways to defend him. Just like earlier, when Kurenai took all the blame upon herself, fearful of any criticism directed at Uchiha Ringo. With a preconceived notion firmly in place, Katsuyu was convinced that Kurenai harbored feelings for that Uchiha brat, following in her mother's footsteps. In an instant, Katsuyu found herself in a state of distress. As Chapter 71, Secretly Prepared Bear Paw, unfolded, while Katsuyu was lost in these thoughts, Shinjuro had already begun locking onto his target in the void. Damn it, that arrogant Ringo. It's one thing for girls to like him, but why does Kurenai have to as well? As for Kurenai, oblivious to her aunt and uncle's musings, she was deeply engrossed in the crucial moment of preparing the bear paw dish. After 2 hours of blanching to remove the gamey taste, she retrieved the bear paw and plunged it into the pre-prepared ice water, a method that would eliminate surface impurities and grease, while making the meat firmer and more tender. Next came the depilation. Although blanching made it easy to pull off the hair along with some of the shredded meat, Kurenai opted to create a shadow clone to ensure the integrity of the paw's edges. With one handling each paw, they patiently pressed down on the meat while using tweezers to delicately pluck out the hair. This entire process required precise control of strength. Only by doing so could the edges remain intact. By the time Kurenai painstakingly finished, the effort exerted was akin to that of a medium-sized surgical operation. She stood up to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead, letting out a sigh of exasperation. What a laborious endeavor. However, Cleaning the palm of the paw proved to be much simpler. As Kurenai had stated, the skin on the palm was quite thick, and with a single tug, the skin and hair came off, revealing the glistening meat beneath, rich in collagen. The final cleaning tasks became significantly easier. Kurenai gently peeled away the nails, exposing the translucent fingertips. Coupled with the snow-white skin and meat post-cooking and depilation, the two massive bare paws appeared almost like exquisite jade carvings, utterly magnificent. Yet, all of this was inconsequential in Katsuyu's increasingly overactive imagination. She had been closely monitoring Kurenai's actions until just moments ago when another peculiarity caught her eye. This was odd. Just yesterday, Kurenai resembled a flattened fried egg. How could she suddenly transform into a little apple today? Kurenai, you're... Katsuyu was about to inquire but swallowed the words, instead allowing her mind to wander. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for a confidant, and a woman beautifies herself for a suitor. To Katsuyu, it was evident that Kurenai was deliberately patting her chest to attract that Uchiha brat's attention. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she too had engaged in similar antics at that age. The notion of genuine development was utterly implausible. How could it be possible? Kurenai was still so young, barely 11 years old. Moreover, such dramatic changes overnight were simply unbelievable. While Katsuyu herself had undergone significant growth after turning 16, it had been a gradual process, not something that could happen overnight. I must find a moment to impart some wisdom to that brat, Katsuyu mused. Massaging her temples as a headache began to brew. Even if she hadn't developed a crush on that Uchiha child, contemplating such matters at under 11 years of age seemed far too precocious. Sis, what are you talking about? Shinjuro, puzzled, inquired. He had been focused on Kurenai and the void, completely oblivious to his sister's self-talk. Nothing, Katsuyu replied, shaking her head. She placed her hand atop Shinjuro's head, adding with a knowing tone, "Little brother, you must work hard. I will not lose." Shinjuro instinctively responded, then, flustered, shook his head. "Hey sis, what are you really talking about? Brat, what are you pretending for?" As the siblings playfully bantered, their harmonious interaction filled Kurenai with a sense of envy, her thoughts drifting to whether her own sister would ever share such moments with her. Perhaps due to her previous life, Kurenai cherished her family, Aoki Yuko, Katsu, Shinjuro, and Uchiha Ringo. However, this was not the time for her to reflect. Her role at the moment was that of the head chef for this dinner. Kurenai lifted the lid from another large pot, revealing the broth she had prepared with the bare paws, simmered with pork bones, hen, green onions, ginger, apples, and other ingredients. After skimming off the surface foam, she carefully wrapped the seemingly white jade bear paws in cheesecloth. Once secured, she placed them in the broth to prevent any damage during the cooking process. Finally, she added a generous handful of red dates to enhance the sweetness of the meat, followed by a drizzle of honey and soy sauce. With everything in place, she covered the pot and set it to simmer, marking the basic completion of the bear paw dish. With a sigh of relief, Kurenai observed the large pot before her, a wave of accomplishment swelling within her. "I hope the taste won't disappoint. I've worked too hard for it to be in vain." To be fair, preparing the bear paw dish from her past life was an arduous task. If this attempt turned out poorly, she would never dare to try again. After approximately 2 more hours of gentle simmering, Kurenai nervously lifted the pot lid, and a rich aroma of meat wafted toward her. She carefully retrieved the bear paw, gently unwrapping the cheesecloth to reveal the beautifully caramelized paw meat beneath. A delicate sniff filled her nostrils with an intoxicating fragrance. In culinary arts, the 4 essential elements of color, flavor, aroma, and presentation were already met in 2 respects. Kurenai fetched 2 large clay pots and sliced some remaining matsutake mushrooms. She placed the mushroom slices at the bottom of the pots, poured in the thickened broth made with flour, and placed the bear paws within. Finally, she drizzled the now viscous broth over the top. The 2 large clay pots underwent a brief steaming process, one of which Kurenai carried to the dining table. Under the expectant gazes of Katsuyu and Shinjuro, she slowly unveiled the pot, releasing the enticing aroma of matsutake paired with the golden bear paws, prompting both to swallow in unison. Kurenai's specially crafted secret bear paw dish was complete. At that moment, she felt as if she had channeled the spirit of a renowned chef, smiling sweetly at her aunt and uncle. "Please, do give it a taste. It shouldn't be too bad." "All right, I shall dig in." Katsuyu and Ju were not being polite. Each took a pair of chopsticks and swiftly picked up a piece of tender bear paw, savoring it with delight. the moment it touched their tongues. Their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. It was an unparalleled delicacy, a grand and opulent flavor that surged like the roaring waves of the sea, yet was extravagantly vibrant. The captivating richness of the taste resonated through their very veins, as if they could hear the thundering rush of blood within them. A truly magnificent experience. As they beheld the extraordinary praise that Katsu and Ju lavished upon the secret bear paw stew, Akatsuki felt a weight lifted off her heart. After all, this was her inaugural attempt at preparing bear paw, with no prior experience, merely mimicking what she had observed. Ju, with his mouth full of fragrant meat, beckoned Akatsuki, exclaiming, "It's truly delicious, Akatsuki. You must try it." Meanwhile, Katsu, sipping sake alongside the bear paw, suddenly remembered something and curiously inquired, "By the way, Akatsuki, didn't you prepare 2 bear paws? Where's the other one?" "I intend to take the other to Aunt Yuko and Kushina," Akatsuki replied, flashing a sweet smile at them. "You two enjoy your meal. I'll eat with them." "Very well," Katsu nodded in acknowledgement, though her expression bore a hint of complexity. As she observed Akatsuki's retreating figure, she pondered deeply. This girl, surely her intentions extend beyond merely delivering to Yuko and Kushina. Katsuyu mused, glancing at Ju, who was obliviously devouring his food, a sigh escaping her lips. "Oh, my Navi brother, how can you be so oblivious? How will you compete for Akatsuki's affection against that Uchiha brat?" Indeed, as Katsuyu conjectured, upon returning to the kitchen, Akatsuki divided the other bear paw into 3 portions. One for Yuko, one for Kushina, and the last for Uchiha Rin. She placed the 3 small pots into a food container, humming a cheerful tune as she set off into the night, buoyed by the joy of her earnings. Arriving at Yuko Aoki's residence, Akatsuki knocked for quite some time without a response. Could she still be working late? She wondered, turning instead toward the Konoha Hospital. Yet there too she found no sign of Yuko, and inquiries yielded little useful information. With no other option, she returned to the initial point, Yuko's doorstep, where she discovered a key beneath the welcome mat. Yuko's habits haven't changed, she muttered, placing the pot with a note on the dining table before hurrying off to the Uchiha compound. Inside the Uchiha Rin's main hall, she encountered Uchiha Fugaku, clad in his guard uniform. Lowering her head, Rin said, "Please forgive my impulsiveness. You are merely participating in the Nin exams. It's nothing to fret over." Fugaku reassured her with a shake of his head. "They say this Nin exam is the first time Konoha has invited other great nations for a joint examination. If you shine in this event, it will bring honor to our clan." But the elders Rin bit her lip, her fists instinctively clenching. "I will handle them," Fugaku said, patting her shoulder with a light-hearted tone. "They are merely a bunch of obstinate old fools. Do not let them trouble you." "Thank you very much." With the clarity of his response, Rin felt the tension in her heart ease. Just then, a knock echoed from the front door. After excusing herself, Rin walked toward the entrance, and upon opening it, she was greeted by Akatsuki, holding a pot. What are you doing here?" Rin stammered, glancing between Akatsuki and the ink-black night sky, her demeanor shifting to one of discomfort. "It's so late." She attempted to revert to her earlier aloofness. "Have you had dinner yet?" Akatsuki cheerfully inquired. Rin nodded lightly. "I had some military rations. Those are dreadful. How can they be considered dinner?" Akatsuki frowned, thrusting the pot into Rin's hands. "Here, this is my secret bear paw stew. Try it. If you're not hungry now, save it for a late-night snack." "No need." "Then savor it slowly, but remember to return the pot next time we meet." Akatsuki interrupted Rin, denying her the chance to refuse, and with a playful bounce, she dashed away, humming a merry tune. The joy of her earnings still lingered, and she needed to hurry to her next destination. Rin, feeling the residual warmth of the pot in her hands, lifted her gaze to watch Akatsuki's retreating figure, lost in silence until Fugaku's voice broke the quiet behind her. "Rin." "Lord Fugaku." Rin instinctively responded, turning to him, her expression dimming as she said, "My name is Rin, Uchiha Rin." "Suit yourself," Fugaku replied, arms crossed, eyeing the pot in her hands with interest. "May I also sample your sister's culinary skills?" "Of course." Rin nodded reflexively, realizing too late. She pursed her lips and corrected herself. "She is not my sister." All right, as you wish." Fugaku, now devoid of irritation, ruffled his hair, muttering to himself, "Occasionally, it's good to shed one's fade and live as one desires. Wearing a mask all the time can be exhausting." Rin remained silent for a moment, carrying the pot back to the main hall, with Fugaku following closely behind. When the pot was finally unveiled, the aroma wafted through the air. Ah, it smells divine. It's delicious, absolutely delightful. Rin, didn't you just eat dinner? Lord Fugaku, this was prepared by Akatsuki for me. In a nearby residential building next to the Hokage Tower, Akatsuki murmured to herself while climbing the stairs, feeling a sense of discomfort. The reason for her unease was the sensation of being watched. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Kushina had become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, an indispensable asset for Konoha's defenses. Naturally, there would be ninjas keeping watch around her residence. Kushina had been assigned a house beside the Hokage Tower, a plan devised by the higher-ups for monitoring and ensuring her protection. 1603, this is the place. Upon reaching the door of Kushina's home, Akatsuki gently knocked and called out softly, "Kushina, open the door. I've brought something good for you." As the door slowly opened, Akatsuki was momentarily taken aback. Akatsuki? Minato? Both Akatsuki and Minato stood at the threshold, stunned, each wearing a look of confusion. "What are you doing here?" They both queried simultaneously, their voices overlapping in perfect harmony. "Who has arrived?" Just then, hearing the commotion, Kushina, adorned in an apron, rushed from the kitchen, and upon recognizing the visitors, she gleefully exclaimed, "Akatsuki," before enveloping her in a warm embrace. "It's been so long since you visited. I've missed you. The pot. It's going to tip over." After much effort, Honya finally steadied the clay pot. Looking at Kushina, who was nuzzling against her, her irritation dissipated, replaced by a smile. "I've brought you some delicious food, something you've never tasted before." "Really?" exclaimed Kushina, her inner foodie excited. She intended to ask what it was, but felt an odd sensation. The touch against Honya's chest felt different. Emerging from Honya's embrace, Kushina's gaze shifted to her chest. Her puzzled expression quickly morphed into one of shock as she blurted out, "How did it get so big?" If she recalled correctly, the last time Honya visited, she had a pair of flat pancakes. Just a few days had passed, and now it seemed to have doubled in size. Beside them, Minato instinctively glanced down but immediately turned away, blushing and trying to minimize his presence. He felt his actions were too forward and disrespectful, even though he and Honya were of similar age. One just turned 11, the other a few months shy of the same. As for Honya, after a brief hesitation, she decided to tell a small fib. Blushing and appearing quite bashful, feeling guilty for lying, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Actually, it's always been this big. I just wrapped it with bandages before." It was understandable that Honya felt compelled to concoct a reasonable explanation, given how absurd it was to claim her chest had grown due to absorbing sage chakra. Yet, she seemed to forget that Kushina had bathed with her and even helped scrub her back. Kushina remained skeptical, seizing an opportunity while Honya was distracted. She reached out and squeezed, the soft and tangible sensation prompting her to exclaim, "It's real." After a couple of mischievous squeezes, Honya nearly dropped the clay pot. Her face flushed completely red as she exclaimed, "Kushi, nah, don't go too far. Hey, don't be mad. You can still squeeze." Kushina giggled. Witnessing the playful banter between the two girls, Minato felt immense discomfort, maintaining his turned-away posture while silently covering his ears. Despite their youth, he exuded a gentlemanly demeanor. If only his face wasn't as red as a monkey's backside. Once their playful antics subsided, Honya entered Kushina's room, instantly feeling as if she had stepped into a junkyard. She pressed her forehead and sighed. "It's only been a week since I last tidied up for you." "Hee. A week is quite a long time." Kushina scratched her head, smiling sheepishly. She then pulled Minato, whose blush had yet to fade, closer. "Honya, you should know. This delicate boy admires me greatly, and even came to help me clean." Honya cast a peculiar glance at Minato, only to find his expression equally strange, as if he wished to say something. Of course, without needing to hear it, Honya already knew what he intended to express. "Let us just have dinner first." As she began clearing the various snack wrappers from the table, she turned to Kushina and asked, "Have you finished preparing dinner?" Kushina beamed, "Almost. Perfect timing, Honya. You can try my cooking." She dashed off to the kitchen. After Kushina entered, Honya turned to Minato and inquired, "Minato-kun, your reason for being here isn't just as Kushina said, is it?" "I came to help Kushina with her theoretical studies," Minato replied with a wry smile. "But it turned out she only wanted me to do her homework. After finishing, she insisted on cooking for me as a thank you." "I knew it." Honya sighed in exasperation. Kushina has become more wild than she was back in school. By the way, it's been a while since we last met. How has life as a medical ninja been for you? Not too bad. It's the same routine, hospital, home, and Hongya answered, engaging in light conversation with Minato. Suddenly, a strange, indescribable odor wafted from the kitchen, reaching their noses. Minato, do you smell that? Yes, I feel a bit dizzy. As they exchanged incredulous glances, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of food that emanated an eerie sheen. Look, Hongya, and you too, Minato, try my cooking. As she spoke, she served a bowl in front of Hongya. Kushina, Hongya mechanically turned her head, forcing a strained smile. Perhaps you should let Minato-kun try it first. With a guilty expression, she gently pushed the unidentifiable dark dish towards Minato. Go for it, Minato. You can do it. Minato swallowed nervously, psyching himself up internally as he trembled while scooping a spoonful of the bizarrely glowing broth and slowly brought it to his lips. Hongya? Don't eat it all at once. Minato-kun, are you alright? Under the expectant gaze of Kushina and the horrified expression of Hongya, as Minato swallowed the concoction, he suddenly collapsed, foam forming at his mouth, unconscious. Thanks to Hongya's healing jutsu, Minato eventually regained consciousness. The first thing he did was distance himself from the ominous bowl of unknown substance. He gasped. That was terrifying. The moment it went down, I felt like I was going to die. Kushina, furious at his reaction, lunged to hit Minato, but Hongya intervened, tying on an apron and saying with resigned annoyance, "You two just stay here. I'll go cook." Chapter 74. Absurd speculations. Hongya truly felt helpless. She sensed she was destined to be a tireless worker. After cooking at home without tasting a bite, she turned around to continue cooking here. However, there was no alternative. Allowing Kushina to cook would not only desecrate the ingredients, but also pose a threat to life, referring to both Hongya and Minato. "Hongya, I want something salty." As Hongya entered the kitchen, Kushina shouted eagerly, "That yellow-haired boy wants something salty too." "All right, I got it," came Hongya's voice from the kitchen. "Kushina." Minato weakly raised his hand. "Can you just call me by my name from now on? No need to keep saying that 7-word phrase." "I know," Kushina replied, her tone impatient, likely due to her cooking not receiving high praise. "You're so annoying, delicate Minato." Minato chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Nevertheless, Kushina had indeed started calling him by his name, albeit with a peculiar prefix. He could only internally lament. Compared to Hongya, Kushina's personality is quite hard to describe. Having previously experienced a food poisoning incident, Minato and Kushina exchanged glances while Hongya cooked. To ease the awkwardness, Minato initiated conversation. "Kushina, does Hongya often visit you?" "Why do you ask?" Kushina eyed Minato suspiciously. "Warning, I warn you. Hongya is my best friend. You can't take her away from me." "I don't mean that at all." Minato scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "Besides, I'm also friends with Hongya. That doesn't compare to how close I am with Hongya." Kushina huffed, shaking her fist. "Our friendship is the best in the whole village." Yes. Kakashi nodded in acquiescence to Kushina's words, feeling helpless as he sought to bring an end to the bizarre and uncomfortable topic. As time slowly passed, Hongya finally emerged from the kitchen, heralding the conclusion of Kakashi's prolonged agony. Dishes, tomato scrambled eggs, braised pork ribs, and rice balls with fish flakes were placed on the dining table, all crafted from the ingredients available in Kushina's kitchen. It could have been more sumptuous, but alas, much of the produce had been squandered in the pot of soup that Kushina had prepared. Finally, she unveiled her special clay pot dish, the secret recipe bear paw. The aroma that wafted forth upon the lid's removal was intoxicating, and Kakashi, seated closest, couldn't suppress an exclamation of delight. "Incredible. Truly, you live up to your reputation, Hongya." "Indeed." Kushina, unusually refraining from contradicting Kakashi, chimed in, "Your culinary skills are nearly on par with mine." Kakashi merely chuckled at Kushina's self-praise, choosing not to engage further. As for Hongya, she affectionately patted the little tomato's head, regarding Kushina as akin to a younger sister. With all the dishes now served, it was time to feast. The trio clasped their hands together in a customary pre-meal ritual before diving into the meal with fervor. "Hey, Kakashi, don't snatch the bear paw. It's specially brought for me by Hongya." "Ah, my apologies, but I too wish to savor Hongya's culinary artistry." "Come on, you two. Just eat without bickering," Hongya interjected. Unfortunately, this dinner did not meet Hongya's expectations. She only managed to taste a bit of the special bear paw broth and a small piece of meat. which Kakashi, leveraging his speed, had seized from under Kushina's chopsticks and given to her. The rest was devoured by Kushina, leaving her quite stuffed. Resigned, Honya could only channel her frustration into enjoyment of the ribs, silently comforting herself. After dinner, she began to gather the dishes to wash, with Kakashi and Kushina offering to assist. Usually, well-fed Kushina would lie down on the tatami mat, leaving Honya to handle the cleanup alone. This time, however, her concern for the blonde-haired boy, whom she deemed overly effeminate, motivated her to help. Regrettably, inexperienced in household chores, Kushina soon broke 3 plates due to her clumsiness, prompting an exasperated Honya to send her out. "If you break any more, I won't need to wash the dishes," Honya scolded, tugging at Kushina's ear. "These are your own belongings. Treat them with care." "Wah, Honya, do you dislike me now?" Tears brimmed in Kushina's eyes, either from the pain or feeling wronged. She then kicked Kakashi, who had been silently washing dishes. "It's all your fault, you annoying boy." "Huh?" Kakashi was bewildered, utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. He had been diligently washing dishes, not even watching the drama unfold, so how had he become embroiled in it? Kakashi pondered this, while Kushina felt differently. To her, if he hadn't had the audacity to mooch off their meal, Kakashi thought, it was you who insisted I try your cooking. And if he hadn't fortuitously run into Honya and volunteered to help with the dishes, she wouldn't have to fret. She resolved not to allow this annoying boy any opportunity to be alone with Honya. Thus, even after being explicitly told to refrain from helping, she clung to Honya like a stubborn adhesive. However, Honya was oblivious to Kushina's true intentions. She observed the latter's relentless desire to linger in the kitchen and glanced at the taciturn Kakashi washing dishes. Recalling the earlier incident where Kushina kicked Kakashi, Honya's mind began to wander. Their interactions resembled the classic dynamic of playful rivals. How delightful. Kushina's insistence on remaining in the kitchen was likely due to her concern about Kakashi being alone with her. Goodness, these children are all so precocious. One could not deny that their inner worlds were rich, albeit their speculations were quite far-fetched. After enduring the trials of dishwashing, the trio began playing shogi for leisure. Though Honya found it rather dull, with no mobile phones or televisions in the ninja world, their entertainment options were limited. Both Honya and Kushina were novice players. Even as a duo against Kakashi, they were swiftly defeated within mere moves. I'm done. After losing 5 consecutive matches, an impatient Kushina exclaimed, "This annoying boy is infuriating. How can we not defeat him?" "Quiet down," Honya admonished, delivering a light smack to Kushina's head. "Be more polite to Kakashi. Stop using such disrespectful terms." "Not a chance," Kushina protested, rubbing her head. "He's just an annoying boy." All right, Kakashi interjected with a warm smile, gently mediating. "While I am not fond of that title, I believe Kushina will surely improve. You're quite the nice annoying boy." Kushina nodded in agreement. But before she could finish her thought, she received another light smack from Honya. "Let go of my ear," Kushina complained, and Honya asked Kakashi, "Do you believe she can change, or do you believe I can secure first place in the Nin exams?" "I believe you," Kakashi blurted out, then realized the implications, his eyes widening. "Honya, are you really about to participate in the Nin exams?" Although merely an ordinary ninja school student, he had heard many classmates mention that their parents were Nin or Nin in the village. It was no surprise he reacted this way. After all, children like Honya, who participated in the Nin exams at 10 years old, were rare indeed. "I think I heard the teacher mention it too." Kushina, still with her ear in Honya's grasp, chimed in. "This Nin exam is supposed to be the largest ever. Our entire class will go to observe." "Ah, that hurts, Honya. Let go." "Honya," Kakashi encouraged excitedly, "you must do your best. I'll be there to cheer for you." Me too, Kushina exclaimed, rubbing her ear while raising her hand. "I'll cheer for Honya. She will definitely secure first place." Then, Kushina, Honya squinted at her friend, suppressing a smile, and teasingly inquired, "Are you admitting that you won change then?" Both Kushina and Kakashi exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, but upon reflection, they found Honya's reasoning quite sound. With their post-dinner entertainment concluded, and the clock nearing 9:45 p.m., Honya and Kakashi prepared to return home. "Honya, let me walk you back," Kakashi suggested with a smile, glancing out at the darkening night. "It's too dark. It wouldn't be safe for a girl to go back alone." Red Leaf smiled awkwardly, contemplating how to politely decline the other's request, when beside her, Kushina abruptly embraced her, pleading sweetly, "Red Leaf, it's been ages since you've spent the night with me. Please stay and keep me company tonight." Perhaps fearing Red Leaf would refuse, Kushina adopted a pitiful demeanor, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Aside from school, I'm confined to this area. And you've hardly visited me lately." Kushina spoke the truth. Ever since the passing of Uzumaki Mito, she had been forced to reside here, her freedom severely curtailed. After all, at merely 10 years old, Kushina was a Jinchuriki, a living weapon in the eyes of Konoha's upper echelons, representing extreme instability. Thus, it was imperative to minimize risks, not only for ease of surveillance and protection near the Hokage's office, but also because the area was fortified with barriers to suppress the Nine-Tails chakra. However, seeing Kushina's forlorn expression softened Red Leaf's heart. She hesitated, saying, "But my aunt and the others are waiting for me to return. If I disappear without a word, they will worry about me." Red Leaf intended to mention that she would inform Tsunade and SH Suk first, but before she could speak, Kushina interjected, "It's fine, it's fine. There's also our dear classmate, Minato." She turned to the blonde-haired Minato, clasping her hands in a gesture of supplication. "Please, dear Minato, could you inform Tsunade-san at Red Leaf's home?" "Sure, I can manage that," Minato replied, though his once warm smile now appeared somewhat strained. "Thank you, Minato-kun." Red Leaf expressed her genuine gratitude, for she had traversed a considerable distance today, and if possible, she longed to lie down and rest. Even a sage's body could grow weary. "Leave it to me," Minato said, scratching his head, his smile now more genuine. "Well then, Red Leaf-chan, Kushina-chan, I bid you farewell." "Goodbye." They waved as Minato's figure vanished into the dark corridor. Kushina then wrapped her arms around Red Leaf again, grinning. "Let's go take a bath together. I'll scrub your back." "All right," Red Leaf replied, frowning, inexplicably feeling a chill creep over her, sensing an unseen gaze upon her. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his prime, was handling a mountain of paperwork with remarkable vigor. The title of ninja hero was not merely for show, at least when it came to managing affairs. He was indeed formidable. After affixing his approval to the last document, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, pondering whether any unusual occurrences had transpired in the village. He gazed at the crystal ball before him, and with the infusion of chakra, images of Konoha appeared within it, including the ancestral home of the Senju clan. These visuals were projected through barriers set up daily by the barrier unit, showcasing the areas covered by the enchantments. This technique was known as the telescope technique. Chapter 76. Attention from Sarutobi Hiruzen. If one were to identify the most crucial individual in Konoha at present, Hiruzen would undoubtedly assert it was the new Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Not only was the Nine-Tails a vital asset for Konoha's military, but Kushina's tender age posed significant concerns. Should she fail to control the Nine-Tails' power or be swayed by it, leading to an outburst of its chakra, the village would suffer immeasurable losses. Thus, Hiruzen resolved to monitor Kushina's situation. As his thoughts shifted, the crystal ball illuminated the scene at Kushina's residence. A young boy with blonde hair was visiting. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, musing, "This child seems to be named Minato." He recalled Minato, a highly recommended student from the Ninja Academy by Konoha's esteemed Kakashi, praised for his exceptional talent and maturity, qualities that many of his peers lacked. Observing Minato's interaction with Kushina, Hiruzen, unable to hear their conversation, deciphered their dialogue through lip reading. It appeared Minato was advising Kushina against using violence to interact with her classmates while also tutoring her in theoretical subjects. What a good child, Hiruzen thought. Reflecting on Minato's outstanding academic achievements and his amiable demeanor, which earned him the respect of nearly all his classmates and teachers. Perhaps satisfied with Minato's performance, Hiruzen felt a sweet euphoria from the smoke he inhaled. "First Hokage, Tobarama-sensei, our village is thriving." Yet, this sentiment was interrupted by the appearance of another girl with black hair. Uchiha Red Leaf, Tsunade's niece? Hiruzen pondered, his mind retaining a vivid impression of the newcomer. This child was likely the only one in the village possessing both Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, and she had awakened both would release and the Sharingan, two of the most powerful bloodline limits. This information came from the intelligence gathered by his Umbu and his disciple, Orochimaru. Presently, Red Leaf was a temporary member of Orochimaru's team. With so much happening lately, Hiruzen had neglected to meet her. Exhaling another puff of smoke, the Hokage's office became shrouded in mist. In truth, Since Red Leaf joined Orochimaru's team, his interest in her had never waned. Initially, he had dismissed the girl who had been expelled from the ninja academy, considering her incapable of becoming a traditional ninja despite her awakening would release. Hiruzen had always believed that true strength did not lie in would release, but rather in the character of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Even though would release was powerful, he favored Tsunade's brother, S.H. Suk, over the timid Red Leaf. In Hiruzen's view, if Red Leaf could learn the essence of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, it would be the pinnacle of her achievements. However, reality gradually proved him wrong. The abundant chakra and vitality within her, along with her successive awakenings of powerful bloodlines, all testified to Red Leaf's extraordinary potential. Merely training to be a medical ninja under Tsunade seemed an underutilization of her talents. Red Leaf should participate in the Nin exams with her teammates. Hiruzen contemplated the next steps. Orochimaru appears quite interested in this child. Perhaps I should facilitate his mentoring her. Although this might cause some friction with Tsunade, Hiruzen deemed it worthwhile. Naturally, he was confident in his ability to persuade Tsunade. As for Red Leaf's father being an Uchiha, a once-renowned genius within the clan, Hiruzen almost unconsciously overlooked that detail. What if her father is an Uchiha? What of her awakening the Sharingan? The child, Honya, bears the surname Usuji, sharing this lineage with her mother, who is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Within her, the wood release of the Senju clan awakens prominently, and her ancestors and future mentor are all from the Hokage lineage. The advantageous factors are indeed abundant. Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily enumerate a dozen. Moreover, the Uchiha clan seems to be in denial regarding this child's potential. Sarutobi Hiruzen has long investigated Honya's background and recognizes this as a point of decisive significance. Both Wood Release and Sharingan possess the capability to counter-tailed beasts, and with Honya by Kushina's side, she could play a considerable role in the future. Observing the scene within the crystal ball, where Usuji Honya, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki frolic together, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels a wave of comfort wash over him. Although he is not yet of advanced age, he finds himself utterly captivated by this heartwarming tableau. The youth are the hope of the future, and the older generation must trust and protect them. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the flames of life persist. The light of fire will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. After a moment of reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispels the image in the crystal ball, observing that Kushina has taken Honya to bathe. Even with his proclivity for mischief, he finds no interest in two 10-year-old girls. He muses about the security situation at the women's bath in Konoha. Amidst his peculiar chuckles, the image in the crystal ball gradually becomes obscured by mist, revealing a scene of sparkling white that ensnares his senses. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office bursts open, and a beautiful woman strides in. Who dares disturb me? Sarutobi Hiruzen grumbles, somewhat displeased. But his expression turns pale as he recognizes the intruder, Biwa, his wife. Shinobu has gone out with Keiko. I'm here to deliver dinner, Biwa states. Glancing at the now foggy crystal ball, her lovely face twisting into a sardonic smile. She tugs at Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear, chiding him sternly, at your age. How can you be so shameless? Madam, your reprimands are justified, he replies. Your lewdness has certainly influenced Shinobu, who is constantly scolded by Keiko. Madam speaks the truth. Do you find me too old, past my prime, and plan to cast me aside for someone younger? Your words resonate deeply. You foolish monkey. You seek your demise. Ouch. My ear. In a distant realm, beneath the cover of darkness, a serpentine figure glides swiftly towards a collapsed cave. What an unexpected outcome, the figure muses, stopping to reflect. The wood release is indeed a remarkable bloodline, effortlessly absorbing natural energy. Little Honya, I grow increasingly eager to witness your future. Bathed in moonlight, the shadowy figure's face is revealed, pale with purple markings. He flicks his tongue across his parched lips, his movements reminiscent of a venomous serpent. In the following days, S.H. Ju and Uchiha Rin engage in rigorous training for the upcoming Nin exams, the former under the tutelage of Orochimaru while the latter practices with Uchiha Fugaku. Only Honya enjoys a leisurely time. Though she has contemplated training, the only person she could turn to for assistance is her aunt, Tsunade. Regrettably, apart from her expertise in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade excels only in her exaggerated taijutsu, which Honya is least adept at and most unwilling to pursue. She finds it exhausting, perceives the results as too slow, and instinctively fears close combat. No matter how formidable her recovery abilities, the pain of flesh torn is undeniable. Moreover, if a kunai were to pierce her heart, even a ninja of the 5 Kage caliber would meet their demise. Such thoughts are enough to instill fear in her. Compared to close combat, Honya prefers the role of a ranged attacker or a healer at the backline. In her previous life, her preferred classes were always long-range mages and resilient support characters. Most importantly, she has little regard for this so-called joint examination. Fundamentally, she is merely participating to accommodate her 2 teammates. Initially, she entertained the idea of becoming a nin, allowing her to undertake higher-level missions for greater monetary gains. However, upon reflection, she decided to abandon this unrealistic aspiration. The pinnacle of a village's combat prowess, excluding the Kage, consists solely of the scarce elite Jonin. In contrast, the nin, positioned between Jonin and Jinin, serves as the backbone of the village's military force, bridging the 2 tiers. Thus, life as a nin would undoubtedly not be as leisurely as that of a Genin. Honya specifically inquired with Tsunade, learning that unless one holds a unique nin position, such as a ninja school instructor or administrative roles within the Hokage's office, all other nin must meet task assessment requirements, performing at least 3 high-level missions annually. This starkly contrasts with Honya's philosophy. She desires a stable life, earning just enough to cover her expenses and nothing more. As for a life fraught with danger, where one must constantly risk their life, she has no interest in such pursuits. Thus, Honya resolves to treat the nin exam as a mere formality, intending to withdraw if necessary, avoiding any impulsive actions, and refraining from seeking meaningless glory. Without a motivating goal and coinciding with her hospital leave, Honya reclines comfortably in her courtyard, basking in the sun, occasionally popping a few sun-kissed roses into her mouth, convenient without the need to peel or clean. The crisp, succulent grapes burst with juice upon chewing, flooding her mouth with exquisite flavor, prompting her to exclaim, "This is what life should be." Oh no, my eyes. Noticing something amiss with her vision, Honya quickly retrieves a small mirror from her belongings. Sure enough, her long-lost Rinnegan reappears, pulsating with vibrant purple ripples, the overwhelming ocular power rapidly dissipating. Someone is calling me from a distant realm, she suddenly realizes, hastily leaping from her lounge chair and stomping her foot towards her shadow. "Mother, what do you want?" As the head of the ghostly figure emerges from her shadow, Honya promptly recalls it into its Pokeball. She intends to retrieve her other Pokemon, but before she can move, she loses control of her body. Mechanically, she raises her left hand, her index and middle fingers coming together before her chest. In the Goku region, over a certain stretch of sea, a luxurious vessel sails upon the waves. As the weather changes suddenly, a fierce storm descends, rocking the ship violently, tilting the entire deck. A storm is coming. Help, help, quickly to the lifeboats. The Saint Anu is sinking. Mother. The passengers aboard the cruise ship scream in panic, but their frantic cries are drowned out by the howling winds of the tempest. Another massive wave crashes down, and the already tilted Saint Anu capsizes completely, beginning its slow descent into the depths. Those without lifeboats, please raise your hands. On the lifeboat, a captain clad in nautical attire shouts through a white megaphone, "I see no hands raised." Huh, excellent. Everyone is safe. The rescued passengers around him gazed at him with expressions of incredulity. "Captain, there are still some individuals who have not boarded the lifeboat." A middle-aged gentleman clad in a tailcoat interrupted the ineffectual captain, stating, "A boy accompanied by a Pikachu, along with his 2 companions, have yet to appear on the lifeboat." The captain, momentarily taken aback, then removed his hat and lowered his head, his tone laden with sorrow. What a pity. Meanwhile, in the lowest cabin of the St. Anu. Ash, are you alright? I'm fine. But how about you, Brock and Misty? You both seem to have flipped over. You fool, the one who flipped is clearly you. Huh, wait. As Ash regained consciousness, he tumbled from the overturned sofa, landing directly on Pikachu, who squeaked in protest. "Pika Pika." "Sorry, Pikachu." Ash quickly scrambled to his feet, cradling Pikachu in his arms, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. "What on earth has happened?" "Just look outside and you'll find out," Misty replied curtly. Upon hearing this, Ash turned his gaze toward the nearby window, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, "Rin, is that you?" "Huh." Misty was taken aback. Chapter 78. The Saint Anu sees the light again. That girl is in the ocean? Brock's dark complexion revealed an expression of disbelief as he inquired of Ash and Misty. Do you know her? Of course. They chimed in unison, rushing to the glass to knock against it, calling out loudly, Rin, are you okay? At this moment, Rin, who was holding her breath underwater, noticed the commotion caused by the silent giant ship nearby. Activating her Sharingan, she enhanced her vision and recognized the figures behind the glass. It's Ash and Misty. Are they trapped on that silent cruise ship, calling out for me? It seemed more complicated than that. Though she was bewildered by her sudden transportation to the ocean, Rin had little time to ponder. Being a poor swimmer by nature, she formed hand seals and utilized the underwater vines to wrap around her body, gradually propelling herself toward the vessel. Observing Ash and Misty's concerned expressions through the glass, Rin raised her hand to signal them to step back. Once they complied, she channeled her chakra outward, shattering the glass entirely. The ocean surged in with Rin, flooding into the cruise ship. Ash and Misty rushed to support the drenched Rin. But before they could express their concern, Brock loudly reminded them, now is not the time for reminiscing. We need to find a way to escape. At this rate of flooding, the entire ship will be submerged in less than half an hour. Cough, cough, leave it to me, Rin replied, having accidentally swallowed seawater upon her entrance and feeling quite uncomfortable. Miss, do you have a plan? Brock asked gravely, his faith in the young girl wavering. Although undeniably cute in appearance, she seemed unreliable. I'm not sure if my chakra reserves are sufficient. It should be enough. Rin murmured words that the others could not comprehend as she closed her eyes, feeling the surge of chakra within her, slowly forming the snake seal. Rin, what are you doing? Ash began to ask, but the next moment, he felt a sudden jolt and stumbled, landing on the deck. Brock and Misty experienced a similar fate, but they managed to grasp the door handle just in time to avoid a clumsy fall. In the depths of the ocean, the cruise ship, which had been lying quietly on the seafloor, was surrounded by numerous trees. These trees were lush and resilient, their roots entwining the ship like massive tentacles, pulling it upward. Under the tree's strength, the ship began to ascend, departing from its destined resting place. As the scene outside the glass transformed from the dark depths of the ocean to radiant light within mere minutes, both Misty and Brock were left in profound shock, while Ash, still rubbing his sore backside from the fall, remained oblivious to the spectacle. Rin, you're amazing. Rin, what's wrong? Misty, having narrowly escaped disaster, quickly shifted from shock to joy, intending to thank Rin, but as she turned, she found Rin pale and swaying, appearing quite weak. Ignoring the ship's turbulence, Misty rushed over. And just before Rin collapsed, she managed to fall into Misty's arms. I'll rest for a bit. It's nothing, Rin said before closing her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber, having once again exhausted her chakra. Blue skies, white clouds, sandy beaches, shimmering azure waves, and ladies in bikinis. The world felt delightful. Lying beneath a sunshade in her swimsuit, Rin sighed, sipping juice and watching the young couples nearby, wishing she could stay a little longer. Upon awakening, Rin found herself on the beach, and according to Ash and the others, they were at the renowned seaside resort of Lampluch Island in the Kanto region. Having escaped danger, Ash and his friends intended to relax and heal their wounded spirits, with Rin eagerly joining in. As for the swimsuit, it was borrowed from Misty, who had begun to harbor some jealousy over Rin's sudden growth. Rin, you must tell me how you did this. Please, it's selfish to keep it to yourself. Such pleas echoed in Rin's ears, leaving her exasperated yet unable to respond. Notably, after narrowly escaping, Brock, who had never met Rin before, took her hand and, with deep sincerity, declared, "Beautiful lady, if you don't mind, please agree to go out with me in 6 years." The last exclamation was due to Misty pulling his ear, dragging him away. Currently, they lay on either side of Rin, both on lounge chairs adorned with swimsuits and sunshades, while Ash, the protagonist of this world, was tirelessly seeking trainers on the beach for Pokemon battles. What a buzzkill, Misty sighed, turning to Rin. By the way, were you on the St. Anu too? Not at all, Rin shook her head, pointing at the dark bracelet on Misty's wrist, explaining, if I'm not mistaken, I was summoned here by it because it sensed you were in danger. This was the only logical conclusion Rin could arrive at after much contemplation. Is that so? Misty exclaimed in astonishment, her face lighting up. So, if I face danger in the future, you will always be by my side? I'm not sure, Rin shrugged, offering an unsatisfactory response. Miss Rin, you must be a psychic. Brock mused, stroking his chin, as this seemed the most reasonable explanation to him. Well, I suppose so. Rin conceded. Hongya nodded noncommittally. Just as she was about to say something further, Ash, who had been searching for someone to engage in a Pokemon battle, suddenly rushed over. Hongya, let us have a Pokemon battle. Chapter 79, Ghastly and Charmeleon, Part 1, A Pokemon Battle? Hongya inquired curiously, observing Ash's exuberance. There are so many people on the beach. Aren't there enough for you to battle with? None of them are willing to battle with me. Ash scratched his head, looking quite innocent. Some say they don't have Pokeballs, while others simply refuse. You were the only one I could think of. Ash, you really are quite foolish. Before Hongya could respond, Misty, sitting nearby, removed her sunglasses and remarked disdainfully, "This is such a delightful vacation spot, yet you only think of Pokemon battles? Who comes here just to battle?" Exactly, Brock, who had not removed his sunglasses, gazed into the distance with a serious tone. You should learn to be a bit more mature and not act like a child all the time. Is that so? Ash pondered, scratching his head again. You both seem to make a valid point, but why is your face so red, Brock? WL. Caught off guard, Brock stammered. It's because of the sun. The sunlight is too intense. In truth, his eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses, had been fixated on the curvaceous women in bikinis nearby, which was the reason for his blush. Misty, exasperated, snatched Brock's sunglasses away and discovered that his eyes had turned into spirals, clearly captivated. I've had enough of you boys. Faced with Ash's foolishness and Brock's bashfulness, Misty rolled her eyes. Come on, Hongya, let us go snorkeling and ignore them. All right, Hongya nodded. Although she couldn't swim, she believed that with a flotation device, she would be all right. What is wrong with preferring mature older girls? Brock mumbled while drawing circles in the sand. As Hongya was about to be pulled away by Misty, Ash quickly grabbed her wrist, pleading, Please, Hongya, just battle with me once, okay? Don't put Hongya in a difficult position. Misty scolded, tugging at Ash's ear. Everyone else has their Pokeballs in the lockers. How can Hongya find a Pokemon to battle with you? All right, I get it. Let go, Misty, that hurts. Just then, amidst the commotion between Ash and Misty, Hongya raised her hand timidly and said, Actually, I do have a Pokemon with me. Misty paused, releasing her grip on Ash's ear, much to his relief. She ignored Ash and approached Hongya, asking, Where's your Pokeball? The little one doesn't like staying in the Pokeball like Pikachu does. Hongya smiled. Suddenly, she thought of something and reminded Misty, By the way, you should stay a bit further away from me. Why? Misty asked, puzzled, until she recalled the last time they were at a Pokemon Center together, her face turning pale. Could it be? Just as you think, Hongya nodded. Upon receiving a confirmation, Misty, no longer feeling upset, quickly hid behind Brock, trembling slightly, ghastly. In the midst of Misty's panic and Ash's excitement, Hongya patted her shadow on the beach, and in the next moment, Ghastly's form slowly emerged from it. Ghastly, are you ready for battle? Hongya patted Ghastly on the head. To her surprise, after spending time together, the chilling aura surrounding Ghastly felt rather comforting. Are we battling? Ghastly inquired, its large, pale eyes scanning the surroundings until they landed on Pikachu, who was busy building a sandcastle nearby. Is it that one? Yes. I can't wait. With Hongya releasing her Pokemon, Ash, fueled by enthusiasm, waved his hand. Then it's you, Pikachu. Pikachu, engrossed in its sandcastle, tilted its head, glanced at Ghastly, then at Hongya, and finally returned to its task, ignoring Ash completely. Why is this happening? Ash stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Is it because the opponent is Hongya that Pikachu refuses to battle? Recalling how Hongya had once healed Pikachu, Ash suspected this was the reason. Undeterred, he retrieved another Pokeball from his waist. Then it settled. Go, Charmeleon. With a flash of white light from the Pokeball, a spirited Charmeleon appeared before everyone, albeit a bit smaller than expected. How adorable. Hongya blinked, her eyes sparkling with delight at Charmeleon's design. She mused, should I seize this opportunity to capture a Charmeleon? The final form, Charizard, is quite impressive as well, and I promised Shinshu that I would help him capture a Pidgeot. I wonder if I could encounter a Charmeleon and a Pidgeot willing to go to another world. Charmeleon, use Scratch. Just as Hongya's thoughts wandered, Ash, thinking the battle had commenced, commanded Charmeleon to attack. Char. Following the command, Charmeleon dashed towards Ghastly, raising its short claws. Is it starting already? Hongya's musings were interrupted. She quickly commanded Ghastly, dodge, and then use Lick. Ghastly, utilizing its ability to float, Ghastly effortlessly evaded Charmeleon's claw strike. Gliding behind it, and extending its crimson tongue to lick Charmeleon on the back of its head. Charmeleon shivered, emitting a distressed cry as it scrambled away from Ghastly. The sensation of numbness and chill being unbearable for a fire-type Pokemon. Can't hit it in close combat. Observing Charmeleon's failure, Ash quickly issued a new command. Use Leer. Chapter 104. The Birth of the Wooden Clone Honya. Before Jiraiya and Minato could speak, thick vines ensnared them, forcibly dragging them away. Just as Akai and Kaimei attempted to pursue, Honya suddenly leaped down from the tree, positioning herself in front of them. This time, it was not merely a wooden clone. She felt a flicker of relief, grateful that through ambush, she had temporarily restrained one of the hidden Cloud Village's Jonin. Yet, she couldn't shake the thought, am I truly their match? Gazing at the remaining two Jonin, Honya felt her legs tremble slightly, swallowing hard. If I lose, will I be killed? The fear of death surged over her once again. It was not that she was intent on taking risks. Her wooden clone simply lacked the power to hold off two elite Jonin. Although she still had a trump card in hand, a card that could potentially turn the tide, but only after exhausting nearly all of her chakra. As Honya formed hand seals, the wooden clone that had been huddled behind the wooden barrier dissipated, and the dispersed chakra returned to her. She could not comprehend why her typically timid and cowardly self would choose to linger in the rear at this moment. Had she truly become brave? It seemed unlikely. Did she fear death? How could she not? Honya concluded her internal inquiry and took a deep breath, striving to quell the tremors coursing through her body. The answer, in that moment, appeared inconsequential, yet she still endeavored to uncover the truth. Perhaps, in Kushina, she beheld the shadow of her sister from a past life. Even a cowardly elder brother would stand resolutely before danger to shield his sister, just as he had during the calamity that ultimately claimed her life. These little demons had played us all. Kaimu's expression darkened ominously, as if he could wring water from it. He spoke in a low voice. Akai, finish this swiftly. Subdue her at once. I will pursue the Jinchuriki. Understood. Akai agreed, his robust form hurtling toward Honya like a cannonball. Despite her innocent disposition, Honya discerned the brutish intentions of the Cloud Ninja immediately. However, once he activated his lightning release chakra mode, both Akai and Kaimu's speeds exceeded her ability to control. As previously stated, even if her Sharingan could perceive their movements, her body could not keep pace. There was no way she could obstruct them. As Kaimu's figure receded, heading toward Minato and Kushina's direction, Honya felt a surge of urgency and frustration. In her moment of distraction, she was struck in the abdomen by Akai's punch. The blunt impact caused her to spit out blood, staining her lips crimson, swiftly followed by a sudden, excruciating pain. Honya, momentarily dazed, felt tears stream down her cheeks, blurring her vision. She gasped, struggling for breath as the pain radiated from her abdomen throughout her entire body, even her back and chest unable to escape the torment, accompanied by a nauseating sensation. With her medical knowledge, she understood that Akai's blow had inflicted significant damage to her stomach and intestines, and she sensed an unsettling loss of control in her lower body. It was over. Gazing at Honya, who had collapsed onto the ground, Akai exhaled in relief and deactivated his lightning release chakra mode. He glanced toward Kaimu's direction. If all goes well, that red-haired Jinchuriki should be captured as well. This truly is a bountiful harvest. At that moment, fragmented words escaped Honya's lips. Know what? Akai furrowed his brow and stepped closer, trying to decipher her words. I won't let you succeed. To Akai's astonishment, the once helpless Honya suddenly radiated an overwhelming surge of chakra. With merely a hand seal, she instilled in him an acute sense of impending danger. This little demon must be stopped. Although confused, Akai steeled himself, drawing a kunai with the intent to sever Honya's hands. However, before he could raise it, the ground trembled violently beneath him, nearly causing him to stumble. Would release, birth of dense forest. As Honya weakly uttered the name of the technique, the vibrant chakra within her began to spread outward. Cracks appeared in the ground, resembling the earth's skin being torn apart. Thick roots emerged from the soil, intertwining and growing at an astonishing rate, rapidly transforming into towering trees that enveloped the entire area, thickening the already dense forest. Honya's execution of the technique rendered the forest even more lush. Akai had no time to react. Before he could evade, he found himself ensnared by the vines, suspended from a tree. How could this would release be so powerful, requiring merely a single hand seal? Akai's thoughts raced, and an absurd notion arose within him. Perhaps her value far surpassed that of the red-haired Jinchuriki. Feeling the depletion of his chakra, Akai hastily reactivated his lightning-release chakra mode, struggling against his bonds. He glanced down at Hongya, who had succumbed to her pain and chakra exhaustion, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If this would-release demon had been conscious, I would have likely perished 1,000 times over. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Death Forest, Kaimu, crackling with blue arcs of electricity, stood defiantly before Minato, who cradled Kushina in one arm while brandishing a kunai in the other, exuding a demeanor of imminent danger. A gnawing sense of foreboding surged within Minato, yet he could not help but inquire, "What of Hongya? You mean that would release demon?" Kaimu replied darkly, "If all goes according to plan. She must have already been captured by Akai. Of course, this is also the fate awaiting the Jinchuriki in your arms." With that, he lunged at Minato with such speed that the latter could scarcely react. Just as Kaimu's attack was about to land, the entire Death Forest trembled violently. Countless vines erupted from the earth. What is this would release? Kaimu's pupils constricted. Even if he had never encountered such a technique before, he had seen enough to recognize the manipulation of plants. Moreover, he had recently witnessed a companion ensnared by a similar technique. Wait, a companion? Oh no, I forgot to rescue that guy, Kaimu exclaimed, but the present situation left him no time for regret as the vines surged toward him. In a similar predicament were Minato and Kushina. The emerging vines seemed indiscriminate, seizing any living being within their reach. Many beasts had already been captured. It was Hongya's technique. Minato, holding Kushina, attempted to evade, but even with his naturally keen reflexes, he struggled against the multitude of encroaching vines, especially with the added weight of his companion. In no time, both he and Kushina were hoisted aloft like the captured beasts, their chakra rapidly depleting. An indiscriminate assault? Observing the two suspended by the vines, Kaimu murmured, "How much longer can they endure?" Relying on the enhanced speed from his lightning-release chakra mode, Kaimu managed to evade the vines, though their sheer number made it increasingly challenging. What alarmed Kaimu further was that each vine would soon transform into a towering tree, and new vines would emerge from the ground to pursue him, gradually constricting his escape routes until he had nowhere left to hide. A technique capable of altering the terrain and environment. If utilized on the battlefield, its effects would be truly astonishing. How terrifying, Kaimu exclaimed in awe while offering an objective assessment. His hands began to form seals rapidly. Lightning release, false darkness. Since evasion was no longer an option, he resolved to attempt a direct confrontation. As his chakra flowed, he unleashed a barrage of electric currents, forming sharp lightning spears that swept toward the encroaching vines and colossal trees. The vine was shattered as if struck by a bolt of lightning. However, such an act bore little significance. The speed at which the lightning destroyed was no match for the rapid regeneration of the vine. Before Kaimu could witness the conclusion of the lightning release technique, he found himself ensnared by the extending vines and trees. Just as despair began to take root in Kaimu's heart, the once sentient vines and towering trees ceased their movement, reverting once more to their natural state. It was the practitioner who faltered. As a seasoned ninja and one of the few with a sharp intellect in the Hidden Cloud Village, Kaimu swiftly comprehended the situation. With a hint of relief, he remarked, "It seems Akai has succeeded. That fool is not entirely without merit." Just as Kaimu uttered these words, Akai's figure materialized before him. Clearly having overheard, he spat out angrily, "Kaimu, if you continue to scheme against me behind my back, I shall ensure that upon our return to the village, I kick your backside in front of everyone." "Suit yourself," Kaimu retorted indifferently, his piercing gaze fixed entirely upon the girl Akai held in his grasp, none other than the unconscious Keika. With a flourish, Akai lifted her high, scanning the area before frowning and inquiring, "Where is the Jinchuriki you were pursuing? You didn't lose track, did you?" "Over there." Kaimu pointed to the nearby site of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, suspended by the vines. This technique of the wood release seemed to be an indiscriminate assault, ensnaring both of them. "Then why are you still dawdling?" Akai huffed in annoyance, before adding, "While we still can. Let us capture the Jinchuriki brat and make our escape. A team will be waiting to extract us from this forest." As he started towards Kushina, Kaimu intercepted him. "It's too late." Shaking his head at Akai's bewildered expression, Kaimu pointed towards the night sky, where fireworks signaled distress. "The commotion we caused was too great. The Leaf Village's ninjas have become aware, and even the support team has been detected." However, Akai remained unfazed. drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Then let us do as previously discussed. Eliminate these two brats and deprive Konoha of their tailed beast and would release Ninja. Even if the mission fails, even if we perish here, it will be for the village's sake. As a battle-hardened elite ninja, Akai understood how to maximize their gains in this dire situation and was prepared to sacrifice himself for the village. In fact, the moment he abducted Keika, he had already set a plan in motion, yet it was still too late. A bitter smile crossed Kaimi's lips as a long blade pierced through his back, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed. Kaimi, when? Akai exclaimed in shock as a pair of Sharingan eyes appeared behind Kaimi, casting an eerie red glow in the darkness. In the next instant, a bloodied, gleaming ninja blade was pressed against Akai's throat, accompanied by a cold, furious voice. You scum of the hidden cloud, release her. When Uchiha Rin arrived at the Forest of Death, it coincided with Keika's execution of the wood release, birth of the trees. This familiar and terrifying technique instilled a sense of unease within her, prompting her to follow Keika's trail, guided by the elder cat. Soon, Rin spotted Akai and the unconscious Keika in his grasp. Realizing that she could not best her opponent in a direct confrontation, especially given the likelihood of reinforcements, she maintained her composure, concealing her presence as she prepared to strike from behind Akai. When Akai and Kaimi met, the latter's moment of distraction due to the mission's failure granted Rin her opportunity. Utilizing her Jinjutsu and a swift, brutal ambush, she successfully delivered a fatal blow, piercing the heart of a seasoned elite ninja. Such an act was fraught with risk, but the potential gains were monumental. Now, in a one-on-one confrontation, the advantage lay with her. Chapter 106, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Since the distant Warring States period, there has existed an unwritten rule in the ninja world. When encountering an Uchiha with 3 tomo, flee in one-on-one situations. In 2-on-1, strike from behind, and in 3-on-1, surround and attack. In other words, in a one-on-one scenario, the Uchiha with 3 tomo is nearly invincible. This was why Rin felt confident in facing Akai. Gazing at the diminutive figure of Uchiha Rin before him, Akai dared not underestimate her. The situation remained unclear, and he endeavored to remain calm, casting a furtive glance at the unconscious girl behind him. Are you here to rescue her? If so, my contingency plan will come into play. Feeling reassured, Akai, ever the meticulous strategist, feigned terror, stammering, Please, don't kill me. I'll return the girl to you. I haven't harmed her. As he spoke, he prepared to slowly lower Keika under the guise of acquiescence. With Rin's full attention diverted to Keika, Akai seized the moment to abruptly throw the unconscious girl aside. Just as he anticipated, Rin abandoned her threat and, in a swift motion, caught Keika before she could hit the ground. You scum of the hidden cloud, do you think you can escape? Rin held Keika tightly in one arm while aiming her finely honed ninja blade at the stationary Akai, coldly declaring, Unfortunately, I won't grant you that opportunity. Escape? What a joke. In response to Rin's threat, Akai erupted into a maniacal laughter, declaring, Only the cloud ninja die in battle. Today, even if I perish, I shall eliminate 2 of Konoha's geniuses for the sake of my village. Observing Akai's confident demeanor, a sense of foreboding surged within Rin. Her brows knitted together as she coldly remarked, You scum, what makes you think you can defeat an Uchiha with 3 tomo? Akai's eyes narrowed slightly as he formed a silent gesture towards Rin. In that moment, a whiff of something ignited wafted into Rin's nostrils. She quickly examined Keika's left arm, pulling back the sleeve, her pupils dilating in horror. There were over 10 explosive tags that had already been ignited. Damn it! Why didn't the Sharingan detect this? Even in such a perilous predicament, Rin instinctively sought a way to counter the threat by employing lightning chakra to dismantle the explosive tags. Although this would likely harm Keika, it was better than both of them being obliterated by the blast. However, despite Rin's swift response, faced with the ignited explosive tags, she found herself powerless to stop the impending explosion, striving instead to mitigate its destructive force. With a deafening roar, smoke and flames erupted, enveloping them both. Those 2 brats should be dead by now. As he inhaled the acrid scent of smoke and blood permeating the air, a satisfied grin spread across Akai's face. If allowed to grow, they would undoubtedly become a grave threat to the village on the battlefield. Lord Rakage, I must be regarded as a competent cloud ninja. Yet, his smile abruptly froze upon his face. As the smoke dissipated, The figure of Uchiha Ling remained upright, her gaze fixed upon Akai with a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes, as if she were observing a lifeless corpse. You are doomed. In the realm of the mind, the curious Hongya observed the various forms of chakra before her, particularly intrigued by one orb of blood-red energy. This chakra exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity and murderous intent, however, rather than fear. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness. Reaching out, Hongya gently touched the crimson chakra, which began to swirl and transform into the ethereal silhouette of a fox, complete with 9 flowing tails. Little girl, it's time to awaken. A deep whisper resonated in Hongya's ears as the fox's phantom faded, and the blood-red chakra enveloped the rest, merging into her being. In the tangible world, a surge of pain jolted through her mind, and the unconscious Hongya gradually regained consciousness. Bathed in moonlight, she opened her eyes to a horrifying scene. Uchiha Ling held her tightly in an embrace, the right side of her body tattered and bloodied. With charred skin blistered and raw, blood oozed from her wounds, staining Hongya's garments and the ground beneath them. Even the left side of Uchiha Ling's face was marred. With muscle tissue exposed to the air, her right eye tightly shut, while the 3 tomo of her remaining eye spun incessantly. Ling. Hongya trembled as she called out, yearning to touch her companion, only to be met with a sharp pain in her left arm. Looking down, she saw her own arm in a pitiful state, flesh torn and blackened, revealing stark, white bone beneath. Yet, astonishingly, her injured left arm was visibly mending at an extraordinary pace. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Those 2 little devils are still alive, Akai exclaimed, leaping before them, his expression a mix of shock and relief upon witnessing Uchiha Ling's injuries. But this is where it ends. The loss of an eye and a shattered arm signified a substantial decrease in Uchiha Ling's combat prowess, compounded by her severe injuries. A once invincible Uchiha? In this scenario, even with his chakra nearly depleted from being drained by the wood release vines, Akai felt confident in his ability to defeat her. He approached them slowly. Hongya. Uchiha Ling discarded her left-hand kunai, using her one remaining Sharingan to gaze into her companion's eyes. I need to borrow your right hand. She manipulated Hongya's body and chakra flow through her Sharingan, their intact left and right hands forming a seal together. Zi, Cho, Su Wu, Shun Haiyin. Before Akai's offensive could arrive, their hand seals were completed. What an abundant and powerful chakra! Uchiha Ling marveled as she felt the chakra flowing from Hongya. Gathering it in her throat, she unleashed a torrent of flames akin to the raging sea. Fire release, great fire destruction. Chapter 107. The curtain falls and the stage opens. What is happening? Shouju stared at the inferno engulfing the death forest, dumbfounded. The next moment, disregarding Tsunade's protests, he resolutely dashed into the flames. Sister, don't stop me. I must save Hongya. Ga. Mother's breath is weak. Gungue followed closely, soaring into the fiery woods alongside him. You little brat. Tsunade scolded Shouju's retreating figure. I'm not stopping you from saving anyone. I just want you to wait for me. With that, she glanced at her 2 companions, the inebriated Jiraiya with bleary eyes and the somber Orochimaru. Upon receiving the bark from Gungue, she led Shouju onward, summoning her summoning beast, the leech, to divide its body and notify her other teammates and her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This level of fire release is truly terrifying. As the flames nearly consumed the entire death forest, Jiraiya's intoxication faded considerably. Rubbing his head, he remarked, let us not allow that foolish Shouju and little Hongya to run into danger. Water release, great waterfall technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals, and with a shout, a massive water sphere erupted from his mouth, breaking through the tumultuous flames and clearing a path for them. As they advanced, Tsunade could not restrain herself from questioning Orochimaru. What about the old man and his umbu? Have they not arrived? They have long since arrived, Orochimaru replied in his characteristically low, hoarse voice. The umbu must have discovered other traces of the Cloud Village. As for the teacher, he is likely with his good friend. Upon hearing this, Tsunade furrowed her brows, the image of a sinister middle-aged man materializing in her mind. Could this incident be connected to the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo? Who knows? Orochimaru shook his head, unable to provide answers to Tsunade's inquiries. Amidst the raging fire, the trio, along with Shouju, finally located Hongya, the unconscious Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Uchiha Ling. Guided by Gingue, Minato and Kushina, who had previously been suspended by vines, were now rescued by a silver-haired ninja donning a dog-faced mask. Tsunade quickly recognized the identity of the Umbu, but paid it no heed, her focus shifting to Honya. Honya, are you all right? What about your left hand? Shoju rushed to Honya's side, who supported Uchiha Ling, her charred and tattered left arm hanging weakly. The sight caused a sharp pang in his heart. I'm fine, Honya replied weakly, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Tsunade, summoning her last reserves of strength to plead. Auntie, please save Ling. Honya. Shoju caught Honya, who had once again overextended her chakra. He turned to Uchiha Ling, who had remained silent. Illuminated by the firelight, he could see her injuries clearly, and he fell into a state of shock once more. Not just him, even Tsunade, a seasoned medical ninja, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were accustomed to the sight of bloodshed, gasped collectively upon witnessing Uchiha Ling's condition. Tsunade entrusted Honya to Shoju and swiftly approached Uchiha Ling, employing the mystic palm technique. As her chakra delved deeper, she gradually assessed the latter's condition. Is this child still alive? The attempt by the Cloud Village to abduct the Jinchuriki had not stirred a significant uproar in Konoha, seemingly orchestrated by certain individuals to ensure minimal disturbance. Aside from the Umbu ninja present that night, and those involved like Tsunade, the rest of the ninjas and villagers remained oblivious to the events. All they knew was that the Death Forest had inexplicably burned to the ground overnight. Konoha Village was unexpectedly calm. Ultimately, the capture plan orchestrated by the Cloud Village concluded with the demise of 2 elite J-nin and 1 severely injured, while Konoha lost 2 genin, one on the brink of death and another gravely wounded. The Jinchuriki, Kushina, Uzumaki, remained unscathed. Thus, one curtain fell, and a new act was poised to commence. In Konoha Hospital, within the emergency ward, Uchiha Ling, whose body had been nearly obliterated, and the severely injured left arm of Akatsuki, were under the care of Tsunade, known as the God of Healing. The severity of Ling's injuries was beyond the capacity of Tsunade, a seasoned medical ninja, to articulate. She was utterly perplexed as to how this child, who was merely a year older than Ju, had managed to cling to life. All she could do was maintain Ling's vital signs, while hoping for a miracle. What brought her solace was her niece, Akatsuki. Although her injuries were also grave, with her left arm nearly rendered useless, her body was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Gradually, that arm was regaining vitality. With Tsunade's healing techniques, the arm was ultimately preserved, though it might bear unpredictable aftereffects. Outside the ward stood Ju, waiting silently, accompanied by his mentor, Orochimaru. Having not slept a wink, Ju quietly addressed his teacher. Am I truly useless? I vowed to protect my comrades, yet I find myself unable to do anything. Indeed, this time, Orochimaru did not offer words of comfort. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. His voice remained as deep and hoarse as ever. It is not just you. It encompasses all of humanity. Despite possessing fragile and fleeting lives, we often make grand promises of eternity that are impossible to fulfill. Sensei, Ju clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, a fierce glint flashing across his youthful visage. I implore you and the 3rd Hokage to assist with the upcoming Nin exam. After listening to Ju's words, Orochimaru fell into a brief silence. Moments later, he nodded and rose to head toward the Hokage building. Sensei, what is going on? Why were the ninja from the Cloud Village able to so easily abduct the Jinchuriki? Outside the Hokage's office, Orochimaru heard Jiraiya's voice. This impulsive man, having learned the full story from the bark of a tree spirit, had rushed here to seek the truth. In the office, confronted by Jiraiya, who seemed intent on laying blame, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, hastily puffing on his pipe to exhale a ring of melancholy smoke. Enough, Jiraiya. Before Sarutobi could speak, 2 advisors could no longer bear the scene. Tsunade's former student, Shikamaru, interjected, regardless of your grievances, that does not justify your approach toward the Hokage. Indeed, Mito Ban affirmed, adding, Hiruzen is not only your teacher but the Hokage of Konoha, the leader of the village. This office cannot be a place for your unruly behavior. Unruly? Disruptive? Gazing at the 2 advisors, the young Jiraiya gritted his teeth. You ought to be grateful that Tsunade is still in the hospital treating the injured. If she were here, this office might very well be in ruins. Jiraiya's words left Shikamaru and Mito momentarily speechless, aware that Tsunade's temperament and status could indeed lead to such havoc. Nonetheless, this does not justify your conduct. Shikamaru continued to argue, insisting that Jiraiya's remarks had no direct correlation with his own behavior. Just then, the office door swung open once more, revealing Orochimaru, who had been eavesdropping. This prompted Sarutobi to quicken his smoking, recalling that it was the first time Orochimaru had entered without knocking. Is my most valued student dissatisfied with me as a teacher? In truth, Sarutobi's assumption was not entirely accurate. While partially true, Orochimaru's primary motivation for entering at this moment was to assist his foolish comrade, Jiraiya, who lacked the eloquence to articulate their concerns effectively. Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils fixed intently on Sarutobi, his voice raspy and low. The residents of the Jinchuriki should always be under surveillance by a barrier and patrolling Umbu, is it not? That is the crux of the issue. With piercing clarity, Orochimaru highlighted the problem. As he anticipated, Shikamaru and Mito fell silent. Even knowing the truth, they found themselves at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi finally spoke, setting down his pipe. This matter has reached a conclusion. Do not speak of it again. His words served as a clear message to Jiraiya and Orochimaru that this was not a situation for them to meddle in any further. Sensei, Jiraiya opened his mouth, eager to voice his thoughts, but was restrained by Orochimaru's hand. Silence enveloped the room. Sensing the atmosphere had plummeted to frigid depths, Sarutobi cleared his throat and inquired, "What is the condition of the two injured?" Was he attempting to shift the topic? Jiraiya candidly expressed his thoughts, disregarding Sarutobi's expression, and responded despondently, "Akatsuki's left arm is severely injured, but Tsunade believes it can be saved. As for the other, Uchiha Ling, his fate remains uncertain." Orochimaru interjected, taking up Jiraiya's words. "Ling is my subordinate. Tsunade is striving to save his life. Please return for now," Sarutobi sighed, waving his hand wearily. "Once matters settle, I will visit those children. They are heroes of the village." Sarutobi deemed Uchiha Akatsuki and Ling heroes for risking their lives to rescue Kushina. As Jiraiya and Orochimaru prepared to leave the office, Sarutobi once again called out to them, observing Jiraiya's somber expression and firmly assured, "I will provide an explanation for this matter." Jiraiya remained silent, while Orochimaru softly replied, "Then I entrust it to you, Sarutobi-sensei." With the door slamming shut, their figures vanished from Sarutobi's view. Only when their footsteps faded did he coldly utter, "Inuzuka." "Yes, Hokage-sama, how may I serve?" The silver-haired Umbu, donning a dog-faced mask, instantly knelt before Sarutobi with remarkable speed, unnoticed even by the two advisors. "Go to the root," summoned Danzo. Sarutobi's voice was grave. "Should anyone dare obstruct, eliminate them without hesitation." Did the Cloud Ninjas involved in the abduction of the Jinchuriki have ties to Danzo? Inuzuka's heart raced at the thought, but he remained resolute, nodding without hesitation. "Understood." As he rose, Inuzuka couldn't resist asking, "What if Danzo himself is unwilling to come? Then break his legs if you must. Carry him here." Sarutobi's tone was unyielding, his words akin to a death sentence. He added, "You may also inform him that if he abandons his position as Hokage's advisor and the existence of Root, he is free to forego our meeting." "Yes," Inuzuka affirmed before swiftly disappearing from the office. Mito Minion initially intended to address someone as a monkey, but upon observing the unfavorable expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, he hastily rephrased his question. "Is it truly possible that this matter is connected to Danzo? Has he conspired with the Cloud Village?" Tsunade Koharu also cast a hesitant glance in his direction. Though these two advisors to the Hokage had grasped parts of the unfolding truth, disbelief lingered in their minds. How could such a detrimental act against the village's interests possibly be orchestrated by Danzo? Was he not the one who professed his profound love for the village? If not him, then who else could it be? In response to Mito Minion's inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted sharply, "The only individuals capable of reassigning the barrier and sensory teams, as well as altering the list for the night patrol Umbu, are myself as Hokage and Danzo as my advisor." Mito Minion and Tsunade Koharu fell silent, perhaps swayed by Hiruzen's words, or simply reluctant to provoke the ire of the latter. Chapter 109. Planning for defeat before victory within the nascent Root base. The brutes from the Cloud Village proved themselves incapable of achieving significant results. After receiving a report from his subordinates, the middle-aged Shimura Danzo found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, his expression darkening. 3 elite Jonin have been intercepted and defeated by mere 2 Chunin. According to the prearranged strategy, the ninjas from the Cloud Village were supposed to brazenly abduct the Jinchuriki from the Leaf Village, only to be rescued by the root operatives. This would not only undermine the authority of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also elevate the image of Root among the village's ninja community. The newly established Root desperately needed to attract various talents, all to lay the groundwork for Danzo's future ambitions. However, he never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Why had the elite Jonin, the village's high-level combatants, failed so miserably? Was there a flaw in the Cloud Village's evaluation system? Or was it rife with internal corruption, where promotion to Jonin was more about connections than merit? Yet, none of this mattered anymore. For Danzo, the pressing concern was how to extricate himself from this predicament without revealing his involvement. Although the captured ninjas from the Cloud Village were resilient, enduring interrogation in the Leaf's torture chamber would inevitably lead to the exposure of their secrets. This was not the crux of the issue. Rather, it was his clumsy handling of the situation that left numerous traces, making it impossible to conceal the evidence that could incriminate him. He had initially thought that after the demise of Lord Mito, he could employ certain special measures. Now, it seemed he could still proceed, provided his methods were more cunning and nefarious. Just wait, monkey. I shall prove that I possess greater magnanimity and am far more suited to be Hokage. Before Danzo could finish his thoughts, a silver-haired figure wearing a dog mask stormed into the Root base. Who goes there? Several loyal Root ninjas attempted to intercept the intruder, but were swiftly defeated, lacking even the chance to scream before being knocked unconscious. Insolent dog, Danzo seethed, addressing the masked Umbu. What do you think you are doing? Are you attempting to betray the Leaf by attacking our ninjas without authorization? Danzo, the third Hokage summons you, the dog-masked Umbu replied, his expression unyielding. Please forgive my rudeness, but it is the third Hokage's order. Those who dare to obstruct must be eliminated without hesitation. Am I to thank you for this? Danzo shot a glance at the incapacitated Root ninjas nearby, his chest heaving with indignation. He vowed that one day, he would make the dog pay dearly for this insolence, ensuring that he faced utter disgrace and contempt. Ultimately, Danzo chose to maintain a facade of defiance in front of the dog. Lead the way, he commanded brusquely. The dog fell silent but complied, somewhat perplexed as to why he needed to guide the advisor to the Hokage's office, a place Danzo frequented daily. Was it possible that this seemingly stern advisor was, in fact, directionally challenged? The stoic dog-masked Umbu, however, possessed an unexpectedly whimsical heart. Upon escorting Danzo to the Hokage's office, the dog stood quietly at the entrance, waiting. As anticipated, heated arguments soon erupted within. Inside the office, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, his unassuming stature exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Danzo, monkey, Danzo retorted loudly, his larger frame seeming to shrink under the weight of uncertainty. Look at the chaos you have wrought, Hiruzen scolded, hurling a stack of documents onto the table. As Hokage's advisor, you collude with foreign ninja villages, nearly allowing the Jinchuriki to be abducted, risking the village's dignity. He added sternly, and 2 of our own Chunin are now unaccounted for due to your reckless actions. 2 mere Chunin, Danzo dismissed, unperturbed. Even ordinary villagers are part of the Leaf. Hiruzen vehemently countered, they are part of our village, Danzo. You may be young, but your mind seems to have dulled. Your position as Hokage's advisor has clearly reached its limits. Danzo, incredulous, cast a glance at his companions, the advisors Tsunade Koharu and Mito Menyen, who chose to remain silent. Absolutely not. I will not lose my position as Hokage's advisor. Realizing his precarious situation, Danzo quickly attempted to salvage his standing, asserting, I believe it is you who is mistaken, monkey. My actions are for the sake of the Leaf. As Hiruzen, Koharu, and Menyen regarded him with disbelief, Danzo internally smirked, maintaining an air of confidence. The Cloud Village is unaware of my true identity. All information was deliberately disclosed by me. Our Root ninjas have laid an ambush along their escape route. I will not allow the Leaf to suffer any losses. My resolve to protect the Leaf is unwavering and will not be outmatched by any of you. Observing Danzo's righteous demeanor, Hiruzen's expression turned to one of uncertainty. Why would you take such risks? To expose their thieving nature to the world. The Cloud Village presents itself as honest and straightforward, yet secretly engages in deceitful acts. Danzo continued, by revealing their true nature, we can undermine their standing in the land of lightning and thwart their potential alliances with other nations. Of course, Whether we proceed depends entirely on the leaf. We hold the leverage over the Cloud Village, granting us absolute initiative. Danzo maintained his facade of control, having prepared this argument in advance to navigate the current predicament. Unlike ninjas, politicians always cast their gaze further into the future, adopting a strategy of planning for defeat before victory, betting on loss before gain. One must always leave room for maneuvering. Chapter 110. Awakening. Are you jesting? At the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eye, a twitch of irritation arose, prompting him to exclaim, "Is it truly necessary to use the villager's Jinchuriki as bait for such a trivial matter? Do you not comprehend that should this plan falter or be exposed, the village would find itself in perilous circumstances? I have faith in the ninjas of Root," responded Shimura Danzo, feigning calmness despite Hiruzen's ire, though he soon relented slightly, admitting, "It is indeed my oversight. I take full responsibility for this." "Danzo, you fool," Hiruzen thought, feeling some of his anger dissipate as he picked up a pipe from the table and began to smoke. After all, they were comrades who had weathered storms together for decades. Moreover, Danzo did not wish to betray Konoha but sought to protect it in his own manner. Nearby, advisors Tsunade and Mito Menju, upon realizing Danzo's true intentions, chose to advocate for him. Hiruzen, Danzo acted out of goodwill. His actions were meant to serve Konoha. Indeed, Hiruzen replied, while Danzo's methods were far from ideal, fortunately, no grave errors have occurred, and instead, we find ourselves in a favorable position. As Danzo had articulated, holding several hostages from the Cloud Village, including the J-Nin responsible for the abduction and the entire support team. Konoha held absolute initiative in its confrontation with the Cloud Village. In terms of external reputation and overall strength, Konoha far surpassed the reckless Cloud Village. Given the circumstances, I shall not dwell on these matters further, Hiruzen declared, exhaling a puff of smoke. Danzo, I hereby impose a 6-month house arrest on you. You are not permitted to leave Root without special circumstances. This shall serve as your punishment. Do you have any objections? Danzo instinctively wished to protest, but, upon noticing the displeasure in Hiruzen's eyes, chose to remain silent. He understood that the third Hokage, in his prime, was not one to be trifled with. Patience was required, as a true ninja must embody endurance. This was necessary to provide an explanation for the village's comrades. Observing Danzo's reluctant concession, Hiruzen remarked curtly, "If all goes as expected, the Uchiha clan's leader will soon arrive in this office. You can explain matters to him." After all, a prodigy from the younger generation of the Uchiha had nearly lost their life in this crisis and remained unaccounted for. Despite the disdain and rumors he faced within his clan, this incident would serve as a pretext for the Uchiha to demand additional power and political leverage from the Hokage. It was disconcerting that this inherently malevolent clan sought to exploit the situation for their gain. Danzo clenched his fists, his bandaged face darkening with discontent. "Hiruzen, we must not yield to that inherently wicked clan. Let us not forget the teachings of the second Hokage. Danzo, the Uchiha are also comrades of the village." Hiruzen reminded him with a frown. "You must not voice such sentiments in front of the Uchiha leader." Danzo scoffed, not responding but tacitly conceding. In truth, he felt a profound relief within. His current crisis had been averted. A mere 6-month house arrest was not an unbearable consequence for him. His only concern now was how to address the Uchiha's impending demands. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Danzo had always adhered to his mentor's philosophy. The Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent. They must be kept away from the center of power to prevent Konoha from being poisoned by their influence. On this point, fellow second Hokage disciple Tsunade and Mito Menju concurred with him, while Hiruzen chose to remain neutral, allowing events to unfold naturally. After all, these matters resided within the shadowy aspects of Konoha, and the beloved third Hokage could not afford to express any stance on them publicly. Only Danzo, lurking in the darkness, could execute the necessary actions to safeguard Konoha. Days passed in this manner. In Konoha Hospital, within the emergency ward, Akatsuki and Uchiha Rin remained in a state of unconsciousness. Tsunade, after days of relentless effort, succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto a nearby bed. She had done all she could, leaving the remainder to fate. Now, only Namikaze Minato and Kushina remained to keep vigil. Meanwhile, Naruto had departed not long ago for the venue of the third Nin exam. Naruto is being unreasonable. Kushina fumed, raising a small fist as she muttered to Minato, How can he focus on the Nin exam when Akatsuki is still unconscious? Calm down, Kushina, Minato replied, understanding Naruto's intentions. Naruto aims to seek justice for Akatsuki and Rin in his own way. The opponent for Orochimaru's team happens to be from the Cloud Village. To Minato, it all seemed too coincidental. Kushina pouted, ignoring Minato's remarks as she leaned over Akatsuki's bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't left a trace. If only I had kept you and Akatsuki from discovering me. Stop saying foolish things. Minato interjected firmly. If you had done that and truly been captured, Akatsuki would have felt the same regret as you. However, Kushina stifled her sobs, trying her best to remain quiet. Kushina. Just then, Minato exclaimed in surprise. Look. Following his finger, Kushina turned to see Akatsuki's eyelashes fluttering slightly. In their astonished gaze, Akatsuki's eyelids slowly opened, revealing a pair of bewildered, clear eyes. It's so loud. Familiar ceiling. Am I in the emergency ward? Kushina, Minato. Upon witnessing Akatsuki's awakening, Kushina joyfully embraced her, repeatedly murmuring words of relief. Meanwhile, Minato hurried to rouse the slumbering Tsunade. Chapter 111. Do you seek vengeance? Can you all be a little quieter? Tsunade, already fatigued, was abruptly awakened and, in her irritation, scolded, If you continue this ruckus, I will expel all of you from the ward. However, midway through her reprimand, she realized Akatsuki had regained consciousness. Auntie, Akatsuki weakly replied, her gaze shifting to the adjacent bed where Uchiha Rin lay, still unconscious and wrapped in bandages. Rather than weeping as anticipated, Akatsuki fell into silence. Akatsuki, do you know how worried I was? Kushina began, but Minato interrupted, pulling Kushina out of the ward to prevent her from saying anything inappropriate. Before departing, Minato bowed to Tsunade, saying, I entrust Akatsuki to you, Lady Tsunade. Momentarily, only Akatsuki, Tsunade, and the unconscious Uchiha Rin remained in the ward. Tsunade, dragging her weary body from the bed, approached Akatsuki and gently stroked her head, softly inquiring, How do you feel? Her gaze fell upon Akatsuki's bandaged left arm. There's no need to worry about me, Auntie. Honya completely disregarded the throbbing pain emanating from her left arm, responding with a casual remark while still maintaining her politeness. How is Ling? A hint of sorrow tinged her voice as she struggled to contain her emotions, fighting back tears. She wished to appear strong, yet due to her constitution, this proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Nevertheless, she managed to suppress her tears. This scene tugged at Tsunade's heartstrings. She understood all too well how much her niece loved to cry and how timid her nature was. If it were possible, she would weave a kind-hearted lie. But the world of ninjas is ultimately brutal and bloody. Even as the granddaughter of the third Hokage and the princess of the Land of Fire, Tsunade could not guarantee Honya a life of safety. She resolved to reveal the truth. The boy named Uchiha Ling had likely fallen victim to an explosive tag trap. His upper body nearly obliterated, with severe damage and infection to half of his organs, compounded by significant blood loss. Even I can only keep him hanging by a thread. Whether he lives or dies hinges entirely on his will to survive. Tsunade sighed, seemingly struck by a thought, and withdrew a blue, teardrop-shaped hairpin from her pocket, an item she had held closely. Honya stared blankly at the hairpin in her palm, the very one she had accidentally left in her food box while preparing dinner. She had been puzzled by Ling's sudden appearance in the Forest of Death, but at this moment, everything became clear. Ling Honya's voice trembled, a mournful wail emerging from the depths of her heart, her emotions spiraling out of control. Her shoulders quivered gently, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose, as her surroundings began to blur. A flash of enchanting red flickered, and the third Tomo beckoned. Honya covered her mouth, desperately trying to stifle her sobs, and turned to Tsunade, her voice quaking as she implored, Aunt, may I be alone for a while? All right, Tsunade acquiesced. The moment Tsunade's figure vanished from the ward, Honya fixed her gaze on the floor, her eyes blazing with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. A pool of pitch-black substance, emerging from an unknown source, began to cling to her. Unfamiliar with its origin, Honya only sensed that it bore no malice towards her. The dark material coalesced into a shape reminiscent of a human head, emanating a deep voice. Do you seek vengeance? Vengeance. Honya wiped the corner of her eye with her right hand, gazing incredulously at the strange head, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind its words. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Sensing Honya's caution and confusion, The dark substance spoke with a tone laden with temptation. My existence is solely to fulfill the desires of your heart. I do not wish for vengeance. Hongya shook her head, approaching Uchiha Ling's bedside, gently caressing his hair, and softly pleading, I only want Ling to awaken. Can you help with that? The dark material fell silent, seemingly taken aback by her unexpected response. After a moment, it spoke slowly. Your other teammate, the one named Shinshu, is currently facing an entire team from the Cloud Village alone. Why? Hongya paused, suddenly realizing something. Is Shinshu seeking revenge against the Cloud Village? Indeed. The dark substance continued. He wishes to avenge you in his own way, but alas, what? Hongya pressed anxiously. Alas. He is on the verge of being killed by the three from the Cloud Village. The dark material emitted a strange laugh. After all, he is 1 against 3. Even with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha can at most hold 2 ninjas at bay, let alone him without the Sharingan. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, Hongya whispered, her fingers brushing her eye socket. The dark entity further enticed. Will you simply stand by and watch your companion suffer, perhaps even perish before your eyes? Go rescue him. Slay those cloud ninjas and avenge your comrade. Under the dark material's seductive influence, Hongya slowly moved toward the window. Outside the ward, 3 individuals awaited in silence. Suddenly, Kushina's eyes widened, pointing into the ward and stammering. In there's a chilling, terrifying presence. This chilling chakra. Tsunade sensed the anomaly, hurriedly pushing open the ward door, only to find Uchiha Ling still in a comatose state, and the other bed empty. Hongya had vanished, the previously closed window now flung wide open. A gust of cold wind sweeping into the room. Hongya, where are you? Kushina called out, but received no response. She must have left through the window. Tsunade approached the window, picking up a few strands of black hair, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. Where could Hongya be going? Just then, Minato had a sudden realization and turned to the two. Hongya regained consciousness earlier and heard our conversation. She was worried about Shinshu facing the enemy alone, so she went to help. Chapter 112. A team with only 1 member in the arena of Konoha. The final assessment of the first multinational joint Chunin exam was in full swing. As previously mentioned, ministers, nobles, and even the feudal lords of smaller nations had personally come to witness this event, undoubtedly elevating the excitement surrounding the final exam. Countless citizens from other nations flocked to Konoha, creating a cacophony of voices, while ticket prices for the arena skyrocketed from an initial 50 Ryo to 250 Ryo, making them exceedingly hard to obtain. The final assessment, like the preceding preliminary elimination rounds, followed a team versus team format, known as 3v3. The first 2 matches featured teams from Takigakure and Kusagakure, as well as an internal battle among Konoha's own teams. In the first match, Takigakure's team performed adequately but without any standout moments, yet they exhibited remarkable cohesion, successfully defeating the less synchronized team from Kusagakure, thus clinching the top spot. In contrast to the first match's warm-up, the second match, an internal battle within Konoha, was undeniably more captivating and thrilling. One side featured the classic Inoshikacho team, while the other was led by Sarutobi Konohamaru, the son of the Hokage. Although the Inoshikacho team displayed exceptional synergy, it was no match for the overwhelming strength of Konohamaru, who led his team to a decisive victory in the internal battle. Soon after, the results for the third match were drawn. Kumo versus Konoha. As the chief examiner announced the results loudly, the excitement within the arena reached yet another peak. Compared to the earlier minor skirmishes of the small ninja villages and the internal clash of the hosts, this third match between the 5 great ninja villages promised to be far more riveting, particularly given the rivalry between the acknowledged leaders of the ninja world. On the high platform, among the armed samurai guarding them, nobles and ministers from various nations gathered, buzzing with discussions about the explosive third match. It was said that the next match would feature a lower-ranked ninja from Konoha, the grandson of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, the grandson of the first Hokage. Does that not imply Konoha's assured victory in this competition? It may not be so, for the Hidden Cloud Village has dispatched 3 prodigies this time. How intriguing. The confrontation between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. I have decided to assign the tasks for the next 6 months to the victorious side. Agreed. Agreed. Amidst the discussions of the nobles, a young boy dressed in finery remained silent, quietly sipping his tea while occasionally casting his gaze towards the arena, awaiting the outcome. Your Highness, a servant whispered, it is likely that the Konoha team will choose to forfeit, as only your brother remains in that team. It matters not. The boy shook his head, his youthful voice resonating with a sense of gravity. Losing a single match and allowing Konoha to forfeit some entrusted tasks is not necessarily a calamity. The loss of the commission's remuneration could pose a financial issue for Konoha, the servant cautiously reminded, and the daimyo is planning to construct a summer resort. The Land of Fire is not lacking in funds, the boy replied, taking another sip of his tea, unhurriedly stating, forcing Konoha into a financial bind will only increase their dependence on the Land of Fire. The loss is merely a matter of wealth. And even that old fool, who is perpetually distracted by women, should be able to comprehend that. Your Highness, be cautious with your words. The servant glanced around nervously, ensuring no one had overheard, before sighing in relief. He then inquired gently, what if your brother emerges victorious? Victorious? With him? The boy intended to mock, but was interrupted as the nobles began to chatter once more. Look, the Konoha ninja has appeared. Is that the grandson of the god of ninja? Why is he alone? Not only the nobles, but even the ordinary spectators reacted similarly. The only ones unfazed were a few informed individuals and the ministers of the Land of Lightning. The latter approached the boy, bowing deeply in apparent respect. I am Sam, the left minister of the Land of Lightning. How may I assist you? Gazing at the smiling Sam, the boy's expression grew somber, his tone turning cold. Are you here to atone for your country's thieving deeds? If needed, I can serve as your executioner. Your tongue is sharp, indeed. Sam replied with a huff. I shall not engage in debate with you, for it is natural for one so young and short-sighted to misinterpret the situation. With that, he turned and left, leaving the boy scowling and his servant, who dared not breathe, in silence. I now wish for my foolish brother to win, to teach those brutes of the Land of Lightning a lesson. The boy hurled his teacup aside, coldly stating, it matters not if Konoha cannot increase its reliance on the Land of Fire. The relationship between both sides remains amicable for now, and that old fool is closely allied with the third Hokage. In the end, we shall never be at a disadvantage. These ninjas, unproductive and politically naive, despite their formidable power, are destined to remain mere tools, nothing more. In the arena, Shinshu wielded a ninja blade, his expression weary as he faced the trio from the Hidden Cloud Village. This time, it was a configuration of 2 males and 1 female. In stark contrast to the all-black attire of the previous team he had encountered. Why are you alone in this match? Taunted the lead boy with an explosion of curly hair and dark skin. Where are your teammates? Afraid of losing in front of everyone and choosing to forfeit early? Their laughter echoed in the air. Such noise, Shinshu raised his blade, his tone devoid of the previous vivacity, replaced instead with a singular emotion of hatred. Honya and Ling are not cowards. I will defeat you all here. With a swift motion, he lunged at the leading boy. The audience buzzed with speculation. Is this Konoha's lower ninja planning to take on the entire Hidden Cloud team alone? Where are his teammates? Truly, he is the grandson of the god of ninja Senju Hashirama. How audacious. As Shinshu's fierce blade was deftly evaded by the curly-haired boy, he pressed on, engaging in a fray with the trio from Hidden Cloud. Prepare to pay for your arrogance, the boy began, but before he could finish, Shinshu produced a small red and white ball from his waist, and in a flash of light, a large, brown fish hawk appeared before the crowd. What is this? A summoning beast? To summon without the need for a technique? The Hidden Cloud trio gasped in astonishment, and seizing the moment, Shinshu began forming hand seals, commanding, Hawkeye, use Sandstorm against the enemies. Prior to the preliminary round, Honya had informed Shinshu of all the skills and effects the hawk could employ. The hawk, eyeing Shinshu, let out a cry and flapped its wings vigorously, sending a cloud of dust soaring towards the trio. Cough, cough. Damn it. How can such a trivial sandstorm be so unbearable? The 3, caught off guard, inhaled a cloud of dust and immediately began to cough, their vision obscured. Simultaneously, Shinshu completed his hand seals. Earth style, Hell Swamp. He struck the ground, and the sand beneath the Hidden Cloud trio transformed into a viscous, dark liquid. Retreat. The curly-haired boy shouted, and the other 2 teammates quickly reacted, enduring the discomfort to evade the area before the swamp could fully form. Shinshu remained undeterred. He had never expected to defeat these Hidden Cloud ninjas with a single blow. His strength surpassed that of an ordinary lower ninja. Hawkeye, use a tornado to restrict their positions. Wind style, Gale Palm. He continued to command while forming seals, strategizing his assault. The trio from Hidden Cloud found themselves beleaguered. Under the combined efforts of the summoning beast and Shinshu, they were left with no choice but to dodge desperately, unable to counterattack or perform their own jutsu. Do not worry, the curly-haired boy reassured his companions. This little brat is digging his own grave. At the rate he is expending chakra, he will soon exhaust himself. We just need to hold out. We cannot solely rely on evasion. That would be too constraining, suggested another boy carrying a ninja blade. We should look for an opportunity to engage up close. If we can close the distance, we can interrupt his jutsu. Indeed, the curly-haired boy nodded, agreeing with the notion. The chaos of battle continued. With time passing, Shinshu's offensive gradually waned, while the Hidden Cloud trio, once in a defensive posture, began to shift towards a counteroffensive. As for the hawk, after sustaining a lightning attack, it fell into a state of paralysis and was promptly returned to its ball by Shinshu. In the audience, the murmurs persisted. The discussions among the spectators regarding this contest have transitioned from initial astonishment and admiration for Rope Tree to a fervent clamor for wagers on the outcome. Unsurprisingly, the public favors the Hidden Cloud Village in this confrontation against the Hidden Leaf Village, with betting odds reaching an astounding 28. Although some gamblers contemplated a daring underdog bet, the visible struggles of Rope Tree, who was panting and retreating under pressure, led them to abandon such thoughts and follow the majority in placing their bets on the Hidden Cloud. In the VIP section, the young heir, accompanied by a kneeling servant, clutched a money ticket worth 50 million Rio. He quietly inquired, "Do you truly intend to bet on the victory of the Hidden Leaf?" It appeared that Rope Tree was already trending towards defeat. "Just do as I say," the young man replied, his brow furrowing. "No matter what, I cannot wager against a shinobi village of a rival nation. It concerns the honor of the land of fire. Losing this trifling sum matters not." The servant hesitated. "But there is no but," the young man interjected, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Hurry, or it will be too late. That fool is about to be defeated." As he spoke, the young man suddenly froze, mirroring the collective astonishment of the audience. Where did this vine come from? In the arena, Rope Tree found himself cornered by a dark-skinned youth wielding a ninja blade. In haste, he raised his weapon to defend himself, but due to excessive fatigue, he failed to notice and was swiftly disarmed. He dodged to the side just in time. Water release, water barrier. Lightning release, lightning wave. The remaining white-skinned girl and the explosive-haired youth had anticipated Rope Tree's next move. One summoned water to engulf the arena, while the other unleashed a surge of electricity. Caught unprepared, Rope Tree was enveloped by the current, shrieking as he collapsed to the ground. "It's over now, shorty." Observing Rope Tree convulsing on the ground, the explosive-haired youth wiped sweat from his brow and sneered. "Though you may be small, you possess a fair amount of chakra. Your relentless pursuit through ninjutsu has left me in quite a predicament, and you shall pay for it." With a crack of his knuckles, he prepared to continue. Ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village are known for their audacity. They fear nothing, even in the heart of the Hidden Leaf. And regardless of whether their opponent is the grandson of the first Hokage, they will not hesitate. What of the god of ninjas? He has been dead for years. The explosive-haired youth scoffed disdainfully. Unless he rises from his grave, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud know not what fear is. As he approached the incapacitated Rope Tree, the chief examiner quickly raised a flag. Once the victor is determined, no further attacks on the opponent are permitted. The winner of this match is the Hidden Cloud. Just as the examiner was about to announce the victor, a vine erupted from the ground, obstructing the explosive-haired youth's advance. Is this a wood-release technique? Before he could fully comprehend, a short, stout creature with blood-red eyes appeared before him. "Jengar, unleash the wave of malice." A feminine voice echoed as the creature exuded a dark, purple-black aura. "What is this abomination?" The explosive-haired youth was the first to feel the oppressive malice, paralyzing him in place. "Ah!" In the next moment, he screamed as the vine flung him into the air. Fortunately, his two companions from the Hidden Cloud caught him, preventing a humiliating fall. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Hidden Cloud trio and the audience, another fish-eagle soared into view. Significantly larger than the one commanded by Rope Tree, with a resplendent golden plumage. Perched upon its back was a black-haired girl, notably clad in a white hospital gown. "Is that Akatsuki?" On the high platform of the arena, Sarutobi Hizashi, observing as the host, was equally intrigued. Given Tsunade's full medical attention, her injuries should not have been healed so swiftly. The severity of Akatsuki's injuries had been detailed in previous reports from the Umbu. Indeed, Orochimaru beside him nodded, focusing on Akatsuki's left arm, which was heavily bandaged and hanging limply. Simultaneously, murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. Who is this unexpected little girl? Did she just escape from the hospital? She must be a member of the Leaf team, but isn't it a bit late for her to arrive? Amidst the audience's chatter, the chief examiner leaped down to Akatsuki's level, calling out, "Young lady, the match has already commenced. If you enter now, your team will automatically be declared the losers, not to mention your condition." The examiner's intentions were good. As a seasoned Nin, he could instantly discern the girl's frailty. However, Akatsuki ignored his well-meaning advice. She knelt and gently patted the eagle's head. "Take me to Rope Tree." The eagle let out a clarion call and descended gracefully. Alighting beside Rope Tree, she gently propped him up, her remaining functional right hand glowing with a verdant luminescence. "Are you all right, Rope Tree?" "I'm fine," Rope Tree responded, his earlier immobilization apparently a ruse to lure the hidden cloud ninjas closer. "Only my plans have been disrupted. I apologize." Akatsuki lowered her gaze, a hint of guilt evident in her voice. During her previous treatment of Rope Tree, she had recognized that aside from some fatigue and chakra depletion, he was relatively unharmed. The pretense of being incapacitated was a deliberate tactic on his part. "There's no need for apologies," Rope Tree said, scratching his head. He noted the blood-stained eyes of Akatsuki as she gazed at her own limp arm. "Are you sure you can endure?" "Your left hand, it's fine," she replied, her tone unperturbed. To Rope Tree's astonishment, her previously limp left arm gradually lifted. "I entrust you with this," she said, handing him a ninja blade she had retrieved from the eagle. "This is Ling's blade." "Akatsuki, I understand your intentions," Rope Tree exclaimed. Regardless of victory or defeat in this contest, Akatsuki turned her attention toward the hidden cloud trio, her voice resolute as she issued a challenge. "We shall fight on, bearing the will of our comrades. Do you dare accept, Hidden Cloud?" At that moment, her eyes shimmered with a mesmerizing crimson light. 3 black tomos swirling within. On her journey, she had repeatedly rejected the dark entity's calls for vengeance. Yet now she was resolute in her intention to fight in Ling's stead. With Ling's blade and the 3 tomo Sharingan, she declared, "Let them come." The 3 members of the Hidden Cloud, unwilling to falter in front of the crowd, especially against a young girl, accepted her challenge without hesitation. Perhaps due to the embarrassment of previous performances, the explosive-haired individual charged forward, eager to erase his humiliation. However, before he could close the distance, he was struck down by a shadow ball from Gung Ghost, landing awkwardly on the ground. The mocking laughter of Gung Ghost only fueled his fury further. At that moment, he began to form hand seals, with the pale-skinned female beside him quickly joining in. Water release, water chaos wave. Lightning release, lightning strike. As the torrents of water intermingled with electricity surged towards them, Ju felt a sense of dread. This strategy was becoming increasingly difficult to counter. Ju, combine your wind release with my fire release. Red Leaf remained unexpectedly calm, her hands moving with astonishing speed, aided by the dark substance. She completed an astounding 7 seals in a mere second. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, pig, tiger. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. As the waves of water approached, Red Leaf had already finished her seals, channeling chakra vigorously into her throat. With a fierce cry, flames surged forth like a tidal wave from her mouth. This technique had been imprinted in her memory 3 days prior when Uchiha Ling had assisted her in performing it by controlling her chakra flow with his Sharingan. Upon witnessing this, Ju's pupils constricted, but he did not hesitate to unleash his wind release ninjutsu to amplify Red Leaf's fire. Wind release, violent gale. Though not as grand as Red Leaf's technique, it successfully expanded the fiery inferno. The water waves, which had been infused with electricity, were rendered powerless against the raging flames. Evaporating under the intense heat, the sea of fire utterly consumed the 3 members of the Cloud Hidden team. The supervising Jonin felt a headache coming on. He hurriedly began forming seals to use water release to contain the flames and protect innocent spectators. If not, the reputation of Konoha could be irreparably damaged. However, it soon became apparent that he had overestimated the situation. The visual spectacle of the inferno was astonishing, and with the assistance of the wind release, the flames began to spread, prompting gasps from the nearby audience. Yet, this astonishment quickly subsided as they realized that, despite its terrifying appearance, the fire was well contained within the arena. Only those in the closest row felt the intense heat. The rest remained unharmed. This was attributed to Red Leaf's precise control over her chakra and her intention to avoid harming innocents. What a remarkable young lady. This ticket was worth every penny. This jutsu is truly spectacular. With the crisis averted, the audience resumed their chatter, marveling at the prowess of these formidable youngsters. Meanwhile, the chief examiner, who had been prepared to unleash water release, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sighed, utilizing the body flicker technique to reach the high platform within moments. Lord Hokage, he half-knelt before the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, respectfully inquiring, according to the rules, this team no longer qualifies to compete and should be disqualified. What do you think? Proceed as per the rules, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, puffing on his pipe. Regardless, as the host, Konoha could not violate its own regulations, as it pertained to the village's reputation. Even if this team were to be disqualified, understood. The chief examiner responded, preparing to announce the results. However, Orochimaru stepped forward, blocking his path. Orochimaru, what are you doing? The chief examiner hesitated but dared not speak further. For Orochimaru was the most favored disciple of the third Hokage and regarded by many as a potential fourth Hokage. Are you going to show favoritism towards your student, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, casting a deep gaze upon his disciple. You should understand that Konoha may lose the match, but it must not lose its honor. You misunderstand, sensei. Orochimaru replied, smiling and shaking his head. His serpent-like golden eyes were fixed intently on the scene unfolding. By the rules, Ju and his team are already the losers. This is an established fact. However, let this battle come to a close. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, the inferno engulfing the arena began to dissipate, revealing the disheveled forms of the cloud-hidden team. Though they managed to remain standing, their bodies bore varying degrees of burn injuries, with some areas charred to a stark black or pale white. You scoundrel! I will tear you apart. The leader of the explosive-haired team bellowed, exhaling a cloud of acrid smoke. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, after Red Leaf's impressive display, the previously hesitant nobles and ministers from various countries began to express their excitement, placing their bets on the side of Konoha, hoping to capitalize on a small investment. The odds, once a foregone conclusion at 82, began to shift gradually to 64. The aristocratic youth felt an inexplicable sense of relief, while the minister from the land of lightning furrowed his brow, enough to crush several flies. The youth turned to his servant, glancing at the petite girl in the arena clad in a patient gown, and inquired, where did this girl come from? She is Ju's teammate, and possesses knowledge of certain secrets. The servant whispered the details of Red Leaf's lineage into the youth's ear. Interesting, the youth mused, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. It seems our journey to Konoha will yield fruitful results. Within the arena, after releasing the great fire extinguishing technique, Red Leaf felt herself teetering on the edge of collapse. After fainting for 3 days, her body, sustained only by intravenous fluids, was exceedingly frail. Having used fire release for the first time, blisters formed on her lips, but as white smoke rose, those burns began to heal automatically, restoring her to her former state. Such exquisite fire release. This scale of fire reminds me of a pitiful creature nearing its end. The voice of the dark substance echoed in Red Leaf's mind. Though curious, she had no time to ponder it as the 2 male members of the cloud-hidden team charged towards her, while the lone pale-skinned girl collapsed, utterly exhausted from her earlier efforts to erect a massive water barrier against the flames. Ju raised Uchiha Ling's kunai, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, directly confronting the similarly armed dark-skinned male. Come, I will defeat you here, carrying the will of my companions. With all his might, Ju swung the kunai, his technique appearing chaotic yet concealing deadly intent, a style rooted in the great serpent stream swordsmanship taught by his master, Orochimaru. In this one-on-one fair duel, the black-skinned male from Cloud Hidden found himself at a disadvantage, surprised to discover that his once prized strength paled in comparison to the stature of the shorter opponent before him. Ju's vigorous display left the black-skinned male puzzled. How could someone who had appeared so weak moments ago now seem entirely transformed? Meanwhile, Red Leaf intercepted the leader of the Cloud Hidden team, the explosive-haired individual. Even against a little girl, my fists will show no mercy. He roared, his fist, the size of a cauldron, swinging towards Red Leaf's face. As the wind from his punch swept through her hair, his fist came to an abrupt halt. just a mere centimeter from her face, confusion flooding his expression. In stark contrast, the three-tomo Sharingan twirled within Honya's eyes. Lowering her head, she whispered her gratitude to the dark substance encased in bandages. Thank you, Senior. The development and application of the Sharingan had always been beyond Honya's purview. Yet she had not anticipated that this dark entity accompanying her possessed an intimate understanding of the Sharingan. Under its guidance, and even its manipulation, Honya's proficiency with the Sharingan grew remarkably in a short span. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, the illusion-controlled explosive-haired ninja was sent flying by a powerful kick from Honya. Meanwhile, Shunshu, refusing to be outdone, severed one of the black-skinned boy's hands with a swift strike and followed up with a kick. The two cloud ninjas collided midair, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Both spat out blood, on the verge of losing their combat abilities. It was time to conclude this. Honya's complexion paled slightly as she pressed her palms together. Would release. Thorny growth. The overwhelming strength was daunting, and it seemed unreasonable to keep Honya in check any longer. After pondering for over 100 chapters, perhaps it was time to let the heroine claim a victory. Chapter 116. Temptation with a soft command from Honya. The once tranquil sandy ground began to churn violently. Thick thorny vines erupted from the depths, twisting and spreading rapidly across the surface. The surface of the thorny vines was rough and resilient, their sharp spikes glinting menacingly in the sunlight. As if alive, they adeptly ensnared the bodies of the cloud ninjas, binding them tightly. A cry of pain escaped their lips as the merciless spikes pierced their skin, inflicting excruciating agony. The three struggled, attempting to free themselves from the vine's grasp. But the tendrils seemed to possess boundless strength, holding them firmly in place. Most importantly, my chakra is dwindling, the lead explosive-haired ninja exclaimed in astonishment. As he had noted, his already severely injured body grew even weaker, leaving him incapable of further resistance. It wasn't merely chakra, even their stamina was waning. Another black-skinned boy bitterly smiled. We have lost, utterly lost. As for the pale-skinned girl who had long depleted her chakra and succumbed to weakness, she now lacked even the strength to remain conscious. Slipping into complete unconsciousness. After absorbing the chakra and stamina from the three, Honya, who had been on the verge of collapse, gradually regained color in her pale face. Thank you, Senior, she murmured once more, her gaze lowering. This technique, thorny growth, like the previous Sharingan illusion, was also unleashed by the dark substance referred to as her senior. No need for thanks, the dark entity responded with a sinister chuckle. The power of wood release need not be confined to the limitations of traditional ninjutsu. As long as the practitioner possesses sufficient precision in chakra control, they can create techniques from their imagination or even activate them with mere thought, without the need for intricate hand seals to direct chakra flow. A flicker of curiosity danced in Honya's eyes. This unknown dark senior not only demonstrated profound knowledge of the Sharingan, but also exhibited a deep understanding of wood release. Who, indeed, was this being? Previously, lost in sorrow and desperate to save others, Honya had not had the inclination to contemplate the identity of this dark substance. Now, with the battle's outcome determined, her thoughts began to wander. You may refer to me as Kurojitsu. The entity seemed to sense her confusion and provided a reply within her mind, accompanied by a chilling laugh. Honya, your adversaries have lost the ability to resist. What do you intend to do with them? What to do with them? Honya fell into contemplation. Do you not wish to avenge your comrades? Kurojitsu's voice, laced with temptation, echoed once more. If it weren't for these cloud ninjas' thieving ways, your comrades would not have put their lives at risk to save you. Perhaps. Honya conceded with a slight nod. She raised her hand, and in the next moment, the vines binding the cloud ninjas retreated, burrowing back into the sand. Turning her back on the three, now bloodied and pierced by thorns, Honya quietly resolved within herself. This is sufficient. She held no desire for vengeance, nor any thoughts of taking lives. Seemingly taken aback by Honya's indifference, Kurojitsu fell silent. As she prepared to depart, he spoke again. The cloud ninjas originally had explosive tags affixed to your left arm. Honya halted, her pupils constricting as the unknown truth began to surface. At the moment she saved you, Uchiha Ling discovered this. Kurojitsu continued in a ghostly tone. She intended to dismantle the structure of the explosive tags with lightning release. But the tags had already been activated. There was no time left. Therefore, She employed a unique technique to transfer most of the explosive tags to her own body and enveloped you in a layer of lightning attribute chakra to provide protection. Honya fell into a paralyzing silence, her petite frame trembling. Her vision, once clear, now blurred once more. Beside her, Shinshu remained silent, unaware of the internal exchange between Honya and Kurojitsu, choosing instead to patiently await her decision. So, it was like that. Honya clenched her fist, her long nails digging into her flesh. Typically the most sensitive to pain, she felt nothing in this moment. At that moment, the chief examiner, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, chose to announce the results. Due to Team Konoha's violations of the rules, their qualification to compete is revoked. Therefore, the winning team is Team Cloud. Hey, Konoha, what's going on? Whose side are you on? The crowd erupted in outrage. It is clear that the Cloud Village lost. How dare you lie with your eyes wide open? That examiner, are you a spy for the Cloud Village? There's definitely foul play involved. This is all a setup. The audience was in an uproar, with villagers from Konoha and many from other nations expressing their protests, including furious insults from gamblers hoping to profit from the match. The chief examiner was beleaguered, regretting in his heart, I should have disqualified Team Konoha from the start. This way, I wouldn't be in this predicament. And then there was the matter of Orochimaru. Why did he have to intervene? The examiner's heart was filled with resentment. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a deep glance at his most prized disciple, Orochimaru, and remarked, a clever strategy. Although you lost the match, you gained something. However, as Sarutobi surveyed the scene, his pupils involuntarily contracted, and he hastily commanded, Inagami, go stop them. Understood. Inagami, hidden in the shadows, replied respectfully. Just as he prepared to rise, he was seized by the wrist by Orochimaru. Orochimaru! Sarutobi and Inagami both exclaimed. Sarutobi-sensei! Orochimaru's chakra surged forth as he faced Inagami, his raspy voice pleading, please allow my subordinates to follow their hearts and pursue what they wish to do. In the arena, Honya received the ninja blade belonging to Uchiha Ling from Shinshu's hand and advanced towards the incapacitated Cloud Ninjas. Yes, just like this. It seems there is a profound anticipation for the forthcoming scene, as the somber voice of Black Zetsu carries a hint of excitement. And the insinuation in his words is so overwhelming that it threatens to spill over. Go and eliminate every last one of those Cloud Shinobi, reclaim the chakra within them. These things are not meant to be possessed by such lowly beings. Chapter 117. The Art of Mutual Explosive Tags, you little brat. As the red leaf approached step by step, the only one still maintaining composure, the explosive-haired ninja, felt a sense of foreboding. He did not panic. Instead, he let out a derisive laugh. Is it because you lost the match that you wish to kill us in your rage? The red leaf remained silent, which prompted the explosive-haired ninja to shout, let me tell you, the ninjas of the hidden cloud fear not death. The despicable leaf ninjas. You all will be nailed to the pillar of shame and despised. Though the explosive-haired ninja appeared reckless, his inner thoughts were astutely perceptive. His words, seemingly a grand farewell to death, were, in fact, a double entendre meant to warn not just the red leaf, but also the proctor from the leaf, and all the spectators present. Yet, the red leaf remained voiceless. She stepped before the explosive-haired ninja, the tip of her ninja blade piercing the skin of his forehead. Due to some carbonization, blood did not flow. The proctor, now poised to act, was ready to intervene before the red leaf could proceed with her next move. If she truly killed her opponent after the match, the reputation of the leaf would be irreparably tarnished. Are you afraid? In the face of the explosive-haired ninja's bluster, the red leaf's tone was unexpectedly calm. She said softly, afraid of dying here, afraid of losing my life. Which is why you put on such a facade of noble sacrifice. You bastard. Stripped of his inner thoughts by the young red leaf, the explosive-haired ninja felt a surge of exasperation. He attempted to raise his fist in defiance, but it was futile. His body was severely injured, and both his chakra and stamina were completely depleted. That he could hold on without collapsing was a testament to his formidable willpower. Quickly, pierce his skull. Black Zetsu's voice echoed once more in the depths of the red leaf's heart. Avenge your comrades. Eliminate these brash cloud shinobi. However, contrary to Black Zetsu's expectations, the red leaf did not comply. Instead, she slowly withdrew her ninja blade. Perhaps I lack the wisdom to comprehend the conflicts between nations and villages, nor the meaning behind the shinobi's mutual slaughter. I only understand one thing. Facing the equally unexpected explosive-haired ninja, the red leaf spoke softly. A person's life is singular. Those who kill will eventually face death themselves. With that, she dragged her ninja blade and turned to leave. Why? Black Zetsu, now agitated, shouted within the red leaf's heart. Why won't you kill them? Do you not wish to avenge Uchiha Ling? Apologies, Elder Black Zetsu. The red leaf calmly replied within her heart. I have never contemplated revenge. What she desired was solely to heal Uchiha Ling's wounds and to fulfill the competition on her behalf. Did we survive? Watching the young girl gradually distance herself, the explosive-haired ninja gasped, but before he could relax, another voice rang in his ears. No, you did not. The previously silent Ju stepped forward, and under the explosive-haired ninja's terrified gaze, he casually dropped an explosive tag before the three-cloud shinobi. This technique was learned over the past 3 days to help Ling and the Red Leaf seek justice. Ju aligned his index and middle fingers, raised them to his chest, and softly uttered the technique's name, the art of mutual explosive tags. Oh no! The proctor, who had just begun to feel relieved, finally sensed something amiss. He attempted to use body flicker technique to intervene, but it was too late. Amidst the terrified shouts of the onlookers, a series of explosions erupted. Ju. The red leaf had just turned her head when she saw Ju standing in front of her. The youth used his body as a shield, protecting the girl from the splattering blood and human remains resulting from the explosion. Red leaf. Ju scratched his head and flashed a silly grin. Sorry. I took the payment from that previous mission and bought explosive tags without consulting anyone. The principle of the mutual explosive tags technique is to use a single explosive tag as a unit to continuously summon more and more explosive tags, triggering a series of concentrated detonations. The quantity of explosive tags consumed is staggering. Earlier, Ju had feigned paralysis to lure the three-cloud shinobi closer, attempting to affix the summoning technique's source explosive tag to them. The red leaf was taken aback for a moment, and the next second, she hurriedly formed the hand seal for the wood wall technique. You fool, Ju. Are you trying to blow us up too? Huh. Before Ju could react, a sturdy wooden pillar burst forth from the ground, forming a bending arch wall that sheltered the two within. The shockwave from the explosion soon enveloped the area. Idiot. Witnessing the ceaseless explosions within the arena, Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily rebuked, Orochimaru, do you know what your disciple is doing? His fury stemmed not from the tarnishing of the leaf's reputation, but from disappointment. Disappointment in Orochimaru. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen had thought that Orochimaru's approach was clever, allowing the leaf team to defeat the cloud team through strength without violating any rules, thereby securing victory. It seemed to be a win-win situation. In his eyes, this would undoubtedly enhance Orochimaru's candidacy for the position of the fourth Hokage. However, he never anticipated that Orochimaru's subordinate, particularly that rascal Ju, would cause such a scene after victory. Most importantly, as Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to intervene, he was intercepted by Orochimaru. Did this not indicate that Orochimaru had known Ju's intentions all along and chose to side with him? This was the fundamental reason for his disappointment. I am truly sorry, Teacher Sarutobi. In the face of his teacher's fury, Orochimaru respectfully responded, his tone as resolute as ever. However, even if given another chance, I would still choose to support Ju, for he is my disciple. With that, Orochimaru released his grip on the Inuzuka. Who was astonished? It seems Orochimaru-sensei's strength has improved yet again. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed a sense of frustration akin to disappointment in iron that could not become steel. He picked up his pipe, puffing away while gesturing with his hand. Orochimaru, I hope you do not regret today's actions. Thank you, teacher. Orochimaru bowed his head and then exited the scene. Inuzuka, watching the back of his most prized disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily and instructed the Inuzuka, go contact the 2 Hokage advisors, as well as the dignitaries from the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning who have come to observe. Though Konoha currently feared no enemy, he still wished to avoid the village being embroiled in a scandal. Chapter 118. The turmoil at Konoha Hospital. In the emergency ward, Uchiha Ling slowly regained consciousness. Struggling to support herself with her still functional left arm, she laboriously sat up. Awake, are we? A familiar male voice echoed in her ear. Uchiha Ling, with her remaining left eye, scanned the surroundings before her gaze finally settled on the young man in the corner. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly asked, Lord Fugaku, Is it just you here? How disappointing is it? Uchiha Fugaku approached, sighed, ruffled Uchiha Ling's hair, and solemnly stated, "Your sister and your teammates are currently engaged in battle with the team from the Hidden Cloud. Redleaf, SH-Ju?" Uchiha Ling's consciousness was still somewhat hazy, and her physical weakness made it difficult to maintain clarity. "Do not overexert yourself." Uchiha Fugaku quickly supported her, explaining, although they were disqualified due to rule violations, they actually achieved a resounding victory and were not injured. As for the lower-ranking ninjas of the Hidden Cloud, none survived. As Uchiha Fugaku had anticipated, upon confirming that both Akamatsu and SH-Ju were safe, Uchiha Rin, who had been struggling to rise, regained her tranquility. "Lord Fugaku." Uchiha Rin lowered her head, gazing thoughtfully at her body, which was heavily bandaged. She softly inquired, "Can my hand be saved?" This time, Uchiha Fugaku chose silence, for he too was uncertain of the answer. Understanding this, Uchiha Rin touched the bandages on her face, particularly noting the emptiness where her right eye once was. A wave of sorrow surged within her, flooding her limbs with a profound melancholy. Whether it was weakness or grief, an intense dizziness overwhelmed her, but with Fugaku's support, she managed to remain upright. "Do you regret your actions?" Fugaku asked gently. "There is nothing to regret." Uchiha Rin took a few deep breaths, suppressing her sorrow and striving to maintain her composure. She replied firmly, "There has never been a remedy for regret. What is done is done. It is indeed best to think this way." Even Fugaku, who was a few years her senior, could not help but admire Rin's mindset. He remarked, "Rin, among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, perhaps no one is as extraordinary a talent as you. Losing one Sharingan and facing the likelihood of losing an arm. Had it been another Uchiha member who suffered such a series of calamities, they would likely be in a state of hysteria and mental turmoil." Fugaku pondered to himself. Even he could not maintain the same calm as Uchiha Rin, who was able to adjust her emotions and regain her composure in such a short time. Seeing that Rin did not react to his praise, Fugaku was not offended. He scratched his head and said, "Your sister and teammates are on their way. I shall not disturb your reunion." With that, he turned to leave the infirmary. "Lord Fugaku." However, Uchiha Rin suddenly called out to him, a flicker of struggle crossing her single visible eye. "Please take me away from here." "Wait." Fugaku intended to dissuade her, but upon seeing the resolute determination in Rin's eyes, he instantly understood. "Rin, you truly need not be this way." For the proud Uchiha, losing a treasured Sharingan and the strong possibility of never being able to be a ninja again with her arm in jeopardy was an unprecedented humiliation. To her, the loss of power paled in comparison to the destruction of her appearance, and thus, she was unwilling to present herself in such a state. Uchiha Rin shakily descended from the bed, refusing Fugaku's offer to carry her, allowing him merely to assist her. Rin, observing the girl's stubborn and determined demeanor, Fugaku's thoughts began to drift. He spoke slowly, "Perhaps, your eyes may yet regain their light." Meanwhile, within the arena, the brutality of the ninjas was palpable. Indeed, having defeated the opponent, they still seek to kill. In the future, it is best to avoid provoking this group of madmen. Such discussions echoed among the audience in the arena. In the VIP section, the noble ministers exchanged words, concealing deeper secrets. The people of Konoha remain as domineering as ever. Given this situation, a significant conflict is likely to erupt between the land of fire and the land of lightning. Do you think the two sides will clash next? The heir is over there. Should you go inquire? All eyes shifted to the noble youth, who, unfazed, merely fanned himself. Coming from a prestigious family, the complexities of his experiences surpassed even the tales of the kabukichi. In such a setting, he would not show weakness nor personally engage with the inquiries of the crowd. "How cheap," remarked the heir. A nearby servant respectfully announced, "The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, requests your presence." "Let us go." Ignoring the gazes and discussions of the onlookers, the young man rose, and the crowd naturally parted to create a wide path. Before departing, he deliberately approached the earlier mentioned minister from the land of lightning, mockingly saying, "In the end, it is merely the antics of a jester. They dispatched Nin, yet were defeated by two lower-ranking ninjas from Konoha. The land of lightning and the hidden cloud are hardly impressive." His words were not whispered, they were heard by all nearby. Everything was intentional. The minister from the land of lightning remained silent, perhaps accustomed to being thick-skinned, his expression unchanged, though it could be that his dark complexion obscured any visible reaction. Yet, The clenched fist hidden within his sleeve betrayed a hint of discontent. The arena descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the instigators, Akamatsu and Ju, took flight on a giant eagle towards the Konoha Hospital, showing no concern for the turmoil they had caused, perhaps unaware of the repercussions. As the eagle soared swiftly, they soon reached the top-floor emergency room of the Konoha Hospital, only to find the room empty upon entering. "Rin!" Akamatsu exclaimed, followed by a wave of joy. "Could it be that Rin has awakened?" "It should be." Ju nodded in agreement, adding, "That girl has always been like this, no matter how severe her injuries. She refuses to remain obediently in the hospital." None noticed a dark mass slowly falling from Akamatsu's leg to the ground, gradually vanishing within the room. Chapter 119. Aftermath. Godadado. Are you swayed by human emotions? Unable to even kill, you are truly a hopeless fool. At this rate, even if she masters the power of all creation, she cannot fulfill her mother's mission. Only through suffering and sorrow, only by seeing through this illusory world, can she truly grow. Yet how to proceed? If she is swayed by human emotions, then sever her ties, reclaim her powers, and let her witness her loved ones perish one by one. Only then will she realize the insignificance and helplessness of being human, thus transforming into a deity. In the darkness, the black Zetsu, now in human form, lifted its palm, and a tender sprout miraculously emerged. The world believes that would release bloodline derives from Senju Hashirama. This is a grave error. It is through the roots of the divine tree, through the seeds left by the mother, that would release originates. As Black Zetsu mused, the once vibrant sapling suddenly withered, nearing death. Meanwhile, in the Konoha infirmary, Akamatsu, who had been contemplating how to heal Uchiha Rin's injuries, felt her breath weaken almost simultaneously. Her form swayed precariously, her face taking on a sickly pallor. Akamatsu. Ju noticed Akamatsu's distress and hurriedly supported her, asking with concern, "What is wrong? Why does your complexion look so terrible?" I don't know," Akamatsu replied, confusion filling her eyes. "Just now, it felt as if I lost something very important." The joint Nin exams, hosted for the first time by the Hidden Leaf, concluded amidst the chaos instigated by Senju Ju. Of course, this was merely the first act. As Sarutobi Hiruzen had anticipated, both the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud prepared to seize the opportunity to strike. Fortunately, Konoha had been well prepared, swiftly controlling the chaos and bringing the matter of the Hidden Cloud's attempt to abduct the Jinchuriki to court. With the irrefutable evidence provided by Shimura Danzo, both the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud village found themselves at a loss for words. They realized they might have fallen into a trap, yet they could not produce any corresponding evidence, resulting in their silent agony. The two parties were essentially engaged in a mutual attack, and the storm of controversy had temporarily subsided. Although the situation remained manageable, the reputation of the Hidden Leaf village had still suffered significant repercussions. After all, among the spectators who had come to witness the event, aside from the nobles and dignitaries from various nations, there were many ordinary citizens who were unaware of the underlying truth. To them, it simply appeared that the ninja of Konoha were ruthless and bloodthirsty, striking down their fallen opponents with deadly force, even if those opponents were the victors. Within the confines of the Hidden Leaf village, under the influence of certain shadowy figures, the name Senju Rope Tree began to be met with disdain from the villagers. He was labeled a murderer, becoming the scapegoat for the village's tarnished reputation. As he walked through the streets, he could not escape the scornful remarks of some individuals, leading the once cheerful and bright youth to become despondent. The boy, training under his teacher, chose to evade the villagers' accusations. Similarly, his teammate, Akatsuki, found herself implicated as well, being referred to as an accomplice of the guilty Rope Tree. Akatsuki's most immediate realization was that her grocery expenses had increased. Vendors who had previously offered her discounts now sold items at full price, and sometimes even marked them up. Beyond this, their lives were not significantly affected. In fact, upon learning of the shifting public opinion in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the troubling signs, took swift action to reprimand Shimura Danzo, who was to be confined to the root base. This was the result of a collaboration between Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Since then, the public outcry against Akatsuki and Rope Tree within the Hidden Leaf village gradually diminished until the matter was largely forgotten. As for Uchiha Ling, since her awakening and departure from the hospital, she had not reappeared in the sights of Akatsuki and Rope Tree. Akatsuki had visited her multiple times, returning each time in disappointment, and she had inquired about many members of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Fugaku, but regrettably, no information about Uchiha Ling was forthcoming. Witnessing Akatsuki's perpetual state of dejection, Tsunade, as her aunt, decided to alleviate her niece's worries under the pretext of seeking further treatment for Uchiha Ling, thereby visiting the Uchiha clan. She intended to have a serious conversation with Uchiha Ling. Tsunade was received by Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader and the future appointed ruler of the Uchiha clan. His demeanor was notably gentle when addressing Tsunade. But when she inquired about the possibility of meeting Uchiha Ling, Fugaku shook his head in refusal, stating that he was unaware of Ling's current whereabouts. With no other recourse, Tsunade returned home. She then requested her teacher Zambu to keep a close watch on the Uchiha clan's movements in hopes of locating Uchiha Ling. However, all efforts proved futile. It was as if Uchiha Ling had vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. The only consolation for Tsunade was that Akatsuki did not succumb to despair. Instead, she diligently practiced her medical ninjutsu every day. Tsunade understood that Akatsuki wished to heal Uchiha Ling's injuries. Although Tsunade longed to reveal the truth to Akatsuki, that even she could not heal Ling's wounds, let alone the still inexperienced Akatsuki, she ultimately decided against it, deeming the truth too harsh. In her view, allowing Akatsuki to hold on to some hope was not necessarily a bad thing. Thus, Akatsuki's daily life became monotonous. Aside from occasional visits to Kushina and hosting sporadic visits from Minato, the remainder of her time was spent training under Tsunade. Subsequently, Akatsuki refrained from employing any would-release techniques, which puzzled Tsunade. Curious, she once inquired about this decision, but Akatsuki chose to remain silent. Notably, Rope Tree, who had been training under Orochimaru, mentioned during a visit that Akatsuki had displayed remarkable prowess during the Chunin exams, such as performing 7 seals in a second. However, Akatsuki was perplexed by this. "Rope Tree, are you certain that was me?" she asked, pointing to herself with a bewildered expression. "I have no recollection of that day at all." Chapter 120. The outbreak of war as previously mentioned, following the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War. The Shinobi world experienced a brief period of peace lasting 20 years, albeit one that was merely superficial. With the widening economic gap between nations, the militaristic factions within various countries began to gain traction under the guise of seeking fair privileges, ultimately overshadowing the pacifist factions. They sought to expand their territories through force. No one anticipated that, amidst this climate of paranoia and tension, it would be the Rain Village, backed by a small nation, that would fire the first shot. Its leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, declared war on both the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Sand Village in the name of the Rain Village. When the declaration of war reached the hands of the 3rd Hokage and the 3rd Kazekage, nearly everyone in the shinobi world believed that Hanzo had lost his sanity. The 3rd Hokage and the 3rd Kazekage shared the same sentiment. The fires of war have long been rekindled, and disputes over territories among nations have persisted for ages. You great nations have repeatedly invaded our territory, instigating pointless conflicts that have led to countless casualties, rendering the land silent and desolate. This letter serves to clarify my resolve as I fight for the peace and prosperity of my nation. Hanzo's declaration was filled with empty lamentations, as he portrayed himself as a savior filled with compassion. Yet, his final demands revealed his true intentions. However, we are not an unjust army and understand the value of peace. I hope your countries, the Leaf and Sand, can recognize the situation and cede border territories to avoid the suffering of war, lest the populace be left with nothing. This self-proclaimed protector of the land of rain, Hanzo, was also an extreme militarist, attempting to use his own might to expand the territory of his beloved rain country. Unsurprisingly, Hanzo's arrogance successfully provoked both the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Sand Village, two formidable forces. Even the usually temperate 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was greatly angered by the declaration, not to mention the newly appointed young Kazekage next door. The lengthy and obnoxious declaration of war was simultaneously discarded in the latrines by both 3rd Hokages, as they deemed it fit only for use as toilet paper. The two 3rd Hokages were in perfect accord. Thus, the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Sand dispatched their respective vanguard forces, attacking the territory of the Rain Village from different directions. The stage for the Second Shinobi World War was set. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Senju ancestral home, Akatsuki just returned from the hospital. encountered Tsunade clad in battle attire. She gently called out, "Auntie." "It's you, Akatsuki," Tsunade replied as she donned her final piece of armor. Stepping closer, she ruffled Akatsuki's hair. "Stay at home and take care of yourself. Your aunt will be back soon." As the disciple of the third Hokage, Tsunade, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, was one of the main commanders of the vanguard forces for this expedition. Akatsuki nodded, saying little, and ran to a nearby cabinet to retrieve a bag of fruit, presenting it to Tsunade. "What is this?" Tsunade asked, puzzled as she accepted the fruit. "It's fruit that replenishes chakra," Akatsuki explained with a smile. "I cultivated it using my wood-release chakra. Just one is enough to quickly restore nearly the chakra of a jonin." "Is that true?" Tsunade initially dismissed the matter, assuming it to be merely a fruit with the effects of military rations. However, upon hearing Honya's words, she was taken aback. If true, the efficacy of these fruits could far surpass that of military rations. With that thought, she retrieved a vividly colored sweet peach, eager to ascertain its true nature. To be frank, the sweet aroma wafting from the peach made Tsunade instinctively swallow. It certainly appeared delectable. "Of course it's real, Auntie," Honya began to interject. But before she could finish, Tsunade had already bitten into the enticing peach. Delicious. The sweet flavor and soft texture immediately delighted her taste buds, prompting her to give a thumbs up in approval. The astonishing revelation followed. Tsunade could distinctly sense her chakra surging within her, even feeling its weight subtly increase. It became evident that Honya was speaking the truth, perhaps even modestly so. "Honya." Realizing this, Tsunade swiftly grasped Honya's shoulders, her voice charged with excitement. "Use your wood release to prepare more fruits. On the battlefield, these fruits could save many ninjas' lives." "Unfortunately, this is the last of them," Honya replied softly, her gaze lowered. "I have been preserving these specifically for critical moments." In truth, she told a small lie. There were still a few hidden within Gingue's belly. Tsunade instinctively wanted to ask why, for as Honya had mentioned, these fruits could not only save lives, but also influence the tides of battle. However, recalling the experiences of recent times, Tsunade suddenly sensed a vague unease. Taking a deep breath, she tentatively inquired, "Honya, has there been an issue with your wood release?" "Yes," Honya answered, her eyes dimming slightly. "Ever since that incident, it has felt as though my wood release has vanished." As she spoke, she raised her hand and attempted to channel her chakra in the familiar manner. A tender green sprout slowly emerged from her palm, but rather than thriving, it quickly withered and died, losing all vitality. Such was the reality. Honya's wood-release bloodline had lost its former potency. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Tsunade questioned sternly, her tone a mix of urgency and anger. It wasn't merely the loss of the bloodline that troubled her, but genuine concern for Honya's well-being. Had Honya informed her earlier, Tsunade would have arranged a comprehensive examination. Yet with war looming, she, as one of the leading generals, found herself unable to attend to Honya's health. Not knowing Tsunade's inner thoughts, Honya felt a fleeting sadness over her lost wood release, but then smiled softly. "I wasn't too attached to it. If it's gone, then so be it." In all honesty, the loss of her wood release hadn't significantly impacted her life. If there were any effect, it was merely the inability to continue nurturing fruit trees, which meant she had to rely on Gingue to provide the previously harvested fruits for energy cubes. Honya's greatest aspiration now was to become an exceptional medical ninja, capable of healing Uchiha Ling's injuries. That was all she desired. Chapter 121. The failed dojutsu. Honya's response left Tsunade momentarily speechless. With a sigh, she tousled Honya's neatly arranged hair into disarray and remarked, "You truly have a broad mind." Tsunade reflected inwardly. If she were in Honya's position, she doubted she could exhibit such resilience. After all, it was once a power that ended an era of chaos. One of the rarest and most potent bloodlines in the ninja world. "Little brat, when I return, I'll ensure you receive a thorough checkup." With that, Tsunade departed from the Senju ancestral home, carrying the bag of chakra fruits. Before leaving, she reminded Honya, during wartime, many ninjas from the village will be deployed elsewhere, which will lower our vigilance and safety. Be careful at home, and don't let any ill-intentioned individuals abduct you. Understood. Honya responded with a sweet smile. After watching Tsunade leave, she exited her room into the courtyard to check on the Pokemon residing there. "Pidgeot, you seem to have lost weight again. You need to eat more." "Pidgeot. I don't have any evolution stones, so I'm not sure when you'll evolve." "EV, Galbit, I nearly forgot you had already evolved. Is the cave constructed by Ju with earth release comfortable for you? Chirp chirp. Gungue, why haven't you gotten rid of your habit of licking people? Ga ga ga. Just as Hongya was tackled to the ground by Gungue jumping out of the shadows, another familiar figure appeared in the courtyard. Hongya? Ju? Hongya pushed Gungue off her and smiled at the young man. You've returned from training with Orochimaru, huh? Indeed. Ju stepped forward and took Hongya's hand, displaying a hearty smile. Sensei Orochimaru is going to the front lines as a commander, so as his disciple. I must follow in his footsteps. You. Hongya hesitated, opening her mouth before finally asking, have you made your decision? Of course. Ju rubbed his nose. My dream is to become Hokage and protect the village. I cannot falter in the face of battle. Otherwise, I won't earn everyone's recognition. His fists clenched tightly, determination shining in his eyes. I don't want to witness my comrades getting hurt while I stand helpless. I want to protect everyone in the village. Ju. Perhaps you are right. Hongya did not refute Ju's words, letting out a small sigh. She then reached into Gengue's mouth and, despite his unwilling expression, retrieved the last few sweet peaches. Is this a peach? Ju gazed at the peaches in Hongya's hand, puzzled and confused. To be honest, had he not seen the peaches being extracted from Gengue's belly, he would have eagerly devoured one right away. Consuming one when chakra was depleted might yield miraculous results. Hongya also took out a napkin from Gengue's belly, wrapping the peaches before placing them into Ju's embrace. By the way, she cautioned, when your chakra is full, don't be tempted to sneak a bite. These are the last few. Her words were sincere. After handing over the stock from Gengue, there were no more fruits containing would-release chakra left. Initially, Hongya, playing the role of a caring mother, felt reluctant to take away the few precious peaches Gengue had stored. However, with Ju, a mere genin, preparing to risk his life on the battlefield, she found no other choice but to sacrifice a little for Gengue's sake. In critical moments, a single peach could even turn the tide of battle. Though unsure why, Ju nodded in agreement, unconditionally trusting Hongya's words. Wait, just before Ju departed, Hongya called out to him once more. Looking at the young man's face, she bit her lip and said solemnly, promise me, no matter what, you must return safely. She no longer wished to experience the pain of losing a comrade. Rest assured. Ju gave a thumbs up, his face radiant with confidence and sunshine. I will defeat all the enemies and return gloriously, becoming the hero of the village. However, his confident demeanor gradually turned shy, and after a moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, Hongya, after I return, would you accompany me on a date? Fool. Observing the boy's earnest expression, Hongya couldn't help but laugh out loud, replying, let's discuss it after you return safely. This answer was neither an acceptance nor a rejection. Yet despite this ambiguity, Shoju felt a surge of anticipation. Once more, she watched as someone dear to her ventured off to the battlefield, until his figure faded into the distance. Hongya sighed again, her gaze lowering as she gently caressed the fur of the approaching Eevee, seeking solace from her anxiety. The fur was not particularly soft, and had a slightly coarse texture. The sensation was less than pleasant. Eevee, did I hold too tightly? My apologies. Noticing the look of sadness on Eevee's face, Hongya quickly released her grip, lifting her head to gaze at the now overcast sky. Occasional flashes of lightning streaked across the heavens as the wind grew boisterous, rustling the branches and leaves. It seemed a rainstorm was imminent, Hongya murmured, in the next moment. Her eyes shimmered with faint violet ripples. Aware of the unusual change in her eyes, she mused to herself. What exactly is the purpose of these eyes that have manifested upon me? What responsibilities must I bear? What is the significance of the Rinnegan? Even the fabled sage's eyes cannot penetrate the fog of reality. At that moment, Hongya felt a significant drain of ocular power. It seemed as though her eyes were offering her an answer. As the brilliance within her gaze gradually dimmed, her expression became vacant. Her right hand's index and middle fingers aligning and extending, mechanically lifting to rest against her chest. The deity of the Feng nation, Gonggue, was already accustomed to such scenes. It swiftly transformed into white light, diving into the pockball at her waist. Nearby, Eevee attempted to mimic this action, but lacking experience. It only took a step forward when Hongya's figure had already become ethereal. Eevee. Yet, in the next moment, the ethereal form solidified once more, and the violet ripples in her eyes receded. Feng nation deity, Failure, she thought, as Honya collapsed wearily to the ground. The immense loss of ocular power rendered her vision blurred. This seemed to be the first time the Rinnegan's ocular technique had failed. How could this happen? She whispered. At this moment, she paid little mind to the dirt on the ground that might soil her clothes. Instead, she turned over, straining to focus on the hazy sky. Unfortunately, all efforts proved futile. Although she did not understand what had transpired, upon seeing her master return, Evie joyfully scampered to Honya's side, gently licking her cheek. Evie, that tickles. Stop it. After shooing away the mischievous Evie, Honya began to ponder the reasons behind the failure of the Feng Nation deity. This was an occurrence she had never encountered before, and it demanded her attention. After all, in order to heal Ling's injuries, in the absence of medical ninjutsu, they could only rely on the powers from other worlds. But no matter how Honya contemplated, she could not arrive at a conclusion. She could only attribute it to perhaps having lost the wood-release bloodline. This was the only anomaly she could find since the last time she had used the Feng Nation deity. Auntie, I am no longer so open-minded, she sighed, subsequently closing her eyes. After all, it felt as if she had developed a 1,000-degree myopia. Seeing nothing was more liberating. Thunder rumbled ominously, and soon, a steady drizzle began to fall, dampening Honya's cheeks. Initially, she enjoyed the sensation of coolness, feeling drowsy in a haze, but as time passed, the rain intensified, transforming into large droplets that splashed upon impact. The drops landing on Honya's face were rather painful. Pidgey, take me back to my room. Pidgey, Honya whispered. And upon hearing the familiar cry, she felt a wave of relief and yawned. I'll shower after my nap. In a daze, Honya felt herself being lifted by a single hand, which made her acutely aware that something was amiss. Since when did Pidgey grow hands? Struggling to open her eyes, she could only vaguely discern that the newcomer wore a mask. At that moment, the figure held her with one arm and proceeded into the house. Are you a ninja from the Umbu? Honya quietly asked, but the masked individual did not respond. She offered nothing more, merely adding, thank you. Although she could not explain why, Honya sensed that the masked figure harbored no malice towards her. Thus, after being carried back into the house, she fell into a deep slumber. Having already been fatigued for an entire day and night, along with the significant depletion of her ocular power and chakra, it was quite a feat for her to have remained conscious this long. The masked figure gently laid Honya down using her remaining left hand, gazing at the girl's serene sleeping face. Slowly, she removed her mask, revealing a face largely bound in bandages. What a foolish girl, lacking vigilance, she murmured, as she tenderly wiped the rain-soaked cheeks of the sleeping girl. At that moment, Pidgey had flown in from the courtyard, its sharp gaze warily fixed on the unexpected guest. Rest assured, I will not harm her. Seemingly sensing Pidgeot's intent, she waved her solitary left hand, her tone tinged with melancholy and resignation. Though I once wished to take her life, that seems impossible now. In truth, it was just a manifestation of my past weakness and immaturity, seeking a means to justify and escape my past transgressions. It was merely my own misguided sentiment. These words, she knew not whether they were directed at Pidgeot or the slumbering Honya. Having spoken, she donned the cat-faced mask once more, and under Pidgeot's vigilant gaze, she slowly exited the room. When Honya awoke, it was already the following morning. What she had intended as a simple afternoon nap had turned into a full 10 hours of slumber, leaving her feeling disoriented and immensely hungry upon waking. In the kitchen, she munched on a cucumber to quell her hunger, and feeling slightly better, she made her way to the bathroom, planning to shower before preparing a sumptuous breakfast. The sensation of being caked in mud was truly unpleasant. Fortunately, after sufficient rest, Honya's once blurred vision had returned to clarity, preventing her from slipping in the bathroom. After bathing, Honya, now tormented by hunger, paid no heed to her damp hair, wrapping herself in a towel and rushing into the kitchen, hastily shoving lettuce leaves into her mouth. In the kitchen, this was the easiest option to eat. After devouring most of a head of lettuce, Honya finally felt a bit better, sighing as she suddenly realized her future seemed bleak. Instead, it appeared quite exploitable. Honya grabbed a carrot, gnawing on it in a fit of frustration, but quickly spat it out. Ugh, it tastes terrible. No matter how hungry she was, she found it impossible to swallow. Ultimately, she just could not eat it. Honya. Just then, a voice called from outside the ancestral home. It was Kushina. Today was a day off from ninja school. Honya set down the half-eaten carrot, rushed into her room, and changed into a small-sized Haori before hurrying to open the door. After all, it was quite inappropriate and impolite to greet someone while wrapped in a towel. As soon as the door swung open, a vibrant splash of red greeted my eyes, along with a charming little round face. "Honya, I brought you breakfast," Kushina exclaimed, holding two meticulously packed meals, her laughter ringing with delight. "I made it especially for you." "Did you really?" Honya recalled the image of Minato, who had fallen unconscious after tasting Kushina's cooking not long ago, and instinctively shivered. However, upon recognizing the emblem on the packaging, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It belonged to a renowned breakfast establishment in the Hidden Leaf Village. Despite having matured significantly after the incident involving the Hidden Cloud Ninja, Kushina's whimsical nature remained intact, albeit with less of her former stubbornness. It is noteworthy that Kushina had initially wrestled with concerns about whether Honya would blame her. After all, the injuries sustained by both Honya and Uchiha Rin, as well as the brutal actions of Rope Tree during the Chunin exams, stemmed from Kushina's personal misadventures. This guilt had weighed heavily on her. Yet, in response to Kushina's worries and self-reproach, Honya merely patted her head, smiling in silence. She had never held anyone accountable. Chapter 123. A letter of orders. As the days passed, the flames of war on the battlefield in the Land of Rain intensified. The vanguard forces of Sunagakure were the first to engage in close combat with the Hidden Rain Village, led by the seasoned Tsuchikage, Chiyo. Consequently, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Hidden Rain, was compelled to confront the situation personally. It is widely known that Hanzo's pride stemmed from his mastery of the salamander's venom. Having implanted a venom sac from the salamander in his youth, he developed a resistance to toxins. Whenever Hanzo breathed, those around him inhaled the poisonous gas, rendering him, alongside his summoning beast, a moving arsenal of toxins capable of widespread devastation without fear of self-harm. Such tactics on the battlefield were undeniably lethal. However, Chiyo of Sunagakure was a puppeteer, rendering toxins ineffective against her lifeless creations. Moreover, being proficient in medical ninjutsu, she swiftly concocted an antidote for the salamander's poison in mere moments. This not only saved numerous Sunagakure ninjas from poisoning, but also thwarted Hanzo's capacity to inflict widespread havoc on their forces. Nevertheless, the situation was not entirely favorable for Sunagakure. Revered as a demigod of the ninja world and regarded as the pinnacle of strength by the ninjas of the Hidden Rain, Hanzo possessed more than just venom in his arsenal. Apart from his toxins, his taijutsu was formidable. Utilizing a combination technique known as the Chain Scythe Second Strike, he decimated a significant portion of Chiyo's powerful puppets. Thus, the standoff between the Hidden Rain and Sunagakure ensued, with both Chiyo and Hanzo forming a deep-seated rivalry, each bestowing derogatory nicknames upon the other. "You're nothing but a stinking old hag who plays with puppets," Hanzo taunted. "And you, a decrepit old man with a tracheostomy," Chiyo retorted. Simultaneously, the vanguard forces of the Hidden Leaf Village arrived at the battlefield in the Land of Rain, seizing the opportunity while Hanzo was engaged with Sunagakure. The Leaf's vanguard advanced boldly into the heart of the Hidden Rain Village. Although the third Hokage had previously instructed that Leaf ninjas were not to plunder the local populace, most complied with the order. Yet, two Chunin, driven by hunger, trespassed into a civilian home. The homeowners attempted to resist, and the two Chunin mistook them for Hidden Rain ninjas, resulting in the tragic death of the couple. By the time they realized their grave mistake, it was too late. The two Chunin were never seen leaving the house. Their superior, a Jonin, later investigated and discovered not only the bodies of the couple, but also the corpses of the two Chunin. In the grand scheme of war, this was merely a minor incident, barely causing a ripple in the ongoing conflict. Witnessing such events unfold, Hanzo, who held a deep love for his country and village, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He left half his forces to continue the standoff with Sunagakure while he led the other half to confront the Leaf's vanguard. Surely, there was no puppeteer among the Leaf ninjas who was immune to the salamander's toxins. Such was Hanzo's straightforward and earnest belief. Indeed, while Sunagakure and the Hidden Leaf were ostensibly allies, they had not adequately communicated information regarding Hanzo's poisonous capabilities, resulting in the Leaf's vanguard suffering severe losses upon engagement. The battle raged on with fervor. Initially, the citizens of the great ninja villages dismissed the diminutive Land of Rain and its Hidden Rain Village. But as the tide of war turned against them, they began to recognize the harsh reality. After all, the vanguard comprised over 80% of the Leaf's elite ninjas. Even a small nation could reverse the tide of battle with superior strength. As news of frontline losses proliferated, anxiety gripped the entirety of the Hidden Leaf village, and the faces of its citizens bore a pall of unease. In response, more ninjas were reassigned to remain in the Leaf, even drawing in medical ninjas who had yet to fully organize. While Hongya was treating patients at the Leaf Hospital, a letter of orders landed in her hands. Gazing at the document, she pointed to herself, blinking in surprise. "I'm going to the battlefield? Don't be alarmed. It's not the battlefield," reassured Director Sugita. Mistaking her surprise for fear, he affectionately ruffled her hair. "You'll be treating wounded soldiers in the rear. Many ninjas have been poisoned and are unable to move." "Oh, I see," Hongya sighed in relief. With Sugita's words, her worries eased. As he had surmised, despite having endured countless trials of blood and fire, the thought of a battlefield where lives were lost instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Surely, Aunt Tsunade would arrange for ample protection for the medical personnel. Considering Tsunade's emphasis on the safety of medical ninjas, Hongya sought to reassure herself. Although there was still a potential threat from enemy ninjas even while treating the wounded in the rear, the safety of medical ninjas was significantly higher than that on the front lines. "I wonder how that fool rope tree is faring. And what about Rin?" The day before her deployment to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Hongya made a special visit to the Uchiha compound, knocking on the door of Uchiha Rin's residence. Yet, there was no response. Even though she had anticipated such an outcome from the start, a sense of disappointment and regret washed over her. Reflecting on how the loss of Wood Release had rendered her reincarnation incapable of activating its powers to traverse worlds, Hongya found her optimism waning. "I will find a way to heal you," she had once promised the unconscious Uchiha Rin. But now, she struggled to fully heal her own left arm, let alone treat Rin's condition. If even the most advanced medical ninjutsu could not avail, the only alternatives she could contemplate involved seeking assistance from powers of other realms. A technologically advanced world with superior medical capabilities? Or perhaps a realm akin to that of Pokemon, where mysterious beings existed only in legends. These might hold the key to healing Uchiha Rin. For her, the most pressing matter at hand is to simultaneously enhance her medical skills while swiftly reclaiming her lost Wood Release powers. Only then can she utilize the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan to seek a remedy for Uchiha Ling's affliction. Chapter 124. The arrival of reinforcements accompanying the medical personnel is a team responsible for transporting supplies, predominantly composed of lower-ranking ninjas from the village. Although tasked with escorting, their role primarily resembles that of laborers, each burdened with considerable loads. Hongya has witnessed firsthand a young ninja, with thick eyebrows and clad in a green bodysuit, single-handedly carrying supplies weighing several hundred pounds. In contrast to other ninjas who wore expressions of concern and anxiety, this individual appeared remarkably upbeat, dismissing the judgmental gazes of his companions, continuously shouting phrases like burning and youth, with seemingly boundless energy, always at the forefront of the group. The burden on the medical personnel is significantly lighter. Aside from a few intricate instruments they must carry themselves, the remaining herbs and tools are entrusted to the laboring ninjas. As both a medical practitioner and the youngest member of the team, Hongya receives ample care, carrying no burdens whatsoever. Additionally, due to her exceptional medical skills, she has been designated as a priority subject of protection by 2 elite shinobi and 10 middle-ranking ninjas. The robust contingent marched onward, almost ceaselessly, and finally reached the borders of the Land of Rain after 5 days. In the command tent of the Konoha army, Tsunade gazed out at the unrelenting downpour with a troubled expression, contemplating the formidable opponent that Hanzo of the Salamander represents. True to its name, this country is perpetually drenched in rain. Not only is he a vexing adversary, but he is also akin to an insidious leech. Jiraiya grumbled amidst chewing his ration bars, lamenting how someone hailed as a demigod of the ninja world resorts to such underhanded tactics as poisoning, avoiding direct combat, and fleeing after deploying his toxins. In response to Jiraiya's grievances, Orochimaru merely smirked, choosing to remain silent. Ninjas are not bound by the antiquated notions of honorable combat. This is a brutal battlefield, not a school for ninja games. The sole concern for both sides is to eliminate the other by any means necessary. Orochimaru, sensing the impending argument with Jiraiya, decided to ignore him and exited the tent, stating, "I will lead the reconnaissance team to gather intelligence." Upon stepping outside, he encountered his disciple, Sh. Ju, who eagerly inquired, Master Orochimaru, is there a mission you are undertaking? Can I join you? Your courage is commendable, Sh. Orochimaru allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Only in the presence of Sh. does he occasionally reveal a softer side, as he typically maintains an air of absolute composure. Orochimaru acquiesced to Sh.'s request, adding him to the reconnaissance team. Shortly after Orochimaru departed with the reconnaissance team, another contingent, shielded by ninjas, boldly entered the Konoha encampment. The medical unit has finally arrived. Tsunade sighed in relief upon receiving the news. Currently, countless ninjas within the Konoha army are afflicted by poison, and although she is renowned as the medical sage of Konoha, her capacity is ultimately limited. Moreover, they are short on suitable medicines and equipment. Jiraiya, Tsunade added, ensure the ninjas are well organized and that the safety of the medical personnel is prioritized. She understands that a significant portion of this group heading to the front lines comprises the future of medical ninjutsu. They must not be easily depleted. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Jiraiya confidently replied, but then hesitated and asked, by the way, Tsunade, is little Honya also on the support list? After a moment of silence, Tsunade nodded and explained, in terms of mastery over medical ninjutsu, little Honya ranks just below me in all of Konoha. However, she is still only 10. Jiraiya contemplated dissuading her, but upon reflection, he recognized the validity of Tsunade's words. Furthermore, it is too late to send anyone back now that they have arrived. His only course of action is to protect the lives of the medical personnel, including Honya, as best as he can. I will arrange for the protective detail, Jiraiya declared, rising to leave the tent. Tsunade followed closely behind, intent on organizing the medical personnel's duties and procuring more antidotes for Hanzo's poison. While Tsunade's medical prowess rivals that of Chiyo from Sunagakure, and perhaps even surpasses it, her combat experience pales in comparison to Chiyo's wealth of battlefield knowledge. After all, age brings wisdom, and she still has decades ahead before she can earn the title of grandmother. Indeed, it rains incessantly, wiping the rain from her cheek. Honya couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, adjusting her raincoat to prevent water from seeping in and soaking her clothes. Upon entering the land of rain, she found the damp environment quite unwelcoming, with an endless expanse of puddles and mud, and despite her caution, she feared being drenched was inevitable. Fortunately, she had prepared adequately, studying the region's climate beforehand, and had brought appropriately sized raincoats and boots. The wet shoes and socks were quite uncomfortable, a fact not lost on her. The main contingent did provide some supplies, but even the smallest sizes were too large for her. The land of rain, known as the country that perpetually weeps. Beside Honya, a ninja clad in a cat-faced mask spoke in a gravelly voice. This is the main battlefield of the Rain Village. Ambushes can occur at any moment. As a medical personnel, you must exercise caution. The masked ninja, not particularly tall and draped in a large black cloak, appeared entirely shrouded. Thank you. Honya nodded in acknowledgement. She was quite curious about the identity of this ninja who was accompanying her for protection, and so far, she couldn't even discern their gender. However, given the low, raspy voice, they were likely male, albeit of shorter stature. Chapter 125. The price to pay in a dense forest several dozen miles away from the Rain Village forces. Where they are likely to pass through, Orochimaru, as the leader, is currently issuing commands to his subordinates. Everyone, take up concealed positions and remain hidden. Do not draw attention to yourselves. Understood, the reconnaissance ninjas replied in unison. After receiving affirmation, they dispersed into the forest, observing Sh. at the forefront. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. For some reason, he harbored a foreboding premonition. Sh., the very individual at the center of this tension, shared the same unsettling sensation. It was as if a profound malice enveloped him, making even breathing feel laborious. This scene, it seems familiar. Have I witnessed it somewhere before? Shungshu abruptly halted his steps, panting heavily as he scanned his surroundings with keen vigilance. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. I remember now. It is the illusion cast by Gungaway. He recalled that several months prior, when Honya had just obtained Gaisai, he had fallen victim to a technique known as Black Night Shadow. Within the illusions conjured by Black Night Shadow, he had unwittingly stumbled into an explosive tag trap in this very forest. Could it be true that Gingawei possesses the power to foresee the future? Shungshu found himself skeptical of the scenes from the illusion. It would be utterly absurd to falter merely due to a vision. Yet, Shungshu, promise me, You must return safely. The echo of Hongye's voice resonated in his ears at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to proceed cautiously and seek out his mentor, Orochimaru. However, just as Shangshu had made up his mind to withdraw, a pitch-black hand suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping his ankle. What is this? Startled by the unexpected grip, Shangshu was taken aback. Before he could struggle, a mass of darkness enveloped him. My body, I can't control it. Shangshu was terrified to discover that his body was moving involuntarily deeper into the forest. He attempted to call out, Orochimaru-sensei, but before he could utter a sound, his mouth was sealed by the dark substance, silencing him completely. Lowly human, do not attempt to defy your fate. To meddle with the divine comes at a cost. A sinister voice echoed in his ears, causing his shirt to become drenched in cold sweat. Under the control of the dark mass, Shangshu was led step by step toward a pile of decaying leaves, until one of his feet completely sank into the leaf pile, at which point his body regained control. Unfortunately, this clumsy trap was already triggered. With a resounding explosion, flames and smoke erupted amidst the pouring rain, and a violent shockwave surged outward, even toppling two nearby Chunin. This trap must have concealed no less than 20 explosive tags. What happened? Someone triggered the trap. It's Shangshu. Quickly, inform Lord Orochimaru. In the ensuing chaos, Orochimaru hurriedly arrived, only to be met with the sight of his disciple, bloodied and mangled below the abdomen. Shangshu. Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. How could this happen? It was the first time he had lost his composure like this. Lord Orochimaru, a nearby Chunin, who had been thrown by the shockwave, cautiously replied. Shangshu stepped on the enemy's explosive tag trap, which is why he is in this state. Explosive tags. Orochimaru approached slowly, gazing at his seemingly lifeless disciple, momentarily lost in thought. Just a short while ago, Shangshu had been eagerly sharing his dreams with him, and now he was suddenly. A barely audible sound escaped Shangshu's lips. Upon hearing it, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he firmly grasped the nearby Chunin, instructing in a low voice, no matter what, keep a close watch on Shangshu. With that, Orochimaru unleashed his full power and sped toward the direction of the camp. At the Konoha camp, within the makeshift medical tent, Tsunade wiped the sweat from her forehead. With these medicinal herbs, we can concoct the antidote for the pufferfish toxin, she said with a smile at Hongye, who was assisting her. Hongye, pay close attention. Knowing how to create antidotes is a crucial skill for a medical ninja. I understand, Aunt, Hongye replied softly, handing over the tools needed for the next step. Just as Tsunade was focused on the final step of preparing the antidote, an urgent voice rang out from outside the tent. It's bad, Lady Tsunade. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation. The messenger ninja flung open the tent. Hans of the Salamander has led a small team to ambush our position. Jiraiya-sama is currently leading the squad to confront them. I'm afraid, no need to be afraid. That idiot Jiraiya is definitely no match for Hans. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, nearly toppling the potions, startling Hongye into shielding them. Unperturbed by her reckless behavior, Tsunade stood up and exited the tent, determined to assist Jiraiya's team. That fool may soon find himself in grave danger. I cannot allow that. Before leaving, Tsunade specifically instructed Hongye, stay as close to the other ninjas as possible. Do not act alone. Hongye nodded, watching her aunt's departing figure with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. That old coot Hans must have dispatched scouts to learn of the medical personnel's arrival. That bastard aims to strike at the medical team, leaving our poisoned comrades helpless, thus dragging us down completely. As Tsunade analyzed the situation, she hurriedly led her troops toward Jiraiya's squad, simultaneously dispatching several Chunin to locate Orochimaru and inform him to come for reinforcements as soon as possible. Even with Tsunade and Jiraiya fighting 2 against 1, they were unlikely to stand against the demigod of the ninja world. Only by banding together in a trio could they hope for a glimmer of victory. Just as Tsunade and her unit departed from the camp, Orochimaru appeared within it. Where is Tsunade? Lord Orochimaru. Sueda Takumi, remaining as part of the medical staff, felt a sudden sense of trepidation upon seeing Orochimaru. He replied, Lady Tsunade has gone to support Lord Jiraiya. It is said that Hans of the Rain has led a team to attempt an attack on our rear. Hans, at such a critical moment? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and he felt dizzy, instinctively taking 2 steps back. This scene caused Sueda Takumi to feel even more alarmed. It was the first time witnessing the cold Lord Orochimaru lose his composure. Takumi grew curious about what situation Orochimaru had encountered. Is this fate? Is Shungshu truly beyond saving? No, there is still hope. True to his moniker as the Cold Lord, Orochimaru regained his composure within a few breaths. He turned to Suda Takumi and quickly asked, among your group of medical personnel, who is the most proficient in medical ninjutsu? That would be Honnya, Takumi answered without hesitation. Honnya is Lady Tsunade's direct disciple. She has been training closely under her. When Lady Tsunade is busy, it is Honnya who guides us in learning medical ninjutsu at the hospital. Orochimaru nodded, recalling the first time he met Honnya, after just one day of training beside Tsunade. She had already managed to utilize the rudimentary form of healing jutsu. Her talent was evident. Furthermore, over the subsequent time, Tsunade had devoted herself to her training. Honnya had rightfully earned her place as the second-best medical ninja in Konoha, second only to Tsunade herself. Where is she now? Just as Orochimaru was about to inquire about Honnya's whereabouts, commotion erupted from within the tent. Why is it on fire? Honnya rushed out of the tent, gloves on, clutching a potion that was engulfed in flames. Thanks to the torrential rain, the flames were quickly extinguished, allowing Honnya to breathe a sigh of relief. She initially intended to seize the opportunity presented by Tsunade's confrontation to experiment with creating an antidote. However, to her surprise, she ended up concocting a chemical reagent instead. Oh, Orochimaru-senpai, Mayan is heading to the front lines. As Honnya lifted her head, she found Orochimaru already standing before her. Just as she was about to request his assistance for Tsunade, she was abruptly lifted off the ground. In an instant of Orochimaru's swift movement, their figures quickly vanished within the camp. Is that it? Sugita Daitaki was left bewildered by the scene before him. After a moment of daze, a thought struck him, and his expression turned frantic. Oh no, could it be that a ninja from the enemy country has transformed into Orochimaru-sama to capture little Honnya? Just then, a figure with a cat-faced mask appeared beside him, speaking in a raspy voice. That is indeed the genuine Orochimaru. You need not worry. With that, the masked ninja swiftly followed in Orochimaru's wake. Is that true? Although somewhat reassured, Sugita Daitaki remained on edge. He watched the retreating figure of the cat-masked ninja and murmured, is this guy also a ninja from the village? Could he be disguised as an enemy ninja? Indeed, Daitaki was still quite anxious. Orochimaru-senpai, what are you doing? Being carried along by Orochimaru, Honnya felt a wave of confusion wash over her, her thoughts beginning to align with Daitaki's concerns, her face growing increasingly pale. Could this Orochimaru-senpai be an enemy in disguise? It's the first time I've seen Orochimaru-senpai so anxious. However, Orochimaru chose to ignore Honnya's inquiries, focusing solely on increasing their speed, remaining silent throughout their journey. Upon reaching their destination, Honnya's complexion had turned utterly bleak. Looking at the motionless figure lying on the ground, tended to by several nin, she felt as though the environment around her was spinning rapidly, her body struggling to maintain balance. If I return safely this time, will you promise to go on a date with me? The boy's voice echoed in her ears, blending with the scene before her, instilling a profound sense of unreality. Calm down. Orochimaru steadied the faltering Honnya, his voice low and firm. Shinmu still clings to life. Tsunade cannot reach here in time. And you are the only one who can save him now. Honnya gasped for breath, nodding to steady her mind before rushing to kneel beside Shinmu. At this moment, Shinmu had lost consciousness, his body exhibiting only the faintest signs of breathing to confirm his survival. How could one possibly describe his injuries? Mangled flesh, unrecognizable as human. A sight that was harrowing. In just a fleeting moment of inspection, Honnya grasped the extent of Shinmu's condition. Severe burns above the abdomen, extensive tearing below, significant fractures, and grievous internal injuries, compounded by considerable blood loss. This was the reason Shinmu had slipped into shock, and it was the most likely cause of his impending death. Honnya's body trembled uncontrollably, her vision blurring. She placed her palm over Shinmu's actively bleeding wound, activating her healing technique, green luminescence flickering as it stimulated the division of cells, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, it wouldn't stop, it simply wouldn't. No matter how fervently Honnya employed her healing technique, she could not halt Shinmu's overwhelming blood loss. His injuries were far too grave, and merely enduring until now was already a miracle. At that moment, Orochimaru, standing nearby, felt his own expression dimming. He understood from the outset that even if Tsunade were to arrive, it was unlikely she could save him. You promised me you would return safely. Don't be a person of broken promises, Shinmu. Please, don't let any more blood flow. Despite everything, Hongya refused to give up, crying out in desperation, her tears falling like scattered pearls, cascading down her cheeks and splashing onto the boy's face. A miracle seemed to unfold once more. Hongya. In a daze, Shinmu opened his eyes, using his last ounce of strength to tear off the necklace around his neck and offer it to the tear-streaked girl before him. I'm sorry. I have broken my promise. You fool, don't say such things. Hongya did not reach for the necklace, scolding him through her tears. This is a birthday gift from my aunt. You must cherish it forever. This was the first time Hongya had ever scolded someone. The first time she had acted in such an unladylike manner. Shinmu attempted to say more, but was interrupted by a cough that expelled blood bubbles. The grievous injuries to his internal organs rendered him nearly speechless. Even so, he lamented, what a pity. With all his might, he spoke, releasing his grip to reveal a vibrant sapling in his palm. My dream is to become like my grandfather. Another spurt of blood erupted, and Shinmu's eyes fluttered shut, his body devoid of life, the sapling in his hand withering away until it vanished. Shinmu! Shinmu! Hongya cried out loudly, her tears mingling with the intensifying rain, becoming indistinguishable from one another. No one noticed that beneath her blurred left eye, 3 black toma were spinning rapidly, gradually forming black lines that sketched a new pattern. Indeed, human life is so fragile. Witnessing the death of his own disciple, Orochimaru's tone reverted to an unprecedented calm. He tilted his head back, allowing the rain to wash over his face. Only by living, by enduring, can one grasp the essence of this world and possess everything. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the resolute Hongya, sensing something amiss. Hongya, your hair. Under his scrutiny, Hongya's once jet-black hair was visibly changing, gradually transforming into a vivid red. The crimson hue in her eyes faded as well. After Orochimaru pointed it out, Hongya noticed the bright red tips of her hair. Suddenly enlightened, she hastily bit into her arm, letting her blood flow into Shinmu's mouth. A head of vibrant red hair symbolized the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan boasted a naturally robust physique, with blood possessing formidable healing properties. Hongya was uncertain why her hair color had changed so suddenly. Perhaps it was due to her Uzumaki lineage, or perhaps it was a manifestation of her fervent desire. In this moment, none of that mattered. All she wished was to save Shinmu, and nothing more. Yet, why was it still not enough? Hongya muttered in frustration, no matter how much blood she infused. There were no signs of recovery in Shinmu's condition. His body grew colder by the moment. It's too late. Though he did not comprehend Hongya's underlying rationale, Orochimaru was acutely aware of her intention to save Shinmu. He coldly explained, a minute before you did this, Shinmu had already passed away. How could this be? Hongya clung tightly to Shinmu's icy body, an overwhelming sense of suffocation surging within her, as if she could no longer breathe. In the next instant, her head of red hair reverted back to its original ebony hue. Just as Orochimaru prepared to collect Shinmu's remains, the masked ninja with the cat face reappeared. The small troop from the Rain Village is approaching here, the masked ninja stated solemnly. Orochimaru-sama. A Konoha ninja arrived in haste, panic evident on his face as he exclaimed, Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade have been bested by Hanzo. Our team suffers defeat after defeat. We implore you for swift assistance. A sudden, violent explosion echoed through the dense forest, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. It was apparent that this region had been meticulously set with explosive tags by the Rain Ninjas. As more and more Rain Ninjas began to encircle their position, Orochimaru decisively commanded, all retreat to the camp. Yes, the Konoha scouts complied without hesitation. Yet, only Koyuki remained, persistently casting her palm sage techniques, seemingly oblivious to Orochimaru's order. The ninja, donned in a cat-faced mask, glanced at Orochimaru and stepped forward, effortlessly lifting Koyuki onto her shoulder. Before the latter could react, she swiftly struck a nerve, rendering her unconscious. Let us go, Linkuin, Orochimaru murmured, drenched in rain. The masked ninja nodded, hastily departing with Koyuki in tow. As they left, Orochimaru cast a lingering gaze upon the lifeless body of Shiboku, ultimately choosing to vacate the scene. Remaining here or attempting to carry the body away would serve no purpose and would, in fact, place the entire Konoha force in peril. If he delayed in providing support, both Tsunade and Jiraiya might fall to Hanzo's might. The corpse of a human holds no more significance than slaughtered pork, whether in respect or desecration. It is but a futile concern. Once life has departed, value dissipates. To survive, to persist against all odds, to endure until one can discern the truth of the world. Orochimaru's previously wavering heart now brimmed with an unprecedented resolve. He would pursue his own path as a ninja. Minutes after Orochimaru and the others departed, a small contingent of rain ninjas began to converge. The Konoha ninjas had retreated. Quickly, search for any gains from our traps. One of them ordered. Their S1, but merely a lowly genin, reported a rain jonin, his weathered face revealing dissatisfaction as he approached Shiboka's body. After expending so much effort, we only managed to kill a mere genin? Forget it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Let us take the head back for credit. With that, he turned away, delegating the grim task to a subordinate. A rain ninja stepped forth, kunai in hand, advancing towards Shiboku. Just as the rain ninja lifted his weapon to sever the latter's neck, his pupils dilated in terror. The seemingly lifeless Shiboku suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his abdomen, resembling a puddle of mud, began to heal at an astonishing speed, quickly returning to a state of perfection. Captain, this Konoha genin, the rain ninja, clutching the kunai, stared blankly as Shiboku's eyes glinted with a mix of confusion and malice. Sharp wooden spikes erupted from his arms, piercing through the rain ninja's abdomen. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the wooden spikes branched out within, swiftly penetrating him from the inside. Blood flowed freely. The now silent rain ninja collapsed to the ground. Resembling a hedgehog, is this a wood release technique? This child is a wood release ninja from Konoha, but the intel said that Konoha's wood release ninja was just a little girl. The rain jonin's mind struggled to comprehend, while Shiboku, clad in tattered garments, stumbled to his feet. I must go to assist Tsunade and Jiraiya. Upon returning to the camp, Orochimaru solemnly instructed the masked ninja, for now, keep Koyuki steady. Ensure she conceals the news of Shiboku's demise. She must not let the other ninjas, especially Tsunade, learn of this unfortunate fate. Orochimaru understood all too well how deeply Tsunade cherished her brother. Should she learn of this tragic news, her fighting spirit would surely shatter. Confronted by Hanzo, often dubbed the demigod of the ninja world, Konoha could not afford to lose Tsunade, their key asset. In contrast to his gentler methods with Koyuki, Orochimaru resorted to harsher measures with other aware ninjas. Not merely verbal warnings, he executed a Na-vi chunin who nearly let slip the truth. To serve as a grim example, at this moment, Orochimaru felt a flicker of relief for not having brought Shiboka's body back. Perhaps, for Tsunade, remaining oblivious to the gruesome fate of her brother provided a semblance of comfort, though that comfort came at the cost of a cold truth. Yes, the masked ninja acknowledged. Linkuin, though I have never regarded you as a disciple. Orochimaru rasped, gazing at the empty sleeve of the young woman before him. It is undeniable that you are, thus far, my most exceptional subordinate. With that, he exited the tent, utilizing the body flicker technique to rush towards the battlefield, miles away. The masked ninja sat cross-legged beside Koyuki, cradling her long sword with her remaining left hand, silent and contemplative. On the battlefield of the rain, Jiraiya and Tsunade's forces were on the brink of collapse under Hanzo's relentless assault, but thanks to Orochimaru's timely arrival, the tide of defeat was momentarily halted. Witnessing Konoha's new reinforcements charge through, decimating his own ranks, Hanzo's fury surged, prompting him to employ the summoning technique once more. Not good. Realizing the impending doom, Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions shifted dramatically, but they had no time to intervene or formulate a countermeasure. Innocent Konoha brats witnessed the might of a demigod. Summoning technique. Salamander. Under the toxic mist of Hanzo's summoned beast, the Konoha reinforcements collapsed, foaming at the mouth, rendered immobile. As Orochimaru succumbed to the toxin, swaying unsteadily, Tsunade swiftly appeared at his side, injecting an antidote. Is it already developed? Orochimaru inquired gravely, his condition rapidly improving under the antidote's effects. It's complete. But we lack the time for mass production, Tsunade replied, her gaze fixed on Hanzo, who towered above them, perched upon the massive salamander, her voice tinged with bitterness. What I just administered was the last dose. No worries, Jiraiya interjected, leaping forward. He bit his finger, smearing blood across his palm. Only Hanzo remains on the rain's side. Let us seize this opportunity. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade, seasoned comrades, followed suit, summoning their own beasts. With immense clouds of white smoke billowing upwards, 3 colossal creatures emerged on the battlefield, a massive red toad, a purple serpent, and a blue-white slug. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade stood atop their respective summoned beasts, encircling Hanzo atop his salamander. "What a courageous group of young souls," Hanzo remarked, applauding the trio with genuine admiration. "Very well, let us see how you fare." The battle between Hanzo and Konoha's most outstanding young ninjas commenced, culminating in the former's victory. Yet, faced with the incapacitated Tsunade and her comrades, Hanzo refrained from delivering the fatal blow. Perhaps he feared the wrath of their teacher, the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the strongest Hokage and a master of ninjutsu. Perhaps out of fear after the deaths of 3 individuals, the village of Amigakure may soon face an unrelenting offensive from Konohagakure. Of course, it is also plausible that this stems from a genuine admiration. Ultimately, Hanzo of the Salamander not only spared Tsunade and her companions, but also conferred upon them the esteemed title of the legendary Sannin in the ninja world, opting for a truce with the Land of Fire and Konohagakure. After all, in recent times, the skirmishes between the vanguard forces of Sunagakure and Konohagakure have left the Land of Rain ravaged and its populace suffering, with countless innocent civilians losing their homes and lives. Hanzo's affection for this nation and its village runs deep. During the retreat of Tsunade and her companions, 3 orphans from the Land of Rain approached them, one of whom had striking red hair and eyes that bore concentric circles of purple ripples. This sight stirred something within Orochimaru, as the legendary Rinnegan, known throughout the ninja world, appeared to resemble this very phenomenon. Thus, he proposed the drastic measure of eliminating the children to spare them from their suffering, intending to return later to extract the red-haired child's eyes. Unfortunately, this suggestion was met with disapproval from Tsunade and Jiraiya, the latter even choosing to remain in the Land of Rain to care for and educate the orphans, treating it as an act of atonement. Despite the deviation in their plans, as they had lost a companion, everything seemed to be progressing positively, until Tsunade encountered Konoha. Upon regaining consciousness, Konoha appeared almost soulless, remaining silent and merely clutching her Jengar in a daze. No matter how Jengar frolicked or licked her, she showed no sign of reaction. Most notably, on one occasion, a severely injured ninja was brought into Konoha's tent, and upon seeing the blood-soaked figure, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of dizziness. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn violently. She could hardly maintain her consciousness, and had it not been for the support of a ninja wearing a cat-faced mask, she might have collapsed. It was then that Konoha realized her hemophobia had intensified to a debilitating degree. When she finally met with Tsunade, the emotional dam within her broke, and she wept uncontrollably, throwing herself into Tsunade's arms, exclaiming, "Aunt, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I couldn't save Rope Tree." Chapter 129, The Situation. The confusion, the death of Rope Tree, and the loss of several Jonin were merely trivial interludes in this war. Aside from their beloved friends and family, no one else would mourn their passing. No matter how devastated or furious Tsunade may feel, she could not strike at the Amigakure ninjas who had already signed a truce. Instead, she stood there, mired in sorrow like Konoha. Jiraiya, who intended to remain in the Land of Rain to teach the war orphans, attempted to negotiate with Amigakure, seeking to retrieve Rope Tree's body. However, the response from Amigakure was curt, "None." This left Tsunade speechless, yet the current situation left Konoha with little time for negotiations. No one anticipated that Sunagakure, once allied with Konoha, would turn against them at this critical juncture. Like Amigakure and Hanzo, the 3rd Kazekage, born in the sandy winds of the Land of Wind, had long coveted the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Perhaps seeing Konoha's forces fully engaged in the assault on Amigakure, the 3rd Kazekage believed that Konoha's defenses would be vulnerable. Disregarding the elder's objections, he insisted on dispatching Chiyo's son and his wife as commanders to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Konoha forces hastily returned. However, the Konoha army barely made it halfway back before they were met with shocking news. Sunagakure's surprise assault had been entirely thwarted by Konoha's Umbu. With both commanders slain on the spot, each struck down in a single blow. The assailant was none other than the Umbu leader, codenamed Inuzuka. No one expected that the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still had such a trump card hidden within the village's defenses. This exemplified the terrifying depth of Konoha's resources, providing Hiruzen with the confidence to entrust the village's main forces to his 3 disciples. Due to his position in the Umbu, few knew the true name of Inuzuka. They only recognized his blade, known as White Fang. Gradually, the name Konoha's White Fang resonated throughout the ninja world, transcending the confines of Konoha. In contrast to the humiliating title of Sannin held by Tsunade and her peers, Inuzuka's power was earned through undeniable achievements on the battlefield. At this juncture in the conflict, it became evident to astute observers that Konoha was destined to emerge as the foremost victor in this ninja war. Yet, the third Kazekage, having suffered a significant setback, was unwilling to concede defeat. Perhaps out of youthful arrogance or pressure from public opinion, this young Kazekage rashly committed a substantial elite force from Sunigakure, appointing the seasoned Chiyo as commander to assault Konoha. This chaotic maneuver bore the marks of desperation. Konoha had not anticipated this move, fortunately. Their elite forces en route to the Land of Rain were returning just in time. Konoha merely needed to endure for a short while to receive reinforcements and turn the tide. A jonin named Cat Dan stepped forward, leading the remaining ninja squads in conjunction with the Umbu, attempting to halt Sunigakure's main forces. His powerful soul separation technique wreaked havoc on the battlefield, momentarily stalling the advance of Sunigakure's elite. However, ultimately, the odds were not in his favor. The soul separation technique, capable of allowing one's spirit to leave their body, could traverse distances to strike down foes and control their bodies or enter their minds. Yet, once his spirit departed, Cat's physical body was left incapacitated. Lacking sufficient personnel to safeguard his corporeal form, he was discovered by Sunigakure's ninjas. By the time Tsunade and Orochimaru arrived to provide assistance, Cat was on the brink of death. Even with Tsunade's utmost effort in using medical ninjutsu, it proved futile, perhaps driven by a desire for vengeance for fallen comrades. A Sunigakure ninja, upon discovering Cat's body, brutally sliced open his abdomen and removed his kidneys. "Stop, please. Don't let it continue," Tsunade cried, nearly shedding tears of blood. She could hardly fathom that in just a few short days, those closest to her would be taken away. The blood staining her hands filled her with dread. Meanwhile, as Tsunade faced this familiar and haunting scene, Orochimaru remained unaffected. The fragility of life and emotion were mere trifles he had long discarded, replaced instead by the pursuit of eternity and resolve. Though a truce had been reached between Amigakure, Konohagakure, and Sunigakure at the outset of the conflict, the situation in this ninja war escalated. Sunigakure relentlessly attacked Konoha, eager to seize a piece of the Land of Fire, and despite their success, Konoha's elite forces returned in full. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate. Meanwhile, far away, Iwagakure and Kumogakure clashed, their reasons obscure. Observing Konoha and Sunigakure's assaults on Amigakure, the cunning third Tsuchikage, Anoki, decided to send his main forces to share in the spoils, leaving his son, Kuratsuchi, and trusted aides to guard Iwagakure. Who would have thought that shortly after Noki departed from the village, the third Reikage, unaware of the consequences of his actions, would take advantage of Naka's absence to personally lead a surprise attack on Iwagakure. This infuriated Noki, compelling him to abandon his plans to share in the spoils and instead rush back to confront the ambitious third Reikage. As fate would have it, the two forces crossed paths, and an inevitable clash ensued. Meanwhile, in the distant Land of Water, Kirigakure remained untouched, its remote location rendering it nearly invisible amidst the turmoil. In the Senju ancestral home of Konohagakure, the young Akatsuki, wearing a loose haori, basked in the warmth of the sun, though her expression was tinged with melancholy. Suffering from severe hemophobia, her exceptional medical ninjutsu had become futile. She was returned to the village for recuperation by a ninja donning a cat-faced mask. "It seems I am perpetually losing something. Family, dear friends, bonds, strength," she murmured softly, stroking the fur of her companion, Evie. "Many memories I feel I once held dear have inexplicably slipped away. My dream is to protect those I cherish and safeguard my connections, yet in reality, I find myself utterly powerless. What, then, is the purpose of my existence in this world?" Evie, faced with her perplexity, offered no answers, merely nuzzling against her hem. Chapter 130. 2 years in the 36th year of Konoha. The second great ninja war has persisted for 2 years since its inception. The third Kazekage, in a fit of rage, unleashed a substantial force from Sunigakure against Konoha, only to find himself besieged once the Konoha army withdrew for reinforcement. With basic food supplies compromised, the main force of Sunigakure teetered on the brink of annihilation. During this time, The third Kazekage, having regained his composure, attempted negotiations with Konoha, hoping to establish a ceasefire. Unfortunately, the youthful and vigorous third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rejected the notion of signing an equitable peace treaty while the advantage lay with Konoha, preferring to gain benefits for his village. Furthermore, even if he were inclined to agree, his advisor, Danzo Shimura, and the two Hokage consultants would vehemently oppose it. Any agreement would necessitate an inequitable treaty, one that would strip Sunagakure of its dignity and territorial integrity. As for whether Sunagakure would comply, once they were sufficiently intimidated and their main forces decimated, compliance would surely follow. Meanwhile, skirmishes between Kumogakure and Iwagakure yielded no clear victor, with neither side gaining substantial ground. And the ninja on both sides grew weary of the conflict. Observing the current state of the ninja world, it became evident that this war was nearing its conclusion. Weary, Akatsuki slumped over a wooden table. Beside her lay a large bag of discarded sanitary napkins. Now 12 years of age, she had unwittingly welcomed her first menstruation. Although she had prepared herself mentally and academically for this moment, the reality of it brought forth a stark realization. There would be blood. Following an incident a year prior, her previously conquered hemophobia resurfaced with greater intensity, leaving her helpless during her initial menstruation. Fortunately, under the care of Aoki Yuko during this trying time, she managed to endure the most excruciating moments and gradually acclimated to her new reality. Regrettably, even the simple act of cleaning and changing her sanitary napkin drained her energy, leaving her collapsed on the table for the better part of the day without recovery. I heard my aunt also suffers from hemophobia, she mused, shifting into a more comfortable position with the help of Gingue. Gazing out at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, she couldn't help but wonder aloud. How did she manage her menstruation? Despite her affliction, Tsunade remained steadfast on the battlefield, as she alone possessed the knowledge to concoct antidotes for the various poisons of Sunagakure, a task that conveniently avoided contact with blood. Nevertheless, for women afflicted with hemophobia, addressing their menstrual issues on the front lines must be quite a challenge. Lost in her thoughts, Akatsuki felt a semblance of strength returning. She unsteadily rose to her feet and ventured outside, realizing it was time to procure ingredients for dinner. The once bustling Senju ancestral home now felt desolate with only Akatsuki residing within, a stark contrast to her preference for a lively atmosphere. Thus, each evening, she prepared dinner and subsequently spent the night at Kushina's house, where she occasionally encountered the visiting Minato. Now, what shall I prepare for dinner tonight? She pondered aloud, mulling over her options. Due to her hemophobia, many ingredients were off-limits, consequently narrowing her culinary choices, much to Kushina's dismay. As she approached Kushina's home with a food container in hand, she was greeted by a familiar golden figure. "Oh, Minato, are you here for another visit?" she teased. "Let me calculate. Is this the 17th time this month?" "Akatsuki," Minato interjected with a hint of exasperation, "Kushina and I are merely friends." Initially, this shy young man would blush at her teasing, but as time passed, he grew accustomed to her playful jests, no longer easily flustered, which left Akatsuki feeling somewhat bored. "By the way, Akatsuki," Minato said, glancing at the food container in her hands with anticipation, "what are we having for dinner tonight? You wouldn't want me to think you only came for a free meal. How dare you?" Akatsuki retorted, retrieving her keys from her pocket and bending down to unlock the door. Kushina had long provided her with a key to the house. "You figured it out," she said with a playful huff. As the door swung open, they were greeted by a fairly tidy interior. "Kushina has finally matured a bit," Akatsuki remarked, feeling a pang of maternal pride. "Indeed," Minato agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. Maintaining a tidy room for an entire week is quite a significant improvement for Kushina. Before he could finish his sentence, a slipper flew through the air and struck him squarely in the face. "Minato, do not slander my integrity." Kushina, emerging from the kitchen clad in an apron and with one bare foot, chastised him. She had intended to call him a whiny mama's boy, but upon noticing Akatsuki's presence, she quickly adjusted her words. "Akatsuki wouldn't allow me to speak so rudely." Even so, the scene before Akatsuki caused her to involuntarily twitch at the corner of her eye. She raised her fist, her tone stern. "Kushina, I've taught you how to conduct yourself as a lady." "Kushina, I don't want to behave like that," came her innocent retort, her demeanor shifting as she adopted a pitiful expression. Minato started it. Minato, just recovering from the impact of the slipper, pointed at himself in disbelief. "Me? Slander?" Yes, you slandered me, Kushina exclaimed, her energy renewed as she defended her honor. My room has been cleaned for a week and a half. Not just a week. At this, both Akatsuki and Minato fell into a contemplative silence. This is how slander works. This time, Honya was not merely experiencing a twitch in her eye. Her lips also quivered, igniting an impulse to teach Kushina a lesson. Meanwhile, Minato, after a moment of hesitation, chose to apologize to Kushina, admitting he had misspoken and promising to be more mindful in the future. Chapter 131. Honya's plan observing Minato's demeanor. Honya couldn't help but shake her head, internally criticizing him. You claim you have no special feelings for Kushina, that you are merely friends. Yet your face nearly broadcasts your affection. Honya firmly believed in her suspicion that Minato and Kushina had long harbored feelings for each other. Wait, if that were the case, wouldn't she become an unwitting obstacle to their romantic development? With this thought in mind, Honya gently set down her lunchbox and tentatively suggested, "Why don't you two enjoy your meal? I won't intrude." Given her assumptions, this proposal would likely be accepted by the pair. However, before Honya could finish her sentence, Kushina and Minato instinctively responded in unison, "No." Seeing the earnest expressions on their youthful faces, devoid of any pretense, Honya fell into silence, her charming visage revealing a perplexed expression. She couldn't fathom what thoughts occupied their minds. Why would they reject her offer to leave? Especially when she was actively trying to play the role of a third wheel. Could it be that they feared the awkwardness of solitude, necessitating the presence of a third party to ease the tension? After a mental whirlwind, Honya arrived at this seemingly reasonable conclusion. Little did she realize just how absurd the truth was. Ultimately, at the insistence of Kushina and Minato, Honya acquiesced to stay. She had resolved to play matchmaker for her two friends. In truth, she had not initially harbored such intentions. She intended to respect their individual feelings and favored a natural progression. Yet, for reasons unknown, a persistent voice within her urged her to facilitate a union between Minato and Kushina. This voice resembled the one that had previously warned her against revealing the secret of the Rinnegan to others. Over time, Honya gradually embraced this notion and began to act upon it. As for the fact that they were merely 11 and 12 years old, it mattered little. During her time in Konoha, she had witnessed numerous instances of girls marrying as young as 14 or 15. In this tumultuous era, where death rates in the shinobi world were alarmingly high, early marriages were the norm. During dinner with Minato and Kushina, Honya learned that both of her friends were about to graduate from the ninja academy. They were of similar ages to her. I had actually considered applying for early graduation, Minato admitted, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment gracing his smile. When I heard you were on the battlefield, I wanted to graduate early to assist you. But then you returned to the village, so. Honya intended to express her gratitude for his concern, but before she could speak, Kushina interjected, wrapping her arm around Honya's and undermining Minato's credibility. Don't believe him, Honya. It's obvious that this coward Minato is just making excuses for his poor grades and inability to graduate early. Kushina, I'm not as bad as you claim, Minato replied, his friendly smile now slightly strained. Yes, you are, Kushina insisted, secretly shaking her small fist at Minato, signaling him to be quiet. In the presence of the class's undisputed leader, with the exception of Minato, Kushina was confident that the coward would understand what was appropriate to say and what was not. Minato was feeling quite miserable. Honya chuckled at the antics of the two, lightly tapping Kushina on the head as if she were a sister reprimanding her younger sibling. And you, Kushina, don't forget I've been to school too. Minato's grades were universally acknowledged as the best in the class, both in theory and practical application. I know, Kushina pouted, lowering her head. She shot a glance at the snickering Minato, feeling a surge of irritation. It's all that coward's fault for making me look foolish in front of Honya. I must find a way to get back at him. Kushina's eyes fell upon the red bean pastries that Minato adored. Kushina, leave some for me. Absolutely not. As the two began to bicker once more, Honya could only support her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. These two lively characters. She sighed, joining in the fray for the food. In the course of that year's fleeting moments, it was during these evenings that Honya felt the most joy. After dinner and cleaning up, Minato, being the only male present, took the initiative to bid farewell. Although he longed to stay the night, he ultimately decided it was enough for today. Once Minato departed, Kushina eagerly dragged Honya into the bathroom, impatient to showcase her developing figure. Look, Honya, aren't they nearly as big as yours? I was this size a year ago. I haven't changed at all. They can't just shrink by themselves, you know. Well, they might be able to gazing at her own modestly ample bosom. Hongya suddenly recalled that the chakra within her had been drawn from some bear-like creature. Indeed, it could diminish if she released or expended that chakra. Yet, without the wood release power, encountering any mutated bear would no longer allow her to replenish her chakra reserves. Would she truly be left with this predicament for a lifetime? As thoughts of her future loomed, Hongya felt a reluctance to gamble on what lay ahead. After their bath, Hongya and Kushina, as per usual, nestled into bed to chat. They discussed many events from the past couple of years, including Kushina's experiences at the Ninja Academy and Hongya's time on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Naturally, they spent a considerable amount of time discussing matters related to their monthly cycles, such as which brands of pads were most effective and which nighttime options prevented leaks. Upon awakening, the sight of blood-soaked pajamas and sheets was truly disconcerting, especially given Hongya's severe blood phobia. Throughout the year, she had been unable to assist in treating injured comrades at Konoha Hospital, instead contributing by creating antidotes for the frontline and collaborating with Aoki Yuko to train medical ninjas in medical ninjutsu. What a useless person I've become, Kushina thought, glancing at the increasingly drowsy girl beside her. Hongya softly murmured an apology, her eyes flashing crimson as her three-tomo Sharingan began to turn slowly. Chapter 132. The conclusion of the Shinobi World War within the realm of her mind. Hongya found herself standing before a massive cage, her gaze fixed intently upon the enormous red fox within. She stepped forward, each footfall sending ripples across the ground. It's been a long time, Kai-bai. Upon hearing Hongya's voice, the once sleeping Kai-bai instantly opened its eyes, rising to its feet and creating a flurry of chaos. It's been a while, little girl. The Nine-Tails gazed with its large fox eyes, fixing its chilling stare upon the petite girl before it. Opening its cavernous mouth, it spoke with a tone laced with temptation. Have you come to unseal my prison and set me free? If you do, before the Nine-Tails could finish its words, Hongya shook her head vigorously in refusal, even making a gesture to silence it, signaling for the creature to quiet down. What an unlovable little girl. The Nine-Tails thought as it retracted its menacing gaze, stifling a yawn and adopting an utterly disinterested demeanor. What brings you to me this time? Your chakra, Hongya replied candidly. Do not be too greedy, little girl, the Nine-Tails admonished, extending a sharp claw through the bars of its cage. Your visits for chakra have become increasingly frequent. Be cautious lest the ninjas of Konoha discover you. Understood. I will be careful, Hongya replied with a cheerful smile, raising a finger to touch the Nine-Tails' claw. Immediately, the crimson chakra emanating from it surged through her fingertips and into her body. What a powerful chakra! Even after experiencing this numerous times, Hongya could not help but exclaim in awe. This prompted the Nine-Tails to hum softly, puffing with pride, of course, gathering the chakra in her eyes. Hongya felt the supreme ocular power hidden beneath her Sharingan beginning to restore. She murmured, a few more times like this, and I should have enough chakra to perform the technique of the Land of Plenty. In truth, over the past year, she had not been stagnant. Although she had yet to regain her lost wood release and made little progress in medical ninjutsu due to her hemophobia, Hongya had gradually mastered the chakra residing within Kushina, known to the world as the Nine-Tails. She recalled when the Cloud Village attempted to abduct Kushina 2 years prior, after losing consciousness. The wood release technique she had executed went out of control. The indiscriminate wood release inadvertently ensnared Kushina, allowing Hongya to absorb all the Nine-Tails chakra that spilled forth. It was thanks to the owner of that chakra, the great fox before her, that she managed to awaken in a time of crisis. Since then, Hongya had grown curious about the source of this power. But opportunities to engage had been scarce until a chance encounter when she activated her Sharingan and locked eyes with Kushina. Little girl, the Nine-Tails said, observing the silent Hongya. It gently tapped her head with its claw, a hint of displeasure in its tone. You have known me for a year now, and I have assisted you considerably during this time. As a gesture of gratitude, even if you do not unseal those seals, at least persuade that odious brat not to be so wary of me, so that I may glimpse the world outside. The odious brat it referred to was its Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Due to the fortifications made by Uzumaki Mido before her passing, along with the numerous sealing techniques entrusted to Kushina and the latter's pure Uzumaki bloodline, the Nine-Tails found itself thoroughly bound to Kushina. Unless she experienced a drastic emotional upheaval, it had no opportunity to act out. and even to share visions with her required her consent. This was one of the rare ways for a tailed beast to pass the time while trapped within a Jinchuriki. However, Kushina had never consented even once. While seeing the Ninetales' expression, a blend of yearning and melancholy, Honya found it difficult to refuse. She scratched her head and offered a sheepish smile. I will try to talk to Kushina about it, but she probably won't agree. Honya herself could not comprehend why Kushina maintained such a poor relationship with the Ninetales. Although she had initially found the great fox's temperament peculiar, her interactions over the past year had led her to find it rather endearing, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The Ninetales felt similarly. It sensed the essence of someone it had once been closest to in Honya. This was part of why it was willing to assist her. The following day, upon waking, Honya tentatively approached Kushina to inquire whether she might consider mending her relationship with the great fox within her, perhaps even becoming friends. Unsurprisingly, Kushina shook her head in refusal. Honya felt a sense of helplessness at this. In fact, Kushina was adhering to Mito's dying advice. Never trust the words of the tailed beast before establishing a connection of hearts and minds. Naturally, she had only absorbed the latter part of the admonition, conveniently forgetting the former. Time passed, and another year went by. The year was now 37 of the Konoha era. The conflict between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Rock villages had ceased 6 months prior, with neither side gaining any advantage, and both were forced to return home to lick their wounds. As for the fierce battle between the Hidden Sand and the Hidden Leaf, after sacrificing nearly 80% of its main forces, the remnants of the Sand's army finally escaped the encirclement of Konoha, retreating to their windswept village to defend. Of course, this was ultimately futile. Having lost the majority of their forces, even with the geographical advantages of the battlefield, the Hidden Sand village could not withstand the onslaught of Konoha's army. Reluctantly, the third Kazekage had to grit his teeth and sign a series of humiliating treaties that stripped the village of its rights. Officially, the Hidden Sand and the Hidden Leaf were said to be allied brother villages. In reality, the former had become a vassal of the latter. The tasks commissioned by the Land of Wind were to be prioritized for the Hidden Leaf, and only those remaining after Konoha's ninjas had taken their share could be assigned to the Sand's ninjas. This was one of the most detrimental clauses in the series of unequal treaties, severely restricting the economic development of the Hidden Sand. Even more troubling was that the daimyo of the Land of Wind, for reasons unknown, proposed a policy to cut funding for the ninja villages at this critical time, further exacerbating the already precarious economic situation of the Hidden Sand. Perhaps the daimyo believed that rather than spending so much annually to maintain a group of ineffectual ninjas, it would be wiser to entrust the safety of the nation to the neighboring Hidden Leaf, as long as it did not threaten the power of the daimyo's lineage.